Southern Wolf Vengeance. Matt Welshman 93. Summary. Robb Stark has been a ward of King Rhaegar ever since Robert Baratheon failed rebellion. Robb will struggle with choosing between avenging the wrongs done to his family by others or protecting the family he grew up with. Notes. This is my last King and Queen of the North story that I felt deserves its own post. Was originally called Young Wolf Son Dragon because it was supposed to be a Robb Stark / Rhaenys Targaryen story. I had 8 chapters done before stopping, so it been a bit of copy and paste while adding a few things here and there. Chapter 1, The Quiet Wolf Misery. Summary. Lord Eddard Stark endured months of imprisonment to be released and suffer miserably for his part in Robert Rebellion. Notes. This is my last King and Queen of the North story that I felt deserves its own post. Was originally called Young Wolf Son Dragon because it was supposed to be a Robb Stark / Rhaenys Targaryen story. I had 8 chapters done before stopping, so it been a bit of copy and paste while adding a few things here and there. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Black Cells. Eddard has been praying to the old gods, hoping for salvation since being captured during the Battle of the Trident, where Rhaegar defeated Robert Baratheon and the rebellion was crushed. I'm sorry, Robert. I failed you, and I hope you forgive me when we see each other again in whatever happens after this life. He was held in the black cells inside the Red Keep for who knows how long, and all he could do was pray his wife and child be shown mercy, but knowing the Mad King, they may already be dead or suffering under his madness. The next thing he knew was 2 members of the Kingsguard, Sir Barristan and Sir Jaime, picked him up and walked him to what he assumed was his execution, giving one last prayer for his family. Gods, please watch over my wife, Catelyn, protect her from those who will harm her, and please protect our child. May they grow up living a happy, peaceful life. They brought him to the throne room, the place where his father was burned alive, and his brother strangled himself trying to save him. But there was no Mad King, only Rhaegar Targaryen sitting on the Iron Throne with Elia Martell beside him. Lord Stark, first of all, I am sorry for the losses your family endured under my father's madness, expressing compassion before turning serious. After the battle, my father demanded you and your family head, but I refused, so when he ordered me to be executed by the Kingsguard, he ordered his hand to light the wildfire under the city, but I foresaw this and stopped it. Rhaegar Targaryen began to sniffle as he would cry before straightening himself out. My father, in his madness, tried to kill me by strangling me, but Sir Jaime saved me by killing him, so I hope for you justice has been served. Eddard felt cheated that he didn't behead the Mad King himself. I do have some news for you, my lord. His face turned to sadness. Your wife is dead, as well as your good siblings Lysa and Edmure Tully, but your good father survived and bent the knee and begged for mercy to ensure his grandson's safety, pointing to the Lord of the Riverlands Hoster Tully, who looked sad and depressed, probably from the loss of his children. Eddard just spoke softly, how? To which Rhaegar explained with an angry expression, after the battle, House Lannister besieged Riverrun, then House Free appeared offering help but then betrayed and helped Lannister sack it. Rhaegar ordered a female servant to come forward, and in her arms was a babe. When I arrived, I saw unnecessary slaughter, and Tywin Lannister presented your wife and good siblings wrapped in Lannister colors, as well as informed that your babe is dead before Sir Brynden Tully showed up out of nowhere holding your son. Lord Stark was saddened to hear about his wife's death, for he only married her to get her father to join the rebellion, but he hoped they could have a happy family after the war. Suddenly, I demanded answers, and Sir Brynden Tully informed me how your wife, who had just given birth, ordered him to protect him, and he hid while watching how the Mountain slaughtered nearly everyone before raping her and her sister, while Amory Lorque stabbed Edmure Tully 100 times. Upon seeing his son, a Tully in color but a Stark in looks, Eddard Stark feared this would be the first and last time he saw his son. I executed the 2 false knights for their crimes. They claim to have followed Tywin Lannister's orders. Still, Tywin Lannister said he didn't order their death, just their capture, so I can't risk more war just on the word of 2 dishonorable knights I wish I never knighted. But I had to please my father and Tywin Lannister. Eddard was in disbelief that his wife was raped and murdered, and the man behind it escaped justice. So what is the fate of me and my son? He would believe Rhaegar would be more merciful than his father, but after kidnapping Lyanna, he wasn't sure. I still need to punish you for rebelling against the throne, so if you bend the knee, I let you maintain your family position as Warden of the North, Lord Paramount of the North and Lord of Winterfell, but your son will stay in King's Landing as a ward of the crown. Eddard was furious on the inside that this man who kidnapped his sister killed his best friend and now demanded his only son stay in the place where most of his family was unjustly killed. I can see sadness, anger and fear in your eyes, Lord Stark, but don't worry, your son will be with your sister and niece, so he be among family. Suddenly Eddard Stark shouted, kidnapping my sister wasn't enough, you raped her, you monster. His son immediately cried, and Queen Elia came forth and soothed the baby. SSSSHHHHH little one, it okay, to which the babe crying turned into a whimper and finally cooing. You misunderstood, Lord Stark. I didn't kidnap your sister, she ran away with me, and we married under the weirwood tree for she was to birth my daughter, my Visenya the third dragon, explaining the whole thing like a justification for the war he causes. Eddard Stark was unsure about the offer, but sensing that he had to do what was suitable for his son while the alternative was worse, he kneeled as his ancestor Torrhen Stark did before Aegon the Conqueror. I accept your terms, your grace. Just promise me, Robb will be treated like a guest or family instead of a hostage, fearing every day for his life. Tears burst from his eyes, hoping for his son he did the right thing. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Lyanna Stark came in holding a bundle where a baby cried, "Please let my brother and nephew go, my love, they are innocent and honorable people, please." She yelled and begged to save her older brother. Of course, Lyanna, I just offered your brother a chance to bend the knee and live, for he is our daughter's uncle, come let me see her. Rhaegar said with excitement, like a child getting a name day present. My Sliver King, let me introduce you to our son. Lyanna adjusted the bundle a bit so everyone could see the babe who had the Stark look. Rhaegar Targaryen went from joy to anger. A son, Lyanna. You were supposed to have my daughter, my Visenya, shouting like she had just committed treason, and people were now afraid that the brave, heroic Prince Rhaegar was now a new Mad King. But I thought you would be happy with our child. Lyanna was shocked by Rhaegar yelling and soothing her babe, moving her hand to his cheek. Rhaegar shook it off. Well, as soon as you heal, we'll try again. Suddenly, Lyanna was angry. As soon as I heal, Rhaegar, is that what I am to you now, a broodmare? To be used as a means for some stupid prophecy, according to the midwife and the Grand Maester Pycelle, I am unlikely to have more children. Suddenly, Rhaegar gave way and fell. Your Grace, his Kingsguard called, but he got back up. You telling me for all my efforts to help fulfill a prophecy, I started a war which caused the death and suffering of so many innocent people, made me unseated my father, and yet I didn't get my Visenya, and now I have 2 sons and 1 daughter. Disbelief hitting him across the face. Maybe I should have taken Cersei Lannister as my wife, she probably has given me. Suddenly, Lyanna smacked Rhaegar across his face, and it was heard throughout the hall. I thought you loved me, my Sliver Prince, but it turns out, your Grace, that you are no longer Prince Rhaegar, you are now another Mad King obsessed with prophecies, turning towards Elia, holding her nephew. Let us leave, Elia. It turns out that our husband doesn't love us. Both women leave, stopping only to order Eddard Stark's release. Seeing both women leave, Rhaegar orders them to stop, and all Lyanna says is, I plan to let you name our son, but I decided to call him Jon Stark, for I would rather him be either that or a Snow than take your family name. Hours later, Eddard Stark was allowed a few days with his son, whom he named Robb for his fallen brother Robert. He will cherish the next few days for as long as he lives, for he won't see Robb's first steps, his first words, and above all, this babe turns into a boy, into a man. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he said, and Lyanna entered, holding Jon in her arms. Ned, she said, but he ignored her and stayed focused on Robb, looking at him from his crib. Please, Ned, talk to me, her eyes pleading for forgiveness. Why, Lyanna? Why didn't you tell anybody? Then Brandon wouldn't have died, or father, but now all I have left is Benjen back in Winterfell, and son I never see grow up, refusing to even look at her. Robert was a whoremonger, he would have got me with child and then been unfaithful again and again. Plus, I'm tired of being in a golden cage where I must be pretty and obey our father and then a husband explaining her reasons like a pouting child. Then Rhaegar promised me freedom from an unhappy marriage. He said he loved me and my wild spirit, but after today, I saw he only cared for his stupid prophecy involving his children, so I was a foolish girl, but at least I have my son putting him next to Rob, hoping Ned would see something good came out of all the misery. He looks like Brandon, but I think he acts more like you, Ned, don't you think? Lyanna said, but Ned stared at him like he was judging an accused man. Please don't hate him, Ned. Hate me if you must, but he done nothing wrong. Lyanna was now crying, and Eddard finally looked up at his sister. I could never hate Jon, but I will never forget and maybe never forgive you for what happened because of your reckless actions, acting like he thought his father would in this situation. Lyanna just left crying and leaving Jon with his cousin and uncle. Don't worry boys, one day I forgive my sister, but I never forgive the Targaryen for taking your grandfather and Uncle Brandon, but one day you two will avenge them, he said before deciding to make use of this time he had left before leaving this rat nest they call the capital. Looking at Jon, he smiled. You do look like Brandon. I hope you don't have his rash attitude, and hopefully, you and Rob will be like brothers. After hours of entertaining the boys, a man came barging in, causing them to cry, "Forgive me, my lord, but something terrible has happened," causing Eddard to leave the crying babes in their crib. Leave to see what happened. He was sad by what he saw. His sister Lyanna is lying in her bed dead. It appears, your grace, that Lady Lyanna took her own life with a huge amount of wolfsbane in her cup. Grand Maester Pycelle explains to the king. Rhaegar Targaryen, upon seeing Lord Stark, hugged him. I'm sorry, my good brother. I should have been happy for my son Jon's birth. Instead, maybe I am as mad as my father. I shouldn't have focused on prophecy and done more as a husband and father should be. All Eddard Stark did was leave the room without saying a word, heading back to his son and nephew, who were now both motherless, but was stopped by Rhaegar Targaryen, who was close to giving birth along the way. Lord Eddard, please accept my apologies for the wrongs done to your family by my husband and son. I should have done more, but I failed to because I was raised to obey the head of the family, expressing genuine sympathy for the pain and suffering inflicted upon a stranger's family by her own family. Thank you, my queen, I understand you suffer as well under your husband, plus it was your husband who killed my father and brother while your son disrespected my sister and his child, my nephew. You have done no wrong to anyone, expressing sympathy for a woman who suffers too much. I will ask you for something of the utmost importance. Bowing before the former queen, I humbly ask you to look after my son Rob and nephew Jon, for they are mostly alone in this cursed place. Rhaegar Targaryen immediately put her hand on his shoulder. I promise you by the seven those two will want for nothing, for I hope to be a kind, caring grandmother to them, even if your son is not of my blood, showing no deception in her eyes and love in her heart for the poor little boys. Eddard reached his room to see Queen Elia and her children, Rhaenys and Aegon, playing with the boys. Be gentle, Rhaenys, they are only babes. Elia explained to her daughter, who was tickling Rob and Jon, who was squealing with giggles, while Aegon curiously observed them before focusing on his toy dragon. Eddard entered the room. Greetings, my queen Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aegon, to which everyone's eyes were on him. Elia stood up. I'm sorry about Lyanna, she was a beautiful woman with a good heart, but a strong will, expressing sympathy like Lyanna was a friend or sister instead of a rival. I gave my love to Rhaegar and birth to his children, but after Aegon, the Maester said I won't bear another child, and he was obsessed with something about a dragon having 3 heads, so he chose your sister to give him a Visenya. Her face turns to sadness. When I first met her, she was like me, happy to have the love of a Sliver prince who would love her, unlike as she described a man who would smash a man's skull with a hammer and his trousers soared into anything wearing a skirt. But I from Dawn so we more open-minded about women, showing pride for her homeland which had more freedom than the rest of the 7 kingdoms. But when Rhaegar told me about her being a second wife, I was afraid that she would try to disinherit Aegon. But she spoke to me with an honesty rarely seen here, that she didn't care for the Iron Throne and that if it puts my mind at ease, she renounce any claim her children have to it. Eddard was crying. Of course, Lyanna wouldn't dare do anything to harm innocent women and children nor seek power. All she cared about was family and freedom. Now she was dead, and all he felt was she died, thinking that he hated her. I will watch over Rob and Jon for you, Lord Eddard Stark. I shall make sure they are treated with respect and dignity. At the same time, anyone who mistreats them will face a mother's wrath, which could be as frightening as dragon fire, showing off the fire in her eyes and demonstrating the need a mother has for protecting her children. Elia walked up to Lord Stark. Lionel left this note for you. I think you should read it, handing him a small piece of paper, which Lord Stark read immediately. Forgive me, Ned, for I can no longer accept being looked at as a cause of your misery since I caused Father and Brandon's death, and I hope they forgive me when I see them like. Please help make sure Jon, Rhaenys and Aegon are protected, for I fear that if Rhaegar marries Cersei Lannister, then the Lannisters will do anything to usurp, maybe kill Egg and Jon while holding Robb and Rhaenys as hostages will make them dominate the Seven Kingdoms. Promise me, Ned, promise me. Lyak. Can you please take Rhaenys and Aegon? I want a moment alone with Robb and Jon, for I plan to leave this cursed place as soon as possible, he said as an order to the Queen instead of asking for permission. Elia could see the look on his face and immediately picked up Aegon and held Rhaenys' hands. Come on, my little son dragon, but Rhaenys pouted. No, Mama, me want to play a bit longer. Eddard Stark said, it only be a moment, princess, then you can play until your heart's content. Using sweet words, the small girl understood, to which she immediately ran towards the door. She is an endless ball of energy, Eddard said, to which Elia said, I meant what I said, Lord Stark. Rest assured, the boys will be protected. As she left the room, Eddard turned to the boys, I swear by the old gods that if anything happens to either of you here, then I bring the full might of the North down upon all those who harm what is left of the pack. One day I or both of you will avenge the family we lost and the family trapped here. Kissing both boys on the cheeks, he left feeling broken and ignored anyone who tried to stop him. Stables. As he reached the stables, a hooded man grabbed Eddard Stark and slammed him into the wall, removing his hood and revealing himself. Sir Brynden, shocked to see the legendary Blackfish. Lord Stark, I just heard about your sister expressing sympathy. Releasing him, he looked broken like his brother, but his eyes and body screamed defiance and justice. I watched as Riverrun was sacked, which I will never forget or forgive the Free and Lannister as long as I live, because I managed to hide your son but failed to save my brother's children from being raped and murdered. Taking a deep breath, Sir Brynden smashed his hands into the ground. What's more is that Tywin Lannister tried to seize Riverrun and the Riverlands by naming one of his Lannister cousins or his free good brother as Lord. Eddard was fuming at the man who caused his wife's family's inevitable destruction, as well as joining the Targaryen to seize more power. Your son is the heir to Riverrun, and I refuse to let all I have left of my niece be used as a pawn in their games, for they take Riverrun over my dead body. Sir Brynden Tully rose. I decided to stay in King Landing and watch over him, for I failed my brother's children. I won't fail his grandson. Don't worry, Sir Brynden. One day, Robb will avenge your house, but I would be grateful if you could protect him and his cousin Jon, for the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Plus Jon is my blood, Robb's blood and family, duty, honor, hoping that using the Tully word would motivate Sir Brynden to extend his protection to Jon. All right, Lord Stark, I will train them day and night, so hopefully, they will be fully prepared for whatever comes their way. Shaking hands, Ned climbed onto his horse and never looked back. As he was out of King's Landing sight, he said in anger, you two may be stuck in a golden guild cage, but when the time and opportunity comes, break free and show the southern true fury of winter and wolves. Notes. Hope you enjoyed this. I changed a few things here and there. Next chapter will feature a new chapter featuring the main characters during the Greyjoy Rebellion. Don't forget to check my Robb story ideas to see the 2 stories I have planned after this one and tell me which one to see first. Chapter 2, Outbreak of a Rebellion and Issues of Dragons. Summary. What started as a usual day for the children of the royal court turned into the start of the precursor that is yet to come. Notes. This one is a new one I didn't add to Young Wolf Son Dragon. Sorry for the long delay, but I had a bit of a issue with my neck and there were 1 or 2 bits I didn't like, so I redid them. As for news on my next story, either Wolf Taming Dragons or The Great Deception, I would start on it after I finished this story, for I hoped by the time I finish this story there would be plenty of comments to influence my decision. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. It was a sunny day in the skies above King's Landing, and in the gardens of the Red Keep, children's laughter was heard as they played their games. I saved the fair Princess Rhaenys from the monster, a redhead child proclaimed as he was victorious. Thank you, my brave hero, a dronish child shouted proudly. Now I can award the hero with a kiss. Immediately, Robb felt his face going red. Ha ha, we know that Robb would do anything for a kiss from a girl, a sliver-haired boy laughed. "Oh, leave him alone, Egon, it's just a game," said a boy with dark hair and grey eyes who was usually quite shy but would speak out occasionally. "Oh, come on, John, you know that I was just teasing him, besides is there a maid you rather rescue?" Suddenly, a woman with long, silver hair appeared before them, holding the hand of a little girl who looked exactly like her. "There you all are. I have been looking for you all," the girl said while her eyes looked so sad that they could melt the coldest of hearts. "Sorry, Daenerys, but you were sleeping again, and we didn't want to wake you," Rhaenys said before hugging her. Suddenly, both were wrapped up in a hug by the silver-haired woman. "Now I got both princesses, who's going to save them now?" she said in a silly voice. "We save you, princesses!" Robb immediately shouted, and the three boys began to wrap around the woman with their own hugs. "Oh no, hugs are my weakness, and there are too many to handle." "Oh, you all know how to be the monster Rhaella Targaryen." Suddenly, Jon said, "You not a monster grandmother, you more of a guardian who judges the worthy heroes from the terrible monsters." Suddenly, a man with grey hair and blue eyes appeared alongside a girl with black hair and blue eyes. "Are you boys trying to steal my wife?" Everyone immediately turned towards him before Aegon said, "No, Grandfather Jon, we wouldn't do such a bad thing to you." Jon Arryn was thankful that after the rebellion, he was allowed to keep his lands and titles. Most people demanded why he wasn't punished, but Rhaegar shouted, "This man dared to do what was right in protecting two innocent men at the time." Rhaegar Targaryen proclaims Jon Arryn the Hand of the King and weds him to his mother, Rhaella Targaryen. Effectively, Jon Arryn knew he was a hostage, but being a stepfather to the king was better than most would get under the Mad King. Jon Arryn only asked as a wedding gift for a daughter of Robert Baratheon named Maya Stone to be legitimized as Baratheon, for he loved Robert as a son. Jon and Rhaella were strangers, but eventually, it became friendship and a true marriage of happiness. To the children, Jon and Rhaella were their kind, lovely grandparents, even if they weren't related by blood. To Jon Arryn, he was honored to be looked upon as a grandfather figure and loved it when the children called him Grandfather Jon. "I know you all, and I hope you never do anything dishonorable, so for that, I brought something from the market." Immediately, the children gathered around him, hoping for delicious treats. All the children gathered were like siblings, even if there was no blood relation between them. "You do spoil them a bit, my love," Rhaella said before kissing him, causing the boys to say, "You, that's gross," while the girls said, "Oh, that's sweet." Suddenly, King Rhaegar appeared with Elia beside him and a woman with gold hair holding the hands of two golden-haired children, one boy and one girl. After the rebellion, Rhaegar Targaryen was obsessed with having another daughter for his prophecy of ice and fire, so he began courting Lady Cersei Lannister even though he was already married. But Tywin Lannister was able to help convince the High Septons with the promise of threats and bribes. After a year, Cersei gives birth to a boy named Daemon, and after 7 named days, he acts like he is the most important person in the world. With his golden hair and green eyes, he looked like a young Jaime Lannister. Then, a few years later, Cersei gave birth to a girl whom Rhaegar immediately felt proud to have his Visenya finally. She was a spitting image of her mother with her golden hair, green eyes and high cheekbones but without her mother's wickedness. Visenya immediately approached Jon Arryn and said, "Can I have one, Grandpa?" Rhaella chuckled before picking her up. "What do we say, little princess?" Visenya realized she had forgotten her manners. "Sorry, Grandpa, can I have one, please?" she said with a smile. Jon Arryn immediately grabbed her favorite lemon cake for the pretty polite Princess Visenya, he said before kissing her on the cheek. Putting her down, Visenya began running towards Rhaenys, who hugged her with sisterly affection. Daemon then came up next. "I want one now," he shouted like he expected to be given one. "Daemon, don't be rude, ask nicely." Rhaella Targaryen was always trying to encourage him to be nice, but he had too much of his mother's influence. Daemon has a vicious little boy who enjoys being cruel to others at such a young age that Rhaella feels like he could be her former husband coming back to haunt her. "Give me one right now," he said before snatching the bag and ravaging through it like a starving animal. But to Daemon's dismay, he was to be disappointed. "There's nothing here, why is there nothing for me?" he shouted with anger towards the Lord of the Eyrie. "Because I knew you were going to be rude, and rude children don't deserve rewards. Maybe behave better like a proper prince, and you will be rewarded," he said with disappointment to the angry spoiled child. But before anything happened, Rhaegar Targaryen spoke, "Demon, enough. You are being rude to a man who may have rebelled, but he is one of the most honorable men alive, and he is married to your grandmother, so show some respect." Cersei was fuming. "He showed disrespect to my son, a prince of the realm, even giving a reward to the son of a fellow traitor who should be left in a cell with just bread and water." Rhaegar turns towards her. "Is that what you do, or what your father would do to those left in his care? It was by the blessing of the seven and the burden of this crown that I decided the fate of those who rebelled against it, not you, not your father, me." Robb knew he was here because of his father's part in the rebellion 9 years ago, but Rhaegar never mistreated him. Elia Martell was the mother he never had. She brought him up with Jon alongside her children Rhaenys and Aegon. The only family Robb had was his great-uncle Sir Brynden Tully, who trained him in the ways of war from fighting to commanding, and his uncle Benjen Stark, who taught him and Jon the ways of the North from the old ways to worship the old gods. Everyone heard the rustling of chains and saw the older man known as Grand Maester Pycelle rushing forward as fast as he could. "Forgive me, your grace, but a raven from the Casterly Rock arrived." He was handing a letter to King Rhaegar, who began reading through it. "Grand Maester Pycelle sent ravens throughout the 7 kingdoms that House Greyjoy have rebelled against the crown, and we move immediately to punish the traitorous Ironborn." Rhaegar Targaryen turned towards everyone. "Jon Arryn, you will help Aegon rule in my stead while I am away. Help guide him on how to rule with an open hand and a firm grip." Jon Arryn bowed. "I will see it done, your grace. I help Aegon in this difficult time to come." Robb noticed Aegon was nervous and said, "Your grace, is there anything I can do to help Aegon while you are away?" Before Rhaegar could say anything, a man came forward towards them. "Oh brother, I just overheard you saying that Aegon is to rule in your stead. Do you think it wise to leave a boy in charge with the help of a former rebel?" Rhaegar began feeling a headache coming on. "And who should rule then, Viserys?" Visitors began smiling. "I would rule, for I am an adult and can think for myself." Viserys began drinking the wine in his hand. "I know that I can do things properly if you just give me a chance, since I am the blood of the dragon." Rhaegar was less impressed. "Yeah, you get things done by drinking, whoring and doing foolish things like executing people for no reason." Viserys throws his cup at Rhaegar. "How would you know I am father's loyal son and true heir, the rightful king? If I rule, then I would have crushed the Greyjoy before they even thought of rebelling." Rhaegar grabbed Viserys by the scruff of his neck. "If I were father, I would have executed you for this, but know that I would have given you a chance if you were a more capable man." Rhaegar began coming forward. "Enough of this, Rhaegar. Let him go," she begged him. "As you wish, mother." Releasing his brother, Rhaegar began thinking of something. "I will give you a chance, Viserys, to prove me wrong. I let you rule my former seat of Dragonstone and the island around it as your own. Hopefully it will make you a better man." Viserys was fuming. "Exile, you are sending me into exile," he began screaming, to which Rhaegar ordered his Kingsguard, "Seize him and put him on the first ship to Dragonstone, Sidrold. You will protect and advise my brother." Sidrold Hightower the White Bull nodded. "As you wish, your grace." The guards began dragging Viserys away, who started screaming from the top of his lungs, "I am the dragon. Release me, mother, please help me." Rhaegar turned to her eldest son, who firmly showed he wouldn't back down. "I'm sorry, Viserys, but I promise to visit you when possible." Rhaegar looked at everyone present. "I shall inform the court about my decisions later, and Robb, if you want to help Aegon, then don't bother him with childish games and remember your place," he said to Robb, who felt like he was nothing. "Don't talk to Robb like that, father, he is a good person who only wants to help Aegon." Jon shouted at him. "Don't talk to me like that, boy. You may be my son, but I am your king." Rhaegar Targaryen said with anger. "Oh, are your son now? Because you may be the king, but you have never been a father. My mother killed herself because you care about some stupid prophecy more than her or your children." Rhaegar slapped Jon across his face. "If you had been born a girl, your mother would have been alive and a queen." Elia Martell ran towards Jon. "Don't you dare lay another hand on him. He's just a boy standing up for his cousin." Rhaegar came to Jon and checked him over to see a red hand mark across his face. "Your father may have been a mad king, but he never struck you or Viserys when you were children, and I am still your mother, and you have disappointed me, your grace. Viserys is right about one thing. Maybe you should put someone more loyal and capable than Jon Arryn. A woman's voice interrupted everyone who turned towards it and saw that it was Cersei Lannister. Maybe call my father from the Westerland to manage the capital, and since the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard is looking after Viserys, maybe Sir Jaime can take over temporarily until he gets back. Cersei Lannister said with a smile that may look genuine, but a few can see unpleasant things through it. Oh, so your father can control the Seven Kingdoms through Daemon. The only question is, before or after your family murdered Aegon and Jon? Because it won't be the first time your father slaughtered innocent women and children, nor the last. Rhaenys said as she could see through the deception. You show my mother's family some respect, you stupid girl, Daemon said before he started fighting Rhaenys. Rhaegar turned towards his Kingsguard. Sir Arthur Sir Jaime separated them now. The Kingsguard did as they were asked and separated the squabbling siblings. Cersei Lannister then began to show a sinister smile. At least I did something your weak mother couldn't do. Rhaenys turned towards her. Let me guess, you still open your legs to father after 2 kids. Rhaegar wasn't happy enough. Rhaenys Cersei is my second wife and mother to your siblings, and you will respect her as such. She's just someone you needed for some stupid obsession with a crazy ancient man's words, she yelled at Rhaegar before looking at Visenya. The only good thing to come out of this is Visenya, and if you have been a better father, maybe Daemon would have been a good thing as well. Rhaegar began looking at Rhaenys with disappointment, and before he said anything, Cersei spoke with absolute arrogance. Don't worry, my love. Because at least I can give you more than 2 children while her mother could bear even 1. Everyone immediately felt jaws drop and eyes widen. Yeah, I'm going to be a big sister. Visenya was jumping for joy. Immediately, nearly everyone left for one reason or other, leaving Rhaegar, Cersei, Visenya, Jon Arryn and R'hllor. I'm happy that I have another grandchild, Rhaegar, but seeing how you treated Robb like he was nothing and Jon for speaking the truth, now I worried about how you raised this one, seeing how Daemon is. Cersei immediately tried to respond, but R'hllor raised her hand. I knew your mother very well, and seeing the way you act like you should be ruling instead of being a responsible mother, Daemon is out of control and he... Cersei interrupt. You don't tell me how to raise my children, and you don't know my mother as I do. We both grew up to be obedient to whoever we marry, but you are weak-willed, and if you show strength like I do, maybe your husband would have been a different person. Grabbing Visenya tightly, she began to leave with her. Mother, not too hard, you're hurting me, but Cersei just kept dragging her along until Visenya chose to break her hold on her and fled to R'hllor. Visenya, come. Cersei shouted, and Visenya buried herself between R'hllor and Jon Arryn, who the latter picked her up. I take her to the kennels, for I think there be puppies. Visenya clapped her hands. Yeah. Jon Arryn began taking her away from more unpleasant. You are only half right about what you say, Cersei. I was a weak-willed woman, but listen to me right now. I love all my children and grandchildren, and if you dare to harm them, I will travel through 7 hells and back to protect them. Facing her son, R'hllor said, so desperate for a second daughter, you chose a cruel, ruthless woman with the most ambitious father I have ever known, but as Rhaenys said. So far, only Visenya has been the only good thing to come out of this. I strongly recommend giving this child a better influence than his mother, otherwise, 2 daemons I can't bear to endure the rest of my life. Rhaegar now felt shameful about his choices, but he knew that it was the only way for his son Aegon, the prince who was promised. Are you going to defend my honor, my love? Cersei said, but Rhaegar was miles away and began walking towards his study, reflecting on his actions and sending orders to his Lord Paramount. Later in the evening. I can't believe he did that to you, Jon. If he weren't the king, I would hit him for that. Benjen Stark said to his nephews as he settled them down for bed. Jon and Robb have always shared the same room since they were babies. If one of them were moved, then the other would cry for hours on end. Now, they slept on different beds facing each other so they wouldn't be far apart. Don't, Uncle Benjen, please. I don't want to see you die. Jon said while crying. Hey, little dragon wolf, I won't do it, but I will complain to him about what he said and did to you both today, Benjen said while comforting his sister's son. Benjen then looked at Rob to see him sitting on his bed with sadness all over his face that could only be from what Roriger said to him. "Rob, come here. Tell me what's wrong," he asked, and Rob cried into his knees, hiding his face. Benjen Stark had been in King's Landing since the end of Robert Rebellion. He originally wanted to travel to the Night's Watch as he felt responsible for losing his family since he knew Lyanna wed and ran away with Roriger and didn't say anything. Maybe if he did, then Brandon wouldn't have died along with his father and could have prevented Lyanna from killing herself, so when Eddard Stark returned to Winterfell, he told him the truth and wished to leave for the war. But Eddard refused and said, "My son and your nephews are alone in King's Landing surrounded by vipers. If you wish to go to Night's Watch, do it after they turn 10 and 8 name days. Also help me, I will join our siblings and leave you the lone wolf in Winterfell." Benjen chose to help raise Jon and Rob, who both loved him like a father, and it always breaks his heart to see either of them upset, but to see them both sad, he truly felt he failed his family. Benjen carried Jon over to Rob so he wouldn't have to travel back and forth to them. "Listen, both of you. I am telling you that I am proud of you. Both of you are kind, caring and willing to help those in need, whether a stranger or a friend, so forget about today and rest for tomorrow. Another adventure begins." They smiled and hugged each other before falling asleep on Rob's bed. Benjen Stark took one last look at them and smiled before leaving them to dream about being strong warriors saving maids or slaying monsters. Sir Brynden Tully showed up. "Was it difficult after today?" he asked, knowing that after today, only Benjen Stark could cheer them up while he would have told them to be brave. "It kind of was, but I think I would soon be called back home since there must always be a Stark in Winterfell, so that would be difficult for them to deal with without me here." Benjen Stark lay against the wall before sliding down it. "Why do we follow that man who, because of his selfish actions, causes the death of so many, including our own family?" Sir Brynden Tully sliding beside him, "Because if we don't, then those boys will probably be torn apart by others for a chance to increase their power." Sir Brynden Tully was a hard man, having fought ever since the War of the Ninepenny Kings. While he cared deeply for his great-nephew's safety, he always ensured that Rob would become a tough and clever man. "I know at times we argued about Rob and Jon's upbringing, but at least if you must push them during training in the coming days, push them a bit rather than shove since we don't know how they handle pressure," Benjen asked, hoping that Brynden won't make the boy's life more complicated than it needs to be. We may be different, but know that I'm only tough on them sometimes because if they get soft, what happens when things get tough? But I promise I won't push them too hard while you're away," Brynden said while he stood up and offered his hand to the Stark uncle. "Maybe I ask my brother to come visit after this rebellion so Rob can meet his father," Benjen said, but knew that Eddard Stark would never come to this viper nest, and he couldn't blame him seeing how Southerners looked down upon Northerners as savages. "Good luck with that, but I wish you all the best because I love those boys, and I know they love their uncle." Benjen Stark took Sir Brynden's hand, and immediately, both men stood and said goodnight to one another. Notes: I hope you enjoy this chapter and I sorry if you are disappointed, but I hope I did my best and it was good, otherwise I tried better next time. If you have any advice or see any mistake on my part then please let me know. Thank you, and as usual I own all. All characters are property of whoever owned them. Chapter 3, The Tough Truth. Summary. After a training session truths will be revealed and while painful are liberation. Notes. This is another chapter that wasn't a part of my Young Wolf Son Dragon planning one more before I be copying and re-edit the chapters from it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The sun was shining like it did a year ago, but this time, there was no child laughter. In the training yard of the Red Keep, 2 10 day boys were facing each other with sweat pouring across their faces and taking deep breaths. "Give up, Rob. You know that sooner or later, one of us will be facing down in the dirt," the dark-headed boy shouted. "Never, Jon. We Stark are hard to beat, and we don't give up easily," the red-haired boy replied. "That's enough, both of you, for today," Sir Brynden ordered them, but both kept fighting like they had something to prove. "I said that enough," Sir Brynden shouted as he stepped between them and forced them to disengage. "What the matter with you both? You acting like you are a bunch of spoiled brats." It was unusual for these two to come to heads. It's his fault, they both said while pointing at each other before both started grappling with one another. Sir Oswell, help me separate them. Sir Oswell Went of the Kingsguard was one of two Kingsguards still in, with the other being Sir Barristan Selmy. Originally, Sir Jaime Lannister and Sir Luwin were meant to stay. But Rhaegar feared potential conflict between Queen Cersei and Elia and chose Sir Oswell and Sir Barristan since they did what was best for the royal family instead of familiar ties. With Robb and Jon separate, Sir Brynden positions Robb directly before him, so he only sees him. Now, what is this about Robb? You and Jon are like brothers, but today, you both seem to want each other dead. Sir Brynden asked. Robb ignores him and refuses to speak, and Sir Brynden sigh. I know it has been difficult since your uncle Benjen left, and nearly everyone is busy with one thing or another. I know I am not one for words, but never doubt that I am here for you, Robb, because what is your mother's word? Robb hesitates at first but says the words of House Tully with pride, family duty honor. Exactly, Robb, if you can't tell me, then I don't know what else besides demanding you to speak. I promised your uncle that I wouldn't push you both too hard, and I have kept that promise because at least I gave you both some form of normality. Sir Brynden began to walk away before Robb rushed to hug him. If I tell you, promise you won't tell anyone. I promise you, nephew. Sir Brynden said, kneeling before Robb. Robb explained the cause of his troubles. Yesterday. Robb Jon, can you play with me and baby Aemon? Visenya shouted, hoping for some company. Robb and Jon were bored with Aegon, busy attending to matters and listening to people complaining. Rhaenys wasn't well, having had her first moonblood and been attended to by Queen Elia. Daenerys was with Rhaella Targaryen, visiting Viserys on Dragonstone as much as she didn't want to go. Maya Baratheon has lately been more interested in kissing and flirting with boys. Of course, little sister, we are glad to join you, Jon said to the girl whose green eyes grew bright and warmly smiled. They all visited the room, and they all headed to the crypt that holds Aemon Targaryen, named for the great-uncle of Rhaegar, who serves Castle Black and the Night's Watch as a maester. Hello Aemon, I brought Jon and Robb to play with us, Visenya shouted, to which Aemon just babbled something no one understood. Aemon looked exactly like Daemon with his golden hair and green eyes but was calmer like Visenya when she was a babe. Hello, little brother, I hope you slept well during your nap, for we are here to entertain you. Jon said before tickling Aemon's side, causing him to giggle. Robb spoke in a silly voice, are you laughing? Aemon, or is Jon scaring you? Maybe I should protect you from his attacks, causing the baby to squeal with a delightful laugh. The children enjoyed themselves for a bit before the door opened to reveal Queen Cersei, who looked disappointed and angry. Visenya, why are those two here? Pointing at Robb and Jon like they were vermin that needed to be destroyed. I asked them, Visenya said before Cersei interrupted her. You do not invite them here, for they are not Lannisters, and everyone who isn't a Lannister is our enemy, saying it like it was a way of life. So does that mean Daemon, Visenya and Aemon are your enemies? Last I checked, they are father children, so they are Targaryen, not Lannister, Lady Cersei, Jon shouted at the Lannister queen. Primarily due to her arrogance and terrible attitude towards others, most children refer to Cersei as lady instead of queen, for they mostly view Elia as a proper queen who is a kind and better queen than her. My children have Lannister blood in them, and at least I am raising them, which is more than your weak mother who opened her legs to your father while I did for the good of the realm and my house. Cersei said to Jon, who began to cry for the insult. Leave him alone. At least Jon is a far better prince than Daemon. Robb spoke, then stopped when Cersei's eyes were on him, causing him to stop and regret saying. Why do you defend him, ungrateful wolf pup? If it weren't for his mother, you would be in Winterfell with your father, she said to Robb, who began to look at Jon. Robb. Jon said to see Robb looking at him like he was the cause of his troubles. It's funny, isn't it? You both lost your mother, but Jon is with his father while you never knew your own, so maybe you should think about how things turned out because of his mother and, to some extent, him. Robb just ran out of the room, towards the Godswoods, crying along the way, I hate you. I hate you, Jon. Jon was shouting, Robb, wait, but Robb ignored him and avoided him like he was the dealer in misery and bad fortune. Present day. That golden hair witch. Sir Brynden shouted with anger, for she would blame innocent people for crimes her father committed. So that's why I hate Jon now. His mother caused the death of my mother, my uncle Brandon and my grandfather Robb said before crying into his great-uncle, his tears wetting the black armor he wears. Sir Brynden kneeled before him and lightly patted him on the head since he wasn't usually the one to comfort him. That was more Benjen Stark, so this was his best. Robb, look at me, look at me. Robb did as he was told and looked to see tears from the legendary Blackfish's face. Sir Brynden began explaining, the actions of one man started the war that took away your mother and so many others. Rhaegar Targaryen, no matter how he thinks it was necessary and for the greater good. Robb rubbed his eyes as he listened to Sir Brynden. But why did he do it? He asked, to which the Blackfish himself just sighed. We don't know why he needed your aunt or wanted her, but his actions started events that led to the rebellion. Robb began to try and leave, but Sir Brynden held him still. Listen, my nephew, and then you can decide what to do with your anger and hatred. Robb did as he was told. Rhaegar did start a war, but I don't blame him for your mother's death. That was done by the betrayal of House Free, who were supposed to be loyal vassals to your grandfather. Sir Brynden's sadness turned to anger. I didn't trust them, but your grandfather was desperate to protect his children and you that he let them in. Then the Lannisters came, and suddenly they betrayed us, and your mother placed you in my arms and begged me to protect you with my life, for she was still weak after giving birth. So I tried to save your uncle Edmure and Aunt Lysa, but Lysa was mad with grief for being tricked into drinking moon tea so she wouldn't have pet a Baelish bastard, while Edmure insisted on defending his sister, saying he wasn't afraid, so I could only save you. Sir Brynden let loose his pent-up anger and cried a lot. I hid with you while I watched the Mountain rape your mother first, then your aunt before killing them. Amory Lorque held your uncle Edmure and laughed before letting him go and stabbed him 100 times before the sound of horns blowing and the Targaryen banner appeared. Robb was sad beyond belief hearing how his mother sacrificed herself for him. What happened next? Please, Uncle Brynden, tell me. Rhaegar Targaryen entered the castle when the Free brought your grandfather naked and in chains. He begged mercy for his children, and you, Rhaegar, granted it. Then the Lannisters showed up in the courtyard with Little Cat, Lysa and Edmure, in Lannister cloaks as a sign of their loyalty, and your grandfather screaming louder than I ever heard him before. Rhaegar was furious with this, and I reveal myself alongside you and explain what happened and how you ended up here alive. Sir Brynden said, relieved that he finally told Robb the truth of Robb's mother's demise. Sir Brynden then continued, I demanded the Mountain and Lorque heads for their dishonorable actions, and Rhaegar granted it. Then they said they did it on Tywin Lannister's orders. Tywin said he ordered their capture, not their deaths, and Rhaegar didn't want more bloodshed, so only the Mountain and Lorque were killed that day. But I will never forgive or forget the Freys or Lannisters for as long as I live, he said, ending with a breath exhaling from his body. You may not have a mother, father or siblings here, but Elia Martell raised you like a son, while your uncle Benjen and I have raised you like we were your father, and most of the Targaryen children treated you like a sibling, always playing games and escape from the boring lesson. Sir Brynden said with a smile on his face. Robb felt after all this, he should be thankful for the life he had, for people would have treated him much worse. One of the most important things in life is family, and you have a cousin who also lost his mother at the same age and because of the rebellion. He knew his father, but has Rhaegar shown any love or interest in him? Sir Brynden told him. Sir Brynden released his hold on Robb and asked him, who would you rather listen to, Robb? A woman who despises everyone but her children, or me, your great-uncle who trained you to be a good man and fighter? Robb hugged him. Thank you, Uncle Brynden, you have done so much for me and Jon. How can I repay? Sir Brynden hugged him and said, family, duty, honor. Robb, family, duty, honor. Robb walked towards his room, leaving Sir Brynden alone. That was noble of you what you did just now, a voice sounded behind him. Sir Brynden turned around and kneeled before the person. My queen, he said, to which she ordered, rise, Sir Brynden Tully, a knight as brave and noble as you bow to no one. Elia Martell said, I was walking by when I saw Robb and Jon were fighting and found it strange for that to happen, but after hearing all this, I can't believe that woman what she did to those poor boys. I should be careful what you say, sister, for I heard terrible things happen when people speak like that. Cersei Lannister appeared behind them. Sir Brynden wanted to run his sword through her cold heart, but Elia raised her hand. She walked up to her before slapping her. I can tolerate you saying and doing things to humiliate me, but I won't stand for the way you treat my children. Yes, Jon and Robb were not of my womb, but I love them like my own. They are good and kind. Cersei Lannister rubbed her face. I shall wear it like a mark of honor, hoping to get a rise out of the Dornish princess who stole what should have been hers in the first place. You will never be my sister, and at least I am glad that my son will be king before yours, for I teach my son to be respectful to others, and people will love him while yours will make people hate him rather than fear him. Elia Martell walked away from the Golden Lioness. Sir Brynden just walked to her and whispered, "If you ever harm Robb or Jon like that ever again, then pray to the Seven to protect you from me." Walking away from the woman screaming for his arrest, and no one bothers to do, for they don't want to risk being executed. Later that evening, Robb had spent most of the day in the small godswoods praying silently and working up the courage to speak to the one he should be begging for forgiveness. Entering his room, he saw Jon on his bed crying with his head on his knees. "Jon," Robb said, hoping to get his attention, but Jon didn't move a muscle. "Jon, I know that I was terrible to you since yesterday, but I was angry because I believed that woman when I should have ignored her, for I was scared of her and I quivered with fear, so I'm sorry, Jon, please. Please forgive me, I do anything." Jon lifted his head. "I'm sorry as well, Robb. I should have stood up for you like you did for me, and maybe it was my fault that I caused the," he said before Robb rushed forward and hugged him. "No, Jon, it wasn't your fault. It was never your fault. Others did it, but at least because of this, we have each other, Rhaenys, Daenerys, Aegon, Maya, Visenya and Aemon." Letting go of him, he saw Jon smiling a bit. "You, my brother Jon, now and forever," Jon responded, "now and forever." A voice was heard from the door, "Now and forever." Both turned to see Aegon, who looked happy. "A raven from the Iron Isles arrived just now. The Greyjoy have bent the knee, and the war is over. So soon things will be as it was before," Aegon said with a smile. The three boys hugged one another. "I'm sorry I haven't been here for you both this past year, but after Mother told me, know this, I am always here for you both," Aegon said to the tears of his brothers. "So what will happen with the Greyjoy?" Jon asked. "Father decree that the Balon Greyjoy will still rule the Iron Isles while his last surviving son be fostered in Winterfell, and the Ironborn are only to have a fleet of 50 ships at all times. These lenient terms are from a forgiving man and king, but the boys only hope things will return to normal. Notes. Hope you enjoy it. I wasn't sure how to do this because I worried that Sir Brynden tale would have been too long for a single paragraph. As always, leave a comment, it helps immensely. As preparation for any comments about why Eddard Stark would have Theon Greyjoy well with Robb a hostage in King's Landing, if Balon Greyjoy rebel again straight away, then Rhaegar Targaryen would probably demand Theon death and remind Lord Stark about the future of his house. And to remind everyone, if you haven't read My Kings and Queen of the North, Young Wolf Son Dragon story. Daemon, Joffrey Baratheon. Visenya, Myrcella Baratheon. Aemon, Tommen Baratheon. Chapter 4, Hearts Broken and Secrets Revealed Part 1. Summary. Robb would have hearts broken, but his eyes start to open to the real world as well as learning something. Notes. I felt this chapter was going to too long, so I split into 2 parts. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. A man and a woman were walking through the gardens of the Red Keep, smelling the roses that grew beautifully. Picking one out and offering it to the woman who seemed interested in him. "A beautiful rose for a beautiful woman," he said with the hopes of impressing her. "Thank you for the rose, Lord Robb Stark, but I think you are trying too hard," the girl said before giggling. Robb Stark's face grew red as his hair, to which he spoke honestly, "I am not one to lie about things, and please, Lady Margaery, call me Robb. I may be the heir to Riverrun and Winterfell, but I'm not a lord yet." Margaery Tyrell was one of the most beautiful women in the 7 Kingdoms, with her chestnut brown hair, large brown eyes and slender figure that caught the eyes of every man at court. After the Greyjoy rebellion 6 years ago, Mace Tyrell was offered a position on the small council to reward his house loyalty. He was the master of coins after Petyr Baelish's mysterious dismissal. Some say he was caught stealing from the crown and offered to pay back the coin and give his brothels as extra compensation in exchange for his head. Others say he has bitten off more than he can chew by insulting the wrong person and giving away everything to retreat to his holding in the Vale to hide from his enemies. Mace Tyrell originally came with his son Loras Tyrell and his ward Renly Baratheon, who both seem close. Only recently, his mother Olenna Redwine, the Queen of Thorns, arrived with his daughter, Margaery Tyrell, who immediately caught Rob's eyes. Since arriving, Margaery has occupied much of Rob's time to the point that he began dreaming of her at night and was hopeful of a potential marriage between them. I know, Rob, but it is only proper to address you as an adult rather than a child. Plus, I am hopeful that I might be your lady. Margaery spoke like a seductress, hoping to trap him. Rob was falling into her trap. Well, maybe my Rose. But I might have other people interested in me and higher people and princes interested in you. Oh Rob, maybe princes and kings are interested in me, but so far, I am more interested in the wolf. So how about we meet later tonight in private in, say, my chambers? Rob immediately felt his heart beating fast and began to feel a bit of an urge to take her now, but he wouldn't cause issues between himself and the crown. I see you tonight, my Rose, Rob said before kissing Margaery's hand. Rob left for the princess's Rhaenys bedchamber, hoping to see if she had any advice regarding love and sex. Even though Rhaenys was a maiden, she had some form of experience being pleasured by her cousin Arianne Martell, who visited King's Landing last year. Rob had to resist the temptation just by looking at the two cousins. He even began to pleasure himself thinking about her, but sometimes thinking about other women. Eventually, Rob accidentally shouted Rhaenys once, only to see her entering his room, all concerned for him but realizing what he was doing. I'm sorry, I don't know how, he said before she interrupted him. Please put your trousers on, and I will explain it to you. After putting his trousers on, they both sat on Rob's bed. I've known you, Rob, since you were a babe. You are slowly becoming a handsome man, and you may like a woman here and there. But one day, you find someone you truly care about. Don't worry if you like me, Rhaenys told him before kissing him on the lips so he would calm down. Rob was thankful for that because he felt relieved he didn't do anything wrong. Thank you, Rhaenys. I hope this doesn't cause any issues for us, he said afterwards. Now he was here to see her again, and this time, he was worried about her growing overprotective of him. He knocked on the door. Enter, he heard, and he slowly entered the room while starting to have second thoughts. He saw Rhaenys holding a book, probably reading it to her youngest sibling Aemon, who was listening while stroking one of his kittens. Aemon looked exactly like Daemon, but he was a sweet child and everyone except for Queen Cersei loved him more than Daemon. Daenerys and Visenya were sewing, with Daenerys showing her work. Behold, Visenya. I did a golden dragon for my golden niece. Visenya kissed her on the cheek. Thank you, Auntie Dany. Oh Rob. Visenya immediately grew shy and red in the face since she had a bit of a crush on him before standing and straight herself. Please, Visenya, I didn't mean to disturb you all. But I hope to have a few words with Rhaenys alone, Rob said while trying to avoid breaking the young girl's gentle heart. Rhaenys knew this to be serious. Sorry Aemon, but we finish this story tomorrow, I promise. Aemon put down his cat and wrapped his arms around her waist. I understand, Rhaenys, love you. Love you too, baby brother, Rhaenys said while stroking his hair before picking up the kitten. Here's a pounce. Carrying the kitten in his tiny arms, Aemon went to Daenerys. Can we go play in the garden, Auntie? Pretty please. Doing a sad face while holding up Sir Pounce, you know I can't resist those innocent faces. Holding his hand, Daenerys began leading him out of the room while Visenya immediately asked, have you spoken with Lady Margaery? She told me stories about Highgarden, from fields of flowers to banquet and musicians playing late into the night. Rob light-heartedly said, I have talked with Margaery Visenya, and we haven't said much about Highgarden, but I'm sure there are more stories I can find out for you. Visenya jumped up and down joyfully before joining Daenerys and Aemon. I guess that Margaery Tyrell is interested in you, so you want to know what to say or do. I tell you now, Rob, be careful with her. Rob smirks. You know me, Rhaenys, I wouldn't take advantage nor dishonor someone. Rhaenys poured herself and Rob a cup of wine before explaining, no, Rob, she may be a lady. But there is more to women than a smile. She acts like she is interested in you, but is she interested? Rob felt confused. What do you mean? We have been getting along the last few months, and now she invited me to her chambers tonight. Rhaenys then spoke a bit loudly. Aren't you worried it might be a trap set by her family to get you both in an awkward position and trick you into a forced marriage? Rob's hands turned into fists and he spoke defensively. How would you know? I found someone I could grow to love. Rhaenys took a sip from her cup. I know that there are some people in this world who would use you for many things and mostly bad, but Margaery has been here a few moons, and suddenly you feel like she is your entire world. Robb threw his cup at the wall. I came here for advice, Rhaenys, but you treated me like a child, saying she could be as evil as Cersei. I did not say she is, Robb, but that you are rushing too fast, and despite spending too much time together, do you hope to leave King's Landing because of my father? Rushing? Leave? Robb interrupted her. I may be your father's ward and hostage. But we grew up together, and I thought that you would at least be happy for me. Or are you jealous that I probably marry someone for love while you and Visenya have no choice in marrying Aegon? Rhaenys took a deep breath before speaking. I want you to be happy, Robb, but if this is what you wish, then go to her now and prove me wrong. Now get out. Shout with disappointment. Robb was fuming, but he showed Rhaenys, he showed them all. As he approached the door to Lady Margaery's room, he saw it open. Maybe Margaery thought Robb would come as soon as possible. He saw Margaery talking with her grandmother. He was about to leave when he heard his name. Have you seduced the young caged wolf yet? Robb looked at them curiously. No, grandmother, but after tonight, he won't have a choice. The Queen of Thorns sounded pleased. Good, my dear. The wolf pup is like any other man. One smile and he fellow like one, since you are a beauty and daughter to one of the most powerful lords in Westeros, even if he an absolute oaf. Margaery sounded a bit proud of herself and her abilities. Grandmother, Robb would come tonight, I sure of it. He would see me naked and lured to my bed like moths to a flame, and where I make sure he stays until morning. When we come tomorrow morning, we will act like he committed a great dishonor and demand he wed you and with us as his new family. We will assume control over the Riverlands and the North through your children. Queen of Thorns instructed Margaery like she was giving a critical order. I know, grandmother. But we should look beyond Robb. With his close relations to the Crown Prince and most of the royal family, maybe a future Tyrell can be queen. Margaery Tyrell said that like she seeks even greater ambition beyond Robb Stark. My brilliant granddaughter. It is a miracle that any of my brilliant grandchildren come from my son. All of you will ensure House Tyrell will not be looked upon as an upstart who stole Highgarden, but as the patriarch of a Westeros noble family. Not even Tywin Lannister's legacy would ever eclipse. Robb Stark felt his heart ripped out of his chest and smashed to 1,000 pieces. And slowly, he turned around and began walking towards his chamber. Robb cried for hours before a knock on his door interrupted him. Robb, are you there? I need to speak with you. It is urgent. Robb dried his eyes before acting like nothing had happened and headed towards the door. He opened the door to show his friend and brother Aegon, who looked like he was a bit scared. Come in, Aegon. Do you want a drink, brother? Robb offered the Crown Prince. No, thank you, but you know I always view you as the brother I accepted with open arms. Aegon was always a man with words that could charm anyone, yet he acted like he had committed treason. Aegon, tell me what's wrong, brother, because you know you can trust me. Robb said, appealing to the times they grew up together side by side. Okay, Robb, you know that with Jon. He was the heart of our friendship while I have always been the mind, and you, Robb, are our soul. Aegon said before taking a deep breath and letting loose what was bothering him. I enjoy the company of men, Aegon said before fighting back the need to cry. Yeah, I know we have been playing slaying monsters. Robb said before Aegon interrupted him. No, I prefer the company of men. Robb was shocked, for it took him a few seconds to realize what he was saying. Oh, I see, so what's the issue? Robb asked Aegon, who was beside himself. What do you mean what the issue is? If father heard about this, I might as well say I committed treason, he cried. Robb acted like everything was normal. Tell me from the start, and I listen because I know that unless you committed a great evil, I still see you as my brother. So Egon explains, it started after my 10 and 8 name day last year when my uncle Oberyn took me to a brothel with Tyrion Lannister to show me men and women fucking, and all I did was watch them. Robb began imagining what the women were like, having heard from Tyrion about how he able to satisfy them from Dorne to Casterly Rock and beyond. Go on, Egon, Robb told him. Okay, so I asked uncle how he prefers both, and he said, God's made women, and it delights him, and God's made men, and it delights him. Afterwards, I spent days pondering on this, and then I walked in on Loras and Renly kissing in their rooms when I came to tell them that we were to do training together. Next thing I knew, we all were naked and enjoying each other's bodies, and I knew that I loved Loras's ass and Renly's cock. Robb began feeling sick. I don't want to picture you enjoying this, but if you won't forced and they make you happy, take it. Just be discreet since you are right about your father. But know this, I still love you, my brother. Robb stood up. If you want me to be quiet, I will, but there is one thing I don't get. A few moons ago, there was talk about you in my Baratheon's bed, so what's the truth on that? Egon began breathing slowly. There is some truth to it, but I was desperate to see if I could perform my martial duties. So one day, Maya invited me to her room, and I tried to, but eventually, I couldn't do it. So she was still a maiden, she told me that herself. Robb was surprised by this revelation, having heard here and there about Maya's lusty personality as well as hearing about her willingness to kiss any man who shows an interest in her, that people call her Robert Baratheon with teats. She sort of joked about me liking men, but I asked her if I could stay the night, hoping that in the morning someone would see me there so that no one assumes my interest. So why tell me now? Robb asked. Because I was tired of hiding this from all of you. I thought that telling you would be a start because I was worried about how Jon would feel, especially how our ancestor would marry sibling to sibling. So I was concerned he would feel concerned if he was around me. Robb hugged him. Don't say that. Jon knows you love him and wouldn't threaten or endanger him. Egon hugged back. I know, but I am more afraid about Lady Cersei or Daemon finding out and having father remove me from the line of succession, and then Jon would be in danger, for with him out of the way, Daemon would be the heir, and Seven Hells would be better than him. Notes. Hope you enjoy this. Second part might come later today. Chapter 5, Hearts Broken and Secrets Revealed Part 2. Summary. Robb will solve a few things and began to decide by himself that he choose his own fate, not others. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Seven Hells would be better than him, Egon said, to which Robb nodded. I agree, Egon. But don't worry, if it comes to supporting you or Daemon, Jon and I are with you. Both men embrace each other in a brotherly hug. Maybe Rhaenys, Daenerys and Jon should know because they won't use it against you. Visenya and Daemon will probably wait a few years so they can keep a secret. Robb spoke with the wisdom that Egon knew he would need when he became king. Robb and Egon released their hold on each other, agreed. Egon said before the door opened, and Jon came forward, kneeled, and begged before Egon. Please forgive me, Egon, I'm so sorry. Egon was confused. What's wrong, Jon? Why are you begging for forgiveness? Jon said what his issue was. Last night, I was about to have a bath when I stripped off. Suddenly, Maya was there as well, naked. She didn't bother covering up. She began kissing me, and then we were both in the bath, and I took her maidenhead. So I'm sorry I took your love, but please forgive me. Egon and Robb looked at each other and started laughing. What's so funny? Jon asked, to which Robb said, I leave you two alone. Egon shouted, if you want to tell Rhaenys, go ahead, but tell no one else, and Robb, thank you, my brother. Robb left the room, heading towards the gardens, and began reflecting on what Rhaenys said to him. She acts like she is interested in you, but is she interested in you? Robb felt there were times when Margaery was not playing the act of an innocent maiden, but was that her or the way she treated everyone. What's more, is the fact that his potential good father was a pompous oaf who had been brought up without a care in the world. Lady Olenna Redwyne was undoubtedly the brains behind House Tyrell, for behind her old frail Lady Routine is an ambitious woman. Does Robb truly want a family like that? Maybe he can show them that he is no wolf pup but a cunning wolf who is no pushover. It was getting dark as the sun set over the horizon, and Robb walking with determination towards his first target. Knocking on the door, he heard a feminine voice say, "Enter." Rob did as he was told. "I came here to say I'm sorry for earlier. Please forgive me, Rhaenys." Rhaenys wasn't surprised to see him. "So was I right, or I was right?" Rob senses something off. "You knew, didn't you?" Rhaenys smile. "I suspect, yes, and you wonder why I didn't tell you. Well, if I did, would you have believed me?" Rob was silent for a bit before saying, "No, but you want me to see the truth even if it hurts, and for that, I will be thankful to see that there is more to this world than my gilded cage." Walking towards her, Rob was standing just inches away from her. He could feel like she was the only person in the world, yet he lost his nerves and walked away from her. "Aegon prefers men, but I sense you know that already." He turns to see her nodding. "I know what he likes. He is my brother, and I will always be there for him just like I do for my family and you." As he left her, all he could think of was the curve of her body, the smell of her hair, and most of all, the fire in her eyes to protect those she loved. But now Rob was outside another door, and he knocked hard, knowing who was inside. The door opened from the inside, and he came charging in, kissing the unsuspecting woman. "I couldn't wait any longer, my Rose." Margaery was so shocked by this unexpected change in Rob that she didn't want to seduce him. "Oh, take me, Wolf, I promise to make this a night you never forget," she spoke while trying to enjoy the passion coming from Rob as he lifted her and carried her to her bed. Aegon room. It has been a tough day for him, but Aegon truly felt free since Rob and Jon didn't look down on him but were happy. "I told them my loves, and they approve of us all," he said with a smile as he watched Loras sucking off Renly. Both men turned towards him. "That's good, our Sliver Prince," Renly said before passionately kissing Aegon, "but I can see you wish to discuss something." Aegon began stripping. "That's correct. I love you, Renly. And you as well, Loras, but I am afraid I have to choose between my brother Rob and your sister soon, so if you can help me, I promise to help Margaery." Loras began to kiss Aegon's chest. "Anything for you and my family. What do you need?" "I need you to," was all he said as he felt Renly sucking him, and he began losing himself to pleasure. Sunrise, Margaery Tyrell's room. Rob was in the process of dressing when he heard her speak. "So how was that? I hope you were pleased." Rob turned to see Margaery, the covers hiding the naked body of his first conquest. "It was like nothing I ever imagined, but I will tell you now that I know you were faking interest in me, so I leave now and offer you two choices." Margaery's face dropped, surprised by his words. "I don't want you to mean my wolf, but I assure you I care about you." With a smirk on his face, Rob cut his hand carefully before rubbing it over the bedsheets. "Now the world knows you are not a maiden, so your choice is you go ahead as planned by your grandmother, since even a wolf pup like me, knowing your father can't even dress himself without help," he spoke with fury, knowing that wolf pup could be how both Margaery and the Queen of Thorns describe him, and not in a good way. "Or I will be waiting for you in the Godswoods where we can get to know each other, and I will decide on my terms, not your family, how our future will be." Leaving the room and smiling, Rob had to make one last stop before the Godswoods. If he couldn't outsmart Tyrell, then he was doomed if he ventured into the outside world. Notes. Hope you enjoy this. My first attempt at doing a bit of a gay scene. I straight so found it a bit awkward to do that, but I hope I did alright with this. I felt like I could get one more chapter out of my mind before I bring in more from my young wolf son dragon story. Chapter 6, Broken Heart Judgment. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Rob didn't like this, but he stood before the king in the throne room, with the entire court viewing him like some animal. "You stand accused of committing a grave dishonorable act on House Tyrell. How do you plead, Robb Stark?" King Rhaegar informed him. "Well, unless I know what I have been accused of, then I can't say I have committed it or not." Robb was on his way to see Aegon yesterday morning, but he was grabbed by two members of the Kingsguard, who held him in his room for a whole day. Now, he was facing false justice for whatever it was, with the king as the middle judge and his queens as other judges. Elia would support him, while Cersei would condemn him. "Margaery Tyrell, step forward, please," Rhaegar ordered, and there she was crying out, her eyes looking like a vulnerable maiden waiting for a hero to save her. The other night, I was preparing for bed when Robb Stark came into my room drunk and forced himself on me. Now I feel like I will never have a respectful husband, she said while crying, but Robb knew she was faking it. Ah, my Rose, I never thought your family would stoop that low, but the lone wolf won't go down without biting back. Robb thought to himself. Lies, Your Grace, I won't deny I went to her room, but I was sober, and she gave herself willing. Robb shouted with a fury, but Rhaegar raised his hand. Be silent, young Stark, for I would hear Lady Margaery's story before I hear yours. Rhaegar instructed Margaery to continue. Behold the sheets on the bed that night. That is my maiden blood. Two servants hold out the sheet where some drops and smears of blood can be seen by everyone present. If there is any semblance of justice in this world, then I ask your grace to punish this man by sending him to the wall, while if I am with a child, then I wish for it to be legitimized as a Tyrell with all his father claims intact. Now Robb knew what this was about. The Tyrell hopes to end the Stark and Tully name with him. Strong evidence you present, Lady Margaery, and strong demand to make, but we hear from the accuser, so what do you say, Robb Stark? King Rhaegar was a cautious man who wanted to avoid another war in his lifetime. If what Lady Margaery said is true, then I call Rhaenys Targaryen, for I saw her just before I visited Lady Margaery. He noticed Rhaegar's fury, for he wouldn't allow any man to be near her except Aegon. Fine, Rhaenys, my daughter, come forth. He ordered, but Olenna Redwyne shouted, I must protest, for Princess Rhaenys is close to the accused, she could be biased towards my daughter. Robb took it as a first chance to remove the rose thorns. Are you saying that I took the Princess Maidenhead as well, or that the king didn't raise her to be just, Lady Olenna? Everyone's eyes were focused on the Queen of Thorns, who looked unsure whether to speak against what Robb said. Well, given this now involves my daughter's purity, I will allow her to speak. So my daughter, can you please speak freely and truthfully, please? Rhaegar asked Rhaenys, who looked concerned for her friend and the brother she never had. As you wish, father. I spoke with the defendant twice that day. The first one, he told me Lady Margaery invited him to her room, but he was unsure how to please her. Then I questioned her intentions with him while offering him a cup of wine. He grew angry and threw the cup without even drinking any of it at a wall before storming off. Rhaenys Targaryen explains the situation earlier that day before carrying on. He then came back begging me for forgiveness since it turned out that the Tyrell were only interested in Robb's future holdings, but then he took off, and that was all I saw of him that day. Rhaegar thought, so you say, my daughter, that Robb wasn't drunk before leaving for Lady Margaery's room? Rhaenys nodded. That is correct, father. So Lady Margaery, you lied about Robb Stark's state of mind, but there is still the evidence of a bloody sheet. So how do you explain that then, young Stark, because you still possibly took her maidenhead against her will? Rhaegar asked Robb. Your Grace, while I was with Lady Margaery, I cut myself with a knife, so the blood is not hers. It is mine. Robb then presents his cut finger before revealing an unexpected twist. If you don't believe me, speak with Mace Tyrell. He shouted at the sight of people's jaws dropping and eyes widening. Mace Tyrell, step forward. The king ordered. The Lord of Highgarden and Lord Paramount of Reach. The head of the Tyrell family did as he was told. Yes, your grace, he said while quivering for the safety of himself and his daughter. Can you back the accuser's statement? Rhaegar questioned, and Mace Tyrell responded, yes, your grace. Robb Stark approached me yesterday morning showing a cut on his index finger, which was bleeding. Everyone was shocked to hear the man defend the accused instead of his daughter. I am surprised that you defend this man, Lord Tyrell. Queen Cersei said with a curious look. I did sleep with Lady Margaery and took her to bed, but she didn't bleed because she told me the usual story about losing it while horse-riding. Robb said before Margaery could say anything. Margaery was doing as she was told. I would say on her father's orders, but he is a good, honorable and loyal servant of the crown. Robb said, but thought to himself. He hasn't the brain to think of something like this, and he can't even use his hand to wipe his ass. So the only person she can obey here is her grandmother, Lady Olenna Redwyne, he said, pointing at the Queen of Thorns. Robb then spoke, and I called on Loras Tyrell to prove my innocence. If Mace Tyrell's defense of Robb surprised everyone, they were now shocked. Loras Tyrell stepped forward and kneeled before King Rhaegar. Your Grace, I knew of my grandmother's plan. I did nothing because I was torn between my family and my vows as a knight. Roriger stood up. In light of all I heard today, I now declare Robb not guilty of any wrongdoing. Roriger ordered his Kingsguard, Sir Jaime, Sir Arthur, seize Lady Margaery and Lady Olenna for falsely accusing a ward of the crown. Robb spoke up. Wait, Your Grace, I was unjustly accused, so I wish to speak with Lady Margaery and Lady Olenna alone before passing judgment. Roriger Targaryen thought briefly before agreeing. As you wish, Robb Stark. Robb Bedchambers. One of Roriger's remarkable achievements was that he managed to clean all the shit in King's Landing with a combination of improvement in sewer work and public health works. Robb was breathing it in, for he was worried about whether this was the last time he appreciated the King's work or if the world knew the work of Tyrion Lannister. So you probably wondering why I brought you two alone. Robb said to the two women who nearly ruined his life. We can assure that. Olenna Redwyne spoke before Robb interrupted her. You assure is all you can say. Turning towards them, he looked at them with pity and disgust. You probably have a few questions, but you are going to answer my first, and I want you two to speak to me like I'm not a simpleton. Notes. I decided to leave it there because I worried about this chapter being too long. You probably wondered why Mace and Loras Tyrell defend Robb Stark. Well, those would be answered in the next chapter. And top of all this, I have really struggled with this, so I am sure the next chapter will be the last before I bringing the read it of Young Wolf Son Dragon. Chapter 7, The Thorns Removed. Notes. I hope you enjoy this, for I had trouble again and I might take a week off writing because I feel a bit down lately in my personal life with so many changes in life, and my Auspicious is struggling to cope, so I may need a break. If you have any complaints or if I done any mistake in this chapters, then let me know in the comments below. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Robb was eyeing up Margaery Tyrell and her grandmother like he was a wolf and they were his prey. I have been taught, because of how my mother died, never to forgive or forget, which is how I feel towards both of you at the moment, Robb said while drawing and placing his sword next to him as he sat down opposite them. So my first question is to you, my Rose. Did you ever once care for me? Robb wanted that answer more than anything else first. Margaery bit the inside of her lips before saying, not at first, because all my life, I've been taught how to use my looks and way with words to get people on my side. Robb saw no deception in her face or words. You were easily led, as most men were then. Despite knowing our plans, you came and made me experience things I never felt before, and then you did something no one ever offered. A choice, and suddenly I felt something. Robb didn't want to believe it but did. And yet you went along with framing me as a dishonorable man, and therefore, you chose your family's ambitions and desires over freedom and happiness, he said coldly to Margaery. Margaery's face dropped into tears, knowing that Robb was right and she didn't deserve him. Which brings me to you, Olenna Redwyne. I can see your son is a pompous idiot, so he couldn't think of something this big, so the only one capable of doing it is you. Robb turned his attention to the Queen of Thorns. So, was this your plan all along? Because it wasn't a good one. Robb asked her. Not my finest work, but we had no choice. I have been trying to arrange a marriage between you two for years, but the king wouldn't allow it, saying I won't lose my valuable hostage to anyone. Robb knew that only 3 people who married Roriger cared about Rhaenys, Aegon and Visenya for his stupid prophecy about a song of ice and fire. Yet despite not being interested in Robb, Jon and little Aemon future, he still feels the need to interfere with their lives as a means of control. If there is one thing Roriger doesn't want again, it is another war, and he would do anything to avoid it. Robb knew that Roriger Targaryen had started at times pleasing ambitious lords and corrupting himself to keep the king peace and a united Westeros. I hoped to have you seen naked in Margaery's bed and demand you marry her as compensation, but something changed. Robb raised one eyebrow and felt intrigued as he thought his actions caused them all to sit here, but now this was bigger than himself. Margaery spoke about how you wish to speak on your terms before suddenly Queen Cersei interrupted us and said the king won't be pleased about how we were going to steal you from the king. Robb immediately felt his blood boil at the mention of Lady Cersei. She demands we go through this plan, otherwise, she will reveal our intentions, which could lead to treason since we went against the king's orders regarding you. Robb was now perplexed by this revelation. Why would Cersei Lannister want him dead or exiled? But then again, she despised everyone except her children, so was this a way to get demon lands, titles and power? Or did she have something far more sinister planned? But since Margaery told me and only me that you both did the deed and she hasn't taken any moon tea, we both thought we could gain something from this, namely you and Margaery's possible child, so we can have the North and Riverland's future in our hands. And immediately in a fury Robb grabbed his sword and drove it through halfway the table. You see me as nothing but a dog you used until I was useless and discard it without a second thought. Robb shouted at the older woman. Calming down, Robb said, I'm done for now, so you probably have questions of your own, so speak quickly. How did you convince my idiot son to betray his daughter? It was tough to endure him, Robb said with a deep breath. I went to see him just before the Kingsguard seized me. I told him how you were using Margaery to trap me, and I asked him if he supported me against you. Olenna Redwyne immediately felt disappointed in her son. That's it. That's all you had to, she said before Robb spoke out. Let me finish, and you will know the hard truth. 2 days ago. Go against my own family. I would never do that. Mace Tyrell spoke with such a childish that Robb was amazed that he was even a Lord Paramount of Reach. With the way you acted, maybe it was your mother who rules the House Tyrell, not you, Robb said to him like he was addressing a spoiled child. You will address me with respect, young Stark, and maybe I convince mother to go easy on you, Mace Tyrell said, but Robb would never respect a man who takes credit for other achievements. I would respect you, but even your mother may love you, she has no respect for you. She calls you an oaf, yet you do what she said as if you were her obedient dog. Robb wasn't one to appease a man's ego. I am still open to a marriage with your daughter Margaery, but would you rather say it was you, not your mother, who achieved it? Robb could see that Mace Tyrell was considering it and felt victory in his hands, but it came crashing down. No, I'm sorry, young Stark, but my mother knows what's best. Plus with the respect you showed me. Maybe marriage and my Margaery will teach you how to, Mace Tyrell said before pointing at the door. Leave now. Robb stood up in defeat, but he wasn't about to give up. All right, my lord, but if I go down, then I'm taking someone with me, Robb spoke as he left. What you talking about? Robb knew he got the oath of Highgarden interested again, and he was going all in. If you refuse to help me, then I expose your favorite son's secret affection for men, because I know that Renly Baratheon and Loras are lovers, he said, turning around to see the pompous Lord's eye widen. So the choice is yours, my Lord Tyrell. If you don't help me, I expose Loras, who would deny it. Then demand a trial by combat for all the misgivings I supposedly inflicted on your family. He may be a skilled warrior taught by a master at arms. But me and my possible champions, Prince Aegon and Jon, have been trained by the legendary King Quas and my legendary great-uncle Sir Brynden the Blackfish himself, so are you willing to risk your son when I demand the trial be to the death? Mace Tyrell's face grew highly white at the prospect of losing Loras to a scandal or death. Think about it, Robb said, leaving the room. Present. So you see, Queen of Thorns. Men are like a wall, the right pressure and spot can bring them down. Robb said joyfully at seeing the older woman showing signs of what she hardly has, fear. Was it because Robb threatened her family, or was it because Robb had outsmarted her? Loras, on the other hand, was a complicated matter. One that nearly cost me my life. Robb spoke while pouring himself a cup of water. Yesterday morning. As he waited for whatever was supposed to happen, a knock on the door disturbed him. Enter if you must, since I can't leave this room, he said annoyingly. The door opened to reveal Aegon, who rushed in and hugged Robb. I'm sorry, Robb, but I had to do this, trust me. Aegon cried. Suddenly, Loras Tyrell appeared alongside Renly with a blade in his hand and murder in his eyes. You dishonorable northerner, I have justice now. Aegon stepped in front of Robb. Wait, my flower, please let him speak. Loras tried to dive towards Robb but was held back by Renly. Robb took his chance as he grabbed Aegon's sword and defended himself from Loras's attack. What have I done to earn your hatred, Sir Loras? Steel clashed for a bit before Aegon stepped between them. Stop both of you, please, he pleaded. Robb did as he was asked while Loras went for an opening, but a tackle from Renly saved Robb's life. Please, Loras, don't make this as difficult as it is for our Silver Prince. Robb grabbed Loras's blade and held the pointy end at his throat. What is happening, Aegon? Why is one of your lovers attacking me? You are to be called later for a trial because father has been informed that you assaulted Lady Margaery, Aegon explained before asking, so please, brother, put the sword away. Look me in the eye and tell me, for my sake, is it true? Robb looked at Aegon and told him, it's not true, my brother. She invited me to her chamber, and she was my first. Loras wanted to pounce on Robb, but with his blade at his throat, making him helpless. Your first. So you slept with others, is that what my sister is? Just another conquest. Robb turned towards him. Your grandmother instructed your sister to seduce me, and I fell for it, he said as he held the blade closer to the point where a quick and straightforward movement could kill Loras. You are a knight, are you not? Because one of the things you swore to uphold is to protect the innocent. Robb said, looking deep into the eyes of his potential good brother. I loved your sister like you love Renly and Aegon, so if you think I am a dishonorable man, here. Robb dropped the sword. Pick it up and run it through me if you think me as so. But then, can your Sliver Prince dare look at you for killing an innocent man? Can you even call yourself a sir when you look in the mirror daily? Robb took a few steps back and took his shirt off. Planted it here and claim your false justice, but promise me at least you never mistreat Aegon if anything happens to me. He is my brother now and always. Loras picked up his blade, gripping it tightly, but his hands were shaking. You're conflicted and can't decide between your family and the oaths you swore. Loras raised the sword into a position, ready to strike Robb down. Pick up your sword and at least die with honor, or I would. Loras spoke before Robb shouted. Or you what kills well it does it. You wouldn't be the first knight to kill an innocent person nor the last, so do it, go on, do it, kill me. Robb showed no sign of fear. If I am to die, then at least I die a man with honor. Loras fell to his knees, dropped his sword and cried, forgive me, my prince, forgive me. Aegon comforted the crying man. It's not me you should ask for forgiveness but him, pointing at Robb. Forgive me, Lord Stark. Robb immediately offers the man his hand. You owe me nothing, you're doing what any man would do for his sister. So, my lover, do you believe me now about my brother Robb? Aegon said, to which Loras nodded sadly. Present. So you see as well, Queen of Thorns, while trying to take the most valuable pieces from your opponents, you should have kept your eyes on your own, Robb said while watching the shocked look on the old woman's face. Your son is a man who has had it easy from birth but never once been taught how to fight like a soldier, and I don't know if he supported me for fear of his son or fear of himself, maybe both. Turning towards Margaery, Robb finished his drink in one go. Your brother loves you, Margaery, but sometimes only the rarest of people can turn him against his family. He hoped everyone had a happy ending, but this is reality, not a storybook to tell children. Robb despises the person he slowly becomes in the last few days, threatening to expose hidden secrets and embarrassing others, but he did it for survival, yet the lure of the Game of Thrones is tempting, and he feels the need to compete. Only two things left to answer. First and foremost is what would that woman Cersei Lannister gain by plotting against me? Robb pondered briefly before Olenna Redwyne spoke, and the second one, young Stark. What to do with you two? Consider the strings on my heart you both pull. I am more inclined to execute you, Olenna Redwyne. Robb was determined to get justice for the dishonorable act they tried to accuse him of. No, please spare my grandmother, my love. I do anything. I will be your mistress, your whore, but don't kill her, please. Margaery said while going around the table and planting loads of kisses on him, hoping to convince him. Robb was entertaining the idea of Margaery as his plaything, but the voice of his uncle Benjen in his head said, no, Robb, this is not right, and you know it. Let them go. Robb knew his uncle's voice was right. Fine, I'll let you go, but only under these conditions. 1. You both confess the truth short of saying you did under Cersei Lannister's orders. 2. You return to Highgarden and say nothing about Prince Aegon's secret. Lastly, Margaery, you swear to me you will take Moon Tea. These are non-negotiable, so either accept it or death. Both women looked at each other and knowing Robb had beaten them, they accept. Later, in Cersei Lannister's chambers. To say she was fuming was an understatement. Her first step in getting her son Daemon on the throne was ruined. If only they did as I told them to do. That wolf pup would be dead or sent to the wall, Cersei Lannister shouted. You know, sister, anger doesn't do you justice. Plus, he's just a hostage with no power to threaten Daemon, Jaime Lannister said with a smile. You show no concern for our son's rights to the throne, she questioned her brother and former lover. Daemon is a monster who would do what his father nearly did. Destruction of the Seven Kingdoms, plus you know damn well not my child, and even if he were, I would deny it. After Cersei's marriage to Rhaegar, she tries to seduce Jaime into her bed again, but his loyalty and hope in Rhaegar stayed his temptation, unlike his youth. So, while Cersei's children have Lannister looks, they are dragons. Daemon has his grandfather's madness and cruelty, Visenya, her grandmother Joanna and Roller's kind and caring heart, and Daemon's love of books, just like his father. They should have been ours, not the king who, as a prince, I admire and wanted more than anything, yet instead of worshipping me as his true queen holding to those two whores. One a stealing Dornish whore and the other a dead northern. Cersei never forgave Rhaegar for saying on their wedding night, "Forgive me, Elia, and forgive me, Lyanna. They are not ours, and you should be thankful where you are now, for at least Visenya and Daemon are the only good things to come out of your loveless marriage." Jaime was sick of his sister thinking that her eldest should be king. "But why are you obsessed with removing Robb Stark? He's a good young man." Jaime Lannister felt nothing for others, but he did have some form of respect for the caged wolf. "Oh brother, how little you know of true power and how to achieve it, but soon another chance will present itself." Cersei was always ambitious and felt she deserved more than others, but was held back for what she didn't have between her legs. "Enough, sister. I don't want to hear another word of this, but be thankful your head isn't rotting above the Red Keep," he said before leaving her. All alone, Cersei Lannister began drinking her wine. "You may have lost one battle, but in the end, I will win Daemon his rightful throne." Cersei Lannister swore to herself that the game never ends. Notes. Well, hope you all enjoy this, and now the next few chapters will be the re-edited version of Young Wolf Son Dragon story before being where I left it off from it. Chapter 8, The Highs and Lows of a Young Wolf. Notes. First time using an app called Grammarly, so hopefully the grammar is better, but I would like to hear feedback from you if there is any improvement. Special thanks to Sammy_9674. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. It was another day in King's Landing where nobles played the Game of Thrones, and people only cared about bread and warmth. In the courtyard of the Red Keep was a group of young men training with legendary knights of Westeros. "Well done, Robb, but you need to be careful using too much strength and force, or you will become tired and easy to beat," Sir Brynden Tully shouted as he disarmed Robb Stark. Usually, Robb would be a better fighter, but lately, he has been struggling with things. After Margaery and her grandmother leave King Landing, Robb takes to doing training to resist the temptation of women and power, but deep down, the inner wolf inside him is bursting to break free at times. Then, out of nowhere, Robb suddenly snapped and began tackling his great-uncle, wrapping his hands around his neck and squeezing him tightly. Robb, stop. What are you doing?" Aegon Targaryen shouted before he was knocked down by his distant uncle, Luwin Martell. "Never take your eyes off your opponent, for they strike at the first chance they get without a second thought." Jon was fighting with Sir Barristan Selmy when he noticed Robb and suddenly dropped his weapons to drag Robb off. "Get off him, Robb. What's wrong with you?" Robb suddenly realized what he was doing and released his hold on Sir Brynden, who started gasping for air. I was all Robb could say. Robb just took off without looking back, heading towards the one place he felt comfortable, the small weirwood tree, and began praying, but instead shouted to himself, "What happened to me? Am I becoming a monster?" Hours pass before the sound of footsteps interrupts his prayers, and he turns towards the intruders. Robb draws his sword only to see Aegon and Jon. "Calm down, Robb, we just want to talk, because what happened today with Sir Brynden is not you at all, so tell us, my brother, what's wrong?" Jon said with worry for his cousin by blood and brother in his heart. Robb was uncertain how to tell them what was wrong, but he knew they wouldn't rest until they found out. "Come, let's go to the gardens for our weekly drink, and we can let any frustration out, Robb," Aegon said, hoping to bring Robb out of whatever was bothering him. "I don't know if anything can help me, for it is extremely personal, so please leave it," Robb said with sadness he hadn't felt since his trouble with Margaery 2 years ago. "I figure you say that, Robb, so tell them, or I will," Sir Brynden appears behind them alongside Benjen Stark. Running towards the Great Knight, Robb wrapped his arms around him. "I'm sorry, Uncle Brynden, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." Robb hardly called Sir Bryden's uncle except for times of great sadness or when he was a boy. "I already forgive you, lad. I remember the little boy I once told I may be hard on you, but it is only because I care for you." Sir Brynden shocked everyone present by hugging him back. "But seriously, next time you do that shit, I won't hesitate a second time, and you would be lucky to wake up with a headache and a black eye." He spoke in a severe mood which only caused everyone present to laugh a bit. "If there is a next time, then I probably deserve it, but I tell you all what's wrong right here right now," Robb said with a sad look. 2 days ago. Robb was breathing in the fresh air as he stood atop the battlements, looking north toward the castle of Riverrun and his grandfather's home, Hoster Tully. He always dreamed of seeing it after his grandfather told him tales about Riverland's history from the days they ruled to when they joined Aegon the Conqueror to free themselves from the Ironborn yoke. Hoster would visit Robb every year on his name day, but after the last moon when he turned 10 and 8 name days, his grandfather never showed, which was odd, so he asked his great-uncle Sir Brynden to see if he was all right. Looking further to the right, he can only imagine what Winterfell looked like, the home of his father, Lord Eddard Stark, who never once visited Robb and whom Robb viewed as a stranger. Uncle Benjen and Cousin Jon are both said to look like his father, and so when at times he looked at himself, he felt like maybe he was a disappointment in his father's eyes because he favored his mother's side with his red hair and blue eyes. The sound of an approaching rider wearing black scaly armor was worn by only one person, his great-uncle Sir Brynden. Rushing down to the courtyard, he immediately approaches Sir Brynden. "What news do you have from grandfather? Is he all right?" Robb said pretty quickly, eager for some good news. "Robb, I don't know how to say this, but your grandfather is not well. He isn't what he used to be." Robb heard from rumors at court that speak about Lord Tully's late health. "Please tell me everything, leaves nothing out." He spoke childishly before speaking seriously. "Okay, it will not be easy, but when I arrived at Riverrun, I was greeted by the steward who showed me to your bedridden grandfather, and he began to ask me if I had wed Bethany Redweny yet or if I had seen Edmure lately." Robb was shocked to hear his grandfather call for his uncle, who had been dead for nearly 10 and 8 years. "So you see, Robb, I think that old age and years of grief and loneliness are starting to take a toll on him in body, mind and spirit. He is slowly becoming no longer the man he is," Brynden said with a hand on Robb's shoulder before leaving him alone. Present. "Robb, we are so sorry to hear about your grandfather's state of mind. If you need anything, we are here for you, brother," Aegon said while hugging Robb. Jon came up next. "Same here, and don't worry, Uncle Benjen would say something to your father and bring him here next time he leaves for Winterfell, won't you, Uncle Benjen?" Jon said, only to see a sad look on Benjen's face. "This is hard to say, boys, but Jon, Robb, you are both grown men, and therefore, I have done my last duty to House Stark and my brother Lord Eddard Stark, so I am now leaving for Winterfell, and then the Wall to join the Night's Watch," Benjen said with tears on his face and sadness on his heart. "You can't go, Uncle. We need you here," Robb said with sadness. "Please stay, we are so lonely here without you," Jon said while holding back his tears. Jon and Robb kneel before begging like children instead of adults, and Benjen kneels before them. "I'm sorry, nephews, but there comes a time when you must face a journey by yourselves. I must go with the hope that I taught you both well and the old gods will protect you both." Both men hugged the man who was more of a father to them than own their fathers while each cried into his shoulders. "You will both get over it soon. I hope you both find someone you love and have children of your own," he said, causing them to look up at him with a smile. "I leave tomorrow before Rhaenys and Daenerys arrive back from dawn tomorrow, so hopefully, you both finish the day with happiness rather than sadness," he said with a smile. "There is something you should know before you go," Uncle Jon said with a smile before telling everyone present. "You all know that Maya and I are lovers. Well, last week, she told me that she is with child, and if it is a boy, I name him Benjen in your honor. I plan to hold a quick and quiet wedding underneath the weirwood tree today before King Rhaegar Targaryen finds out." Benjen felt weak at the knees that his sister's son was soon to be a father when it only felt like yesterday he was watching his nephews crawling and playing together. "I'm glad you are doing the honorable thing by Maya, for she is a wonderful woman. Stubborn maybe, but a good woman at least. Benjen rose and hugged John. After everyone's congratulations, John Benjen said, "Rob, can I speak to you privately for a bit, please?" When they were away from John and Egon, Benjen spoke seriously, "I know that you never felt anything for women since the incident with Marjorie Tyrell." Robb Stark immediately felt anger, sadness and lustful thoughts at that name, for even though she was far from him, there was always some form of hold over him. "I will tell you that not all women are like Margaery. Sure, some would act like her on behalf of their family who will see opportunity and power, but underneath all that, there is still a person you might connect with, so don't be a loner just like your father." Benjen finished with a hug to his brother's son. "There is something I haven't said to you, but it is of the utmost importance." Brynden spoke while making sure no one was around to hear him. "While traveling through the Riverlands, I heard rumors and talk here and there that there are those who would see you undone. One said that the late Walder Free is seeking outside support from the Lannister to steal Riverrun and Riverlands." Robb remembers House Free very well and instantly said quietly, "Traitors, dishonorable men. They take the home of our ancestors over my dead body." Brynden smiled. "It's good to see the fire for justice in your eyes, but there is something else you should know. House Tully vassals are still firmly loyal to your grandfather, but they are skeptical about you, thinking you haven't proven yourself a good lord." Robb knew that his great-uncle was right, for while he was the heir to the Riverlands by blood, he needed to show he was more than that. "What would you have me do then?" Robb asked, to which Sir Brynden responded, "That is for you to decide. As Benjen said, there comes a time when you face a journey alone, but until that time comes, I am here with you until the end." Brynden places his hand on Robb's shoulders. "You are the son I never had, so in a way, I am proud of you, my boy. Remember, you are heir to the Riverland and the North as well as you are unwed, so you hold a value many would kill for, so use it well." Robb then looked at the group that slowly gathered around the weirwood and began thinking about his relationship with everyone present and those not present. Jon Arryn and Rhaella Targaryen, who he will always view as his grandparents, helped him be a kind, honorable man. Elia Martell, the mother he never had, always inspired kindness in him and taught him right from wrong. Jon and Egon are his brothers until the day he died, for they always were there for him and each other since they were babes. Robb was glad in Mya. Jon had found happiness and knew with the babe growing inside Mya that he would be a better father than King Rhaegar, especially since Jon always viewed himself as a Stark and not a Targaryen. Egon, with his two lovers, Loras and Renly, looked happy with them even though Loras was Marjorie's brother. Robb and Loras might sometimes not like each other, but they both care for Egon, and were respectful to one another. Visenya and Aemon were the sweet, innocent siblings he never had, for Visenya had a bit of a crush on him while Aemon looked up to his older brothers and Robb. It always astonishes him that they both come from the same spiteful mother as Daemon. His father figures, Benjen Stark and Sir Brynden the Blackfish Tully have been there for him ever since he was a babe, and he knows that without them, he would be the proud, brave northern warrior, so he would cherish their memory and hope to have a few more good ones with them. But the two women who aren't here, who he missed so much, Rhaenys and Daenerys Targaryen, and suddenly Robb remembers the night he had with one of them before they left a year ago. Notes. Well, I hope you enjoyed this. My only concern is that I made this one too long. Please leave a comment whenever it is criticism or praise, it helps immensely. Chapter 9, Family Disunity Shows. Summary. What was to be a happy occasion turned into one of anger and defiance. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. 1 year ago. Robb was standing outside the king's study, thinking of how to say that he wished to wed someone who had recently confessed her feelings for him. "Are you going to stare at the door or go in? People will think you are one of the king's guard or planning to harm the king." Sir Luwin Martell joked. "Don't listen to him, young Robb. Some people usually freeze up when they stand outside the king's study whenever they meet him or see us outside." Sir Barristan responded. Robb could see that Sir Barristan was trying to calm his nerves and remind him that their most important duty was to protect the king. Robb entered the study to see King Rhaegar overlooking what seemed to be essential documents. "Your Grace, I wish to discuss something important with you." "What is this treasonous act?" "Present." "What is this treasonous act?" A loud shout interrupts Robb's distant thoughts and Jon's and Mya's private wedding. Everyone turns to see King Rhaegar, Queen Cersei and Prince Daemon, who seems rather pleased with himself. "See, father. I told you that they were up to no good. Well done, Daemon, for informing me about this, showing unusual praise for the spoiled golden-haired prince." "Well, you can see, father, this is a wedding, and I am the groom, while Maya is the bride," Jon said with disappointment for the three people who can ruin it here. "You, Jon, as always, bring me nothing but disappointment. You were supposed to marry Daenerys when she gets back from Dorne." Rhaegar shouted like a child who didn't get what he wanted. "And when did you plan on telling me?" "Today, tomorrow, next moon, next year. You never talk to me about things only when it suits you or causes me misery." Jon argued back to his father. "Watch your mouth, boy, you may be my son, but I am still your king." Rhaegar wasn't used to defiance, especially from normally quiet Jon. "I'm your son now. All my life, you regarded me as a failure, a disappointment. Well, let me tell you that you are no father to me. For you only cared about three things: your stupid prophecy, your throne and yourself." Jon said with no fear, like the dragon wolf he had hidden inside sprang from the ashes of silence, spewing the flames of truth. "See, father, he's a pathetic excuse for a prince, but then again, his mother was a northern whore." Daemon shouted with little disregard for the dead. "Say that again, you little..." Jon shouted, only for Rhaegar to step between them. "Enough, both of you. Daemon, you should be careful with whom you insult, for the next person you do it to could be your last." Turning towards Jon, "And you shouldn't threaten your little brother, for you both are dragons." Rhaegar said it like it was the only thing that mattered. Looking at everyone, Rhaegar was beyond disappointment. "Jon Arryn, I gave you mercy, I let you maintain your lands and titles, wed you to my mother and named you the Hand of the King, and this is how you repay me." Jon Arryn was speechless by the king's behavior. "Leave him alone, Rhaegar. You gave him those things because you caused a war, and he fought for what he thought was right. You may be a king, but I am your mother, and he is my husband." Rhaegar Targaryen said with a serious look. "He is an honorable man who helped and raised your children, as well as Robb and Maya, as if they were his grandchildren. Plus, Maya is with child, your son Jon's child, your first grandchild," Rhaegar said, hoping it would ease some of the tension. Rhaegar immediately dropped to his knees. "But Aegon was supposed to give me my first grandchild, not one from my failure and the daughter of my greatest foe." Everyone except Cersei and Daemon were shocked by the king's words. "Don't worry, father. Maybe it's not Jon's, maybe she like her father, Robert Baratheon, with teats, or her mother, another whore who opens up her skirt and legs to anyone who offers a smile." Daemon's smirk ended when a loud roar came charge at him. "Say sorry, you golden worm!" Jon shouted, but Daemon didn't get a chance, for Jon's fist hit his face before wrapping his hand around his neck. "Guards, separate them," Rhaegar ordered, with Sir Barristan Selmy and Sir Arthur Dayne pulling Jon off Daemon. "He dared to harm my son." Cersei shouted with fury, "Seize him. He should be executed as a sample to those who dare defy the king." Lannister guards began moving towards Jon, but the rest of Kingsguard moved into position. "Anyone who dares harm him harms the king." Lord Commander Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull said, drawing his sword alongside his two fellow king guards. A few Lannister men carried on and immediately met their end faster than they could draw their swords. "I order everyone to stop. I am your king." Rhaegar ordered, "Enough. First, Jon, apologize for attacking your brother." "Apologies?" Jon spoke in disbelief, "to the spoiled shit who all but call my love a whore and our unborn child a bastard. I don't care what he said, for the family is more important than a stupid insult. Apologize first, and then Daemon will do the same." Rhaegar ordered Jon before looking at Daemon. "Won't you, Daemon?" he told him rather than ask him. Jon could see the look of anger and fear on Daemon's battered face and knew that Daemon would run away as soon as he got what he wanted. Jon stood his ground and said, "No, never." Daemon began moaning. "So I see then, brother, how you defend your who," Daemon said before stopping when he saw Aegon approaching him. "Jon is twice the prince and brother you ever be. He is far more honorable than you, and he doesn't hide behind your mother's skirt." Rhaegar shouted, "I said enough, now back to this disappointment," turning back towards Jon. I refuse to acknowledge this marriage, Jon. You will stop this, marry Daenerys, and your whore will leave King's Landing with your bastard, and that will be the end of it. Rhaegar ordered Jon like he was a peasant. Jon just turned to see a crying Maya underneath the weirwood tree and walked towards her. SSSHH, my love. It will all be alright. He revealed a grey cloak which featured a grey wolf on a field of white with the words "Winter is coming" underneath it. Maya took off her family cloak and handed it to Jon Arryn, who looked at her like a proud grandfather fighting back his tears of happiness. "Don't you dare, Jon, or I swear to the mother!" Rhaegar shouted with fury in his violet eyes, but Jon officially had enough. "You what, disown me? You did that a long time ago, and by the old gods, I renounce my father's name and take up my mother's name. From this day until my last day, I am now Jon Stark." Rhaegar shouted with fury, "I would not have my son become some filthy northerner savage." Jon took Maya's hand and led her away from everyone, but not before looking at Rhaegar. "Good night, Rhaegar the Obsessed, and even if my son takes after you in looks, I will never be the father you were to me." As he left the small godswood, Rhaegar screamed, "I never should have fallen for your mother. You know, son of mine." Rhaegar Targaryen walks up to her son. "I had hoped you would be a better man, a better king, but it seems like your father's madness has passed on you." Expressing disappointment in her eldest was unusual for the queen's mother, who was always taught to do her duty to her family. "This is a first from you. I am ashamed of you, my son, for you have truly destroyed a possible good future with your son. I wouldn't be surprised if you died and he shed no tears for you." Rhaegar moved alongside Daemon. "Daemon, you are a heartless person, and frankly, I feel sorry for whichever poor soul you wed, and the only person to blame for your behavior is your mother." Leaving, Rhaegar thought to herself, "Oh Joanna, my old friend, how lucky you don't have to deal with this." Aegon came up next with Renly and Loras. "You don't just have 3 children named Rhaenys, Aegon and Visenya. You also have 3 more names, Jon, Daemon and Aemon, and if you were as good as a father, then maybe this wouldn't have happened. You show father some respect." Daemon shrieked, but that only drew Aegon's attention, and he grew angry. "And you, how did you find out about this, you witless worm? Did you threaten Aemon or his kittens?" Aegon can already tell when he sees Aemon looking at his feet, feeling guilty for somehow being responsible for ruining Jon's wedding. Grabbing him by the neck, Aegon's violet eyes burned with the fire inside his soul. "Next time you threaten or harm my baby brother, I swear to the warrior, you will be lucky to breathe still." Daemon nodded in fear, as always when Aegon is angry with him. Aegon gestures for Aemon to come beside him, and Aemon hugs Aegon like his life depended on it. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell, but he..." Aegon placed his hand on Aemon's shoulder. "SSH, it alright, it wasn't your fault, baby brother, it was his fault," pointing at Daemon. "Sir Arthur, I can think of no other but you to train Aemon," he asked the legendary Sword of the Morning, who responded, "It'd be my honor to take Aemon as my squire." Cersei Lannister shouted, "He is my son, and I decided who trained him." But Aegon responded, "Who then, your brother Sir Jaime?" "Well, considering he said he did his best training Daemon, but he can fight a dead man, and he will still lose." Everyone but Rhaegar, Cersei and Daemon giggled a bit. "No, Lady Cersei, your brother deserves a break. I mean no disrespect, Sir Jaime." The Golden-Head Knight bowed his head. "None taken, my prince, for Sir Arthur can make Aemon a true brave knight. I only ask that Aemon doesn't lose his kind nature, showing a bit of worry for his youngest nephew." "Don't worry, Sir Jaime. I make him a better fighter, but he is already a good enough boy," Sir Arthur said, showing respect for all the people's concerns. Leaving the Godswood, the next person to walk up to the king was Visenya, shouting, "I hate you, father. We are not your servants or things to control. We are your children." Addressing her mother, "Why do you prefer him to us?" Visenya said to her mother, mainly referring to Daemon, "I'm glad Aegon is the heir to the throne, and Jon after him, for Daemon would do something our mad grandfather never did. Destroy the 7 kingdoms." Leaving, Cersei shouted, "Visenya, get back here," but she ignored her. Jon Arryn fiddles with his hand of the king badge. "If I could, I would throw this at your feet, but I worried that the next hand would be Tywin Lannister, and he is someone I wouldn't trust with my grandchildren's lives." Elia Martell was the last to speak. How could you treat him like that? Jon is not a failure. He is a noble prince, and if Lyanna could see you now, she would have taken her chances with Robert Baratheon. Maybe that is why she killed herself, for you never loved anyone but yourself and your stupid prophecy. All the while, Robb was watching this and felt it was a precursor of things yet to come. Robb watched as everyone was leaving, even those who collected the dead Lannister bodies. You should punish that savage for his hideous assault. You are a king, and he is a bastard son of a northern whore. Cersei shouted at Rhaegar, who looked at his feet like it was looking into his soul. Taking a battered demon to the Grand Maester Pycelle, Cersei said, "Maybe I should wear the crown and you the dress." Rhaegar ordered his king's guard, "Leave me and return to your quarters." The knights bowed their heads, leaving just Rhaegar and Robb. "Nothing to say, young Stark?" Rhaegar said before looking at Robb like he would say something positive. "You heard enough, your grace. And like you care what I say." Robb answered him like he was addressing a child. All right then, tell me what you think, and you won't be punished." "I swear it to the Seven." "All right then, everyone is right, your grace. You started your whole life thinking you were the prince who was promised. But what were you promised to do?" Robb said with wisdom that most men of 10 and 8 would say. "Were you promised to bring peace or war, better or terrible life to all?" "Well, from my perspective, you have caused one war, and there are people to this day still suffering from it," Robb said, thinking of his grandfather, who is probably suffering from loneliness and grief. "Plus, whether you are a promised prince or not, you have caused misery to others and taken no responsibility for it. Now you inflict it on your flesh and blood, so what happened is your actions and what happens next is on you." Robb bowed his head before walking away. Arriving outside his chambers, Robb said to Sir Brynden, "Good night, Uncle Brynden. And I'm sorry again for my actions this morning." Sir Brynden hugged Robb, surprising him. "I am proud of you, my boy, and your grandfather Hoster would as well, for you are a brave, honorable and kind person who stood up for his beliefs." As Robb began to walk towards his bed, he remembered what happened in it. 1 year ago. Robb was dreaming about the beautiful woman he had asked Rhaegar about earlier to wed, but the feeling of something nice, warm and wet underneath the cover caused him to rise from his slumber. "Princess, what are you doing?" Robb said upon seeing her. "I have decided if the king won't let us wed, then I will give you a most precious gift, which I hope you accept," she said as she began to climb on top of him. Robb was speechless, finding it hard to say the words he needed to save the princess's honor and virtue. "I know you care about important things, but for once, just ignore it and accept it because I care for you. I love you," she whispers into his ear. "I am not Margaery Tyrell." Robb just turned her over and enjoyed the moment, wishing it would never end. Present. The memory ended at the moment as Robb reflected on how lucky Jon was. He fought for love and happiness most men would kill for, especially against a king like Rhaegar Targaryen. But it wouldn't do for Rhaegar since nearly all the 7 kingdoms won't be happy to have a kinslayer for a king. And yet Robb felt the gods were punishing him by giving beautiful women who were only interested in higher stations for themselves more power for their families. And beautiful women, whom he desires but can't have due to the whims of others who think he is no good for them. But as he came crashing down on his bed, he began to imagine how different life might have been if Rhaegar had lost the rebellion or if he had been allowed to live with his father in Winterfell. Dreams are his only sanctuary where he can achieve impossible feats or experience the happiness he would love to have one day. Notes. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Please leave a comment, for it helps to hear feedback from people. Next chapter, the return of the 2 princesses and the start of events that will bring changes to King's Landing and the Targaryen. Chapter 10, A Usual Reunion. Summary. The 2 royal princesses return with some unexpected guests and a surprise. Notes. Cheers to Sammy_9674 again for the let me know about the Grammarly app. It helped me see where I made mistakes with my grammar that I didn't know. And please leave a comment, for it helps to know about anything good or bad I done on my part. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. There, they all stood waiting for the ship to dock at the port of King's Landing. To those from the royal court who gather, they can see and feel the tension building amongst the royal family. Rumors have begun to spread about what Jon and Maya's wedding was really about. Some say it was a power play by Jon to gain Baratheon's and Stormland's support for the Iron Throne. Others say House Baratheon organized it to push another claim to the Iron Throne. After Rhaegar's victory over Robert at the Battle of the Trident, he hoped to end the Siege of Storm peacefully by offering terms to the Baratheon on the count on their shared lineage and history from the days of Aegon the Conqueror. Stannis refused to surrender, but only after Rhaegar agreed to a few terms, one of which was the Baratheon kept their claim to the throne. Many thought it foolish, but Rhaegar pointed out that Baratheon was on their own if they rebelled again. There was hatred between Queen Cersei and Prince Daemon towards Prince Aegon and Jon. Jon was standing much further away from the royal family and the king, mainly through his choice. Maya rested her head on Jon's shoulder, trying to calm him down but to no avail, for he looked at his father angrily. Rhaegar was standing tall like an island, and the hatred around him was a storm brewing to destroy everything he built from the ashes of his father's tyrannical mad rule. There was some talk of factions forming with the Golden, the Sliver and the Winged Wolf. But Robb knows Jon would never steal the throne from Aegon, even if it means saving the Seven Kingdoms from destruction. But some ambitious people will see an opportunity to increase their standing. Robb was observing everyone and knew what they wanted. Aegon wants to reveal who he is, but people look down on a man who prefers knights for different reasons, while nobility would use it against him. Jon wants to have a quiet life away from court with a family, but he is the son of a king, and people find him easy to manipulate because of his lack of interest in court. Daemon, with the influence of his mother, felt he was the only one strong enough to oversee, and he was vicious, cruel and easy to please by the scheming nobles with sweet words. Robb personally would support Aegon, and should anything old gods forbid something to happen to him, then he would support Jon, for he will never support Daemon. Ah, young Robb Stark, I had hoped to speak to you before the princesses arrived. Robb knew that voice and already felt a headache coming on. Lord Tyrell, how may I help the noble Lord of Highgarden? Robb said politely, even though he harbored animosity towards House Tyrell for the shit they tried to pull off with him. Well, I thought it has been 2 years since your little issue with my Margaery, and I have heard nothing of your future, so I wonder if you would be interested in trying again. Robb became slightly lost in thought. Margaery, my rose, how the garden rose beauty pales in comparison to you. Robb felt parts of joy inside him, ready to burst. But rage suddenly grasped it and buried it deep inside him. I would say I am interested, my lord, but I think now is not the time to discuss things when we have the princesses returning right now. And his grace would rather want us to greet them first and foremost. Robb explained to Mace Tyrell, who nodded and quickly said, "Oh, I see. Sorry then, young Stark." Lord Tyrell began waiting alongside the rest of the small council, and Robb was thankful that he was foolish. The ship docked in port with the crew working to ensure everything was in place before they instructed the passengers to disembark. A man came out first and began the introduction, and Robb was slightly holding his nerves, eager to see his princess again. Introducing the royal princesses first of all, Princess Rhaenys of House Targaryen, eldest child of King Rhaegar and Queen Elia. Everyone marveled at the splendor and grace of Rhaenys as she walked down the gangway wearing the black and red colors of House Targaryen. Her slender figure, purple eyes and beauty made her a princess that men would die for to gain her favor. Greetings, everyone. I hope you all aren't here for something big because I don't deserve all this attention, she said humbly that everyone respected her. Visenya and Aemon couldn't wait any longer and began running towards her. It's good to see you again, big sister. Visenya shouted before hugging her. Aemon was crying, I miss you so much, Rhaenys, please don't leave us again, hugging the other side of Rhaenys. Oh, I miss you both as well. I got something for both of you, Rhaenys said while laughing. Both her youngest siblings squealing in delight at whatever present she got them. A servant came forth with a book, Lives of Four Kings, an excellent book that tells the story of Daeron I, Baelor I, Aegon IV and Daeron II. May you find it interesting, baby brother. Rhaenys giggled, to which Aemon huffed. I'm not a baby, I'm a squire now to Sir Arthur, acting childish. Rhaenys giggled even more. You will still be my baby brother even when you are an old man with children and grandchildren. Taking the book, Rhaenys teased Aemon, maybe since you are not a baby, you're probably too old for the present. Aemon immediately hugged her again. No, I'm not, Rhaenys. I'm sorry. Rhaenys tousled his golden hair. You are too innocent, Eamon. I hope you never changed, she said, dropping the book into his hands. And for you, my sweet sister, in Dawn, the weather is too hot, food is laced with spices and everyone high and low is treated like an equal. I hope to show you one day. The same servant came forth with a black and red dress, and when that happens, you need the proper wear, so I had this commission for you, the finest robes of silk with green jewels around the belt to match your lovely eyes. Visenya marveled at the dress, stroking the soft fabric and admiring the design, for on it was a golden dragon roaring green fire. I figure a beautiful lovely dress for a beautiful lovely sister who I cherish so much. Visenya cried, it's perfect, Rhaenys, like you, I will treasure it always, and do you promise to show me Dawn? Before Rhaenys could answer her questions, Queen Cersei spoke loud, yes, show her Dawn, were it all right to be whores, bastards and cowards. Rhaenys didn't take kindly to the insult, better than being a rapist of innocent women and a butcher of children. Robb saw her looking at him, knowing she was referring to his mother's brutal murder. Rhaegar sensed conflict and shouted, enough, Cersei, my eldest daughter, how I miss you here. Tell me, how are your uncles Doran and Oberyn doing? They are fine, father. Uncle Doran's got gout, funny. They call it a rich man disease, so I wonder why Tywin Lannister doesn't have it, said Tywin's name while looking at Cersei briefly before returning to her father. Where is my present sister? Daemon shouted with anger. Two things, 1. If I got you something, even if you want it, you will hate it just like you hate everything and everyone. 2. What happened to your face? It looks good. Rhaenys said to the sound of a few people laughing at Daemon. Our filthy half-brother nearly beat me to an inch of my life, all because Daemon said before Rhaenys interrupted him. You are spoiled shit who probably deserves it. Rhaenys then noticed her mother standing and waiting for her daughter to embrace her, for only holding her daughter in her arms would make Elia genuinely believe she was safe and sound. I'm right here, mother. You don't have to worry about me all the time, Rhaenys said before smiling at her. I know, but a mother must always worry about their children even when they are grown up and taller than them. You be the same as me when you have children of your own. Both mother and daughter wrapped themselves together in a lovely hug. Queen Rhaella was next to approach her eldest grandchild. Rhaenys, surely you can give your beloved grandmother a present. She laughed a bit, to which Rhaenys wrapped her arms around her body in a hug. Will this be acceptable? Rhaella hugged back. More than anything else, my little son dragon. But where is Daenerys? Where is my daughter? Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen, daughter of King Aerys II and Queen Rhaella Targaryen, the same man who introduced Rhaenys, shouted, causing everyone to turn towards the ship. Daenerys walked down the gangway, her sliver hair flowing against the wind and violet eyes, which gave her an innocent look while her slender body and beauty made her look like an actual princess of Valyrian. But everyone was shocked by what she was holding, a bundle, and inside was a babe, probably no more than 4 moons old. Greetings, everyone. This is my daughter Naerys Sand. The baby had silver hair and violet eyes, just like her mother and grandmother, who immediately looked curiously at everyone. Oh, by the 7, let me see her, Rhaella said like a child receiving a name day present. Oh, while I am slightly disappointed by your actions, Daenerys, she is so precious. Can I hold her, please? Daenerys adjusted her arms so her mother could hold her. Oh, hello, little one. I'm your grandmother. Rhaella said while cooing at her newest grandchild. Rhaegar was infuriated. How can you shame this family? I wanted you to marry Jon, so tell me, who is the father? I have his head resting on a spike for this treasonous act. His shouting caused the baby to cry. Don't worry Naerys, your uncle is just being silly. Daenerys said, taking her daughter and rocking her gently. Robb watches afar as Aegon and Jon are the first to approach their father and prevent him from upsetting the babe even more. He begins to think back to the last time he saw Daenerys. 1 year ago. So I guess I won't see you for a while, Daenerys, Robb said, holding her hands like she would disappear forever. I will only be gone for a year so that it will go by, and then I hope you find someone to make you happy, but she has to go through me, Daenerys said, giggling before kissing him. When you come back, we both marry underneath the Godswoods, and no one will stop us, Robb said with determination in his eyes. For the first time since Margaery, I have found someone I love. Oh Robb, I hope that after last night, you won't be angry because I know that after her, you felt nothing for women. But after the last few months, we've been close. Daenerys, where is my sister? Present. The yelling interrupted Rob's memory, and he looked to see a man whose silver hair and violet eyes could be mistaken for the king, but his sort of scrawny build could separate them. He was dressed poorly as if he did it himself quickly. Where is my whore of a sister? He shouted, and Rob began to feel angry for his insult, but King Rhaegar beat him to it. Viserys, what are you doing here? While Daenerys has disappointed us, that doesn't give you the right to insult her. Well, I decided to come back after you exiled me ever since that damn Squid Rebellion, and I say whatever I want, for I am a dragon. If dealing with demon wasn't enough, now there is Viserys. I am our father's rightful heir. He said Daenerys was to be mine, and if she were, then that child would be a true dragon and not a bastard. It was no secret that Aerys too preferred Viserys in his last few days to the point he was going disinherited Rhaegar. Our father was a madman. He said a lot of things, and people agreed with him for fear of suffering a painful death. Rhaegar pointed out their father's mad rule. At least I was loyal to father while you were too busy destroying all our ancestors built. He raged at him. Oh, what with all the loud shouting, my prince, you were just happy a few minutes ago, a woman said from the ship. Rob was amazed by this exotic beauty. Her olive skin, large dark eyes and black hair. Her dress shows off her voluptuous figure while exposing the cleavage of her breasts, which causes men's hearts to stop and think about what they can do to have at least one night with her. Greeting your grace, I am Princess Arianne Martell, the heiress of Dawn. She said while bowing before King Rhaegar. As Rhaegar's attention was on the Dornish princess, Rob began to sneak closely to Daenerys and immediately asked quietly, "Is she mine?" Daenerys looked at him and whispered, "She mine, and that all the world needs to know." Rob sensed that she was saying that Daenerys wasn't his, or that she never told him what he desperately wanted to know. Rob felt heartbroken again, cursing the old gods, the seven and every god that exists. Why? Why must you punish me? I have been a good person for my entire life, and yet when it comes to women, you seem to enjoy watching me suffer heartbreak after heartbreak. Rob turns towards Rhaenys and Arianne, who explain how Viserys joined them. So a storm came about, and we had to dock at Dragonstone, and Viserys was demanding we take him with us. Rhaenys explained to her father. Arianne then spoke. He was a nightmare, always saying he was the dragon, and before we docked, he wanted some fun, so I entertained him and, let's say, for someone who is a dragon, lifting her pinky finger and bending it his little worm wasn't impressive. I had more fun thinking of someone else. Yeah, I bet any woman who spends a day with Uncle Viserys would prefer other women afterwards, Rhaenys said before both of them laughed. Everyone began laughing at Viserys, who was looking at them with fury and walking towards them. Rob can see the look on his face that he's seen with Daemon numerous times and knows that Viserys is planning something horrible. Stepping between Viserys and the two women, Rob looked at his and said, "They may have embarrassed you, but that doesn't give you the right to harm them." Viserys swung at Rob, who ducked and punched him in the stomach. "Try that again, and you will suffer." Walking away from him after seeing some of the Kinquas move around to protect the king and the women, Rob knew he did what he felt any hero would do. He heard some muttering from Viserys, but at the end, he heard something that struck him to the core. The wolf inside was bursting break free, and he turned towards the king's brother with fury. Notes. Hope you enjoy this chapter. If you are at times confused by Rhaegar's character, well, it is sort of like the coin flip they say the gods do for the house Targaryen. Well, his coin is still flipping and going down some stairs, and at times madness or greatness is most likely to win before passing off and still going. Next chapter, Rob lays down a challenge and his search for answers will start to change his life. Chapter 11, Enduring the Known and Unknown. Summary. Rob will endure patience and temptation before enduring a personal loss. Notes. Please leave a comment, it helps immensely, whenever it is good or bad, praise or criticism. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. As the wind was blowing across the docks, the court was watching with interest Robb Stark as he was looking at Prince Viserys with fury in his blue eyes. Care to say that again, Viserys? Because I didn't hear it, you pathetic worm, he asked, to which Viserys began to scurry off his feet and hide behind his mother. You are nearly 10 name days older than me, and yet you still hide behind your mother's skirt," Robb yelled at the cowardly prince. "Robb, please wait. Let's be civil about this," Rhaella Targaryen asked, to which Robb obeyed his surrogate grandmother, "As you wish. Now, Viserys, what did you say? Say it loud, and I know if you are lying." Rhaella addressed her son. "I only said that he is a pathetic northerner savage," Viserys said, but Robb didn't let things go, especially matters close to his heart. "Go on, Viserys, they say truth is like a bird being set free," Robb shouted angrily. "I'm sorry, please mother, help me," Viserys said, begging on his knees while clutching his mother's skirt. "How about I tell everyone what you say? Either you say it, or I will. It's your choice." Robb told everyone close enough to hear him. After Viserys muttered a bit before begging like he was a naughty child instead of acting like an adult, Robb spoke for himself. "He said that I was a northerner bastard, that my father never cared for me while his father loved him. That I have a whore for a mother who begged for pleasure instead of begging for mercy before she was impaled by the mountain cock." Robb could endure many things, but insults like that, he could never forgive. "Go ahead, call me a liar, and I demand a duel for my honor, and maybe you deserve a lesson in humility." Robb all but laid down a challenge to someone he already has no respect for. The last time Robb saw Viserys was him being dragged off to a ship heading to Dragonstone after demanding more responsibility from Rhaegar. Everyone hoped that a couple of years away would make him a better man, but it seemed like he was beyond that. "Rhaegar, I beg you, help me please, brother," Viserys screamed, hoping for help. "No, Viserys, I think Robb is right. You deserve a lesson in humility since it seems you haven't learned anything. Where is Sir Oswell went? Why didn't he come with you?" After the Greyjoy rebellion, Rhaegar returned to King's Landing and ordered the commander of the King's Guard to return and sent Sir Oswell went to Dragonstone to continue overseeing Viserys. No word had been received from Sir Oswell for 5 years. "Oh yeah, I may not have said anything, but he died a few years ago," Viserys said basically with no emotion, like he knew something he didn't want anyone to know. "One of our most important knights has been dead for years, and you didn't bother telling me." Rhaegar shouted with fury for his brother's lack of empathy, especially for a knight as worthy as Sir Oswell. "Oh, I sent the body back to Harrenhal, so I thought you would hear about it soon. He was a servant, and a dragon doesn't concern itself with such things." Rhaegar finally lost it. "I gave you Dragonstone as a way for you to prove yourself, but you have disappointed me beyond measure, and now let's see if you were finally taught how to fight." Grabbing Viserys by the collar of his dress, Rhaegar said, "Tomorrow, you will fight Robb in a duel with living steel. So if you haven't learned anything, you have a whole day to prepare." Viserys looked like he pissed himself as his face went pale at the idea that he would be fighting but I can't fight, brother. You said you are a dragon, and a dragon doesn't hide from danger." Rhaegar shouted at him before addressing the crowd, "My lords and ladies, it pains me to inform you that Sir Oswell has died, so as a result, I announce a grand melee to find his replacement next moon. May we make this melee one Sir Oswell would have loved to be part of, as we also remember a great knight who, in some sense, lives on in his successor," Rhaegar said to the sound of women weeping and men looking down at their own feet as they silently prayed to the Seven. Robb looked towards Daenerys as she carried her babe to hopefully the nursery still there. He quickly looked at Viserys, who was begging his mother to find any way to escape his duel. "Oh, how we are looking forward to seeing you smacking him around," he heard a voice next to him. "Oh, sorry, Aegon, I was distracted," Robb answered. "I know, Robb, but it was quite a surprise that now we have a cousin, don't we everyone?" Robb turned around to see Jon, Mya, Aemon, Rhaenys and Visenya looking at him. "If you were going to ask if Naerys is mine, I don't know. Daenerys just said, the child is hers and refused to say." Robb never felt so guilty as he couldn't help but wonder if it was true. "Don't worry. We are not judging you, Robb, but I can tell you what Daenerys told me," Rhaenys said, offering sympathy. "She said that she was not sure who the father was. It could be you or some boring man she accidentally slept with." Robb gave them a desperate look. "I need to find the truth right now. If Naerys is mine, I will do right by her and her mother." Rhaenys placed her hand on his chest. "No, let them rest, Robb. It has been a tiring journey." As much as Robb hates to admit Rhaenys was right, He feels desperate to know. I really. John wrapped himself around Rob in a brotherly hug. I know, Rob. You feel like the top of the world to know that you are to be a father, but because you probably have a living child, you don't want to miss any more of the babe's life. Wisnia and Eamon joined in. Don't worry, Rob, and I'm sure everything will work out for everyone. Wisnia expressed her usual joyful opinion. If you need anything, big brother Rob, I'm here for you. Rob was thankful that Eamon had a big heart, as well as the fact Rob was one of the few people he always looked up to. Rob hugs them back. Thank you both for your kind words, but at least that babe will be blessed to have a huge, loving family like us. While everyone left, Rob stood still, thinking about the babe in Daenerys' arms. Was she his daughter? His little princess? That was impressive, Robb Stark, very impressive. The seductive sound of Arianne Martell brought him back to reality. What impresses you? The fact I did what I judged to be right, or something else I don't know about, he responded back. Well, I heard much about you from my cousin Rhaenys, but I recommend she won't say much about me. If there is one thing I like, it is handsome men, and I will do anything to get what I want. Arianne spoke while stroking Robb's arms, hoping he was easy prey. She still isn't one to shy away, sort of like Margaery but more open. Robb thought. So you see me as a new plaything, or is there something else? Because I tell you now, I don't deal with those who take advantage of the weak. I put them down in the ground. Robb spoke with brutal honesty, hoping she would leave him, but the opposite happened. An honest man who resists temptation. Doesn't happen often, but one to say what he thinks. I tell you one thing, Robb Stark, I just got here, but I found something worth fighting for. Robb felt pressure to take her here and now, but the thought of what kind of father he would be to Daenerys prevented him. I just want to know if. Robb could feel her hands wrapping around him before moving towards his trousers. No need, I can feel your hard sword. Oh wait, that's not a sword I'm feeling. Robb turned his head towards her. If you need pleasing, then I recommend a brothel. For they would do anything to please a princess. Arianne giggled. Why pay or walk for something so easy when the thrill of the chase is right here? Letting go of him, Arianne adjusted her dress to expose one of her breasts. Little something to show, but there's more to come. I swear you will break down and enjoy this. Robb was feeling his face go red at the sight of her bare breast and high dark nipple. If you came a year or two ago, I would have fallen already. He began to bring his lips in for a kiss, which Arianne anxiously awaited. But my troubles with Margaery have taught me to be wary of a pretty face and beautiful women, so if you are interested in more than fun, I may consider it, he said as he backed away, leaving the Dornish princess amused. Plus, I got something more important to do, he shouted as he headed off to see his uncle Benjen. Arianne smirks. Like I said, Robb Stark. I will do anything to get what I want. Stables. Know that as long as I live, you two will always be in my heart, Benjen Stark said as he finished prepping his horse for the long journey to Winterfell and the Wall. We know Uncle Benjen, and you will also be in our hearts. I hope that teaching us the ways of the North was worth your time here, Jon said while holding back his tears. Hey Jon, you and Robb have been more than worth it, and I can see you both are destined for greatness. I wish I were around to hear it when that happens, Benjen said while holding his sister's son. Turning towards Robb, who was silent, should I tell your father anything from you? Benjen asked, knowing Robb would feel the most affected by his leaving. Robb just let loose his feelings. No, all I ever wanted my whole life was for father to visit at least once. So I could know him at least and hear him say I love you, son, but not once has he ever sent a letter. Tell him the next time I send a letter, it will be from Lord Robb Stark. Benjen hugged his only living sibling son. Robb, I need to tell you something. Benjen Stark took a quick look around and, upon seeing no one else about it, said to Robb and Jon, what am I about to tell you both? You must make sure no one else knows. Both men nodded, showing Benjen they understood. Okay, after I visited your father at Winterfell, I told him how things have been at King's Landing, and he was surprised to hear about your trouble with House Tyrell. Robb's eyes narrow at the mention of Tyrell, for he did send a message to his father regarding his trouble straight after it ended. He also said that he never heard one thing from you even after he sent you letters desperate to hear from you, but he assumed that he was a stranger to you and you would be allowed to write to him. Rob was complex, but a source of sadness had been lifted off his shoulders. It a lot to take on, Uncle Benjen, but are you telling me the truth? And if so, why now? Benjen went face to face with Rob. Why would I lie to my nephew? And because you never complained about letters, I assumed you got them, but you were just desperate to meet your father, so now I know, and I should tell your father that someone has for the last 10 and 8 years, someone has been trying to divide the wolf pack. Rob began questioning who would try to cause a split between him and his father. Still doesn't excuse him for not coming here to see me, so tell him, Rob said before walking off, since all he ever felt was betrayed, forgotten and abandoned by his father. I will say this to you, Uncle Benjen. I will miss you, and thank you for teaching me how to be a proper and proud Northerner. I will always think of you as my father, Rob said to his uncle, who cried tears of happiness as he mounted his horse. Winter is coming. Benjen shouted to his nephews. Rob and John shouted back, when snows falls, and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Notes. Hope you enjoy this. I originally had a scene involving Rob and Daenerys but felt a bit too soon to do that, so maybe in the next chapter. As well as Rob preparing for his duel. Chapter 12, A Wolf Breakdown. Summary. The game of seduction from Arianne Martell and taunting from Viserys will start to bring out some of the worst in Rob. Notes. First, I want to thank an unknown guest who told me about my grammar, especially with speeches. But with my Asperger's mind, I have some trouble understanding, so I want to ask you all if I am right. Then I use a comma if I put said after a speech and a full stop with things like saying, speaking, etc. Please leave a comment if there are issues with grammar, because I can't improve if hear nothing from you all. Plus I am using a grammar app that keeps saying comma nearly every time I finish a character speaking a sentence, so if that is correct then once again let me know. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. You know, I can just imagine what kind of wolf Rob would be in my bed. Arianne Martell said to her cousin Princess Rhaenys as they both watched Rob training against Ser Barristan from the balcony of Rhaenys' chambers. Do you always have to think about fucking? I swear, every time you see someone, you want to fuck them. Rhaenys spoke with annoyance at her cousin. Yet she also wondered if Rob was indeed a wolf in the bed, since she spent a whole year in Dorne and learning loads of sexual pleasure. I seem to remember. You hardly complain about the nights I had men in my chambers, watching me riding them while you were touching yourself. Arianne said while moving her hands over Rhaenys' body. Rhaenys suddenly moaned, it was a mistake to indulge. Arianne began moving her hands under Rhaenys' dress. And when I brought some Dornish red, you and cousin Nymeria couldn't keep your hands off each other and me. Rhaenys moved away from Arianne. We should be careful, cousin. This isn't Dorne, and eyes could be upon us as we speak. Arianne smirked. Let them. I am more than willing to give them a show. Rhaenys rolled her eyes as she turned back to Rob fighting against Ser Barristan, who seemed to have improved since she last saw him. Your uncle is going to get the beating of a lifetime. Arianne pointed at the said man as he was attacking a straw dummy furiously like a wild animal. Look at him, he's pathetic. I still can't believe he never told us about Sir Oswell. The man deserves a proper burial worthy of a great knight. Rhaenys values the Kingsguards greatly, for she grew up with these legendary heroes for as long as she can remember. Don't believe what one man said. I mean, we believed in Daenerys' story about Naerys. Arianne would have said more, but Rhaenys put her hand over her mouth. SSSHH, like I said, who knows who is listening to us right now, for the walls have eyes and ears. It was more fun in Sunspear and the Water Gardens, but Robb Stark is going to be an interesting bit of fun, Arianne said as she headed to Rhaenys' bed, stripping as she went. What are you doing? Rhaenys said with a mixture of embarrassment and excitement. I am thinking of heading to the courtyard, see what it takes to bring the wolf out of him, Arianne said as she wore a dress in a Dornish style that proudly displayed her cleavage. Robb isn't like most men. He had his heart broken once, and I don't want that to happen to him again. Rhaenys said, expressing concern for the man she treated like a brother. Oh, do you like him as well, Rhaenys? Because if you want him, then tell me and he yours. Arianne said, teasing her cousin before kissing her passionately. What, he like a brother to me? I would never dream of him that way, Rhaenys said defensively after breaking off their kiss. Yet your father's ancestors had married brothers and sisters for centuries to keep the bloodline pure, and Robb is not your brother, so you don't have to worry about him. He is a grown man. Arianne said as she headed towards the courtyard to seek out her target. Rhaenys quickly looked out to see Robb and Ser Barristan finishing and looked at Robb, he like a brother. She thought, but suddenly, she saw him differently. Robb is not your brother. Rhaenys knew about Aegon's sexual preference, and one thing she always wanted was for her loved ones to be happy, from grandmother Olla and grandfather Jon to her siblings. Taking one last look at Robb, Rhaenys knew the sort of man he was and wished for a different life where Robb was her husband, and they had at least 3 children. But life has been unfair to most, especially Robb, and she wants him to find peace with his father, her father, and himself. Leaving her room to chase after Arianne, she hoped she wouldn't do something embarrassing to Robb or herself. Courtyard. That was quite a fight you gave Robb. I think you are bound for greatness. Ser Barristan said with a smile on his face. Thank you, Ser Barristan, but all the greatest people in history had those who helped make and forge them, and I will always be thankful to Uncle Benjen, Sir Brynden and King Rhaegar Kingsguard. Robb said respectfully to one of the most remarkable men he had ever known. Everyone suddenly turned towards Viserys, who, after one defeat from Sir Luwin Martell, chose to train against a training dummy, the only opponent who couldn't fight back. You know, I feel sorry for the dummy, but here's a good question. Who would win between Daemon and Viserys? Aegon said with amusement as Viserys was hacking at it like a lunatic. Neither, both will run away from each other at the sight of danger. Jon said before saying, it should be. Who is the quickest to hide behind their mother's skirts? The boys laughed while Ser Barristan said, you should never insult others weaker than you. I helped to teach you better than this, and never underestimate your opponent, for the unexpected can always happen. They watched as Viserys left the courtyard, looking at them with hatred. I should be king, and you two aren't true dragons, pointing at Aegon and Jon before pointing at Robb. Your head should be on a spike alongside your treacherous father and your whore of a mother. Robb began walking towards Viserys, whose hatred turned into fear, but Aegon and Jon stopped him. No, brother, he's not worth it. Wait until tomorrow, then you can embarrass him in front of everyone. Jon said, hoping that Robb would listen to him. Robb walked away, heading towards the Goatwoods to pray. Godswood. As he walked towards the weirwood tree, Robb was surprised to see Daenerys holding Naerys. Oh, Daenerys, I didn't expect to see you here. Robb shouted unexpectedly, anxious to know if he was Naerys' father. The infant in question began crying at the unexpected voice. Hush, little one, it's okay, she said, rocking the baby gently. I came here because it is peaceful and quiet, and I wanted Naerys to see the beauty of the weirwood tree now. Excuse me, Robb, it's time she went for her nap. She brushed him aside in a hurry, causing the baby to fuss. Robb wanted to chase after them, but it would cause people to suspect. He continued towards the weirwood tree, and there he prayed in silence. Gods, I humbly ask you, am I Naerys' father? I wish to see her look at me with love and affection as her father and not as an uncle. He sat them silently for a couple of hours, just hoping that a sign would tell him something, anything to help him. But he felt alone after Uncle Benjen left, Jon probably spending time with Maya, and for once, he didn't bother asking the old gods about his father. So, who or what do you pray for, Robb Stark? A seductive voice interrupts his prayer. Do you pray for your family's health? Do you pray for the affection of a beautiful maiden? He opened his eyes to see Arianne Martell walking towards him. What I pray for is no one concern but mine, my lady, he said seriously before noticing how enticing her clothes are. Praying for a goddess, I might not be one, but I think I'm close enough to one, she said while rubbing her hands through his hair. You truly are a beautiful woman, and any man would be lucky to have you as a wife. Robb spoke before suddenly lips came crashing down on him. At first, he felt the urge to fight it, but slowly, he found himself kissing her back and moving his hands. Now, let's have some real fun. Arianne Martell said, but Robb fought back his urge to take her here and now before the old gods. I may be a man just like any other, but most men aren't me, Robb said as he backed away from her. You kiss me back, yet you refuse the pleasure men would kill for. Daenerys told me about how you refuse her maidenhead. But then, with a few sweet words, you start to crumble. Arianne said, licking her lips knowing what Robb desired. Robb immediately froze up. How did you find that out from Daenerys? Arianne laughed. Who said I found out from her? Maybe she told me willing while experiencing pleasure during a party or behind closed doors in someone's bed. Robb began wrapping his hands around her neck. You shut your fucking mouth. All my life, some have taught me to remember my place, while others say one thing but mean another thing. He began kissing her deeply while moving his other hand over her body, cupping her breast and causing Arianne to moan, yes, take what you want, wolf. Robb began exposing and suckling on her breast like a baby. No. Robb felt ashamed of himself. Arianne smirked. So the wolf isn't a maiden, you are easily played. If you can please me right now, I might tell you who the father of Daenerys is. Robb backed away from her. First and foremost, I'm sorry for harming you. I've been struggling lately with my emotions, and second, I heard all manner of deception, so who to say, you know. He never felt something like this since Margaery by the gods, why do these women bring something out of me? This one makes me feel more like a wolf than Margaery or Daenerys, he thought. Walking away from her, he began to breathe heavily. Please forgive me, Arianne, but I'd rather find the truth myself. No need, Robb, but I will tell you this. Daenerys was upset to hear nothing from you in the year she has been in Dorne. As he was leaving the Godswoods, a figure appeared beside Arianne after hiding from them. You were right, Rhaenys. He isn't like most men I had, and there is a struggle inside him. One side a righteous, honorable and kind man and the other a caged wolf filled with desire for freedom and lust. Arianne said after finding out more about Robb. Rhaenys cried tears for Robb, not lust. Arianne, love because of my father's actions. He never knew love from his own, despite all of those who loved him like he was one's brother, one's son, even one's grandson, he felt he wasn't worthy of anyone's love. He wasn't worthy of someone's love or you. Arianne asked Rhaenys, who began blushing. I know you love him, and yet he slept with a rose, a dragon and nearly had me as well, and after all this, you still yearn for him. Rhaenys finally spoke, yes. Yes. I love him. I loved him for years since I kissed him, but if father even knew how I truly felt towards him, the worst thing to happen is Robb's head resting above the Red Keep, and I would not gamble his life like father gambled thousands of lives for his Song of Ice and Fire. Arianne reorganized her dress and popped her breast back in. So you're willing to suffer while something you desire might feel the same. But Robb. Rhaenys said before Arianne interrupted her, have you ever told him how you felt? Maybe I should say that while I was riding men and pleasing you, you would shout, oh Robb, keep going Robb, or I want you Robb. Arianne kissed Rhaenys. Your father is many things, but you are you, so if you want him, get him, otherwise, I or someone else would. Rhaenys kissed Arianne back. Maybe you are right. By the mother, can't believe I said that. Both girls suddenly laughed. If you get him before me, I don't mind sharing a good cock, Arianne said, causing Rhaenys to frown. And there it is. I thought Robb had made you renounce your ways, Arianne. Arianne laughed hard. Oh, it would take one seven hells kind of man to tame me, Rhaenys. But Arianne began thinking about what Robb said, any man would be lucky to have you as a wife. Arianne began seeing two small children, one of them a boy with Robb's red hair, her dark eyes and slightly tanned skin from the time under the Dornish sun shouting, Papa, look what Grandpa got me, swinging his wooden sword. The other one was a little girl who was a spitting image of her mother but had her father's blue eyes saying, Papa, are I a pretty princess? Robb would smile at them, yes, a sword for a worthy warrior, and of course, my daughter, you are a pretty princess. If Arianne married Robb, her father would have preferred she married a Dorishman, maybe even Drold Dane, the Dark Star, but her children would be beautiful, a proud mix of the first men, Andals and Rhoynar. Nursery. Robb was standing outside the door, watching and waiting, for he hoped to speak to Daenerys alone. Please, please tell me who the father of this little angel is. If you love him, then I support you both. Rhaegar may be the king, but I am still his mother, Rhaella said while holding Daenerys like she was the most precious thing in the world. Mother, I say no more on this. She is mine and no one else. Daenerys said, expressing exhaustion from this line of questioning. I had to endure questions from Rhaenys, Arianne, Rhaegar, and now you. Can you just be happy that your daughter is now a mother of a beautiful little girl? Okay, my love, but just at least tell me that she wasn't forced upon you, because if she was, then I will kill him for harming you. Robb immediately gulps at the thought of him forcefully impregnating Daenerys. If he did, then he deserves to die. He knocked on the door. Enter he heard, and he did exactly that. I'm sorry to disturb you both, but I was hoping to Daenerys, seeing that Naerys was asleep alone. R'hllor felt this to be significant. Okay Robb. Come on now, little one, she said to a sleeping Naerys. Let's walk through the gardens, she said while cooing towards the baby. After leaving, Robb turned towards Daenerys. Is Naerys mine? When did you plan on telling me? He immediately asked her. Daenerys stood and retorted, what do you think you are doing? Now mother is going to think you are the father. Robb was determined to discover the truth. I could be her father because I took your gift, which I hope is responsible for Naerys' existence. Daenerys slapped him. Naerys is mine, and I don't know who her father is. I thought you cared about me, so was it an act to get between my legs? Robb was shocked. I remember I asked Rhaegar for you, and he said his servant was unfit for his sister. You came to my room, and the next thing I knew, we made love the night before you left. And have you forgotten I gave you a personal gift of mine? 1 year ago. Daenerys, wait before you go. Robb shouted as Daenerys was walking to the ship. Yes, Robb, she said before whispering. What is it, my wolf, she said as Robb took her hand and put something into it. My grandfather was unwell on my last name day, so Sir Brynden went to see him, and he told me that grandfather wanted me to have it, said it belonged to my mother when she was a little girl, and before her my grandmother Minissa went, my grandfather gave it to her during their wedding. Daenerys looked upon the gift. It was a white necklace with a pendant on it, the coat of arms and words of House Tully proudly engraved onto it. It's beautiful, Robb, but you should keep it, expressing concern about losing such a precious gift. Grandfather told Sir Brynden that House Tully would die with them, so at least through me, this important gift would go to my wife, my daughters, their daughter, and so on. Daenerys was amazed by this gesture. I thank you, Robb. I will treasure this for as long as I live. She took a quick look around and saw everyone distracted. I love you, Robb. I hope to return with this as a symbol of that love, kissing him deeply and lovingly. I love you too, Daenerys. And when you return, I will do whatever it takes to see us wed in the Godswoods and, hopefully afterwards, a few dragon wolf pups. Robb said as Daenerys hid the necklace from Rhaegar's sight as she headed towards the ship. Present. So please tell you at least have my mother's necklace. My mother would want her first granddaughter to have it. Robb asked Daenerys, knowing that she would remember. But what he heard next would shake him to the very being of his soul. I'm sorry, Robb, but I'm afraid it's lost. Daenerys said, expressing sadness. Robb felt his world crumbling down. You lost it, Targaryen, he shouted at her. Leaving her, Robb went around the Red Keep saying to himself, no, repeatedly, that some people suspect he had gone mad. Running towards his room, Robb felt like ending himself so he wouldn't suffer. But as he ran, he accidentally bumped into Aemon, who was carrying letters that went in the air before scattering everywhere. Oh, sorry Robb. I didn't mean to get in your way. Can you help me pick up these letters? It's important. Aemon said nervously, probably doing his best to perform his duties no matter how big or small. Robb helped Aemon, probably for the last time, but something hit him. Daenerys was upset to hear nothing from you, nothing from you. Those words were playing in his head. Aemon, who or where are you taking these to? He asked. To Grand Maester Pycelle so he can send them. They either message with orders to vassals or personal ones to important people like Grandfather Tywine. Aemon explained to Robb, who interrupted him. Or my father, Lord Stark, he said, to which Aemon responded, precisely. Robb began to think, letters sent to and from me and my father is one thing, but I did send a message to Daenerys, and I heard nothing from her, and she would have at least sent something if something important happened. Robb was thinking the unthinkable. Thank you, Aemon. Can you please not say anything about bumping into me? Pycelle would think you show me the letters, he said to the young dutiful squire. Rob's chambers. Rob had finished with his letter and began sealing it, for he would start his campaign of vengeance against those who wronged him, and if he was right, Grand Maester Pycelle was first. Family, duty, honor and winter is coming for you, Pycelle. It is coming for you all. Rob said with a grim look on his face. Notes. Hope you enjoy this. I'm not doing a Rob family chapter tomorrow, but I intend to clean up the grammar on my Wolfgang and Den Mother story. Plus check my profile and see my next Robb Stark story and tell me which story you want to see after this one. Chapter 13, Truth and Honor. Summary. Rob would discover an important truth before enduring a fight. Notes. Hope you all enjoy this. I decided to change the way the story is presented. I moved the writing from starting at the center to being what I assumed to be I don't know what. Please leave a comment to let me know if it is better this way. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Rob watched the sun rising above King Landing from a balcony, holding the letter he wrote last night in his hand with care as he began to reflect on his life here. Many will envision this place as a place of culture, a place of power and above all, a place of dreams. But through Rob's eyes, this was a cesspool of corruption, deception and dishonor. But the shining lights of this dark place were the family who helped raise him, from the elderly Queen Mother Ulla and Jonarin to Queen Elia Martell and Sir Brynden to the royal children he grew up. But hearing a sound from the bed made him hide, for he was in Grand Maester Pycelle's chambers. He watched as the Grand Maester was shuffling through the messages that had arrived yesterday. He didn't like being here, for he had his duel with Viserys soon. But this was his first target, and he was willing to gamble his dignity to discover the truth. Let's see, we have a message from House Florent complaining about how they should be rightful lords of Reach, some houses asking for tax relief, and Lord Lannister offering another loan, Pycelle said to himself. After what felt like hours, Rob began to feel he had wasted his time. Ah, a message from Winterfell. Oh, just some words from Lord Stark to Robb Stark. Why am I always surprised he continues to send letters to his son, when his son doesn't send a message to him anyway? Rob was shocked to hear those words, but now he was truly starting to see this older man for what he was, a thief and corrupt man. Part of Rob wants to strangle Pycelle with his chain, but he needs to know what he does with his letter. Oh, the fire out. Well, I could do it later, the Grand Maester said with a pathetic smile that made Rob angry as he watched him scrunch up the letter in his hand and toss it into the dead-out brazier. Watching him leave the room, Rob approached the brazier, picked it up and began unscrunching the letter and reading it. To my son Rob. I hope you get this, for I hope that a day comes when I finally hear something from you, but I can't blame you for hating me since I was responsible for you being there. Maybe if I fought harder, you would be here with me in Winterfell alongside your mother and perhaps a few siblings, but life has been cruel to us, mostly you. I blamed myself for years for failing you, your cousin Jon, and your Aunt Lyanna, so I thought that I deserved to die alone. But I know that the day I treasured most was the only day I held you in my arms, watching your blue eyes looking at me with curiosity and wonder. But your gilded cage holds so much pain and suffering that I refused to go anywhere near there even when your Uncle Benjen begged me to go. I refused to go out of the pain of loss. But as the years went on, it was more of a pain of failing you as a father, and I should have realized you were more important than any pain and suffering. By then, you were man-grown, fighting off those who sought to use their gains, and I did nothing to help you while you figured it out alone. From what I heard, you are many things, some good, some bad, and yet, above all else, you remain a true Stark and Northerner, and for that, I am proud of you. I love you, Rob. I will always love you until the end of my days. Your father, Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. As he finished reading it, tears poured down onto the letter from Rob's eyes as he saw the words he had hoped to see. Throwing the letter back, he said, I hope you have seen everything, he said to the companion who had stayed with him during the night and watched everything unfold. I did, and don't worry, I make sure the Grand Maester gets justice for the way he betrayed your trust throughout your life, he said as they left the Maester study. Now go, your duel starting soon. Rob left as he went to the courtyard to prepare for his fight, leaving his companion to attend to his duties. Training courtyard. As he was about to approach the courtyard, Robb closed his eyes and breathed slowly as he began to feel a huge weight lifted off his shoulder. At least I know father loves me, he thought, but suddenly, he felt a pair of hands rubbing up and down his body. Opening his eyes to see Dornish coloring, he said, "Why do you keep playing me, Arianne? Why do you think that, Robb?" Hearing an unexpected voice, he saw Rhaenys's arms wrapped around him while her cousin was behind her with her arms around Rhaenys's waist. "We just want to say that Viserys deserve what's coming, and hopefully, you won't refuse a lady favor from two princesses," Rhaenys said with a bit of flirt that Robb found a bit odd. "Well, thank you for your kind words. I am honored to receive a favor from two princesses, even though I am not a southern knight," he said. While it is traditional for ladies to give favor to honorable knights, Robb refused to be a knight, for his mother's killer was one. "Nonsense, Robb, you are one of the best men I know, and even if you're not a knight, I'd rather give you a favor than 100 knights," Rhaenys said as she wrapped her and Arianne's unusual-looking favor around his arm. "Thank you for your favor. I am sure it will bring me luck, but there is something a bit off with this. What kind of cloth is this? And they're strange," Robb said before Arianne interrupted him. "It is a fabric from a faraway place, and we gave it a bit of perfume that has a bit of exotic smell," she explained to Robb. Robb turned to Rhaenys, who began to blush a bit. "We thought that since you saved us from Viserys' potential outburst, and since we are both princesses, we should give you something special," she said, going from a strange flirt to acting a bit shy like she did a lot as a girl. Robb was a bit skeptical, but he let it go. "Well, I am honored to wear this favor," turning towards the courtyard to get ready. "Oh, one more thing, Robb," he heard Arianne Martell speak, but upon looking at her, he went about as red as his hair. Arianne exposed one of her breasts, and he couldn't stop staring at it. "You like my breast? Do you want to suck on it like a baby?" she said, teasing him. "And Rhaenys, a bet," Arianne said to her cousin, who hesitated at first before adjusting her dress and popping out one of her breasts as well. Robb's face turned even redder. "Have I died or something?" he thought to himself. I love both your breasts," he said to them instead of thinking it in his head. Rhaenys put her back in while Arianne began walking towards him. "Wow, you are finally starting to break. I was thinking you don't like women, or is it because you like Rhaenys?" she said seductively. "I am starting to think you want Viserys to win because I can't concentrate with all these kinds of gifts," Robb replied to Arianne. "Well, a true warrior prevails through all pain and distraction, so consider this a test," she said before kissing his cheek. Rhaenys meanwhile began to feel jealous, and in a hurry, she walked up and kissed Robb deeply while bringing his hands to grope her breast. Robb was surprised by Rhaenys's behavior. The next thing he knew was Arianne joining in and kissing both of them. Backing away from them, Robb immediately said, "I'm sorry, Rhaenys, Arianne, but I can't go down this road again, I'm begging you," his voice breaking along with his true feelings. "Arianne, in some ways, you acted like Margaery Tyrell, being open at first and trying to get me into her bed," he said as he kissed Arianne deeply. Turning towards Rhaenys and kissing her just as profoundly, "And you, Rhaenys, are just like Daenerys, the perfect princess, but somehow you have a hidden side I've never seen before." Walking away from them, he heard them say, "We are not them," but he quickly turned around and saw Margaery and Daenerys instead of Arianne and Rhaenys. "I'm sorry, princesses, but I can't." Robb started heading to see the royal family, court and a few knights watching Viserys as he rambled about being the dragon. "I can tell that people are bored with your self-proclamation of being a dragon. Well, soon you will be lucky to be thought of as a lizard." Viserys went from bragging about himself to insulting Robb. "Watch yourself, you filthy northern mongrel, I am a dragon." Robb can see through him and knows he acts more like demon, acting with impunity to those weaker than them, yet if someone pushes back, they run away in fear. "This northern mongrel is a trained warrior who at least can bite as well as bark, for I have been trained by legendary knights of our time," Robb said while remembering that he must never get overconfident. Viserys may not be trained, but a lunatic with living steel is still a dangerous foe. Robb looked towards the crowd and saw the Grand Maester, who instantly made his blood boil, speaking rather poorly about the 7 blessings them. As the horn blows to signal the start, Viserys hesitates at first before he lifts his sword above his head and begins charging at him. Robb observed him coming and immediately stepped aside as Viserys brought his blade in a downward slash. Rob took a few steps back as Viserys swung his blade, trying to cut across Rob's thighs. Rob was surprised by this behavior, but maybe Viserys was trying to unsettle him with some mad courage. Rob easily dodges vicious attacks before grabbing Viserys by his wrist and throwing him towards the crowd. As Rob looked at Viserys, he quickly looked at the royal family to see Aegon sitting before his father with Renly and Loras beside him. Rhaenys and Arianne were both watching the fight with interest while holding each other hand. Jon was sitting much further away from Rhaegar with Maya on his lap and one hand over her womb, protecting their unborn child. Daemon was smiling, hoping for blood to be spilled. Visenya looked like she was praying that nobody gets killed, while Aemon was more interested in his new book than the fighting in front of him. Daenerys sat between Rhaegar Targaryen, who was worried for her son, and Jon Arryn, who entertained a fussy Daenerys. Rob quickly thought Daenerys looked exactly like her mother, and people say Daenerys resembles Queen Daenerys, wife of Aegon V Targaryen the Unworthy. Rob was so busy thinking about his potential daughter that he didn't see Viserys swing his sword across his chest, but Viserys had poor coordination, so only the edge of his sword reached him. Rob looked down to see a bit of blood and fell to his knee in shock. "That is where you belong, dog, kneeling at my feet," Viserys said, acting like he was a hero. Rob places his hand over the cut and tries to swing his sword, but Viserys puts his foot on it before he punches Rob in the face. Rob was down on the floor looking up at Viserys, who started punching and kicking him, acting more like a drunken brawler than a prince. "Enough of this, Viserys, stop," Rhaegar shouted when she noticed Rob was hurt a bit. "Leave him alone, I beg you," as your mother tears coming down her eyes. "Oh, why mother? Showing concern for your pet," Viserys said, showing no respect for his opponent. "Go on uncle, keep beating him. He's a worthless dog," Daemon shouted, obviously enjoying Rob's beatdown. "For once, I agree with a nephew of mine, but I will do it my way, not because of a filthy half-breed but because I am a true dragon," Viserys said, only to hear Daemon shout, "I am a golden dragon while you are a poor fucking excuse for one." Viserys began walking away from Rob, who slowly began to rise to his feet. His great-uncle Sir Brynden would chastise him for failing two essential lessons. Never underestimate your opponent no matter what. He heard his mentor's voice inside his head, and never lose focus even in the thickest of fights and battles, for one moment can decide the fate of many. He looked up again to see his family looking down on him with great concern and shock while the king stopped Viserys and Daemon from arguing. "Viserys, you are to finish this fight, even if you acted dishonorably, or I will exile you just like I said last night," Rhaegar warned him, and Rob hasn't given up. "So until he or you surrender, the duel isn't over." Viserys, in his arrogance, decided to get closer to Rob and whisper in his ear, "I heard a rumor you might be Daenerys' father, maybe for dishonoring my whore of a sister. I take you to be my servant on Dragonstone, and I will make you watch as I fuck Daenerys every night since she was supposed to be mine to begin with." Rob was slowly growing angry with Viserys insulting his sister and thinking of humility, both him and her, like they were his playthings. "And maybe when Daenerys is old enough, I make her my little whore, and the things I do to her while you will watch it with your own eyes," Viserys said with an evil laugh and a smile that made Rob sick. Rob was seeing himself on Dragonstone beaten, starved and broken beyond belief. Rob mined, Dragonstone, 18 years later. "Ah, dog, I brought you here to witness something." The sound of his cruel master made him quiver in fear. "Here is Daenerys. Look at her," he ordered him, and Rob was shocked to see her still and motionless. She thought to talk back to the dragon, but instead, she awoke the dragon. "Now I need a new wife." The guards brought in a young woman who looked exactly like the dead woman. "Fortunately, she and you made one for me." "Mother, wake up, please wake up, don't leave me alone," she said while crying and shaking her dead mother. "Come here, my dear niece, let us mourn her passing while we celebrate our wedding night with your father as our witness," he said while grabbing her and forcing the young woman onto his bed. "No, stop, father, help me." Daenerys called out to him, and all he could do was nothing, for he was pathetic. He failed himself, his family, his love, and now his daughter, as she was being stripped of her clothing before Viserys stole what was lifted of her innocence while holding out her hand to him. "Save me, save me, save me, father." "Present." "No." Rob shouted with full fury as he looked at Viserys. "You will not have either of them." Viserys tried to bring his sword down and effectively end Robb's life, but Robb grabbed his wrist and squeezed it too tightly, causing him to drop it. I am no one pet, I am Robb Stark the Southern Wolf, the heir of Winterfell and Riverrun, and you will know what it is like to face the true Northern and Riverlands fury, he shouted, making Viserys experience fear. Please let me go, I submit, please I don't, he said before Robb grabbed him by the neck and started choking him. Viserys tried everything to break Robb's hold on him, but Robb started to smash Viserys' face with his right fist. Releasing him, Viserys dropped to his knees in agony, and Robb began punching his face repeatedly. Stop it, Robb, please let him go, he heard a voice. He saw Rhaella begging on her knees for her son's life. No, Grandma, he threatened to do unspeakable things to Daenerys and Naerys, and I won't risk it, I won't. Looking down, he saw Viserys beaten black and blue while looking at the blood on his hands before seeing everyone looking at him like he was a feral animal. Rhaella got in front of Robb. Please, look at me, she pleaded, and Robb was unsure what to do. But if I let him go, there is no telling what he does. I have failed in many things, such as stopping my first husband from burning innocent people, losing Rhaegar to a prophecy, Viserys to his father way, but if you continue, then I have failed you too, Robb, she said while covering her face as she cried. Robb grabbed Viserys and brought him directly face to face. I don't know if I am Naerys' father, but if you ever harm her or her mother, so much as look at them with evil intentions, you will wish I kill you today, but know this, your mother has a pure and kind heart, and she the only grandmother I ever had. Letting go of him, Robb helped up the former queen before hugging her. Forgive me, grandmother. There's no need, my little wolf, I'm glad you did the right thing. I'm proud of you, Robb, she said, looking at the man she wished was a small boy again. No, grandmother, you have to ruin everything. As your prince, worthless dog, I command you to kill him. Daemon shouted, ruining the lovely moment between them. Robb picked up his blade and looked up at King Rhaegar. Your Grace, Viserys gave up, and I have something important to discuss with you immediately and alone. Looking at Viserys, Robb smiled. At least the Grand Maester will be busy with him for now. Looking at his cut and seeing it wasn't as big as he thought, you. He pointed at Daemon before throwing his sword on the ground toward him. If you want to kill Viserys and be a kinslayer, do it yourself, he said, knowing the King's Guard would stop him. As Robb left the courtyard, he saw Rhaenys and Arianne waiting for him. We were so worried about you, but it was good to see you unharmed. Rhaenys said with huge relief while Arianne began stroking Robb's arms. Yes, our big hero, but now the maidens wait for you. Robb was beside himself. She doesn't give up, so maybe I should play along, he thought before saying, oh, which maidens, because I know you are no maiden. So that leaves one maiden, but I am happy to give back 2 princesses' favor, or do you think I don't know what small clothes are? Rhaenys was shocked while Arianne laughed. So you're clever, and to think you were all serious and no fun. Arianne lifted her dress to show Robb an even greater surprise. That right, nothing at all, and so is Rhaenys. Rhaenys took a quick look around and, seeing no one about, lifted her dress to show she was as naked as the day she was born. We had a second bet that you couldn't determine the favor. Rhaenys said as her face turned red with embarrassment for the second time today. Okay, now I'm curious. What would have happened if you won? Robb inquired. That I would stop harassing you and not mention that Rhaenys loves you. Oops, did I say that loud? Arianne said, much to the embarrassment and annoyance of Rhaenys. So take your princesses like a great hero of old. Because the thought of us 3 is getting me hot. Arianne said with excitement, hoping that Robb would give in. I have something important to take care of, my ladies, but wait, and I promise to discuss things, he said as he left them. Is this another one of your games, old gods? Because if it is, then please grant me some form of happiness. Notes. So if you are confused by Viserys' aggressive during the duel, well, he was threatened with exile if he gave up easily, so he had to either win or take a beating. Also, I decided to have Arianne and Rhaenys underwear as a favor and expose themselves to Robb as a bet outcome because I thought it would be amusing. If there are still grammar issues, then please let me know by leaving a correct and incorrect sample. Chapter 14, Maester Judgment. Summary. Robb's first target will understand what happens when you betray the trust of a direwolf. Notes. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Please inform me of any grammar mistakes. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The royal court was gathered in the throne room as they saw the king's guard bring in the Grand Maester. What is the meaning of this, my husband? Queen Circea demanded. Grand Maester Pycelle, you stand accused of dishonorable acts in violation of the vows you swore to uphold as a maester. King Roriger yelled before the court. But your grace, I have done nothing wrong. I served your family ever since you were a baby, so what have I done? The old maester said while acting like a fragile old man to gain support from the court. May the accuser come forward. Roriger ordered, and Robb Stark stepped forward, looking at the Grand Maester with a smile. Your Grace, my lords and ladies of the court, I know you all think of me as a son of a traitor who doesn't deserve pity, but this man who taught me how to read, how to write and how to be a good servant of the crown, has been destroying personal letters I intend to send to my father, and from my father to me, Robb said, explaining the reason why everyone is gathered here. No doubt that you wonder why. Why is this so important? I come not as a hostage to the crown right now but as a person who wants to know, he said before pointing at Pycelle and continuing to speak. Why would he make me, as a child, as a young man and now a grown man, think that my father doesn't love or even care about me? The king asked the Grand Maester, what do you say to these claims, Grand Maester Pycelle? I deny them, your grace. Young Robb must be hysterical with something after he didn't come to see me after his duel with Prince Viserys, he said, hoping that people would think Robb had gone mad. I assure everyone here, I am not mad, maybe angry but not mad, so shall we proceed onwards, your grace? Robb finished by bowing his head. Yes, we shall. So Robb, why do you think Pycelle is destroying both you and your father's letters? Roriger asked Robb, but before he could speak, Queen Circea interrupted him. Why are we listening to something so trivial, when there surely other important matters to attend to and discuss? She asked why, looking at Robb like he was a disobedient dog that nobody wanted. Because as a responsible king, King Roriger must hear and judge all things big and small for the good of the realm, Circea. Queen Ella spoke with the authority of a queen. Please, Robb, continue, she said in her motherly tone for all her children. Robb bowed. Thank you, my queen. It all came to me yesterday when I accidentally bumped into Aemon when he was performing his duties delivering letters to the Grand Maester to be sent, and I helped him pick them up since I have been like an older brother to him. We talked about how every letter is sent by a raven from the rookery that is looked after by a maester. Robb explains his encounter with Aemon. You are not Aemon's true brother. Daemon is, you are his father's hostage, his father's servant, and you are lucky to be allowed even near the king's children. You should be in the black cells fed on moldy bread and stale water. Circea immediately yelled with fury at the prospect of her children being friends with the man her father tried to murder as a baby. Enough, Circea. Roriger shouted at Circea before instructing Robb to continue. Before my uncle left, he told me that father never received a single letter from me my whole life after I complained that I heard nothing from him, Robb said before taking a deep breath. He was about to take a huge gamble. Then Arianne told me that Daenerys never received a message from me and I from her because before she left for Dorne, I took her maidenhead after she gave it to me willingly. The court was shocked to hear a statement, and King Roriger immediately rose. You took my sister's virtue after I refused your offer of courtship. I should have your head on a spike, he shouted like he was the Dragon Prince again protecting the innocent. Roriger, enough, you were his age once, and it common for a boy and girl that age to give in to that sort of thing, and at least I glad that Robb is the father of my newest grandchild. Rolla said after dying, to know whom to thank for Naerys' birth. Grandmother Rolla, I am sorry you have to hear this, but Daenerys told me herself that I am not the father, he said with sadness, but he was still hopeful that he was because, in some way, he still loved Daenerys. I know you are angry with me, your grace, but I assure you that I had honorable intentions with Daenerys, but we are here about him, not me. Robb knew he had to be careful about what to say, for he was walking on thin ice. So with all I have been told, I spent last night in the maester room, waiting to see if I was right or wrong, then I heard the words I wish I never heard, oh, just some words from Lord Stark to Robb Stark. Robb spoke the words that only the maester knew. Then he set the fire out so he would do it later, which implies that he has my whole life, not only betrayed my trust but destroyed the trust we should have in Maester. Rob then pointed to everyone. If he is willing to destroy personal letters, then is it possible your own maester will betray you as well for coins offered by a rival or enemies? People suddenly began to wonder if it was true that a stranger from the citadel who was supposed to serve you, could be brought from their rivals before they arrived. Yeah, he is right. How can we trust a maester if the Grand One is willing to betray the trust of an innocent child? One person shouted before others joined in saying things about a maester's trust. Circe stood up in defense of the Grand Maester. How can we believe a word of a young man, who has in the past caused issues with other houses? Everyone began to remember the incident with House Tyrell. Against a man who had served the king long before some of us were even born, a man who helped deliver my and the king's children, and who helped us with illnesses throughout our lives. Everyone was suddenly in support of the Grand Maester. She's right, I had a terrible stomachache last month, and the maester helped cure it. One woman spoke with joy. I do have a witness, Queen Circe, Rob said with annoyance, but before he could say the witness's name, Circe immediately responded, your cousin, Prince John. We all know you both are thick as thieves, and he does anything to help you out. What are you implying, Queen Circe? Rob was hoping she would take the bait he had just laid. Well, given that all the royal children, except for Roriger's most loyal and trustworthy son Demon, love you like a brother and would believe any liar you tell them, she said, like Rob was the stranger itself. What if it was a member of the Kingsguard? What would you say about the most honorable of men? Now the trap is set. But Rob dreads what she says next. Everything depends on it. We might as well as question the trust and loyalty of the honorable Kingsguard, since they find hiding in old men's rooms more important than their duties of protecting the king and his family. Queen Circe said she was getting more impatient with the person her father failed to kill as a baby. So, who would you say is more trustworthy than the Kingsguard? Rob asked, and the queen responded, my family, House Lannister, have been loyal to the dragons. Since my father served King Roriger's father for 20 years before helping them end Robert's rebellion. Rob was smiling on the inside. I have you now, you golden hair whore, Rob thought before saying, so you say everything a Lannister is true, my queen. I'm going to be sick, just saying that. The queen, thinking she had won upon seeing Rob's defeated face, said, yes, only the words of a Lannister are to be believed, for anyone in the throne room right now could be an easy person to sway. Rob finally laid out his cards. If that is the reason, then I call out my witness, Tyrion Lannister. The people were shocked to hear the name of Queen Circe's brother after Baelish fled the capital. Tyrion took over his brothels, with some changes in law from King Roriger and Tyrion's affection for beautiful women and sex. They say that the whores of King's Landing were like exotic princesses, men would do anything just to fuck them. Doors opened to reveal a dwarf who, while walking with stunted legs and his mismatched green and black eyes gave off the impression he was some sort of demon, had a smile that seemed to be very happy about something. Why, hello everyone. Tyrion said like he was playing a child's game, my kingly good brother, how good to see you, Queen Ella, looking as lovely as ever, and Circe, you should smile more. It shows off your cheekbones, otherwise, people will think that your natural look. People began laughing at the comment while the queen was fuming. What are you doing here, you little monster? He is here because he is my witness to what the Grand Maester did, he said, treating the queen like she was a child. So, Lord Tyrion, please tell everyone what you saw. Now, this was the moment of truth, if Rob could trust any Lannister except Tywin and Cersei. My lords and ladies of the court, what I am about to say is the truth. Last night I went to see Pycelle, for he was interested in one of the whores who works for me. He paid a good 20 gold dragons for her. There was mumbling going on with the court, who were saying about how they thought Maester weren't allowed to have sex. So as I was about to arrive outside his door, young Rob told me that he suspected that the Maester was doing a dishonorable act on him. And reminded me that a Lannister always paid his debts, so when I entered the room, the Maester was already naked. Tyrion shook himself a bit. I tell you now that there is sometimes nothing worse than seeing a very old man's cock and balls. People were feeling the need to gag at the image of what Tyrion just said, so while I watched the lovely whore endure Pycelle very shriver up cock, I let Rob in, and we were forced to hide and endure watching the Maester and the whore have sex. Which thankfully didn't last long. This caused some men to laugh at the comment. We stay in his room until sunrise, and by then, the Maester attends to his responsibility, so unless making sure Rob doesn't get a personal letter from people. who cares enough to write him one is one of his duties, then he did it well for so many years. Rob smiled beyond belief. Say bye-bye to your luxurious life and sweet whores, Grand Traitor Pycelle. And why are you helping our enemy imp instead of your family? Cersei asked furiously while Tyrion responded calmly, because, dear sister, I have a soft spot for cripples, bastards and other broken things. There you have it, my lords and ladies. Rob said like he was judge, jury and executioner before looking a bit sad. Before I left the master room this morning, I read my father's letter that he didn't burn. My father said that he will always remember the day he first held me in his arms as a baby and the words I hope to hear in person one day, I love you, Rob. To Rob they were far more valuable than all the gold of Casterly Rock. So here is a letter that I hope I can send to my father. Rob said before reading it out to everyone. To my father, Lord Eddard Stark. I hope this letter reached you. All my life, I have been in King's Landing and through it all, you never once wrote to or visited me. So I wonder, are I a disappointment to you because I take after my mother with my red hair and blue eyes? Or because somehow I am a reminder of your failures? Whenever Uncle Benjen told me about you, I felt like I was not worthy to be your son. All I ever wanted in my life was to meet you so I could show the family who raised me, the adventure I had playing with the royal children and my friends, but most importantly, to hear these words that I would cherish more than all the riches of the world, I love you, Rob. So now that I hope to hear them from you before you or I die. So then I can tell my children that they have a grandfather who would love to show them the ways of the north and the Godswoods. But know this, I love you, Father, and I pray for your good health, so when the day comes that you hold me in your arms, it is a day I will remember and cherish for the rest of my life. Your faithful son, Robb Stark. As he finished the letter, Robb could see men looking sad, for they know at least what a true caring father is. While the women were wiping their tears, Robb could one person say, "That is a beautiful letter. His father should be proud of him. Your Grace, I believe that Pycelle is a corrupt old man who thinks he has a right to break his vows, but before you decide his fate, I wish to hear him speak the truth of why he did this to me." Robb said to King Rhaegar, who pondered a bit before saying, "Agreed, Grand Maester Pycelle, I leave your fate in Robb Stark's merciful hands, pray he grants it." The old maester's face turned white as his hair, and he began acting like a stuttering old man. I only did as I was commanded, Your Grace. I am a maester of the Citadel sent to serve House Targaryen and King's Landing. Robb immediately asked King Rhaegar, "Did you then, Your Grace, order Grand Maester Pycelle to destroy my letters?" King Rhaegar immediately rose from the Iron Throne. "You may be my hostage and ward, while most would have you imprisoned in a cell or a room. What is sent between you and your father is not my concern unless it involves treason, so the answer to your question is no, I never order him to destroy the letters." King Rhaegar spoke as if Robb's issues weren't worth his time. "For now, I just want the truth, but judging by how Cersei said and acted, I feel like I know who Pycelle truly serves, but is it her or her father?" Robb said, knowing he had achieved a significant victory today. "And Lady Cersei, you say your family is more trustworthy? At least Queen Ella's family remained loyal throughout the whole rebellion while your coward of a father hid in Casterly Rock," he said, despite knowing he probably earned the hatred of one of the most powerful women in Westeros. Rhaegar looked at his second wife with disappointment before speaking loudly, "Well, like I said, until you decide the now former Grand Maester fate, he will be sent to the Black Cells, and a message will be sent to the Citadel asking for a more loyal one, and to make up for all the damage caused to you. The crown will grant you 3 boons. Ask, and we will grant you anything." Robb watched as the disgraced Pycelle was carried away to the Black Cells. "Thank you, Your Grace. I need time to think about your generous gift, but for now, I want to send this letter in my hands to my father," Robb said before leaving the throne room, earning the respect of several respectful courtiers and the attention of a few beautiful women who were now dreaming of a new rising hero of justice and courage. Notes. Well, I hope you weren't disappointed. I had a tough choice between Ser Barristan or Tyrion, but felt like Tyrion would be a hell of a surprise. Why did he help Robb? We'll find out in the next chapter. Chapter 15, The Beginning of a New Decision. Summary. Robb has a few moments of peace as he decides his future, Rhaegar says his peace of mind, and a few people enjoy a blissful moment. Notes. Hope you enjoy this. When I get to a point in this story, I plan to use a photo editor so as to explain on a Westeros map the situation and strategies of a few characters' plans. Also couldn't decide on a good chapter name, so please leave a suggestion for it, and inform me on any mistakes I made by showing me correct and incorrect samples. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Robb had been in his bedchambers looking up at the ceiling for hours. He was still amazed at how he had achieved what he could only dream of. Pycelle rots in the Black Cells, embarrassing Queen Cersei, and above all, he has humility House Lannister. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he said loud and clearly. Normally, most people celebrate with tits and wine, young Stark. Tyrion said as he headed to Robb's table to pour himself a cup of wine, only for water to come out of the jug. Robb looked at him. Most people aren't me, but what do I own the pleasure of your company, Lord Tyrion? This is probably not a social visit. I thought that you had questions about why I helped you, while I am curious to know why you asked me for help, Tyrion said while offering Robb a cup of water. Well then, Robb Stark, when I was 10 and 3 name days, my brother Jaime and I saved a woman from bandits while Jaime chased them off. I took care of her, and eventually, we fell in love. Robb can see the look on Tyrion's face that this was a touchy subject for him. We wed, and then 2 weeks later, my brother told me she was a whore paid by my father to make me a man. He ordered the whole household guards to have a go with her, and each guard paid her a silver coin before making me do it and telling me to pay a gold coin, saying, as a Lannister, I worth more. Robb wasn't sure how to feel about this. Then a few years ago, Jaime told me the truth about her, that she was a woman that we had chance upon the road, and that she loved me. I confronted my father about her, and he said she gone wherever the whores go. Robb couldn't believe that someone would ruin their son's happiness. I'm sorry, Lord Tyrion, showing sympathy for him even if he was the son of his mother's murderer. Around that time, Petyr Baelish fled to the Vale, and I decided to no longer care for my father's ambition, so I took over Baelish's brothels and used them, for with the right woman and right man, I can learn secrets not even Varys knows yet. So when you need my help, I decided to gamble on you just like you did on me. Robb could see that Tywin Lannister cares only about the family legacy, that he does anything to achieve his aims. So, what did you hope to get out of me? Robb asked Tyrion, who laughed. Well, what do I get? That's a good question. Well, I can see in you that you are destined for greatness, and having 3 boons from the king is a powerful thing to use, so my advice is to use them well. Tyrion clapped his hands, and a woman entered, holding a small pouch. Pycelle didn't have enough one time, so he paid for a whore once with this. I brought it off her for a huge amount of coin. Robb opened it up, put his hand in and pulled something out of it, and immediately, tears poured from his eyes. It's my mother's necklace. Robb began wearing it around his neck. Next time I part with it, will be over my dead body or to give to my first child, he thought as he looked at Tyrion. I offer it to you as a peace offering between you and me, as well as hope after my vicious cunt of father dies, a long and prosperous friendship endure between your family and mine. Robb hugged the short lord. I will treasure this kindness you show me. May you live a long and prosperous Tyrion Lannister, and know you will always be welcome in Riverrun or Winterfell. Tyrion offers his hand, which Robb accepts. Before I leave, I offer you one bit of advice. If there is someone you love or want to be with, then think of the benefits and consequences of a potential match. Tyrion said before taking his leave. Robb went back to his bed and looked up at the ceiling while holding one hand over the necklace that he was thankful to have back in his possession. Not long after, another knock on the door interrupted him. Yes, he said in a calming voice. I know you had a busy day, but I wish to discuss something with you. Robb knew who it was and expected this was coming. Yes, what do we need to do, Uncle Brynden? Sir Brynden was in a state of enthusiasm and seriousness. You have 3 boons. We should use them against Queen Cersei's family, especially Tywin Lannister and the Freys. Robb smiled. No, we shouldn't. Sir Brynden suddenly was surprised to hear, but Robb, we can finally. Robb said, no, I won't waste such fine gifts. We need time and opportunity to use them to our benefit. Sir Brynden shouted, don't you understand that we have waited 18 years for such an opportunity? Robb acted as the patient one for once. I do understand, and I understand that for once, I am to remind you of a lesson that you, yourself taught me. Robb shouted before calming down. You once said don't make yourself predictable or your enemies will exploit it, and our enemy's uncle will predict me to rush forward and go for the head since I am young and blame Tywin Lannister for everything, but like battles and war, we start from the bottom and make our way up. Sir Brynden felt immensely proud. You're right, Robb. It's just that I feel like you are still that innocent baby I saved, but I can save the rest of them. Sir Brynden then did what he rarely does. He let his tears loose. Now the baby, a man who fought a madman and won. Before taking on a corrupt servant of a dangerous man and winning that one too. Robb hugged his great-uncle before saying, I don't need you anymore to teach me how to fight battles, but I do need you to advise me on how to fight wars. Sir Brynden nodded. As you wish, my lord. Suddenly, both men laughed at that. Please, Sir Brynden, don't start with all that my lord shit. Your family uncle, and I hope to name one of my sons after you. Sir Brynden headed towards the door, but before saying, next time you hesitate during a fight, I smack you hard on the head. This time, Robb began thinking about potential brides that he could have. If he patched up things with House Tyrell and married Margaery, he would have the support of Reach, who could raise and feed the largest armies of Westeros. But Tyrell may not have forgiven him for how he embarrassed Margaery, and they could demand far more than they offer. Arianne Martell would bring Dorne to his cause, and having a cousin of a future king would earn him the crown's protection. But Dorne is far from the Riverlands, and their warriors are more useful in hit-and-run tactics than open battle. He could also marry a highborn daughter from the Riverlands so he could secure the loyalty of some of the Riverlords. But then again, he could insult the other Riverlords by refusing their daughters. A Westerland's daughter would cause division in Tywin's heartlands as some won't be able to resist such an offer from one of the most powerful lords in Westeros. But there is a chance that they would still support Tywin since he's their liege lord, as well as the fear he commands over them. Maybe he could ask Grandfather Jon Arryn if he knows anyone from the Vale if they have a daughter to wed since the Vale is known for having some of the greatest knights in Westeros. But with the numerous mountain clans, most won't risk sending their battle-hardened men elsewhere while leaving their homes unprotected. He heard the Greyjoy might be building up another considerable fleet in the Iron Isles. If he married Balon Greyjoy's only daughter, Tywin would have to hold back troops to defend the Westerland coast. But the Greyjoys aren't precisely trustworthy, and the Ironborn are raiders who always seek weak targets. His Riverlands bannermen would worry about suffering another Ironborn yoke. Finally, the North would probably come to his aid since a marriage to a northern woman would show them that Robb hasn't forgotten his roots. Yet the North remembers, and the last time they went south, they suffered greatly, and Robb was unsure how his father would react to a war he started. Lastly, there is always a possibility of marrying into the Targaryen, who will probably order Tywin not to interfere in the Riverlands. But King Rhaegar would never accept it, for there was already talk of Rhaegar marrying Daenerys off to Daemon now that Jon is already wed to Mya, while Rhaegar is determined to marry Visenya and Rhaenys to Aegon at all costs to fulfill his obsession with the prophecy. The thought of Daenerys with Daemon made his blood boil, for he was a spoiled little shit who didn't deserve her. A knock on the door interrupted him again. Gods, how many people are there? It's like I can't get peace after today. Robb thought before shouting, enter. The door opened, and a woman spoke. Well, that was impressive, Robb. You seem to always have a surprise in unusual situations. Robb looked up to see Arianne, Rhaenys and Daenerys, of all people, but Robb felt this was something else. So, how can I help you all? It's not every day I have 3 princesses in my bedchambers, he said as he looked up at the ceiling. Roller chambers. There we go, my little dragon, a nice hot bath for you, and we make you the prettiest little girl ever. Roller told Naerys, who was splashing the hot water with her baby hands. Naerys was irritated about entering the small, lukewarm bath at first, but Roller added hot water, and suddenly, Naerys was enjoying it, probably because she was a dragon. It amazed Roller that after just a day, she felt her heart was taken away and held by this sweet, innocent girl who looked exactly like Daenerys. How she splashes the water, I wonder who is giving her a bath. Jon Arryn said with a small laugh as he brought a jug of warm water. Ha ha, you are so funny, my falcon. But please save them after we are done bathing her, she said while kissing him as they both watched Naeris babble on in a language only she understood. Do you ever regret that we never had a child? Rollo asked with great sadness, knowing that sooner or later, they would be separated and reunited in death. No, my love, I had difficulty with all my wives before you. The first one died in childbirth with my daughter, the second one of a winter chill before we conceived one, the last one before you hated me mostly through her father's decision. Jon Arryn knew that Lysa despised him for he was even older than her father and felt jealousy toward her sister for marrying the young Lord Stark. I failed two men who were like sons to me, Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, but I made up for it by being a lovely grandfather to Mya and Robb while also, through you, I have a daughter named Daenerys and more grandchildren named Rhaenys, Aegon, Jon, Visenya and Aemon. Jon wished he could turn back time to the point where the children were begging for sweets and asking for a bedtime story. You are one of the best men in Westeros, and I swear that no one else will ever compare to you. Rhaella said as she finished pouring the water over Naeris' head, causing the baby to cry. Soothing the baby with funny voices, Jon managed to get a little giggle out of the Naeris, who immediately had Jon wrap around her fingers. I don't know how much time I have, but I do know that as long as I breathe, I will make the most of it for this little one and the first of our great-grandchildren. Taking Rhaella's hand in his own and squeezing it, they knew that despite their suffering, they were grateful for each other. A knock on the door interrupted them. I get her dressed. You go see who it is. Rhaella told Jon before noticing the water in the small bathing tub had a slight sliver color. Strange, I wonder what it is, she thought but ignored it as she started dressing Naeris. Jon Arryn shouted, It's Jon and Mya, my love. What can we help you both with? Mya spoke with a bit of shyness that was uncommon for her. I heard that you were looking after Naeris and thought, is it already if we can take over for a bit? Jon laughed at the mother-to-be. Worried about the one you carry and feel the need to practice with the one we got. What do you think of that, my love? Asked Rhaella as she was busy dressing the squirming baby. Well, if we can handle all the little rascals when they were children, maybe Jon and Mya can manage an evening with her. Rhaella said while reminiscing about how all her precious loved ones were a bit of a handful. As she finished dressing Naeris, Rhaella thought her wish had come true. She had her little Daenerys again. But she also knew that her little girl was a beautiful woman with a little girl. Oh, with smiles like yours, you can cure any illness. Rhaella said to the sound of Naeris cooing. Holding her delicately, Rhaella passed Naeris over to Mya, who seemed nervous. Just hold her like this and always support her head. Mya was now holding Naeris and immediately felt something. Oh look, Jon, she's so adorable. Just imagine what our baby would look like. Jon Stark was picturing Naeris as a black-haired, blue-eyed baby boy. I love you, Benjen, he shouted to the surprise of everyone. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say it loudly. I will be happy with either girl or boy, but Benjen has been a proper father to me, so I hope you understand, Mya. Mya kissed him on the cheek. You lovable foolish wolf, don't worry. I know how important he is to you, but if it's a girl, how about something like Cassandra after my grandmother or Joanna after her great-grandfather, she said while looking at Jon Arryn, who immediately felt tears coming from his eyes. Rhaegar study. Rhaegar has been focusing on maintaining good relationships with the Citadel after what Pycelle has done. He still found it hard to believe that the man he had known his whole life and who helped deliver his children was corrupt. The door opens to reveal his second wife, Cersei. I think you are giving too much favor to a man you probably wished was your son instead of your actual children. Cersei said furiously. And you seem to have a vendetta against Robb Stark his whole life. What did a baby do to you? What did a little boy do to you? He replied, and now he started to wonder if he truly made a mistake marrying her. Pycelle is responsible for the damage he will cause upon an innocent child, but now I was starting to wonder what else he could have done. Rhaegar shouted with fury at the disgraced Maester. He should have been made an example of. He all but admitted to taking your sister's maidenhead, and you let him get away with it, given he escaped justice as he did with Margaery Tyrell. What to stop him if he takes Rhaenys or my Visenya? Cersei said, hoping that Rhaegar's obsession would come through to her aid. Robb wouldn't take either of them, for unlike Daenerys or Margaery, Rhaenys and Visenya already promised to Aegon. Rhaegar shouted, for he was determined to ensure Aegon's Song of Ice and Fire came true. That is enough, Cersei. Robb has 3 boons all because of the actions of, I would say, my Grand Maester, but after today more of you or your father, Grand Maester. Rhaegar said to Cersei, who immediately felt frustrated at the idea that it was all her fault. I also know that you feel like Daemon should be king, but mark my words, if it were up to me, I would choose Aegon, Jon and Daemon, and if anything happens to them, then I would prefer Robb Stark provided he marries Daenerys, Rhaenys and Visenya over Daemon or Viserys. Because those 2 would achieve something that my father never could do. Rhaegar said before pausing and opening his study door to Cersei. They will destroy the 7 kingdoms, destroy the hard work of Aegon the Conqueror. Undoing the peace that had mostly been kept the last 300 years, 7 hells would come upon this world if those 2 ever sit on the Iron Throne. Cersei left quickly before saying, Daemon would do what needs to be done, for he is stronger than your northern bastard and sword-taking son. Rhaegar slammed the door shut as he could hear her shouting numerous insults and trying to break the door down. Sitting back in his chair, Rhaegar just felt regret and shame. Forgive me, Elia, forgive me, Lyanna. Notes. I hope you enjoyed it. I wanted to add a Jon and Maya moment with Naerys as well as Aegon with Renly and Loras, but felt that it would make this chapter very long. The next chapter will feature that as well as a few extra characters not in this story yet. Chapter 16, Surprise and Commotion in King's Landing. Summary. Rhaegar suffers from an illusion. Jon handles family while Tyrion reveals a part in his plans. Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. I did a bit of a look into Asoyaf theories and I always found them a bit interesting and thought until and if George R. Martin writes in the books what happens, I believe anything possible regarding them. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Rhaegar study. I can't believe it. Was it possible I could have had my Visenya with Elia? I mean, Rhaenys made her bedridden for half a year while Aegon nearly killed her, and then the damn Maester said she couldn't have any more children. Maybe I should have continued. Sure, Elia would have died, but she knows her duty to her husband, and it would have been a necessary sacrifice for I would have my Visenya. Rhaegar thought to himself as he began to reflect on how things could have been different if he had ignored what Pycelle said. I caused a war where thousands of innocent people died all because I thought Lyanna would give me what I desire. Then she gave me a son, and she told me that the Maester said the same thing. Rhaegar shouted angrily, damn you, Pycelle. Did you say that because of your knowledge as a Maester or because Tywin ordered you to do it? Normally, Rhaegar wouldn't drink a jug of wine, yet he felt he needed it. Do you think you deserve all this, my dragon prince? A woman's voice he had not heard for 18 years. Lie, you come back to me. Rhaegar raised his feet and tried to reach her, but she moved away and twirled around. Oh, my eldest treacherous son, look at you now, some dragon you turn out to be. Rhaegar felt like a boy again before his anger rose. Father, why must you ruin everything? He shouted at the man he loved before he lost his mind. I am a dragon, and I should have you killed in your crib if I had known you would conspire against me. Viserys should have inherited the throne after me. Rhaegar cried at the image of his father killing him as a baby. I have kept the 7 kingdoms together after they endured your madness. I am the ruler they needed after enduring you. Rhaegar said defensively as his father slowly turned into a dragon. It was not love that made the 7 kingdoms. It was fire, fire and blood, the dragon shouted before blowing fire. Rhaegar closed his eyes and huddled himself into a fetus position before opening them to see a young man with black hair facing away from him. Who are you? He asked timidly to see the man turn around. His eyes were grey, and he appeared like a strong and wise ruler. I am your grandson that is growing in my mother's belly. I am Benjen Stark, and I should be the one to say who are you. Rhaegar the Dragon Prince or Rhaegar the Obsessed. The man disappeared in a flash before suddenly Rhaegar saw Lyanna Stark again, and he felt joy while also feeling sadness. Lyanna, please don't go. He fell on his knees and begged. Don't call me that. I am ashamed of you. All this time, I thought you loved me, but you mostly wanted my womb. I gave you a son called Jon, but you didn't care or love him. Rhaegar didn't know what was happening, but he felt this was 7 hells. Lyanna suddenly changed again. This time, there was a man, but one half of his face was Viserys, and the other half was Daemon. I am the rightful ruler of the 7 kingdoms, for I am a dragon, and we ruled through our family words, fire and blood. Roriger froze in fear at the sight of this. In the blink of an eye, Roriger saw Robb Stark, but he was wearing a crown of iron and he seemed to be majestic like Roriger himself once was. You have an illness inside you, Your Grace. For hundreds of years, your ancestors wed brother and sister together to keep the bloodlines pure, but seeing you now, if you are pure, I hate to see the purest of the dragons, he said before vanishing. Aerys Targaryen appeared, and he attacked Roriger. You are truly no son of mine. All these people say things about you, yet you lack the will to do what needs to be done. A sword suddenly went through Roriger from behind. As he turned around to try to get a look at his killer, he saw all his children, who each held a knife and began stabbing him. This is your fault, father, they said before he heard the twisted laugh of his father. Ah! Roriger woke up with a shocked look on his face. He turned to see for the first time not 1 but 2 empty jugs of wine. Did I drink all that, he said, only to hear someone say, yes, Your Grace, for you said don't stop me, I need this. He looked to see Sir Barristan standing tall. After Queen Cersei left for her room last night, you asked for wine and began drinking it like water. Despite my advice to stop, you kept on drinking. Sir Barristan said with disappointment in his friend and king. I just thought I could trust Pycelle, but in the end, he was. Roriger couldn't finish his sentence, for he still found it hard to believe, even though yesterday he acted like he was sure of Pycelle's crimes. Tell me now, old friend. Roriger said as he tried to raise, but the wine made it difficult to do. How would I be judged by years and centuries to come? It's not my place to say. But if you must know, the people love you because you have ruled firm but fair, yet some things won't be forgotten, like how you married more than once to fulfill a bunch of words long said and written by those who are long since been dead. Sir Barristan has always been a man of honor, never one to tell lies, even if the truth will cause conflict. The only thing I fear is after you die, we might face another dance of dragons, but at least there won't be any full-grown dragons to cause so much death and destruction. At the same time, it will make this one much longer since there will be battles and sieges. Roriger began to imagine the damage a second dance of dragons would do. Aegon Room. As Aegon began to rise, he could see that his cock was growing hard at the sight before him. Renly and Loras were not wearing any clothes and kissing one another. You two started without me. I offended. Maybe I should give you both the same punishment you gave me last night, he said while faking his expression with a poor frown that made them laugh. Oh, my Sliver Prince, we both thought you were tired after last night. Loras said with a grin as he and Aegon kissed. Renly fell on the bed. As the Master of Laws, I know what I must pay for this terrible thing, my love, while your future King Kwa protects you from anyone stabbing you in the back, he said as Aegon kissed his inner thighs. True, dear heart, but Loras would stab me somewhere else and not with any blade. Aegon said before a knock on the door interrupted them. Who is it? I am very busy discussing things with my friends. Aegon shouted with annoyance. I'm sorry, my prince, but I have been ordered to tell you that Queen Elia wishes to speak with you as soon as possible. The quivering sound of a servant speaking through the door. All right. I will be there soon, he said, hearing the servant leaving. I'm sorry, my flower knight and dear heart. As he turned his head, both men were wrapped around him. Please stay. We both love you, Renly said while stroking himself, to which Loras began to do the same. And I love you both as well, but my mother probably wants to discuss something important, and for we all know that Jon is going to be disinherited for marrying Maya, and when that happens, Cersei is one step away from Daemon being the new king. Aegon all but expresses sadness for his brother. Jon was a far better man than he could stand up to their father. His Grace can't do that. Daemon is a little monster who thinks he is above the law while you are a brave, noble prince, the true son of Roriger, Loras said with admiration, only to see Aegon a bit upset and regretting saying it. I mean no disrespect to Jon and Daemon. Aegon placed his hand on Loras's shoulder. I know. It's just that I wish I could tell my father about you too. Aegon has been trained to be king, but the 7 kingdoms would not look kindly upon a king who likes knights for a different reason. How can you cause me such trouble, Aegon? You were supposed to be the prince that was promised, not a joust taker, a sword shallower, but now I must see to it that Demon is the true prince. Egon could imagine the egos of Demon and Cersei of him being disinterested, just for his choices. Sometimes, I wish I could renounce my claim to the throne. Father should have taught Jon the same thing he taught me. Because I worry for my brother if he was thrust upon the Iron Throne, but Jon would do his duty, and he would be loved by the small folk and hated by those who wish for more power. He spoke as he changed into clothes for the day. Can you both promise me you will help Jon rule if anything happens to me? Egon asked his two lovers, who were changing as well. I promise to help Jon as his master of laws to ensure he is like you, my brave, noble, and just prince. Renly said before kneeling, I swear it on the seven. Loras kneeled next to Renly. As a future member of the Kingsguard, I promise to protect Jon from harm, even at the cost of my own life. I swear to the seven and you, my Sliver prince. Now, before you go, I believe that Renly and I need to be punished for our actions. Loras pulled Egon's cock out of his trousers and began stroking it while Renly started to join in. Egon felt pleased, and he knew that as long as he lived, no harm would come to his family. Jon and Maya's chambers. As Jon stroked Maya's cheeks, he loved how beautiful she looked in her sleep, probably dreaming about them chasing after their children as they laughed and played. Currently, they were at arm's length from each other, and Jon looked down at the reason why. Nerys was awake and hoping for another adventure like the one she had last night. It started with watching the sunset over King Landing, laughing while being tossed in the air by her Uncle Jon before catching her in his arms. Then Aemon was reading his favorite story to Nerys as she tried to fight off sleep, but eventually, the baby was sound asleep. They headed off to Daenerys' bedchambers only to find them empty, heading back to Rolla and Jon's bedchambers only to find them asleep. Let's keep this one in our room tonight. She is so adorable that I don't know if I want to let her go. Maya said with affection, and Jon couldn't resist those blue eyes. They settled on either side of Nerys and watched her little chest rise up and down as she slept peacefully. I can't wait for hours to arrive and give Nerys a friend to play. Maya said as she fought off tiredness. Jon was the last to fall asleep, and the morning came with the light of sunrise and the sound of Nerys babbling about something. Quite little one, we don't want to wake Aunt Maya now, do we? He said quietly, only for Nerys to begin trying to roll from back to front. Jon laughed. Come here, baby dragon, he said, picking her up and holding her close to his chest while ensuring her head was supported. Let's see if your mother is in her room, for it should be close to your feeding time. He left for Daenerys' room and nearly made it before someone tried to get his attention. So Aunt Daenerys couldn't take care of her bastard and got you to do as you were, a whipped dog. He knew that voice. Whatever you want, demon, best remember that I gave you a beating the other day, otherwise, I will be sure to give you another one, and this time no one will stop me, and you won't be able to hide behind your mother's skirt this time, he said as calmly as he could to avoid upsetting the baby in his arms. Yes, but now I have an advantage over you. I don't care about the whore daughter you carry, maybe the child yours, and I wonder how your dear whore feels about her husband cheating on her. Maybe I should visit her and give her a bastard of her own, like mother like a child. His shouting caused Nerys to cry loudly. Jon tried to soothe her calmly, but his inner anger got the better of him. You know that I take no pleasure in beating people, but I have waited years to give you what you deserve. Calming down, he looked at Demon with pity. I feel sorry for whichever poor woman you marry because she has to deal with your cruelty and your mother's jealousy. The sound of footsteps interrupts them, and a concerned older woman can be heard. Where is she? Where is my granddaughter? Rolla said as she saw Jon holding Nerys. Oh, thank the mother. Before Jon could explain, Demon shouted, I caught the northern bastard stealing her, and I was trying to protect her. Rolla spoke immediately, sensing a potential conflict. If you are going to lie, Demon, then you should have thought of a better one than that. Now go to your room, she said with utter disappointment. Demon did as he was told while shooting daggers from his eyes at Jon. And you? Rolla said to Jon, who felt like he was about to be killed, thank you for protecting this beautiful princess from harm, but where is her mother? Jon answered, is she not in her room? Rolla shook her head from side to side. Come, maybe she is with Rhaenys and Arianne, she said before taking the sobbing baby and rocking her gently. As Rolla looked down at Nerys, she noticed something a bit different with her. Maybe it was because after last night, She couldn't stop thinking about why there was an unusual silver color in Nia's small bathtub. Street of Silk. A hooded man was walking suspiciously through the newest brothel that was once the establishment of Peter Baelish. But after he ran away from King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister took over and renamed it the Imp Gems, for women were as beautiful as jewels, and it was said that Imp guarded them like they were highborn daughters. "Oh, never seen you before. Maybe there is something to your taste," the female host said to the hooded man. The smell of her perfume was probably intoxicating for the regular customer, while he smelled of lavender, lilacs and rose water. "I am afraid that I lack the parts to participate in this sort of thing, but I am here to see Tyrion Lannister," he said as he slowly removed his hood to show his bald head. "Oh, sorry, my lord, I am afraid that Lord Tyrion is busy tending to one of the girl's needs and wishes not to be disturbed," she said while enticing him to engage in some form of pleasure. "I can wait for him. I'm sure if you told him I am here, he might come down to see me," he said politely, but it sounded more of a demand than asking nicely. He waits as the woman leaves to get Tyrion. While he can see women flirting with men who seek them for their company, others expose themselves seductively to show that they are worth every coin spent. Varys marvel at the work Tyrion did in reorganizing King's Landing brothels. He let the whores keep 80% of their earnings while the remaining 20% is used for paying taxes and maintaining the brothel upkeep. He also makes sure that whores are well taken care of. If any of them have children, he makes sure that they are provided with food and shelter as well as giving them a decent education. For that, the girls provide him with unrestricted use, for they say the things he does with his fingers are one of his qualities. "Ah, admiring my hard work, Lord Varys. Because I know you don't come here for the lovely ladies," Tyrion said as he appeared with a tall black woman who was probably from the Summer Isles. "Don't mind Shatea. She is my right hand and a mother figure to most girls here, so should we discuss things in my room, or do you prefer a distraction?" Tyrion gestured to Esso's eunuch, who remained calm. "I was hoping to discuss your choice to help Robb Stark yesterday, alone," he said, implying for the summer women to stay. Tyrion nodded and brought Varys to his room at the back of the brothel. "So, are you here for his grace, my sister? Or are you just curious?" "I am here for the good of the realm, my lord. You know that there is talk of the Queen planning something, even more so with Pycelle's arrest, but I am glad for Robb Stark to be a thorn in her side." He spoke with admiration for the Southern Wolf. Tyrion poured 2 cups of wine and offered one to Varys, who refused. "No, thank you, my friend." Tyrion downed the cup in one before speaking. "So you want to know why I helped him? I thought my thing about cripples, bastards, and other broken things was enough for you to know." Varys wasn't easy to trick, and he could see through him. "You didn't do it out of vengeance towards your father nor help out a poor soul, so what do you plan for him?" "My family wishes Robb dead to increase their power and holding, but I prefer to see him as a man with endless opportunities. Maybe as a way to prove my father wrong." Tyrion has hatred towards his father, who always viewed Tyrion as a monster who killed his beloved wife for the embarrassment of House Lannister, but Tyrion would never forgive him. "Plus, may I remind you of our deal, Lord Varys? You helped me find her, and in turn, I help you in your little passion for information gathering," Tyrion said before a snap of his fingers, and suddenly a young woman who could be no more than 10 and 7 named days. Her long, fine golden hair covered most of her face as she brought more wine for Tyrion. Varys saw for a brief moment a glimpse of her eyes, which were green, and her cheekbones made her a shocking resemble to the Queen herself. "Ah, I saw you looking at her. Well, may I introduce Lana, the sailor's wife, daughter, and my daughter?" Tyrion said, which shocked Lord Varys, and before he said anything, she spoke, "And same as my father, I will see Tywin Lannister's legacy burn to ashes." Notes. "So I had a bit of trouble with Jon Bit, but I felt like the possibility of Tyrion and his first wife having a child is a strong one, but who knows, plus I thought that if the sailor's wife is who she is, given what happened to Tissa, she might have inspired her daughter to take vengeance if the opportunity arises." Chapter 17, Wolf's Lust. Summary. A night of love and lust. Notes. Sorry for the long wait, this took longer than expected. All those committing sexual acts are 18 and over. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. As Robb was sitting on his chair naked, he couldn't believe that in his bed, underneath the covers, were 3 beautiful nude princesses. Rob began to think back to the night he just had, a night of passion and love. Last night. Rob looked up at the ceiling cheerfully as Princesses Ariane, Rhaenys, and Daenerys crossed his room. "I need to talk to you about something," Daenerys said in a timid voice. Rob spoke furiously. "If it's about Daenerys, then I remember you saying she's your daughter and no one else, or is it that you didn't believe me when I said I love you?" Daenerys looked down at her feet, knowing she should have believed him. "I was angry and upset that I heard nothing from you, but if the Grand Maester Pycelle hadn't done what he did, we could have." Rob interrupts her, "We could have what?" "I did advise against us spending the night together, and did you listen?" "No, you snuck into this very room and aroused me in my sleep." Ariane was rubbing her breasts. "Keep going, I love this kind of talk." "What happens next?" she said as she strutted towards Rob's bed. "I was having a serious talk, and all you can think about is sex. Do you ever wish for more than this?" Rob asked Ariane as she sat on the opposite side of his bed. "I have recently thought of something more. I think that you are interesting, Robb Stark." "Many lesser men and powerful men would have jumped at the prospect of sharing my bed," she said while moving her fingers up towards Rob's chin. "But you resist me every time, and what's more is how you nearly took me like an animal in the goatwoods, which made me feel so vulnerable and yet so arousing," she said while removing the top half of her dress and exposing her breasts. For once, Rob couldn't help but look at the Dornish princess's voluptuous figure, her face so innocent and yet seductive. He could feel his trousers getting a bit tight, and yet he didn't do anything about it. He was going to see where this went. Moving her hand down to Rob's trousers, Ariane was happy with the result she had on him. "Oh, what this? Some kind of sword?" "Oh wait, it's over there by your chair, so what do I have here?" she said with a smile as she started rubbing in a circle where Robb cock was. Rhaenys, worried for Rob, immediately grabbed Ariane's hand. "Please, Ariane, don't embarrass him." Rob laughed. "Relax, Rhaenys. I'm sure she does this because she can't handle me." Rob removed his shirt to reveal his toned body from years of training. Rhaenys and Daenerys were starting to go red in their faces while Ariane began to pleasure herself. "Keep going, for I love a strong, handsome man," she whispered while using one hand to rub her breast and the other hand to smack Rhaenys on her ass. "Ow, that hurt, cousin Arya," Rhaenys said while rubbing her clothes over where her ass was spanked. Rob looked at Ariane with a bit of anger and lust. "Say sorry to Rhaenys and tell me what you want, for I felt that you were about to say that you desire more than sex," he ordered her to do. Ariane then took off the rest of her dress, leaving her naked as the day she was born. "I'm sorry, Ra, how about you spank me if it makes you feel better," she said as she wiggled her ass in a position that Rhaenys found tempting. "Wait!" Rob shouted as he saw Rhaenys about to lift her hand. "She wants you to do that, Rhaenys, and Grandfather Jon always said, good rewards, bad punishment." Rhaenys listened to Rob as she looked at Ariane's ass. "So what do I do?" Rob smirked. "I have a feeling there's more," she had to say, "so tell me the truth." "Ariane and Rhaenys get to spank you, lie, and I start putting on my shirt." Ariane was surprised by this sudden change in Rob, and she saw that she had underestimated him, using her lustful nature to his advantage. "So keep going, Ariane, and spare nothing out," Rob ordered her while he was holding his shirt in his hands. "After you left, Rhaenys and I were talking about how you seem divided between your good quality and your desire for more," she said honestly while moving her body side to side, hoping to tempt Rhaenys. "And what else?" Rob asked as he moved closer to Ariane, who licked her lips as if she had a wet appetite. "That it? Now I think I earned a reward," Ariane said to Rhaenys, begging for a hard smack, but Rhaenys looked up at Rob, who shook his head. "No, keep going, Ariane, or maybe." Rob started moving around Daenerys. "I should give Daenerys my attention, especially since you all arrived so late in the night," not realizing that it was now past the hour of the wolf, as well as Daenerys' 10 and 8 name day now. Rob always remembers everyone's name day, and what everyone wants is one of his best qualities. He cares about everyone. Daenerys began to fluster with Rob and thought of any excuse, but Rob, I have a baby pretty much at my breast, so I think I should go back to Daenerys." Rob, for once, seized the opportunity and began kissing Daenerys. Daenerys hit him repeatedly on the shoulders, trying to break free. Then Daenerys started moaning as Robb moved his hands over her slender body. "So what is to be, Arianne? The truth or no fun?" he said, looking at Arianne while his hands were on Daenerys' ass, with each butt cheek fitting perfectly in his hand. Arianne felt jealous, for it should be her in Robb's arms, kissing him in a battle of tongues, his hard cock pressed between her tights. "I want you, Robb." Arianne all but shouted, "My one weakness is strong, handsome men. You could resist me and prove you are no weak fool." Afterwards, I thought about how I would love to have your child. I am 210 and 3 name days. One day, I will be the ruler of Dawn, and our child will be the perfect heir. Robb laughed. "Hard to believe that, but you speak the truth, so Rhaenys, you can smack her now." Rhaenys gave Arianne a good spanking, causing her to moan and beg, "I want more, but what changed you? Just yesterday, you refused such things." Robb looked at Daenerys. "I was divided and hurt, for I assumed that I could be Naerys' father, only to be told by Daenerys that I am not, and then that she told me she lost this." He showed off his mother's necklace. "The only I probably have left of my mother." Daenerys cried, "I'm sorry, but I was scared of the fact that I gave birth to a child." Daenerys fell on her knees. "So I sent this in my last message to say that something important happened, but when you asked me about it, I thought that I betrayed your love by losing it. I. She wrapped her arms around him and cried into Robb's bare shoulder. "It wasn't your fault. Now tell me the truth please. Even if she is not mine, she is yours, and for that, I will promise to protect her if anything bad happens to you." The sadness in his voice and desperate look in his eyes as he brought Daenerys to look at him directly. "I spent a day trying to bring her into the world, worrying about what to do with this being inside me, and when she came screaming into the world with her red hair and violet eyes, I knew it was worth it." Daenerys all but confesses to Robb what he wishes to know. Robb was happy and confused. Daenerys explained, "Arianne and Rhaenys helped me with her by telling me about how some people in Essos dyed their hair, and I was worried that Rhaegar would kill you to see me holding a redhead child, so I." Robb immediately grabbed her by the waist and lifted her in the air, spinning them around. "Daughter, I have a daughter. Thank you, old gods, for such a beautiful gift." Robb thought as he let her down. "So I know why Arianne and Daenerys are here, but why are you here, Rhaenys?" Robb said as he turned towards Rhaenys to see her crying. "I'm sorry, Robb, but you belong with Daenerys and I." Rhaenys tried to leave, but Arianne hugged her tightly before Daenerys hugged her from behind. After calming down, Rhaenys wiped the tears from her and approached Robb. "I don't know how all these women, myself included, fall for you, yet I know that one day I must marry Aegon just because my father demands it. But Aegon preferred knights to women, so when I seen Aerys I imagined she was our daughter." Rhaenys started crying, and before Robb could do anything, she started kissing him while undoing her dress. Arianne walked around them and began pulling Robb's trousers down. "Why do all of these women want me?" he thought as he didn't struggle. He looked down at Rhaenys and saw that she was a cross between Arianne's color and Daenerys' slender figure. "Well, girls, you have been dying to know, so I present to you," Daenerys said as she walked between Rhaenys and Robb. Rhaenys and Arianne began wrapping their arms around each other and waited in suspense as Daenerys stripped off her clothing, leaving her as naked as them. "The thing helped me make Naerys in one quick move." Daenerys pulled down Robb's small clothes. "Whoa," both women said as they looked at a naked Robb. "That's not a cock, it's a weapon," Rhaenys said as Arianne looked at Daenerys. "I'm surprised that you survived something like that." All three women looked at Robb like he was the warrior himself, a maiden fantasy. "So how do we do this?" Robb asked as he eyed up the women. If I could, then all of you would be swell with my child." He started imagining them with his pups suckling on their breast and their bellies swelling with more to come. "Well, I say that me first since I'm the eldest," Arianne said as she immediately jumped on top of Robb, who managed to hold on to her. Robb was suddenly jumped on by the other two princesses, causing him to fall on his ass. "Let's take it to the bed," Robb said as he began to rise with Arianne's arms and legs wrapped around him. He managed to lay her down on the bed, and the sight before him was like a naughty dream he used to have when he discovered women. Arianne was on her back while Rhaenys and Daenerys were on their side next to her. "If you two want to lick my nipples, go ahead, or maybe one of you can sit on my face, and the other, do something to Robb like kiss him, suck his red balls." Damn, it true what they say about Dornish women, and she got one hell of imagination. The imagination became a reality as Rhaenys moved her cunt over Arianne's face, to which Arianne started pleasing her. Daenerys meanwhile began to stroke Rob's cocksuck on my tits. Rob. Maybe Naerys gets her appetite from you, she said half-heartedly with a laugh. Rob did as she asked and started licking her nipples before sucking on them. Yes, Rob, oh by the gods, yes, she said as Rob inserted 2 fingers inside her pussy to feel that she was getting wet. Sometime this night, I thought I must do all the work, Arianne said in between eating out Rhaenys, to which Daenerys put Rob's hard cock inside her, and Rob felt nothing but warmth and pleasure inside the Dornish princess. Oh, I think something came out, Rob said as some breast milk came leaking out of Daenerys' tits that Rob was more than to drink. Nectar, sweet nectar, that our daughter must need be a strong, beautiful dragon wolf. It's like suckling from the breast of the mother herself. He all but started sucking, much to the sound of Daenerys moaning. What about me, Rob? You fucking my cousin and sucking my aunt's tits, can you please me in any way? Rhaenys shouted softly for fear of someone interrupting this small orgy. I got an idea, Arianne turns over on all fours. Daenerys, you go under and lick her out, while you Rhaenys stand up while I feast on your cunt. Rob all but issued orders like they were battle tactics. So demanding, just keep fucking me and fuck me hard, Arianne said as she did as she was told. Oh, I going to enjoy this, she said excitedly as she began to eat out Daenerys' pussy. Rhaenys stands over Arianne as Rob goes back to fucking Arianne and, bringing Rhaenys' hips forward, finds an exotic second course in Rhaenys' pussy after his first course of Daenerys' breast and milk. Daenerys, underneath all of them, was licking a mixture of Arianne's hot pussy and Rob's wet cock. So, Daenerys, how do Rob and Arianne taste? Rhaenys said as she was moaning from Rob's tongue, entering the folds of her maiden pussy. As Arianne endured most of the assault of pleasure, she was the first to organism. Oh gods, don't stop, nearly there, she said as the muscle in her pussy tightened Rob's cock as he entered the cervix of Arianne's womb. Oh, so tight, Arianne. I think I'm about to finish, Rob said as he huffed from the feeling of his seed ready to be released from their prison in search of a fertile egg. Yes, Rob, release your seed and make me a future prince or princess of Dorne. Father won't be pleased with me, but when he holds our child, he will care more about them than my actions, Arianne said loudly with a passion as her body lay down on top of Daenerys with exhaustion before wrapping her legs tightly around Rob. There's no way I'm releasing you until I know I have our child in my belly. Rob finally released his seed, and in an instant, he felt the insides of Arianne filling up with it. Yes, Rob, I can feel your gods, Daenerys. You never said he was, so full, Arianne said in a state of exhaustion and sexual pleasure. As Rob's cock left the warmth of Arianne's pussy, he felt a different warmth and softness of Daenerys' lips. He watched as Arianne rolled off Daenerys to see her voluptuous figure, brown breasts, dark nipples and her pussy filled with his seed. Nymeria, come on, the water gardens will cool you down in the hot weather, she said to herself, probably already dreaming about the future. Rob was in the process of falling asleep before a smack across his ass woke him up a bit. Come now, Rob, you still have me and Daenerys to finish, Rhaenys said as she and Daenerys were getting him hard again. I don't know if I should be thankful or complain, Rob thought as Daenerys' mouth was playing with the tip of his cock, and Rhaenys was licking the sides. My cousin tastes delicious, Rhaenys said as she moved underneath and started sucking Rob balls. Eventually, Rob was ready for another go. Come here, Daenerys, and I will refresh your memory of how we made Naerys, he said, causing Rhaenys to move aside as Daenerys began to mount on Rob's cock, facing him as she started to wrap her arms and legs around him and slowly lower herself onto his cock. Oh, so big, I had forgotten how you feel, Daenerys said as she started to bounce up and down on him. Rob ordered Rhaenys to move between them, still standing, and she did as she was asked, so what are you, oh. Rhaenys said excitedly, for Rob went back to feasting on her pussy, while in a surprising move, Daenerys started fingering Rhaenys' ass. Rob and Daenerys moved into a rhythm as they both pleasured Rhaenys, which went on for a while. Arianne recovered a bit. Oh, if I had a bit of energy, but all she could do was grope her breasts as she didn't want to risk losing the seeds inside her and instead enjoy the show in front of her. Yes, oh yes, stick your tongue deeper inside her, Rob, Daenerys said as Robb was close to finishing again. Positioning Daenerys on her back, Robb asked Rhaenys to sit on her face as he began fucking Daenerys at a fast pace, and Rhaenys began kissing Robb as she did as she was told. At the same time, Daenerys and Robb climax, with Rhaenys happily looking at Daenerys' pussy. I think that Daenerys will have a little sibling with that amount inside you, Aunt Daenerys. She said as she got off the bed and walked towards the table to pour herself a drink. No wonder he's strong, no wine, only water here, she said, the liquid poured from the jug into a cup. She took a few sips before turning to see Robb placing Daenerys next to Arianne before kissing both of their stomachs, probably feeling attached to life that might begin to grow after this night. She looked away, hoping that Robb would fall asleep alongside them, but after a few moments of peace, she felt two arms wrapped around her and something poking above her ass. Do you think that we can ever be together, Robb? Rhaenys asked, knowing that Robb would never betray Aegon. I once thought of us together, but you are to wed Aegon while well, let's face it, your father couldn't care less who I wed. I can marry a whore, and he would still focus on his dead men's words. Robb spoke in a grim tone that Rhaenys knew well from time to time. I may look the princess he wants, act the princess he wants, be the princess he wants, but I wish to be free from all this. Rhaenys said, turning to Robb, hugging and crying into him. I always wanted you, Robb, because being queen is not every woman's dream, and I would trade all this for a peaceful and quiet life with many children running around. Robb stroked her hair and held her as she carried on her little confession, showing sympathy and understanding, for he craved a similar dream. Me, Daenerys and Arianne all want the same thing, you, for the same reason. We love and want you, but we have different views about them, so tell me, Robb, what do you want? Rhaenys asked Robb, who was surprised by such a question. I don't know, but if there is one thing I want, it is to make those who wronged my family pay for their crimes, and after that, settle down with a lovely woman and have children. Before you all came in here, I was thinking who to wed, so if I have to face the Lannister, I hopefully won't face them alone. Robb grabbed Rhaenys by her ass with one hand and, with the other, tilted her head upwards, facing him. I'm going to use one of my boons to ask your father if I can go to the Riverlands to learn how to rule. Rhaenys started to cry, and Robb kissed her deeply. I love you, Rhaenys, and I know that I will mistreat Daenerys and Arianne by offering only you this, but I swear I will do right by them if you accept this. Rhaenys was shocked by this revelation, and before he explained his offer, she led him to his chair. Sit, Robb, she ordered him. Robb sat as Rhaenys kneeled before him and started sucking his cock. Oh please, let this be the last time this night, for my cock is throbbing with pleasure and pain. Robb thought as he got hard again. You are not one to disappoint women, Robb. But I decided on my terms. I want you to take my maidenhead just like you did Daenerys. Robb wanted to argue with her, but Rhaenys had already stood and settled on his lap. She grabbed Robb's cock and slowly positioned it by the entrance of her pussy. Please don't fight it, Robb, she pleaded as she slowly impaled herself onto it, ripping her virtue, and despite feeling a bit of pain, it was quickly being replaced by pleasure. Are you in pain? Robb asked with worry, but Rhaenys sank her fingertips into his naked back and whispered, I'm fine, you have done so much already, my wolf. This time, let me do all the work and relax. Robb just laid back and watched as Rhaenys suddenly started moving slowly before getting into a bit of a rhythm. Moving her body up and down and pushing her chest a bit forward, her tits in contact with Robb's mouth, he opened his mouth and started sucking, imagining that one day their child would suck from them to drink her milk. Will our child be a girl who looks exactly like Daenerys, that they might be twins with my mother's hair and your father's eyes? Robb thought about what all his children would be like. Part of him worried he was like Rhaegar, but he knew that he would love them all, regardless of who their mother was. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives, and he will make sure that they all know that their father knows he loves them very much. Rhaenys, I'm getting near. Robb said as he rose from his chair, lifting and holding Rhaenys' legs so they wouldn't touch the ground and forcing her to wrap her legs around his hips. Moving his hips so fast that she started to make a loud moaning noise, Robb kissed her to make her quiet as she felt her climax coming. I promise you, Rhaenys, if you want, come with me to Riverrun. We dye your hair, and I will keep putting baby after baby in you. Robb said, to which Rhaenys responded, can Daenerys and Arianne join us? If you also want them, Maybe when Aegon is king, he can legitimate all your children as Stark, Targaryen, Martell or even Tully. Robb felt his release coming. Whatever makes you happy, my love. But now in this position he laid Rhaenys at the end of his bed and rested on top of her, moving his hip back and forth. I won't leave until you are full like them. Rhaenys held on to Robb as he released his seed inside her and began to feel them filling her up as they searched for her defenseless egg. I love you, they both said before kissing each other. Rhaenys fell asleep smiling, causing Robb to carry her to the top of his bed and lay beside Arianne and Daenerys. He was kissing all three women and then their bellies, which hopefully would soon be full of his pups. Robb began to picture a horde of children running through the halls of Riverrun, swimming in the shallow lakes of the Riverlands, visiting their grandfather in Winterfell, who would be disappointed with their father before the joy and laughter they bring make him smile. Maybe when he goes to Riverrun, Robb should be able to invite his father to visit him before seeing him in Winterfell. Robb wonders what his father will think of him. Will he be proud of him? Will he despise him for taking after his mother? So many questions plagued his mind. Pulling some covers over them, Robb went to his chair and slowly closed his eyes as he drifted off to sleep. Present. As he woke from the sun shining on his face, Robb marveled at the sight of Arianne, Daenerys and Rhaenys all sleeping together. He looked around to find his trousers on the floor and began putting them on before turning to his mirror to see the exhaustion on his face and feeling happy for the night he had. But also regret that he had betrayed his brother in all but blood. Aegon, I'm sorry, brother. His door opened, causing him to turn and see Jon and Rhaella holding Naerys in her arms. Robb, sorry to disturb you, but have you seen? Jon asked only to see that Robb was shirtless, dressed on the floor and above all three women in Robb's bed. Jon shouted, "You're a dead man, Robb." Notes. Hope you enjoy this. Please leave a comment. Let me know if there are any grammar mistakes and give any advice on how to improve by showing me a correct and incorrect example. Chapter 18, Responsibility and Actions. Summary. Robb will defend his actions and began planning a future. Notes. I hope you enjoy this. It was a bit of a struggle and I feeling burnt out from this, so I be taking a break from this story. I do have an idea for a one-shot story which I call Winterfell Syndrome. It will a dark Robb story involving Margaery Tyrell. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Jon looked at Robb with daggers in his eyes, as if Daenerys was not enough for you. Now you had Rhaenys too. You betrayed Aegon, he shouted with fury that the princesses started to wake up, and Naerys started crying. Jon, listen to me. Robb pleaded, but his words were ignored as Jon started charging towards him. Grabbing him by the throat, Jon began applying pressure on Robb, who was too tired from his long night of sex and lack of sleep to fight back. Rhaenys and Arianne jumped out of bed naked and tried to pull Jon off Robb while Daenerys went to take care of Naerys. Holding her daughter in her arms and trying to calm her down, Daenerys encouraged her mother to help solve this issue. Jon, release him, please, Rhaella begged Jon before tilting his head toward her. Look at me, please let him go. We must understand everything, otherwise, we are no better than common criminals. Jon did as he was asked. Robb gasped for air and started breathing properly, with Arianne bringing his head between her breasts. There, rest between my bosoms, and if you are better, you can suck them. Robb liked to more than suck them, but the sound of his grandmother Rhaella interrupts his lustful thoughts. Do you have any dignity left? Your grandmother was a very good friend of mine, she said with disappointment towards the future ruler of Dorne. Rhaella then said with a smile, we did have one good night of passion. Everyone suddenly felt the need to gag. I wasn't always an old woman, you know, but first, Jon closed the door, Daenerys, give me Naerys. And all of you put on your clothes at once. Rhaella ordered them as if she were addressing naughty children. Robb put on his shirt, and his eyes were focused on Naerys. Grandmother Rhaella, please, may I hold my daughter? I beg you, he asked with tears as he looked at the baby in her grandmother's arms. Rhaella hesitated at first, but then she gave her over to Robb, hoping Jon wouldn't risk attacking him for fear of harm coming to her. As she placed her in his arms, Robb felt a massive amount of emotions. My daughter, my princess, you probably don't know this, but I only learned from your mama last night. I'm your papa, and I promise to protect you from anyone who dares harm you. You are so loved already. I wish that my mother was here to see you. Robb wondered if this was how his mother felt holding him for the first time. Nerys made a babbling noise towards him, which made Robb smile. You know I can't understand you, but I hope it means I love you, Papa. Robb sat down in his chair. I wish I could see your true hair color, red or silver hair. You are perfect the way you are. Robb looked up to see everyone in tears, even Jon, who had only a few minutes ago wanted to kill him. R'hllor wiped the tears from her. That was beautiful, Robb. I'm sure your mother would love her as well, she said before making a serious look on her face, but now, I still wish to know what you all were doing in here, now. The women began explaining what happened, even the naughty bit. Robb was in his little world, watching Nerys as she grabbed Robb's fingers and put them into her mouth. Jon moved beside him. I am still angry with you, Rhaenys is Aegon's betrothed, but seeing you with Nerys makes me want to know. What is it like holding your child, he asked calmly. Robb responds quietly, it feels overwhelming, but seeing her, I just, there is quite no way to describe this, but it truly is one of the best things I ever felt in my life. Robb was so focused on Nerys that he didn't hear R'hllor speaking. What do you have to say about this, Robb? He didn't respond, for he was busy imagining Nerys' red hair hiding underneath the silver dye. Then Daenerys took her and immediately began breastfeeding her. Now, can I have your attention? R'hllor said calmly, hoping to avoid upsetting the baby. Robb watched as Nerys was feeding from her mother's breast, remembering that last night he did the same sweet nectar he called it. I'm sorry, grandmother, for it was a remarkable experience. Robb said very quickly, for it indeed was an experience to cherish. I know that feeling. I felt the same holding Rhaegar, Viserys and Daenerys in my arms for the first time, but before I get more tearful, I want to hear what happened last night. Robb then told her everything, even the bit where he took Rhaenys' maidenhead. I won't deny what I did, but I have no regrets, and I would do right by Rhaenys, Daenerys and Arianne. R'hllor took a deep breath and said authoritatively, given what happened yesterday with your duel and the trial, as well as having admitted the truth, I won't tell Rhaegar. But Rhaenys will need to take Moon Tea, and with the Pycelle replacement probably a day, weeks, maybe moons away, we need to keep this a secret until then. She turned towards the door and left to her own devices. I know what you think, Jon, and let me tell you, if it's all right for you to disobey father's unknown plans and obsession, then why can't I? Rhaenys said, knowing Jon was probably still angry with Robb. It's not his fault that we love him, otherwise it's your fault that Mya loves you. Rhaenys shouted at Jon, who responded, Mya wasn't betrothed, but you are, and Rhaenys smacked Jon across his face. I'm sorry, Jon, she hugged him, for she instantly regretted doing it. Please understand that Aegon is the same as me and it is all right for him to indulge in pleasures while I have to be a good princess. Rhaenys dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around Jon's waist. I want you to be happy, little brother. Don't you want the same for me? Jon looked at Robb before he rubbed his cheek and said, if you break my sister's heart, I will renounce you as my brother and kin, and then you will wish that I kill you. Robb smiled, but now he had created a problem. He had to decide between Daenerys, Arianne and Rhaenys. Robb may have 3 boons to use, so he could use them to secure a marriage with Rhaenys, but Rhaegar will never give him Rhaenys, for he needs her for his mad obsession. Daenerys could be a possible wife, since they have a child. Rhaegar might let them wed so that Daenerys won't be disgraced anymore. Still, Rhaegar could prefer that Daenerys marry Daemon or Aemon to keep the bloodline pure. Arianne is the most likely choice, for she is a Martell and Rhaegar could allow them to wed as a way to secure Aegon's reign. But he would worry that Robb and Arianne's child could rule nearly half of the 7 kingdoms and, therefore, pose a threat. I must take my leave. I will ask His Grace if I can go to Riverrun to learn to be a lord, my ladies. We can discuss what the best solution is later. Robb looked at Jon and offered his hand to him. Are we brothers? Now and always, he asked, now and always. Jon said back before accepting it. Rhaegar study. Rhaegar looked like he was chased through 7 hells, and Robb wasn't sure if it was good or bad. I can come back later if you wish, Your Grace, Robb said as he examined the king. His hair looked a bit messy, he smelled like wine, and it was unusual for him to struggle with sitting comfortably. I'm fine, young Stark, just not used to drinking late into the night and suffering from it the next day, Roriger said while adjusting his chair. Nevertheless, you're here now, so what can I do for you? Rob sensed this was a moment he had waited for nearly his whole life, now or never. Your Grace, I have been a loyal and faithful servant to the crown, but now I feel like I need to learn to be lord. So I request to go to Riverrun. Can I serve Egon if I don't know how to rule an important castle or raise an army? Rob said, hoping that acting as a future potential capable lord would make Roriger see merit in this. Why should I consider this? You could learn these here, and above all, you are serving the realm by being here to ensure your family's loyalty. Roriger said with disgust at such a request. I granted you 3 boons yesterday, but maybe Cersei is right. I am showing you more favor than my children, so I recommend we forget about this request, and you return to being. Roriger said before Rob began to feel angry like he should have been years ago when Roriger made him feel like he was nothing. No. Your Grace, I have been here my whole life, all because you caused a war just because of some dead madman's words. Sir Gerald Hightower started unsheathing his sword. Watch your tone, boy. This is the king you are addressing. Roriger raised his hand. No, Sir Gerald, let him speak. I am interested in what honesty there is left in the capital. Rob said, you speak on how you are better than your father. Well, I ask this because my grandfather has been bedridden for the last part of the year, and he has been asking for my mother and her siblings as if they are still alive. Roriger sat back a bit. So why should I take pity on someone who only Lord Paramount of Riverlands by my mercy? He rebelled against the crown and fought alongside the attempted usurper, he said, reminding Rob of the crimes Hoster Tully committed. And what happens when he dies? An old man suffers the most because of the rebellion. I am asking you because I hope that you will give him a possible last year of happiness instead of going to his death alone. Please grant my grandfather this last act of kindness. Rob finished as he began wiping the tears from his eyes. Roriger immediately asked, I know that you seek vengeance against House Frey, Lannister, so how would I know you won't cause death and destruction? Rob knew he had to accept a defeat in the battle to achieve victory in the war. Tell me your terms, and I think about it, but I have another request. Gardens. Rob was at the spot where he had tried to impress Margaery Tyrell once. In his arms was Naerys, who seemed to enjoy the bright colors of the flowers and the smell of fresh air. Daenerys asked Rob to look after her since she had to handle things with Orianne and Rhaenys. Rob could have imagined lustful things, but with his daughter in his arms, he kept his mind clean. When we get to Riverrun, I'm sure you love it as much as I would. It was my mother's home, I never knew her. She died when I was about your size and age. Rob will never forget what his great-uncle told him about his mother's sacrifice. I think you will be quite a surprise to your great-grandfather. He is one of the most important people in my life, he always ensured I was treated well here. He may not be all there, but I hope that he will love you as much as he loves me. Rob was desperate to lift the sadness and loneliness that had plagued Hoster Tully for 19 years, but at the moment, there was no place he would rather be than with his daughter, who he hoped would be the first of many children. Notes. So yeah, I'm sorry if this is a mess, but I'm hoping to hear feedback, both good and bad, because I am desperate for an understanding. I felt like I should do better at times, so I probably stopped this story for a week, hopefully after the one-shot story, come back fresh as well as improved this chapter if needed. Chapter 19, The Wolf Cage opens. Summary. On his last day in the only home he had ever known, Rob will know the brutal truth about the family he thought he knew. Notes. Hi everyone, I hope you enjoy this after a long wait. I am doing a few different things, hoping the grammar is better than ever, so if it is more of a mess, please let me know in the comments. I restarted my Wolf King, which will be something on the side like once a fortnight. It is about a powerful Rob harem because there is close to none except for Sammy_8674, the Empire of Winter. I also hope to do a chapter of my planned stories. A Wolf Taming Dragonon and the Great Deception, details are on my profile, my next Rob stories. Hopefully, after a chapter from each one, when I finish this story, there will be comments from each to help me decide which one to do. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. As he looked around the room he had lived in for his whole life, Rob was finding it hard to believe that this would be his last night in it. He remembers his good times in this room with Jon and Aegon when they spent time slaying monsters instead of attending to their studies or stealing wine from the cellars, drinking it all and feeling headaches the next day. But his memories will carry him for whatever the future holds. He left for Aegon's room for one last good day with his brothers in every way but blood. As he approached his room, he could hear two people talking, one of them a woman. "Tell me it's not true." He knew that voice, which sounded worried and caring at the same time. "I am afraid it is, Mother. Rhaenys is no longer a maid. If the worst comes to happen, Father's potential action could lose us the North and Riverlands to Daemon and House Lannister." The second voice he also knew as Prince Aegon. Robb continued to listen as he looked through the door to see Queen Elia addressing a naked Aegon while Renly and Loras were possibly naked in his bed. Aegon said with a bit of sadness, "You know that things had always been unfair to Robb when it came to women in his life." Aegon suddenly turned angry. "It was not Mace Tyrell's decision to invite Margaery Tyrell to King's Landing, but you who encouraged him to bring her. So everything between me and Margaery was because of you, Mother," Robb thought as he continued to observe. "Cersei's interference nearly cost me Robb and the support of House Tyrell, not to mention that I underestimated the Queen of Thorns' ambition to use Robb, so after that, I thought that Daenerys would be more suited to Robb." "Did Daenerys love me because you influence or order her?" "Why?" Robb suddenly felt anger for the woman he called mother. "Then Cersei found out and had your father tricked into sending Daenerys to Dorne, and then she used Pycelle to distance them, but that doesn't excuse what you did to Robb," Elia said to Aegon, who immediately looked like he was a child caught doing something wrong. "You know that when I wed Rhaenys and Visenya, I won't be able to perform my duties as a husband, so I had Rhaenys bring Arianne from Dorne because I hope that Robb will sleep with Arianne." Aegon said it like it was the perfect plan. "Then Rhaenys and Arianne would have gone to Dorne where I would hopefully claim the Dornish-looking child as mine and Rhaenys, so by doing that, Father would have what he wants. So I was a stud to do what you could not. Will one or both of my children know the truth about me?" Robb had never felt so betrayed, especially by those he loved. He began walking towards Rhaegar's study when he noticed Viserys seeking to have an evil look on his face. Following him, he saw that he was stalking Daenerys, Rhaenys and Arianne like they were prey. He felt unsure about what to do. One side wanted him to do the right thing, but the other thought they deserved whatever was coming. He heard a sound from around the corner and saw Rolla holding Naerys, and Robb could see for the first time that she had more red hair than sliver-dyed hair. Lately, people were starting to say how he could get away with impregnating a princess and not be punished, while others say that he and Daenerys were secretly married. Now, after learning about Daenerys' interest in him, he couldn't help but feel that Naerys was a means of trapping him. And yet, here she was, his daughter that he would protect above all things. He would kill anyone who even so much as threatened her, and could she even bear to look at him, knowing he failed to save her mother from possible danger? He followed Viserys and watched as he trailed behind the three princesses. They reached Rhaenys' chambers, and Viserys began shouting, "I heard, sister, that you were whoring yourself in the wolf's bed. You pathetic slut, you should be mine." Daenerys responded, "What I do is my business, Viserys. At least Robb would treat me right far more than you ever would." Her eyes filled with anger at her brother. Viserys immediately slapped her, leaving a red mark on her face. "Enough, uncle, that's one of the reasons women would prefer Robb over you," Rhaenys said, coming to the aid of her aunt. Arianne didn't help much by saying, "For me, it's the size of the dragon in his trousers and how he uses it, while your little worm could only tickle me," she said while bending her pinky finger. Viserys drew his sword and pointed it at Arianne. "Take that back, you Dornish whore, you just like your aunt, not worthy of a dragon." Robb wanted to intervene but decided to move to Daenerys' room next door, undetected, and jump from balcony to balcony and move in when Viserys wasn't expecting it. He moved as Viserys forced the women into the room, and after he heard the door locked, he moved like a wolf, quick and subtle. As he completes his plan of action, he watches the sad sight before him. The princesses undress one another at sword point by a selfish madman. "Yes, that's right, I am a dragon, and you will obey me. They play with my heart at the whims of others," Robb thought to himself like he was trying not to care, "but they don't deserve this," remembering his mother's fate. "Good, you sluts, now all of you lay on your stomach, top on one another and spread your legs," Viserys said as he swung his sword wildly, scaring the women into doing what he wanted. Robb watched as Viserys started taking his trousers off and pleasing himself. Now, my sister, let's see if your future whore of a daughter hasn't ruined a good pussy, he said as he started preparing to penetrate Daenerys. Then Robb moved directly behind Viserys with a knife and held the sharp end across his throat. Go ahead and struggle, it will be my pleasure to end a mad monster, he said as Viserys went from a madman with lust to a coward quivering with fear. Drop your weapon right now. Robb ordered Viserys, who dropped his sword and yelled, please, mercy. Princesses, get dressed. Arianne, go get the King. Daenerys, your mother, and Naerys, Rhaenys, stay. Robb told the princesses. Hour later. The king's guards held a squirming Viserys tightly as King Rhaegar entered the room with murderous intentions towards his brother. I have tolerated many things, Viserys, for the sake of our mother, but you have attempted something I will never forgive. He turned towards Robb, who was holding Naerys in his arms with a look that he would kill anyone attempting to take her from him. I may own you 2 boons, but I feel you earned a reward in preserving my daughter's virtue. Rhaegar said it like Robb was the warrior himself. Robb thought, you delusional fool, if you knew the truth about your daughter's virtue. Robb spoke what Rhaegar wanted to hear him say, thank you, your grace, but I only did what I think was right, but if you wish to reward me, then I ask for a decree so that my daughter Naerys would be a Stark. Rhaegar merely nodded his head, granted. Anything else? Robb looked at the 3 princesses before saying, yes, I wish to discuss something privately. Rhaegar looked at Viserys, you indeed are our father's son, for he did as he pleased, thinking it was his right. Viserys looked at Rhaegar, mother, please help me, he said, begging her to come to his aid. No, I'm sorry, but you have done something unforgivable. If I have to lose someone I care for to protect others I care for, then so be it, Rhaegar said with tears on her face. Rhaegar yelled, Viserys, you are now banished from Westeros under the pain of death. Put him on the first ship leaving for Essos. Sir Barristan and Arthur removed the screaming Viserys, who shouted, I am a dragon, I am the rightful king. Rhaegar began rubbing his eyes, I will be in my studies. Come see me in a bit, Robb Stark. All of a sudden, Daemon started shouting, you are too merciful, Uncle Viserys should have been executed. His massive grin shows that he had something sinister. Aegon responded, oh, what idea has your vicious mother planted in your head? You can't even think of something proper. Rhaegar shouted, enough, both of you. Suddenly, he began dropping to one knee. Sir Gerald was the first to speak, Your Grace, I think you need rest, the stress and shock of your brother's actions. Rhaegar stood back up. I'm fine, Aegon, Daemon, you two should be brothers, not enemies, why must you always start arguing with each other and me? Robb had wondered if he should leave, for people have noticed division between the Rhaegar children, and the talk of factions is slowly becoming a reality. Now, looking down at Naerys, he swore his daughter would not know hostile in her own home. A second Dance of Dragons is coming soon, and up until today, Robb would have been with Aegon, but now he is probably not sure if he should take part. Robb thought, Riverrun will be a place of harmony for you, Naerys, while the dragons burn down everything else. Rhaegar left with the Kingsguard, followed by Daemon, who was yelling about how he should have a chance to prove himself. Daenerys went up to Robb and kissed him on the mouth. He handy moved his lips, what's wrong? Robb. Maybe I should take Naerys. She tried to take Naerys, but Robb stepped back and asked bluntly, did you love me because you wanted to or because Queen Elia ordered you to? Daenerys was surprised by such a question, of course I love you, I would never have Naerys if I didn't. Arianne said, maybe our hero and savior is tired, he should relax, but with me. She stroked his arms before hugging him from the side of the waist, give Naerys to Rhaegar, and we can have some fun as we did a few days ago. Robb just looked at her with the same fury he just showed Daenerys, and you are only here because Aegon needed me to impregnate you. What was it that motivated you? That my unknown child, your child, becomes king of the 7 kingdoms? Or was all the talk about how you like to have my children just a way to get my hopes up? Arianne felt speechless before saying, yes, I came here for Aegon, but seeing you refuse me, I desire you. After giving me a night of good fucking, I want you more than anything in the world. She started moving her hand in a circle where Robb's cock was, causing Robb to shout, have you no shame? I'm holding my daughter in my arms. Naerys started crying at the sound of her father's loud voice. Rhaegar moved forward to take her, but like Daenerys, he refused to let go. Robb, have you started to go mad that you would think grandmother would even harm Nereus? Rhaenys shouted at Robb. Jon suddenly intervened. I understand, Robb, you're angry. I would be the same, but that doesn't give you the right to treat us, your family, as enemies. Robb looked at Jon. Family, family. This family has had zero regard for my happiness. My love for Margaery, Daenerys, and Arianne has been a means to help secure Aegon's throne. He suddenly started walking away from the room, soothing Nerys as her crying turned into a whimper. What about me, Robb? What love for me do you think was for? Rhaenys said to Robb, who stopped and turned towards her. I don't know what your reasons for loving me were, for I have loved you since I was a boy, but understanding that your father's obsession will always prevent us from being together, he all but bore his soul to Rhaenys. I loved you, Robb, because you were a poor soul who always valued others. You desire no power or title, just peace and happiness that I wish I could have but will never get. Robb felt like saying more, but he knew the damn Iron Throne and its lure of power had destroyed the family he grew up with. Aegon and Elia, his brother and mother, had tried with good intentions to give him love and affection, but was it real? Or was it a ploy to bind him to them? I'm sorry, Rhaenys, but now I don't know what to believe anymore. Robb said with a tremendous amount of sadness on his face and a massive scar on his heart. I am leaving for the Riverlands tomorrow with Nerys and only Nerys. If any of you try to stop me, then I will tell Rhaegar about Aegon's interest. Robb saw everyone speechless, and they knew that he wasn't backing down from anything. You always claim to what is right for the Seven Kingdoms. Tell me, are you ready to gamble that Rhaegar would want his son to succeed him if he knew about your secret, Aegon? Robb asked Aegon, who looked truly defeated. After I leave Prince Aegon, you either need to tell and see if he genuinely is the loving father you believe him to be, Robb said as a last few words of wisdom. Or would you do what your father did when your grandfather Aerys was alive, nothing, and wait for either his death or war? Robb said like it was a warning, think about it. He looked at the three princesses who were pleading for Robb to change his mind. I recommend you drink moon tea, for if you decide to have my children, I will ask that they come to live with me in Riverrun, for I would not have stayed in this cursed place. He started leaving while hearing Daenerys shouting and crying, no, 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 stop, wait, please no, Daenerys, don't take my daughter from me. Loras and Renly were holding Daenerys back so she could do nothing as she watched her daughter being taken away. Robb was walking as his daughter probably sensed something was wrong and began crying and squirming about in Robb's arms. He was near Rhaegar's study when someone spoke. Well, that was interesting. I have always seen you as a threat to my son's chances of sitting on the Iron Throne, but now I think you could be helpful in his causes. Robb wasn't happy to hear that voice, nor was the person who spoke. What do you want, Lady Cersei? The Queen moves with what can be seen as seduction. Great now, Lady Cersei. Robb thought as he focused on his daughter and the king's study. I heard about you finding out the truth about your love life, and I thought I would offer you something that no one gave you before, she said while her eyes were on the baby he carried. Robb decided to play her game. What's that? He said, to which Cersei responded, a choice of your own free will. Robb, for the first time in his life, was interested in something Cersei said. Make it quick, for I wish to leave this place as soon as possible. If you were to help Daemon's cause, you would be rewarded, probably, for a Lannister always pays his debts. This is a common saying for Tywin Lannister, who always ensured his enemies remembered those words as a warning. Your father's threats mean nothing to me, so why should I care or fear them now? Robb said as he started turning towards the door. I know you seek family and happiness, so how about this? If it all works out, I'm sure Daemon wouldn't mind if you marry Visenya. Robb may have a love for a few extraordinary women, but he would never think of Visenya as one of them. She was like the little sister he never had. No. Robb said coldly, how do I know you will keep your word? Also, I will never submit to a Lannister. My only concern now is helping my grandfather, he said, much to the fury in Cersei's eyes. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or die, there is no middle ground. Cersei speaks as if she is an expert on it. Robb looked at her with fury in his eyes. Family, duty, honor, those are my mother's words, and if you threatened any of those, then winter is coming with anger, fury and justice. Robb went to the door, turned the handle and looked at Cersei. I won't have any part in this second dance, but know this, as long as I breathe, I will make sure your father pays his debts to me and my mother's family, so fair warning, stay out of it, he finished with opening and slamming the door in Cersei's presence. Notes. Well, I hope you all enjoy it. So Robb is now the wild card, he may or may not join anyone. He is probably more interested in raising Daenerys and hearing about the Targaryen fighting each other. But who knows what crazy ideas the chapters in my head say. The next chapter will feature Robb and Daenerys going to Riverrun and Tyrion begin his plans to outshine his father legacy. Chapter 20, A New Home. Summary. Robb Stark adjusted to a life outside of King's Landing, and Tyrion Lannister planned his next move. Notes. Sorry for the long wait. This chapter took a bit longer than I expected. Please leave in the comment any criticism, praises or spelling/grammar mistakes I made. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The sound of peace was something that Robb found strange, for King's Landing bells would usually wake him. But this time, it was hearing a servant waking him. Sorry to bother you, my lord, but the sun is rising, and morning has come. He was currently staying in Stonehenge, the home of House Bracken, after 3 nights and 2 days of traveling. After discussing with Rhaegar his intention regarding the Riverlands, Daenerys and a few other things, Robb headed straight to the stables to see his great-uncle Sir Brynden preparing the horses for the journey. They argued that it was close to nightfall, but Robb was determined to leave as soon as possible, threatening to go alone with Daenerys if he had to. And so they all left, with Robb taking one last look at the Red Keep before accepting whatever the will of the old gods is. A sound came from the bed he was sleeping in. Robb looked to see Daenerys slowly waking up, her purple eyes meeting her father's blue eyes, causing her to babble. "Did you sleep well, my little firewolf?" Robb said as he took her from the pillows surrounding her so Robb couldn't roll over and crush her. Daenerys had sometimes cried a lot, maybe from missing her mother. Robb felt terrible that he didn't bring Daenerys with him at times. But she had broken his heart, he wouldn't let her do it again, especially if she tried to use Daenerys against him. Daenerys reached out to Robb using her hands. Robb couldn't resist her innocent smile and complied with his daughter's demands. "Let's see about getting you cleaned up for breakfast, my little pup," Robb said in a silly voice, to which his daughter grabbed a handful of his hair and yanked it. "Traitor, you shouldn't pull Papa's hair," he continued in a silly voice while slowly trying to free his hair, but she had a firm grip on it. A knock on the door causes Robb to look towards it quickly and see Sir Brynden. "I thought I would come and check if Daenerys needs saving, but it seems to be the other way around," Sir Brynden said as he couldn't help but smile at the young boy who is now a man with a young one of his own. Sir Brynden tried at times to still be the formidable knight he was to Robb. But at times, even Daenerys has him wrapped around her finger. "Good timing, Uncle Brynden. Can you take Daenerys to the wet nurse while I get changed? I'll meet you in a bit for breakfast," Robb said, to which Sir Brynden looked a bit unhappy before saying, "Of course, my lord." Robb and Sir Brynden had argued about separating Daenerys from her mother. "Daenerys needs her mother, or do you want her to grow like you?" Sir Brynden shouted at him yesterday. "No, she will not grow up like me because she has her father," Robb shouted back before saying, "I want her away from that place, and after learning the truth, I will not have Daenerys scheming behind my back." Now Robb watched as his great-uncle took Daenerys to the wet nurse, leaving him alone. Robb said to himself, "I know in a way you are right, uncle, but I just need time." A servant entered the room. "Anything you require, my lord?" "I request a quick bath," he ordered, and the servant nodded and left him. Robb then looked out of his window to see in the distance the Red Fork and began looking at it. Imagine having picnics on the riverside, and his children laughed as they probably poured water on their father as he tried to sleep and then chased them to give them tickles as an effective punishment. Suddenly, he felt hands on him, and he imagined that Daenerys, Rhaenys, Arianne and for some reason, Margaery were all there. But as he turned, he was surprised to see 4 women who strangely looked so much like one another. "Greetings, my lord," they all said. They introduced themselves as Lord Jon O's Bracken's daughters Barbara, Jane, Caitlin and Bess Bracken. Robb felt short of breath as they were all beautiful women with brown hair and eyes who seemed to be in awe at him as he realized he was topless with his toned body showing off. "How can I help you, my ladies?" he asked, to which the eldest, Barbara responded, "Nothing, but father thinks we can all help you with something." All the women suddenly began to crowd around him, pressing their bodies against him, making his trousers feel a bit tight. "Oh, I think he likes us," Jane said as she tried to kiss him, but Rob managed to break free from them. "Ladies of House Bracken, I'm sorry, but I have had my fair share of women in King's Landing and am not looking for comfort. For now," Rob said with gentleness, hoping not to ruin any potential relationships between him and his future bannerman. All the women felt disappointed that they probably wouldn't be the next Lady of Riverrun. Rob felt to give them hope. "It doesn't mean I can't get to know you, who knows, at least you can say you are good friends, maybe more, with the future Lord of Riverrun." All of them left smiling while looking at him. Rob gave each of them a kiss on the hand as a sign of courtesy. "Can you ladies please tell your father that after I had a bath and breakfast, I wish to discuss a few things regarding the Riverlands?" Rob asked them as he began gathering a fresh pair of clothes for the day. King's Landing. It was sunny as always in King's Landing as Tyrion oversaw the work detail for the Imp Gems. "So, Lord Tyrion, I have all the ladies ready for the evening. Sapphire is not well, she probably forgot to drink her moon tea again." Shattaya said it was a simple matter. Tyrion was listening as he kept his eye on Lana as she was managing the book, sorting out costs and profits from the previous moon. She was a beauty to behold that Tyrion couldn't believe he fathers her. She had his brains, that was for sure, and she had her mother's kindness to others. Tyrion could only imagine how things would have turned out if Varys hadn't found her. Tisha, or the sailor's wife as she was now known, refused to speak to Tyrion again. She did allow Lana to live with her father, so Tyrion felt there was more to Lana than meets the eye. They bond over the years, and Lana always admits she wants revenge on Tywin Lannister. They both wanted to see his vicious cunt of a man pay for what he did, but does she have a hidden agenda for the rest of House Lannister? "I hope I am not interrupting anything." The sound of Lord Varys brought Tyrion back to reality. "Not at all, Varys, but I know you wouldn't come here without reason, so how can I help the Master of Whispers?" Tyrion said as he began pouring a cup of wine. "Well, I thought it necessary to inform you that Robb Stark has," Varys said before Lana interrupted him, "left the capital with his daughter Naerys." "Yes, Lord Varys, the whole capital knows." Tyrion felt there was more to Robb Stark's departure. Rumors spread about his late-night activities with one or two women if there was any truth. Varys spoke. "Well, I thought you could help me, for there has been talk of trouble in the Riverlands for the last year, which has caused most of my little birds to go silent there." Varys wasn't one to ask for help, but something has happened in Riverlands. Tyrion was pondering as to what was going on there. "Are you asking me as a friend or calling in the favor I owe you?" Tyrion asked as if he was glad to have Varys off his back. "I hope as a friend, but I know what you prefer, so how you do it is up to you," Varys said as he took his leave. Tyrion saw the look on Varys like he knew something that Tyrion didn't. "Well, I had hoped it would be a while, but we can't always be lucky," Tyrion said before downing the cup of wine and pouring 2 more cups. "Lana, stop what you are doing and join me. Shattaya, you go attend to the women." Tyrion ordered them in the same way as his father would have said to his underlings. Shattaya left while kissing Tyrion on the cheek. "The girls are hoping to receive your attention, so don't be long." Lana stood up, facing her father. "You wish me to go to Riverlands for Lord Varys and Robb Stark for you," she said like she was trying to say, "I'm not a child. You know that I wouldn't risk losing you, but things are going to get worse here, and I will never let my family get their vicious, grubby claws on you," Tyrion said in sadness as he knew what his family would and could do if they knew about Lana. "Don't pretend it's for my safety, father. If you ever cared for mother and me, then you would have believed her instead of your brother," Lana growled. Lana continued, "Now I wonder, did you ask me to come to Westeros to be your daughter or instrument?" Tyrion smiled before it died, and he looked up at Lana with seriousness. "Both. But please, Lana, never doubt I love you. I have done bad things throughout my life and got away with it because I was a Lannister." He then walked around to her and hugged her with great difficulty. "I can see you, my daughter, are the only good thing I ever did, and just like any father, I want you to have happiness I never had from my father." Lana did have moments of conflict between seeing the monster who mistreated and abandoned her mother and the man who hoped to be a better father than his. Lana took a deep breath and spoke. "Father, I know you regret what happened. I would have believed the same as you, but I wouldn't have done what that man ordered you to do." Tyrion just spoke plain as day. I know, that's why you are a better person than me, but this is the world we live in. Tyrion got back in his seat. Now Robb is a man, just like me, and right now, he doesn't trust any woman, so good looks won't entice him. Lana responded, so how do I get his attention? Tyrion finishes his drink, his daughter, gain her affection, and he let you in, but from this point on, you on your own, how you do it is up to you. Tyrion left, and Lana went to the window to see children playing in the street before several Lannister men walked by. They started telling the children to clear off before threatening to hurt them, and the children ran in fear, for Lannister men had no regard for hurting those they thought were weak. Lana hated them, they were soulless bastards, and if she were powerful, they would never be allowed to harm another person. Her father was right about things being worse. With Robb Stark gone, men of House Tully went as well. Now, there is talk among the people about how every day 5 Lannister men arrive in King's Landing to serve in the Gold Cloaks or to help maintain order in the city. Lana had heard about her cousin Daemon and how his mother always felt the throne should be his. I hope you, Robb Stark, are the instrument I need to bring the Lannister down, she said as she began preparing for the journey, for like her father said, how she does it is up to her. Riverrun. Robb couldn't believe it, but here he was, the place of his birth, the home of his mother's family, Riverrun. We here, Naerys, look at the castle, he said to his daughter as she looked up at her father before pointing towards it. That right, clever girl. They cross the bridge over the artificial ditch, and for a few moments, Robb closes his eyes, takes a deep breath and opens them to see he is inside the castle. He saw that people were looking at him with amazement. So that Lord Tully's grandson, he looks so handsome. He heard a maid saying while chatting with her 2 friends. I heard he quite a wolf in bed, and they say he got a massive trout, said another maid. Sure, he hears us, the third one said before walking up to Robb. Greetings, my lord, I hope there is anything we can do for you in the coming days. Robb responded, well, if your friends wished to know, covering Naerys' ears so she wouldn't hear him. I am a wolf in bed, with massive trout. The maid began to blush. Turning to everyone present, I am Robb Stark, the future lord of this castle, and this is my daughter Naerys Stark. I hope in the coming days, I show you all that I am a just, honorable and diligent lord. Robb saw the maester and pointed at him. Can you show me around the castle and then please take me to my grandfather, Maester, he said with a bit of sadness. The maester introduced himself as Maester Vimen, who led Robb on a tour through the keep. First was the Great Hall, which contained the high seats from which House Tully ruled Riverrun and the Riverlands that held council meetings and meal times. Next was the Godswoods, and Robb could imagine that his children were running and playing under the watch of the old gods. He was unsure how to feel about it, for he was a follower of the old gods and the thought of a place of worship used as a place where children play. But what caught Robb's eye near some wildflowers. Hold on for a second, Maester Vimen, he said before walking toward it. He looked down to see Naerys was getting tired and fighting a losing battle against sleep. He stopped before 3 statues. One was a young boy, no more than 10 name days, one was a slender, pretty woman, but the one in the middle caught his attention. Was this my mother, Uncle Brynden? Robb asked but already knew the answer. Sir Brynden spoke while rubbing his eyes. Yes, my boy, it is. The statue doesn't do her justice. Hoster had them made after he returned from King's Landing after the rebellion. He thought it would help him heal. Suddenly, Sir Brynden spoke angrily. All these do now is torment him, for he feels like a failure as a father. I once advised him to bury our dead truly, but he went mad with grief. Robb took his free hand and placed it on his mother's face. Hello, mother, was all he said before carrying on with Maester's tour. He arrived at a September where a Septon was lighting some candles. The Septon looked towards the small group and smiled. Ah, welcome, young Robb Stark. Robb was shocked by a man this young to know him. I am Septon Chayle, I am from the White Knife, and you are just as your grandfather described you. Robb was surprised that a northerner would follow the Seven. I know, a northern following the Seven, whatever next, the Septon said before looking at Naerys. And who this little one? Have the Seven blessed her? Robb thought about it hard. Daenerys never mentioned having their child blessed. I don't know. Would you like her blessed today? Septon Chayle asked, to which Robb responded calmly, I'm not sure. I follow the old gods, but if Naerys wishes to follow the Seven, I won't stop her. To Robb's surprise, Chayle only said, fair enough, my lord, it's not my place to judge how your family live their lives, only the gods decide. Rob felt like Chael was a cheerful young person yet acted more like a wise man. "Well, I trust you wish to see your grandfather, Robb Stark. If you need any guidance, I'm here if you need me," Chael said before he started praying. The group left and started heading towards the Lord's chambers. "I should inform you, my lord, that your grandfather gets tired, so I recommend seeing him alone first," Vimen said, expressing sadness as he explained. As they arrive outside, Robb gives his sleepy daughter to see Brynden, who cradles the small girl close to his chest. Robb didn't want to go in, but he thought this could be his last chance to see his grandfather. He entered the room and saw his grandfather slowly raising his head, probably to see who it was. "Ed Muir, there you are. Have you brought Robb with you? Cat needs her rest, and I haven't held my grandson in days." Robb was surprised by his grandfather talking about his uncle like he was alive. "Grandfather, it's me, Robb. I have come to learn how to be a lord." "Ed Muir, don't joke with me. Kat's husband is fighting the Targaryen and who knows. Hoster Tully seems tired, but Robb is determined to help for now." "Grandfather, you sent Sir Brynden to give me this." Robb shows his mother's necklace, and in an instant, Hoster Tully feels a bit more awake. "Yes, I missed your name day, and I felt you would want something of your mother. Maybe you give it to someone as a token of love." Robb placed a chair by his grandfather's side of the bed. "I did give it to someone I thought I loved, but things happen." Before Robb said anything else, Hoster Tully tried to reach up and hug him, but he couldn't get far enough before collapsing back down. "I'm sorry, Robb, but I have always dreamed about this moment when you are free from the Red Keep and here in my arms, safe." Hoster started crying. Robb hugged his grandfather. "I know you do, and so have I." Hoster hugged him back, and both men were now crying. "Let me look at you, Robb." Robb sat back down in his chair and waited in anticipation for his grandfather's judgment. "From a distance, I can see my little boy Ed Muir, but up close, I can see your father's face. I just wish he saw the man you are," Hoster said as he looked Robb up and down. "Do you think you can handle a surprise I brought with me?" Robb said with a serious look on his face, and yet he was worried about the inside. Hoster Tully immediately smiled. "You brought a wife with you." He tried to get out of bed before Robb stopped him. "No, not a wife, but someone I want you to meet." Robb left the room, took a sleeping Naerys in his arms, and slowly walked with her back to his chair. "Grandfather, meet my daughter Naerys Stark." Hoster Tully's eyes widened as he looked at the sleeping child. "My little cat has returned. This is. In an instant, the Lord of Riverlands fell asleep, murmuring about something Robb couldn't hear or understand. He left his grandfather to rest, walking out the door and seeing Vimen and Sir Brynden arguing. "My grandfather is tired and needs his rest. Maester Vimen, is there a room with a crib? For I think it best we all retire for the evening and call for a wet nurse. My daughter will need to feed soon," he ordered like he was now the Lord and not a grown boy. Robb thought to himself, "Tonight I rest. Tomorrow, I rule in my grandfather's name." Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. I might release the next chapter of The Wolf King later, then I will start on either The Great Deception or A Wolf Taming Dragons. Chapter 21, The Wolf's Beginning. Summary. Robb first day as a Lord-in-Waiting. Notes. Sorry for the long wait. I hope you enjoy this chapter. All my chapters that needed a bit of rework is done. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Robb was sitting in the Lord chair, looking around to see his great-uncle Sir Brynden, Maester Vimen and Septon Chael on his right side of the table while three men he didn't know sat on his left side. "Now, I called you all here to explain the situation. I am Robb Stark, grandson and heir of your liege lord, Hoster Tully." Robb looked at the people who seemed to know who he was already. "I know Sir Brynden, Vimen and Chael, but as for you three," he looked at the men, "so I think introductions are in order." Sir Desmond Grull, Master-at-Arms. One man introduced himself, followed by the man sitting next to him, Sir Robin Roger, Captain of the Guard, and the man at the end, Arthur Idswain, Steward of Riverrun. Robb nodded his head. "Now, while I was staying at Stonehenge, I heard something interesting from Lord Bracken," he said, "about some trouble that had been happening for a few moons." Robb said, getting down straight to ruling his mother's lands. Arthur Ids was the first to speak. "We don't know much about this trouble. It started as an attack on a farmstead or lone house. But last week, a small village was attacked. Sir Desmond Grell then took over. We thought it to be mountain clans from the Vale or local bandits, but these attacks seem organized, attacks at night, no survivors. Sir Roger screamed, it was probably the damn phrase. After these attacks, there were a few stories about armored men heading towards the twins. We don't know if it is them. Maester Viwan explains, if it were the lands close to the twins, I would agree. But now there is talk of similar attacks near Ravenhall, Stonehenge, Maidenpool, Pink Maiden, and even as far as the outskirts of Stony Septs. Rob was amazed that attacks over the Riverlands had happened, and the Crown either knew or did nothing. We should trust the Father will bring justice on these evil men. Septon Chael said, hoping faith will triumph over Rob's decision. Now is not the time for prayer, Septon, it is time for action. Sir Roger shouted. Sir Desmond said, even if we attack them, we don't know where they are nor how many there are. We can't afford to leave Riverrun defenseless just to go on a wild goose chase. Our coffins are nearly spent since we use it to train our household forces. Arthurids all but explains House Tully's strength and situation. The next thing everyone was shouting about dealing with the problem before accusing one another of having a hand in it. Rob drew his sword and put it through the table, causing everyone to look at him. Enough, now sit down, everyone, he shouted with absolute authority. After everyone sat, Rob placed his hand on the sword hilt. You all sit here, bickering and fighting with each other when we should be fighting whoever these monsters are. All men nodded, knowing Rob was right. I came here, hoping to make my grandfather's last few days, weeks, moons, who knows, maybe years happy. Rob removes his hand from the hilt. Now, I want a complete account of what we have, for if it is men, then men must sleep. If they sleep, they need a safe place to do that, so first, I propose calling all the lords of the Riverlands to Riverrun. Before anyone spoke, Rob explained his plan. I know you think it will be a waste of time, but I ask you all to place your faith, trust and, above all, hope in me. I will ensure these heartless bastards face justice before the year is finished. Sir Brynden roses first. I will follow you, lad, until the end. Whoever is behind these attacks will meet their end by my sword. Septon Chael said, I hate death and suffering, but if you can end this, then may the Seven guide you to victory and glory in the name of justice and righteousness. Viman stood, I send the ravens at once, my lord. I advise sitting Lord Bracken and Blackwood away from each other but simultaneously in a place where they are equal, bowing before leaving for the rookery. Maester Viman, all of the river lords, including late Lord Free. Rob felt disgusted even to say Free. Yes, my lord. Maester Viman said as he thought that Rob wouldn't even consider sending for House Free. Sir Desmond and Roger both rose, and Sir Roger spoke first. We have served your grandfather ever since your mother was born, and now I await your command. Sir Desmond took over, we will follow you into Seven Hells itself, for you are clearly what your grandfather needs in these troubled times. Our swords are yours. Both men kneeled before him, and Rob ordered them, I want men patrolling every nearby farm and village for any sign of attack. Any man or boy over 10 and 4 willing to join our household guards is welcome. Both men left, and Rob could see the look on Stuart's face. I can see you afraid, Arthurids, but meet me in my room later, and I will inform you about something that will help us. If you disagree afterwards, then know I value your advice. All I ask is you listen. Arthurids nodded. Okay, my lord, I hope you heed my advice, for I wish to continue serving your grandfather and, when the time comes, you. Rob placed his hand on Arthurids' shoulders, and I will be glad to have you in my services. Rob took his leave as he saw Arthurids ordering maids to prepare for the River Lords' gathering. Sir Brynden grabbed Rob by his arm. You calling for that treacherous leech into our home, he growled. Rob looked him dead in the eye. I have to. He is still a lord of the Riverlands, plus I already know that Lord Free would refuse, and that gives me something to use later. Sir Brynden sighed before saying, forgive me, but last time I saw those damn Free here. I know. Rob interrupts, but I need you to escort something important here. Sir Brynden raised an eyebrow. What is it? I use one of my boons to secure 500,000 gold dragons coins, which I need for the next phase of the upcoming conflict. Rob then explained his whole plan to Sir Brynden. If I attack House Free, I broke the king's peace, so I need them to attack us. Otherwise, the Seven Kingdoms will come crashing down on us, so I need that money. Escort it here at all cost. Sir Brynden nodded. At once, my lord. He smiled at Rob like a proud father. Lord Chambers. Rob opened the doors to see his grandfather holding a book, reading Naeris a story. Rob had worried earlier about his grandfather reacting badly to Naeris' violet eyes, but he said, "I can see the eyes of a dragon. But everything else is my cat." He walked towards them, where Hoster Tully looked and said, "Ah, Ed Muir, are you here to take my granddaughter back to her mother?" The whole day Rob had been here, he could see his grandfather was sometimes confused. "Oh, sorry, Rob, I just..." Hoster said before Rob interrupted him, "I know, I hope Naeris has behaved herself." Picking up Naeris, Rob pretended he was eating her, and she started squealing with laughter. Hoster Tully started laughing before he coughed a bit. "No. No, she has been an absolute delight. Been reading a bit while she helped me turn the pages." Rob put down Naeris before adjusting Hoster's pillows. "I might need to leave Riverrun for a few days soon," Rob said, to which Hoster started coughing violently. "No, don't go, you could get yourself killed, and then who would protect Naeris?" Hoster said while reaching up with his right arm and gripping Rob's shoulder tight. "I know about the trouble in my lands, Rob. In the last few years, I had the strength, the men, and the means to end House Free," Hoster Tully said before tiredness overcame him. Rob was surprised to hear that, but for now, his grandfather needed rest. He picked up Naeris and raised one of her hands. "Say bye-bye," he told her, and Naeris waved a bit before trying to fit her first into her mouth. "Bye-bye Naeris, I. Hoster said before he fell asleep with his chest rising up and down. His inhaling and exhaling were heard as he began dreaming. Rob then took Naeris to the Godswood as he needed to pray. Septon Chael appeared to have been waiting for them by the entrance. It is a remarkable thing, the weirwood tree, a very long time ago, they were planted throughout the West Eos, and only in the north. It is a place of worship, a place of peace. Rob said with interest, "Never thought you would anywhere near this place." Chael responded, "We may worship different things, different beliefs, but that doesn't mean we can't admire beautiful things in this terrible world." Rob was a bit complex by this cheerful man. "What brought you here, Septon?" he asked him like he was a hidden enemy. "I lived in the White Knife area in the north," Chael said with a smile on his face before it turned a bit sad. "One day, I felt like traveling a bit, so I went a bit north, and I saw something that haunts me to this day." The Septon took a deep breath. "I saw a monster who flayed an innocent child, and when he saw me, his eyes were pale, and I fell into a state of fear, and suddenly I ran away to the sound of dogs barking." Rob could see that the Septon was breathing heavily. "I fled for a while before a knight from House Marndale saved me," and the man ran back from where he came. Rob placed his hand on the crying man's shoulder. "We arrived at White Harbour, and I told of my troubles to Lord Marndale, and he said he informs Lord Stark. But a few days while swimming in the White Knife River, someone shot me with an arrow and left me to drown." Rob Stark sympathized with the man. "I am sorry that I made you relive those horrible memories." "No need, my lord. You did ask how I got here," Septon Chael said as he returned to his cheerful self. "I found myself drowning in darkness, waiting for the stranger. The last thing I saw was a fish swimming around a triangle stone. The next thing I knew was waking up in a hut, a woman tending to my injuries. Her husband found me floating downriver and saved me. Their farm had a fence around it in a triangle shape. After I healed, I fled south, hoping the monster wouldn't find me. I stopped at an inn. They talked about how the old Septon at Riverrun just died, and when they said about the old fish in his triangle castle, I took it as a sign from the seven that was meant to be here," he finished with a smile. Rob was amazed by this man's story. "That's quite a tale you just told me. What happened to that monster?" Rob asked as if Naeris weren't safe with such an evil being. "I don't know. Last I heard, he was executed, but part of me fears he is still out there, inflicting untold misery on the innocent." Rob felt a bit of relief. "I know that feeling well. When I was little, I was afraid of Tywin Lannister's monster coming back from the dead to kill me." Septon Chael nodded his head. "I know, your grandfather always said about how Tywin should pay with his life, but I learned that for every 4 monsters, there is one hero who will rise to fight and defeat them," he said with an expression on his face that made Rob feel like a hero. "I don't know if I am a monster or hero because my tale is not exactly an honorable one," Rob said as he explained his last few days in King's Landings. After a few minutes, when Robb finished, Septon Chayle was red from hearing mostly about Robb's conquest and said, "So you left feeling hurt, betrayed, treated like an object." Robb looked down at Nares, who was sound asleep, and because I refuse for my daughter to be in any peril, I saw the nobility, how they fight for power and influence, and the people I thought I could trust. Robb couldn't finish his sentence, for it was tough to say how he felt. "I can see you still care about them," Chayle bluntly said with no cheer, no sadness in his voice, just the truth, the hard truth. "Why do you say that?" Robb inquired. Septon pointed at the sleeping babe. She has her mother's eyes and the way you look at her, the absolute love you show towards her. You couldn't do that if you hate your family." Robb was now in a conflict with himself. "You don't know the answer to that, but if you need anything, I am here for you as a Septon and a friend," he heard him say. Robb sat by the weirwood tree. The light sound from a sleeping Nares was the only noise he could hear as he prayed silently. Robb's thoughts were on his grandfather, a good man who endured so much, but now it wasn't what time Robb had left with him that upset him, but what was left of his grandfather's mind. He also thought maybe he should visit his father with Nares and finally meet the face that he only dreamed of seeing. But what about King's Landing, the place he knew as home and prison? Can I even go back? Are we still family? Do they even wish to see me again? Robb thought. He sat still for hours until the setting of the sun before heading back inside to meet Arthurids in his chambers. "Sorry if I kept you waiting, but I was praying in the Godswood with Nares and lost track of time," Robb said, hoping Arthurids hadn't waited for hours. "No need, I've been busy preparing for our guest. I recommend that the first one arrive in a few days. I warn you, though, that they may bring their daughters, hoping for a marriage," Arthurids said with a small laugh. "Mine or yours?" Robb said back, causing the man to laugh a bit louder. "I just say that you are now a prize that desperate men will do anything to achieve," the steward said, to which Robb knew well, that his marriage could make or break his plans. "Do you recommend anyone from the Riverlands?" Robb asked while looking at Nares. "If he does marry someone, he will ensure that no one will dare harm his daughter. There are a few here and there. I could guess you saw Lord Bracken daughters already. There is a Blackwood girl, but you probably must wait years until she is a woman. Lord Vance of Wayfarer's Rest has 3 granddaughters. And the unthinkable, late Lord Free has loads and loads of daughters, granddaughters and even great-granddaughters." Robb wasn't sure what to think about these choices, for while there was a chance for happiness, he felt he would have his heart broken again. But this time, he would make his own choice, and no one would pull strings behind him ever again. Arthurids spoke with an honest look. "You're right, I am afraid because I fear you would go charge straight forward to House Free for the sake of vengeance. I am a steward, not a soldier, but I will follow you because I know to do nothing, people will suffer, and that is our duty, to protect them." Robb smiled at the steward's words. "I know what I must do. Phrase can wait, but for now, I will destroy these animals and find out who is responsible for their actions." Notes. Please leave a comment. It helps to hear feedback every now and again. The next chapter will focus on how the Targaryen family adjust without Robb. Chapter 22, A Missing Presence Felt. Notes. I am sorry for the long wait. I was halfway through this chapter before doing the latest chapter of The Wolf King. I am going to start on the second chapter of A Wolf Taming Dragons after this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. King study. As he heard the last gold coins being counted, the king ordered, "I want these guarded. They are part of a boon I own to Lord Robb Stark. If so much as a coin is missing, I will execute every single one of you." The gold cloaks all nodded, knowing that the king's word was law and stealing from the king was a risk only the desperate and foolish would dare take. "Hopefully, there won't be any trouble this time," King Rhaegar said as he left for the courtyard. The days have been getting more challenging, and now, he can see people wearing symbols showing gold dragons or silver dragons. King's Landing is slowly becoming a barrel of wildfire, ready to consume everything he had worked so hard to rebuild. "What do you mean by that?" he heard as he looked to see a few men ready to cause a fight before the gold cloaks separated them. Rhaegar felt it was all his fault, but he hoped to avoid a second dance of dragons. As he arrived at the courtyard, he saw Jon and Maya sitting on a bench, John's hand rubbing Maya's belly where their unborn child rested. It's a sad thing. The sound of a feminine voice got Roriger attention, and his eyes wept at the sight. Liak. No, I told you, you don't deserve to call me that anymore, she said as she continued to look at the blissful couple. My grandchild's only living grandparent is a king who would probably show the same amount of love that he showed its father, which is none. Roriger argued, he should have been. Lionel interrupted him, a girl, yes, you made that clear the day you first saw him. After my death, you failed me by not being a father to him. You also failed my brother by letting my nephew grow up thinking he was unloved by his own. You dare talk like that to a dragon? Roriger turned the other way to see his father. I dare to talk to a man who may be a good king but a terrible father. Lionel shouted back. A good king, ha! A king who doesn't know what his family does behind his back is a poor king. Your northern bastard should be made an example of. Aes spoke as he wrapped his arms around Roriger and pointed the finger at John. Enough both of you, leave me alone. Roriger shouted, to which both said, how can we? We dead remember. Roriger felt like things were normal now, but he looked up to see John Guider crying, Maya, do you truly hate us so much? Roriger immediately dropped to one knee. John, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you, he thought as Sigurd approached him. Your Grace, is everything okay? Roriger got back to his feet. Yes, everything is fine. No, I doom my house. He looked at John and Maya as they looked back at him and saw nothing in John's eyes, no love, no hate, just nothing. Traitor, son, the voices of his father and Lionel shouted in Roriger's head as he didn't know who to listen to. Daenerys' chambers. It was another day of sadness for Daenerys as she looked upon the empty crib. I want you back in my arms, Daenerys, my daughter. Why are the gods and your father so cruel as to keep you away from me? Daenerys, please, you have been here for days. You haven't eaten or slept, I beg you, daughter. Rhaella Targaryen said, worried about the state of her daughter. No. Daenerys. Daenerys shouted like a child before saying, I don't have much of Daenerys here, only the scent she left on her crib. If I go, I lose it forever. Rhaella grabbed Daenerys by the shoulders, please, Daenerys, I know you're upset. I love Daenerys and wish she were back in my arms. We can only pray to the mother that cooler heads will prevail. Robb is furious, but I helped raise him, so one day, he comes back here, and we will welcome him and Daenerys with open arms. Rhaella removed the tears from Daenerys' face, now have some food and a bath, it wouldn't do any good if Daenerys saw you like this. Daenerys hugged her mother, I just miss her so much, it hurts. Maybe I should go to Riverrun and hope I can convince Robb that we could at least raise Daenerys together. Rhaella hugged back tightly, Jon once said that children are like birds. One day, they sprout their wings, and we parents must decide if we want to clip them or let them fly. Daenerys thought about that briefly before saying, are you going to let me fly? And Rhaella just smiled, I let you all decide when to fly, if you wish to go, then go. But at least make yourself presentable. Daenerys immediately rose, how is Papa doing? She asked with concern for Jon Arryn, who had fallen ill recently. He is doing all right, just a lousy bellyache, but now, eat and then bathe. Rhaella said kindly. Daenerys took off for the kitchen, hoping for some food. Rhaella meanwhile felt a bit of emptiness, for she knew that something was genuinely wrong with her husband. That was truly beautiful. A female voice got her attention, and Rhaella looked to the front door to see Queen Elia. It was, but I had to do something about my daughter, the idea of her staving away in here. I only did what any mother should do. Rhaella said as she felt a bit relieved. I have been a horrible mother. Elia whispered as she started crying. Why do you say that? You're a wonderful person and a better mother than most. Rhaella comforted her good daughter, who immediately buried herself in her like a child seeking forgiveness. I failed him. Elia mumbled, I failed my boy, and because of it, we don't have him or Daenerys here. Rhaella stroked Elia's hair. Sometimes, we think we are doing what is best for someone. But then we realize our mistakes too late. Elia looked at the Queen Mother, maybe I should have forced Rhaegar to focus more on the children's future. Instead, he only cared about Aegon, Rhaenys and Visnya's marriage. Using the same tone that she used on Daenerys, Rhaella made Elia see face to face with her, I know. We should have let Robb choose on his own, as Jon and Maya did. Elia wanted to cry more but sensed that Rollo was about to say the words she wanted to hear. You are Robb's mother. Yes, he felt betrayed, but one day, he forgive you and Egon. How do I know? I don't, but in my heart, we will always be family. Rolla spoke with tears in her eyes, for she hoped she would still be alive to see it. The sadness soon became tears of joy. Rolla, you indeed are one of the best queens to have ever lived. Red Keep Gardens. Rhaenys could see the ships and felt the urge to board one and sail anywhere away from this life, the life of a princess. She could travel to Braavos, her genius with numbers could make her an asset to the Iron Bank. Maybe Sunspear, her Dunrish looks, could make her disappear, or maybe go to Norphos and see Arianne's mother. Or perhaps she could see Valeraine or what was left of it after the doom. All she knows is her love isn't here, and her father will place a King Ramson for her if she runs away. If you keep looking, it gets smaller and smaller. Not like a good man's co, a familiar voice said before Rhaenys interrupted it. Can you please stop for just one moment while I contemplate whether or not to try a dash for freedom? She snapped at her cousin, who seemed surprised. Okay, I'm sorry if I cost you Robb, but he was your father's hostage, and you are a princess. If anything, your father should have had Robb marry long ago. Arianne said, acting like she wasn't the one responsible for everyone's misery. He might return to me, especially if I carry his child. He may try to take it away from me, but the Spears of Dawn will be waiting for him. Arianne licked her lips as if it would whet her appetite. Imagine Robb carving through Dawn. Arianne began kissing Rhaenys's neck, entering Sunspear, demanding our child, only to find me naked on my bed. Rubbing her hand over Rhaenys's breast, to feel her nipples harden, Arianne began licking her collarbone. Should I continue? Or do you wish to be alone? Rhaenys was now helpless. I will watch as you two make sweet love, and then I will join in. And, no, what am I thinking? Robb wouldn't. Arianne knew nothing about proper etiquette outside Dawn, but she knew about how to make people bend to her will. He wouldn't want to see us. You always said you know him, but if he doesn't accept our forgiveness, then did you truly know him? I know men, and he might regret doing what he did. Rhaenys wanted to argue, but Arianne did have a point. If Arianne had Robb's child, would he do the same as Naerys? Yes, Robb was angry, but maybe one day, cooler heads and a child could make him feel something more than that. I haven't taken Moon tea, but have you? We both know that Egon will accept your child as his heir, even if the child is a red-haired, blue-eyed Tully. Arianne questioned Rhaenys quietly as she began kissing her. Rhaenys suddenly realized that Arianne was right. She hadn't taken Moon tea. Could she do it? Kill the only thing that is a part of her and Robb. We could both go to Dawn, have our children and then tell Robb if he wishes to take them away from us. Rhaenys said before submitting to Arianne's touches. We are waiting for him, but first, let's go to our room. Arianne said, noticing a few eyes on them. They both headed to their room, and along the way, Rhaenys could see Robb standing proud and a little boy running towards him. Robb scoops the boy up into his arms, the boy joyfully squealing as he is tossed in the air before being caught. The boy's silver hair was in a mess, but what made Rhaenys cry was his purple eyes, the same shade as hers. It was a dream, but could it be reality? Egon Chambers. It was hard for Egon to please his lovers, for his mind was else. What's wrong, my Sliver Prince? Renly said as he passionately kissed Egon, hoping to entice him to enjoy themselves. It's just my family falling apart, and all my attempts to stop have only quickened it. Egon's defeated face said it all. You mustn't give up yet, my prince. Loras said with tears on his face, I am to compete in the tourney. I will win it. Become a member of the Kingsguard, and if Lady Cersei threatens your rights, my family will support you. Egon smiled, I know your family will support me, but others may sway your father with promises. Loras kissed Egon's bare chest, you are our true prince, if not, then I will fight for you. Egon asked Loras, do you know how my ancestors conquered the 7 kingdoms? Loras responded, dragons, my love, and we have one right here in this room. Egon's face turned into disappointment, can I breathe fire? No, I cannot. Egon the Conqueror had actual dragons. Tell my Rose, who ruled Reach before your family. Loras muttered, "House Gardener." Egon nodded, "House Gardener, and before the 7 kingdoms were 7 separate kingdoms. I am not a dragon, I am a man, just like you." Egon poured himself a drink. "The Iron Throne, the thing that kept the peace most of the time, is also a means for one kingdom, one house, one family to control all others, friends and rivals." Taking a sip, Egon sat in his chair. "My family only sit in that chair because of capable and loyal men. Without one or the other, it is just a hard chair to sit in." When the last Egon ruled, he tried to marry his children to other lords instead of keeping the bloodline pure, for it was more beneficial in securing the realm. My father could have done the same, but he was obsessed with the prophecy. Now, all of the unity in the Iron Throne will die with my father. Renly and Loras sat beside Egon. "People will find out about me, and when that happens, some will still support me, others demon, Jon, maybe even Aemon, not for loyalty but power." Renly and Loras kissed Egon on his cheek. "Demon a monster. Jon is a good man, but he doesn't care about power. Aemon is a boy others could control." Egon finally said how he felt about his actual siblings before saying, "Robb is like Jon, but I fear his hidden anger could lead to ambition. My prince, maybe I should inform my family to send our secret, perhaps Robb could be brought back to our side." Loras said with a determined look. "I agree, there are risks in war and peace, but I think it could help," Renly said as he moved closer to Egon's inner tights. Egon downed his drink as he thought about his next moves. "I don't know, my plans cost me my brother, now and always. If this backfires, I might lose him forever." A knock on the door interrupted them and they hurried to make themselves decent. "I'm sorry to disturb you, brother, but something terrible has happened." Visenya came in bursting with tears streaming down her face. What she said next truly broke Egon. Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. The next chapter will skip time by a month. Also in my Wolf King story, I'm letting you decide on possible names for my original characters. So leave a comment in that story if you are interested. Chapter 23, A Lioness Revealed Herself. Notes. I hope you enjoy this. I have been a bit overwhelmed balancing between 3 stories. And since the end of this month is New Year's Eve, I decided not to do another chapter of Wolf Taming Dragons until the end of January. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. He could feel his hair moving, causing him to wake up slowly and see a pleasant sight before him. Nerys smiled as she sat up in her crib, trying to grab a handful of his hair. "I must have fallen asleep." "Thank you, Nerys. Your papa will be in a bad mood, but maybe a tickle should be a fitting punishment." Robb spoke in a silly voice. Out of nowhere, Nerys squirmed as Robb started tickling her sides and making her giggle. Robb was amazed by this sound, his daughter. Looking out to see the sun beginning to set, Robb knew that his soon-to-be vassals would be gathering soon. "I can see it closer to the evening, so how about we bathe before we greet all our guests?" Nerys immediately shook her head sideways. "Come on, Nerys. We need you smelly nice, and looking pretty. Like a princess. Can you do that for Papa?" he said as he lifted her into his arms. A knock on the door interrupted them. A woman with blonde locks and green eyes greeted them. "Should I take the little dragon for her bath?" she said with a mix of humor and motherly affection. "Thank you, Joanna." On his way back from King's Landing, Sir Brynden came upon some bandits attacking her carriage, and he saved her. The woman introduced herself as Joanna and asked if she could serve Robb's household. He accepted her services. Only 2 weeks here, Joanna has proven herself beyond his belief, primarily by catching her reading House Tully fiancés and noticing that a few houses haven't been paying their taxes. Robb made her his treasurer, and then a few days ago, he collected Nerys from his room to see Joanna there. At first, he feared for his daughter's safety but noticed that she was reading and making Nerys laugh. Robb was a bit angry, but Joanna explained she had a lover once and a babe on the way. But the lover turned cruel and, in a fit of rage, killed their unborn child, so playing with Nerys was her way of dealing with grief. Now Joanna was a mother figure to Nerys, which made Robb sad, for he felt that Daenerys should be here. "I am not trying to take her mother's place, but I hope to be her friend at least," she said to Robb yesterday when he tried to stop her from spending too much time with her. Robb looked at Joanna's slender body as she picked up Nerys. "Come on, little one, we will make you look pretty," she cooed to Nerys, who responded more positively to her than Robb. After they left, Robb began to question his decision to take away Naerys from Daenerys. Did I take her because I wanted to protect her from all those who will use her for their own gains or my own? He thought as he imagined maybe Naerys needs her mother, and Joanna risks taking it away from Daenerys whenever she meant to or not. Maybe I should write to Daenerys. Hopefully, she gets this one since Pycelle won't take it. Robb was lost in thoughts about his potential love when he heard his great-uncle entering without knocking. They have all arrived, except for Freys, who demand you come to them in person. Sir Brynden said, to which Robb responded, I know. I saw Joanna with Naerys, and you need to decide on marrying someone. That little girl needs her mother. Sir Brynden said with a bit of frustration. I know. You need a wife to give you. I know. Robb yelled like a tantrum child, I know, but I am afraid of being loved and broken again. And I refuse to admit I am wrong. Brynden looked unimpressive, you are a future lord, I'm just your great-uncle. But if I have to smack you behind the ear to make you see sense, I will. Robb turns around to face his mentor, so do it or not he takes his leave, I'm going for my bath, so gather my guest in the great hall and bring out the ale. Robb travelled to a room where a few maids had finished preparing a bath. We hope the water is to your liking, milord, one maid said, acting nervous while her eyes were looking at Robb's lower body, probably imagining what Robb was like in bed. Robb dismissed them, I sure it be good, bring my clothes to me and then check on my grandfather. After they left, Robb began stripping, he thought of the news he had received earlier. Earlier in the day. Can you say Papa Naerys? Papa. Robb said in a high voice, hoping that Naerys would say it, but all he got was a giggle from his daughter. News from King's Landing, my lord. Maester Vimen said, disturbing Robb and Naerys as he tried to get Naerys to say her first word. Robb put Naerys in her crib and walked to the Maester, forgive me for accusing you, Vimen. But I trust you didn't read it. The Maester responds calmly, I understand your suspicion, Pycelle is a disgrace to our order, and it is good that you expose him for who he is. Robb smiled at Vimen as an apology, Maester bowed his head, trying to get the little princess to speak, never fear. I sure that she speak when she is ready. As Robb headed back to the crib, Naerys was opening and closing her fist, sorry, little one, but Papa needs to read this, and it's time for your nap. Rearranging his daughter so she was flat on her back, Robb started shaking the crib gently from side to side, watching as his daughter tried to fight a losing battle to stay awake. After a few minutes, Naerys was soundly asleep with her chest rising up and down. Robb kissed her on the forehead, sweet dreams, my little fire pup. He started reading the letter. Robb. I know you don't want to hear from us, but it urged. Grandfather Jon has been ill lately, and he has been getting worse. Lately, he has been asking for you, the redhead boy who always causes a bit of mischievousness with Jon and Aegon. I beg you, please come back to King's Landing, not as a prisoner but as a guest, for the man who loved you as his own blood. Bring Naerys with you, for I can't having my newest grandchild in my arms, I wasn't happy with what everyone did involving you. But this is how the world works whether we like it or not. So please come home. You are so missed and loved. I know that through all this, we can be a family again. Do it not for me or anyone here, but for yourself because I know you are troubled with the way life treated you, but remember, some are worse off than you. Forever in my heart like yours. Your grandmother Rolla. Present. Robb thought it repeatedly as he bathed and began imagining if he should go back. Would it be too late? Could Jon Arryn be dead already? If he traveled, would his other grandfather, Hoster Tully died? He has many questions and decisions, and he needs to make the right ones. Bringing his knees to his chin as he sat up in a fetal position, he wished he could go back to the days when Grandfather Jon would get them sweets and read them bedtime stories. Robb's favorite was that the sky is blue because the world lives under the eye of a blue-eyed giant. He saw the door open and Joanna arrived, her cheeks blushing. Sir Brynden took Naerys off my hands and is getting her ready. Are you okay, my lord? Robb just looked back at the water, imagining how Grandfather Jon must feel, hoping to see Robb and Naerys one last time. No, I'm not okay. I feel stuck between a rock and a hard place, the world's weight is on my shoulders. And yet, I feel like everything I do will go up in smoke. He could feel a gentle caress on his arm. It's not easy being a ruler, but from what I see here in the week I've been here, I've seen people doing what you wanted. Why? Because they believe in you. Joanna forced Rob to face her. I seen what happens when tyrants destroy innocent lives, for no reason but because they can. Joanna kissed Rob on the cheek. Your daughter is lucky to have you as a father, but if you doubt yourself, then you will always lose, and she will bear the consequences of your actions. Rob sighed as he looked at Joanna. Something about her drew him to her, yet for some reason, she looked like Cersei Lannister. I know about your past, but I tell you something about me. My real name is Lana, and my father is Tyrion Lannister. Rob merely kissed her hand, stroking him. Pleasure, Lady Lana. I usually would be furious with lies, but I owe your father a debt. Lana immediately reached into her cleavage and brought up Rob's necklace. This, I know. We have been a bit close lately, unlike you and your princesses. Rob quickly grabbed it. How did you find it in my room? Lana giggled. A lady never tells, but I am here because of my father's plans regarding you. But I am hoping that we see Tywin precious legacy burn. She finished with a smile that made Rob think he was facing the queen herself. I can see your eyes asking, why? Why betray my father's family? Well, because my grandfather had my mother suffer for no reason but for loving my father. Her eyes turn sad as tears fall from them. Rob moved his hand across her face. Tywin will pay, but I already know about your mother's fate. Your father told me. I wish to know why you didn't tell the truth earlier. Lana answered at once, because if I said who I was, would you have turned me away? Rob thought about it. Maybe, maybe not. But the question is what to do now. Are you still Joanna or Lana? He said with a smirk as he splashed a bit of water over her. I'll let you decide, but for now, you must get dressed. Rob watched as she moved to the door, and stop looking at my ass, Wolf. Rob couldn't help but admire her figure as she closed the door. He started getting out, headed to his pile of clothes and dried his hair with his towel before hearing the door open. I forgot to mention about something big, Lana said before she laughed a bit. While the bandits attacked me and my caravan, I overheard them say something about their leader at the Peach of Stony September. Rob merely smiled, for she seemed to like something about him. And you telling me this now because? Lana smirked as she closed the door. I forgot about it, I only just remembered it. Rob started dressing. Lady Lana, I think you give me the key to Casterly Rock, he whispered to himself as he began to form a plan to get vengeance on Tywin Lannister. As soon as he finished, Rob could hear the laughter of Naerys, and he turned towards the door to see Lana holding Naerys. What do you think, princess? Is your papa handsome? What happened next was something that Rob would cherish for the rest of his life. Papa. Notes. The next chapter will feature Rob and Naerys greeting the Lords of the Riverlands, and maybe Lana and Rob forming an alliance. Chapter 24, For every gain, there is a loss. Summary. Didn't want to spoil this chapter. Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. The first bit was a bit tough to do, but I hope at the end, you will feel a bit emotional. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The Lords of the Riverlands were feasting and drinking when Rob entered, Naerys in his arms, repeating Papa. Her purple eyes widened as she turned to see a lot of strangers before burying herself into her father. It's all right, Naerys. No one will hurt you while I am still breathing, he whispers sweetly into her little ears. Suddenly, all eyes were on them as Steward Uhtred spoke loud and clear, presenting Lord Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully, grandson to Hoster Tully, heir to Riverrun and Winterfell, and his true-born daughter Nys Stark. Robb sat at the head of the Lord's table and saw that they were judging him if he was a Northerner, Crownlander or a Riverman. So it true, he fathers a child on a dragon. I wonder what he likes in bed, he heard Carl Vance's daughters whisper. What is the thing with women trying to find out about my activities, he thought as he started to pour himself a drink while making sure Naerys didn't fall out of his arms. Should I take her while you grab some food? Sir Brynden offered, and Naerys started opening and closing her hands upon seeing the old knight, who smiled at the growing babe. Robb grabbed some bread and a few slices of honeyed chicken before settling down and watching Sir Brynden pretend to eat Naerys' finger and make funny faces. It warms his heart that if something happens to him, one man will protect Naerys. He began to eat before saying, please don't stop on my account, eat, drink, celebrate a bit, and then we'll discuss why I brought you all here. He felt something touching his leg, and he looked to see Lana comforting him in a caring way and not a sexual one. You need to relax. A man must show some of his cards before revealing them all. Too much of one thing could give your hidden foes an advantage. Robb nodded before eating. My Lord Robb Stark. He looked up to see Lord Bracken and his daughters lined up behind him. Robb took a mouthful of bread before speaking. Yes, my Lord Bracken, is everything to your liking? He asked, already knowing what this was about. Everything okay, my lord. The food is lovely, and the musician is good, but I hope we are here for you to decide on a possible bride. He displays his daughters individually, hoping that Robb will fall for their beauty. They are good women, who I sure will give you many strong sons and beautiful daughters. Robb could see the sisters were hopeful that he would choose one of them. I'm sorry, but you will be wrong, for I gathered you all here to address the bandits plaguing your lands. Lord Blackwood immediately said, you would know that if you weren't obsessed with marrying one of your broodmares to Lord Robb. Lord Bracken responded, not my fault, your only daughter is a child, never been a day ride from home. Both men began insulting one another, with a potential fight about to break out. Enough! Robb shouted. Robb immediately held Naerys, who started crying. Your people are suffering from evil who kill anyone and everyone for reasons I can't even imagine. Naerys' cries became hiccups and whimpers as Robb soothed her. I came here to escape from the power plays that ambitious lords do, to find peace and safety for my daughter. Robb first looked at Lord Bracken. I know that as a father, you want what is best for your daughters, so I am asking that you join me in destroying this evil. Robb told Lord Blackwood, insulting your rival doesn't help anyone. Both your land has been attacked, so maybe the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Before both men could argue, Robb raised his hand to show he was in charge. If you two cause me issues, then you risk repeating the Ironborn yoke. Both lords sensed that Robb meant that like Harwinhor's conquest of the Riverlands, they should unite or fall. Lord Cale Vance, I have heard good things about you. Your family lands have suffered a bit. But I hope to stop it, so I should be thankful to have such a man to fight alongside. Lord Vance's wine-stained birthmark darkens as he rises angrily. The crown did nothing when we suffer. My father tried to deal with it, and he was slaughtered like cattle. Lord Jason Mallister, Sir Brynden told me of your honor, and I will need your help. For I need men like you. The Lord of Seaguard rose calmly. You may have your father bearing and your mother coloring. But I can see the fire of your grandfather in his youth. I follow you. Robb looked at an elderly woman. Lady Went, I know your good brother Sir Oswell Went, and my grandmother was a Went. So that makes us family. The old lady cried, your grandmother was a good friend. We mourned her death, and when I heard about her children, I swore to get justice for their murder. She went up and hugged Robb and kissed Naerys. So precious, it's like seeing Minnis, a little girl, her little cat. Robb gave Naerys to Lana. Need I say more? We have a duty to our people and our liege. I am ready to do what I can in my grandfather's name. If we don't do something about this, how long until those outside of the Riverlands sense the opportunity to offer help in return for your allegiance? So are you Riverman or Westerlander? Everyone shouted, Riverman. Robb smiled, for he now had their support, but he needed to keep that support. I need something to rally behind truly, he thought as he noticed Sir Brynden discussing something with Mester Viman. Robb, your grandfather wants to see you. His face showed sadness and his heart started racing. No, no, please don't say. Hoster Tully Bedchambers. He stood outside, dreading what to expect. I think I should take Naerys to her crib. This could be an emotional moment for you, Lana said, holding the babe, who looked up at him curiously. Yes, that might be best, his voice breaking at the thought of going in and seeing his grandfather dead. You said nothing about their leader at Stony September. Why? Lana asked as she tried to settle the little babe. If what you say is true, then we know where he is, not what he looks like. Otherwise, I might as well slaughter everyone there. Plus, someone here could have warned him. His eyes looked up and down at Lana like she could be a spy. I'm sorry, Lana. My emotions get the better of me, plus we discuss more tomorrow. For now, I need to see this through. He opened the door and closed it. Robb could see his grandfather wasn't long for this world. Grandfather, you summon me. He smiled at the old man, hoping it would cheer him up. Hoster Tully merely looked at him before crying, I missed them. I miss the days when I watched my children play, I miss the days when you would wait for me on your name day. I would bring you a gift and throw you in the air before catching you. Rob helped adjust his grandfather's pillow. I thought you were the most incredible man in the world. I always wanted my father to visit once. He never did, you always came. I wish I were Tully, not a Stark. But Uncle Benjen told me about father issues as well as what that damn Mester did. Hoster looked firmly at Rob, with every last ounce of strength. He held Rob's hand in his. I could have ended the 3 years ago, but one thing stopped me. You. Hoster was crying beyond belief. I lost my children to the damn rebellion. You were the only good thing I had left, and I would never forgive myself if my actions caused your death. Tears filled Rob's eyes as he heard his grandfather talk. Family, duty, honor. My family words. I failed to protect my children, and you have seen how I made this place one of misery, so protect Nils, for without her, you will wish for the stranger to take you. So pursue justice if you must, but don't let her suffer for it like you. Rob wanted to argue, but he couldn't let his last moments with his grandfather be a horrible one. I heard about you and several women, a blonde one here, and a Lannister look about her. It doesn't matter, if she makes you happy, marry her. I'd rather you live in peace than war. Hoster Tully pointed at the bedside table, and Rob opened it to see vials of different liquids. I took them from the Mester at times. Please give me this mercy. I wish to join my children. Please let me die with dignity. Rob immediately fell to his knees and hugged his grandfather. Please, don't ask me to do this. Hoster Tully started coughing. Please, I beg you, my wine, milk of the poppy and a lot of sweet sleep should be enough. Rob couldn't believe this. His grandfather was asking for his death. I will be so lonely without you. Rob begged his grandfather, who looked at him with disbelief. I have been lonely for nearly 20 years. You had a family in King's Landing who loved you. Rob felt ashamed. He felt unworthy and unloved, but he never knew how he was better off than most hostages, while his grandfather was truly the lonely one. I wish I could spend more time with you, but my mind is decaying. Do you want me to suffer? Hoster Tully gripped Rob's hand tightly. Rob poured the lot of sweet sleep and milk of the poppy into the wine before offering it. Hoster Tully smiled. Don't mourn my death. Celebrate my life and know I am proud of you, my boy. In that instant, Hoster Tully downed the wine before looking at Rob. I go to my. At that moment, Rob cradled his grandfather as he passed. Notes. Well, I hope that brought a tear to your eyes like it did me. I feel like I'm getting a bit weary with this story, so I hope to improve because I feel like I made a mistake here and there but I can't seem to find it. Chapter 25, Rude Interrupting. Notes. Hi everyone. I hope you all are well. I apologize for the lack of writing during the last 5 months. But I was suffering from depression and had struggled with things this year. But I am mainly getting better lately. If you suffer from mental health then speak to a doctor, close friend or relatives. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. As they lowered the boat into the Red Fork just in sight of Riverrun walls, the lords of the Riverlands watched as Robb Stark aimed with a flaming arrow on his bow. Firing the arrow, everyone watched as the arrow missed its target. Robb picked up another arrow and waited as Sir Brynden lighted it for him. Get it right this time, Sir Brynden said as Robb started aiming at the boat. Robb Stark fired again and watched as the arrow missed the boat. Sir Brynden took the bow and started to light an arrow before aiming at the boat. Robb felt ashamed and stopped Sir Brynden. Please, uncle. I need to do this. He pleaded as Sir Brynden sighed before giving Robb a look that screamed make it count. Robb started to aim the bow. This time, the arrow hit the boat, which began to burn. Robb stood still as a statue, watching the boat burn and fell deep in thought as he could hear his grandfather's voice, protect Nys, for without her, you will wish for the stranger to take you. My lord. Robb heard Lana calling him, turning to see her holding Nys as she reached for him, desperate to be in father's arms. Come here, my little firewolf. Robb said as he tried not to show his daughter the sadness on his face. Nys reached for the Tully Pangshang on Robb's chain around his neck. Robb grabbed her hand very quickly, causing the baby to cry. Sorry Nys. But this is important to Papa. I'm sure that soon you will have this to wear. he said as he rubbed her back. The cries became hiccups as Rob began to rock Niers in his arms. SSSSHHHHH, Papa loves you, Niers. All Rob could hear was Papa from Niers as he watched the boat slowly engulfed in flames, a soft hand gently caressing his own. Looking to see Lana standing beside him, my father once told me that all children are born in the shadows of their fathers. But the day will always come when they must stand alone. And are faced with a choice. Do they follow the path put before them or take a different road? Robb Stark looked at Niers and felt that if he pursued justice against House Free, House Lannister, he could lose her, making him feel like he was his grandfather after losing his children. Robb also felt the need to avenge his mother's death and his grandfather's suffering. I will have my vengeance, and in the end, Tywin Lannister will pay for his crimes. Robb led the party back inside Riverrun, holding Niers in his arms. She is so beautiful, Robb. Lana said sweetly, do you worry when she's all grown up? Robb began to picture Niers as a grown woman. I do. And I make sure that she knows how to fight. And when the time comes, she'll marry someone who would be respectful to her. Robb looked down to see Niers sleeping in his arms. I wish you could be like this forever. Great Hall. I, Lord Tytos Blackwood, swear my allegiance to Robb Stark, Lord Paramount of the Riverlands and Lord of Riverrun. Never shall I raise my arms against him or his heirs, and should my liege ask, we will honor our oath and come to his aid. This I swear before the old gods. And I shall not forget this. Know that you and your family are always welcome in my halls. Robb said before ordering Lord Blackwood to raise. The lords of the Riverlands have been swearing their oath of allegiance after the funeral. Robb knew that some were loyal to him while others remained unsure. This is only the beginning. I ruled in my grandfather's name last week. Now, I must do it in my name. Robb thought as he was about to hear the oath from Lord Jason Mallister. My lord, we have some late guests. 2 different parties. He heard Steward Wayne explain softly. His face looked tense as if he didn't know what to do. Apologies, Lord Mallister. Robb interrupted the kneeling lord as he spoke before ordering the steward, show the first one in. Everyone looked towards the doors to see a group of people entering. Robb began to clench his hand into a fist as the sigil on them made his blood boil and his anger build, ready to explode. Greetings, my lord. The group leader spoke before bending forward at the waist to Robb. Robb could only say bitterly, welcome. His sight set of seeing the sigil and the symbol it represents burn. First of all, I, Sir Stephen Free, heir to the twins, wish to say that we are sorry for the loss of your grandfather, and second, I've come to swear fealty on behalf of my father, Lord Walder Free. The leader introduced himself. Robb Stark looked unimpressed, so say it now and get out. Because if it is the same one your father swore to my grandfather, we already know what it's worth. A man came behind Sir Stephen and angrily shouted, we will not be disrespected, boy. We showed our loyalty to the crown during the rebellion. Robb eyed up the wiry black-bearded man and laughed, you think your family is full of brave men and virtuous women. But from what you did, your sigil should be a pack of weasels and your words. Never trust a Free. Sir Stephen Free stopped the man from launching himself at Robb. Please forgive my grandson, Lord Robb. We have travelled for a few days, some are more wary than others. Sir Brynden stood between the Frees and Robb, pointing at Sir Stephen. I still remember that day. You Frees had a hand in the murder of my brother's children. Sir Stephen expressed a sad face as he said, we didn't seek their deaths. I tried to control my men, but they. So you were a poor leader. But the leader nonetheless. Robb interrupted as he moved towards the Free party, passing Sir Brynden and standing face to face with Sir Stephen, makes me wonder if you are a capable man. And a capable lord. Robb looked to see Sir Stephen struggling to maintain his posture. You're not here to swear allegiance to me. I see that you have alternative motives. So speak and don't lie to me. Sir Stephen Free began to stand firm. My father worries about the future of his house and his family. So he offers you this. 3 beautiful women came forward, and Stephen introduced them. First of all, my granddaughter Walder the Fair. Truly a beauty to behold, my lord. The first was a nubile woman, her black hair shining as she curtsied. A pleasure, my lord. We heard much about you, but you're more handsome than they say. She finishes with a wink. Next is my half-niece Amaya Free. I sure that she please you. Sir Stephen said as the woman curtsied before saying, you, my lord, are truly a great one. Maybe you can please a lady in need. Rob saw her giving him a look that reminded him of Ariane Martel. And lastly, my half-sister, Roslyn Free, is a bit shy, but I'm sure you'll find her a dutiful wife. Rob looked at Roslyn as she curtsied. I hope I'm not a disappointment to you, my lord. She spoke calmly. Sir Stephen Free then brought a man who looked a few years older than Rob. To show that we are committed to your vision of unity, my father asked that you take Oliver as your squire with hopes of a knighthood. And you will interested in one of these three ladies as a possible wife. For I understand that you lack a son. The doors opened to the sound of a few armored men, their shields bearing a golden rose as they fell in formation. Steward Wayne came in short of breath. Forgive me, my lord. But I had hoped to do it one at a time. But they grew impatient at the gate. Rob looked towards his latest uninvited guest and saw a face he remembered from years ago. Margaery Tyrell. What are you doing here? Margaery curtsied to Rob. I have come to see you. On behalf of House Tyrell and Reach. We offer you our condolences for the loss of your grandfather. Yeah, you only come here for something else. Don't think I can see through you. Rob thought bitterly as he maintained a diplomatic face. Thank you, my lady. Should we speak honestly, my wolf? She said as she approached him on his chair. I know what you think of me. So let's be blunt. Okay, why are you truly here? Rob asked Margaery. She looked towards Lana and the baby she held. My brother Loras told me about your daughter. She is a beauty. Robb Stark stood up and blocked Margaery's view of Nys. Be careful, Margaery. You're walking on thin ice. Margaery laughed. Please, do you think me a monster? Black Walder abruptly interrupted. Step back, Tyrell. He deserves a maiden and not spoiled goods. Be careful who you insult, boy. An older woman spoke as she approached, followed behind by two young women. One was holding a small child in a hooded cloak. Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. Your granddaughter is one thing, but I know you crave something to advance House Tyrell's power, prestige, and influence. Sir Brynden growled, your actions nearly cost me and my brother, Catspaw, years ago. The hall began to fill with discussion and disagreement as Frys, Tyrells and the Riverlords argue amongst themselves. Robb sat down in his seat, watching the chaos and feeling helpless. Not easy, is it? Robb heard a voice, looking to his right to see his grandfather as he looked in his youth with red hair and blue eyes. To be a lord is not to ask what I or anyone could do to rule the lands governed to us. But rule as you can, face the consequences and take responsibility for your actions, be it cruel or fair, harsh or just, diligent or corrupt. So, Robb Stark, what are you going to do? Robb watched his grandfather disappear before looking towards the great hall. Silence. He yelled with determination. Oliver Free, I take you as my squire. Robb announced, to which Oliver knelt before Robb. I will not fail you, my lord. Robb noticed that Sir Stephen was smiling proudly. I'm not saying I agree to your father's proposal, Sir Stephen. I need proof of your family's loyalty. First, help me with an important task, and then we can discuss a possible future. Sir Brynden came rushing to Robb, saying in an act of fury, are you mad? You are giving the family that helped. Uncle! Yelled Robb, interrupting him before whispering in his ears. After a few moments, everyone watched as Sir Brynden bowed his head. Yes, my lord. Robb turned towards Margaery. Margaery, why are you here? Answer or leave, now. He demanded. Margaery returned to her grandmother, my handmaidens, Myra Forrester and Saya Flowers. She introduced them before taking the small child that Myra held. When I left King's Landing, defeated and humiliated, you demanded that I take Moon Tea. But you failed to mention when I should take it. So I took it 1 year later after this child was born. Margaery moved the blanket to uncover a red-haired boy. Wake up, my little warrior, she said sweetly. The boy rubbed his eyes, revealing his blue eyes. Who's that? Margaery said, pointing at Robb before setting him on the floor. The boy turned to face Robb and yelled energetically, Papa. Everyone watched as the boy ran as fast as his tiny legs could before trying to wrap his arms around Robb's right leg. I've known you since you were a baby, Robb. And that boy is your spitting image? Sir Bryndon said as he examined the small child. Rob was filled with emotions and questions. All he could do was stand still as a child he thought should not exist looked up at him with eyes identical to his. "Steward Wayne, please find a suitable place for our uninvited guests." Rob ordered the aged steward, who responded, "Yes, my lord." "Joanna, take Margaery, her handmaidens, her grandmother and my son to the lord's study. I wish to speak in private," Rob told Lana as she tried to hand Daenerys over to him. "Yes, my lord," Lana responded. They led the Tyrell out of the great hall, but unbeknownst to them, a blonde-haired green-eye woman was watching Lana from afar. A striking resemblance, she thought as she told Sir Stevron, "Good brother. Prepare a horse. I need to go to Casterly Rock, immediately. I feel like my brother should know something important." Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. I dedicated it to my mom, dad and my consular, who helped me out. Chapter 26, A Father Worried. Notes. Apologies for the long delay, but I have been dealing with writer's block on all stories, as well as slowly getting fully better from depression. I also had 1 or 2 one-shots I tried to do but didn't like how it went. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Rob sat in the garden under the weirwood tree, praying to the old gods. It was a week since the funeral, a week since learning he had a bastard son with Margaery Tyrell. Now, he felt he needed guidance from someone, his great-uncle Bryndon, who had left yesterday for King's Landing to collect the boon. 500,000 gold dragon was the price he asked for from King Rhaegar. Rob wanted it just to start laying his trap for the bandits and their possible master, but he didn't know what would follow. A child's laughter interrupted the tranquil peace he had been enjoying. Rob looked to see Torrhen running towards him. Myra Forrester was right behind him. "Torrhen, you shouldn't interrupt someone when they are praying," Myra softly told Torrhen. "Sorry, Auntie Myra," Torrhen responded sadly, reminding Rob of how he apologized to Grandfather John or Grandma Rolla. "Every day, I genuinely see more of me in him." Torrhen went up to Rob and said, "Sorry, Papa." He cried as if he was in deep trouble. Rob had a moment when he wanted nothing to do with the child that shouldn't exist. But looking at that face, Rob felt he should make an effort with Torrhen, or he was no better than Eddard Stark. "That's okay, Pup," Rob said as he grabbed Torrhen by the shoulders, throwing him in the air before catching him. He laughed as the boy yelled, "Higher." After moments, Rob puts the boy down to watch him run towards the 3 statues. Tears begin to fill Rob as he imagines his mother meeting Torrhen. "Myra, is it?" Rob asked the handmaiden, who curtsied, "Yes, my lord." Her eyes were watching Torrhen like a hawk. "What brings you here?" "Alongside the Tyrells," Rob inquired, to which she replied, "My mother wants me to learn about the southern courts." "Auntie Myra, look!" Torrhen shouted excitedly. Rob looked to see Torrhen pointing at the middle statue and felt sad, for he knew he would have to explain the tragic story to his children. "Torrhen, come back, please," Myra asked, to which Torrhen obeyed. "Baelor, come here," he asked sadly. Rob felt confused by Torrhen's question, "Who is Baelor?" "Baelor is Torrhen Dog," Margaery explained as she appeared behind everyone, bending down to pick up Torrhen, who was begging for his mother's attention. "When Torrhen had his first name day, my eldest brother Willers had just managed to breed a new litter of dogs. He offers the runt of the litter to Torrhen. When we left Highgarden, we had to leave him behind, and Torrhen cried for ages until he fell asleep that day." Torrhen began to whimper, "I want Baelor." His blue eyes filled with tears as he cried into his mother's shoulders. Rob felt sympathy for his son. "I'm sorry that you had to leave your dog behind, but maybe, depending on the coming days, I can ask your uncle to send Baelor here." Torrhen sniffed as he looked at Rob. "Baelor, come here. Live here with me, Mama and Papa." Rob didn't know how to answer. "It's not easy to decide, but I will do what is best for you." "Would you want that, my little warrior? Us to live here? Maybe Mama and Papa will marry, and you could have brothers and sisters." Margaery said to the sound of Torrhen cheering, "Yeah. I want a brother." Rob could see the tiny smirk on Margaery's face, blowing him a kiss, "Using our child to gain a victory. That is why I left King Landing. So no one can use Daenerys against me." Papa, would I have a brother? Torren asked, giggling at the thought of his mother and father together. Before Rob could answer, the sound of Nir's babbling brought him to turn his head to see her in Lana's arms, wide awake from having a nap. Papa! Nir's cried as she opened and closed her fists. Nir's just woke. I felt that you wished to see her before heading off. Rob felt uncertain about leaving Nir's, for she would be without family, but he had absolute faith in Lana. Yes, thank you, Joanna. Rob took Nir's from Lana, cradling her to his chest. You be a good little lady for Joanna, do as she said. Nir's smiled as she tried to grab Rob's necklace. You want this, don't you? Rob asked as he took Nir's tiny hand and kissed it. The baby girl began babbling away. Rob suddenly looked to Torren by his feet, the boy begging to be held by his father. I want up, Papa, he asked. Rob has tried to balance things regarding Nir's and Torren. He feared sibling rivalry between them like Demon and Egon. Torren. Could you do something for me, please? Rob asked Torren as he lowered himself, his free hand on Torren's shoulder, and he spoke earnestly. Yes, Papa. Torren said proudly. Rob could see the look in Torren's eyes. He was determined to please his father. Do you know House Stark's words? Rob asked, to which Torren responded quickly, winter is coming. Our sigil is a dire wolf on a white field. Margaery Tyrell stood behind Torren, both hands on his shoulder, a look of pride on her face. We made sure Torren grows up to be a smart one. He knows a lot about his father's house. Rob was also proud of Torren. That's good, but tell me, Torren. What are my mother's words? Torren frowned in concentration as he tried to think, growing strong. He said, hoping that was the correct answer. That's your mother's words. My mother's words were, family, duty, honor. Family, Torren, is more important than anything else. Rob presents Nir's to Torren, and the baby points at the small boy, Papa. Rob then points at Torren as well. No, Nir's. That's Torren, your brother. Torren, Nir's said as she tried to reach him. Brother. She said, which surprised both Rob and Torren. You see, Torren. Rob quickly regained his composure. Nir's knows you now, and she'll need a big brother to protect her while I am away. So, can you help Joanna look after your sister? Torren nodded. Yes, Papa. Me look after baby sister. Torren held out his hand, which Nir's grabbed and giggled as she shook it vigorously. Torren broke loose and immediately started running about, much to Rob's amazement at the boy's endless bout of energy. Lana took Nir's. I'm sure we'll be fine, my lord, she said as Rob watched her cradle Nir's before approaching Torren. Pretty, he said before running behind Myra. Do you want a story, Torren? Lana asked the shy boy, who responded, yes, please. Rob started walking to the stables and immediately noticed Margaery trying to walk beside him. He tried to ignore her, but Margaery kept urging him to stop. What is it? He said before he felt a set of lips on his. Margaery looked mischievous as her brown eyes looked into his. You may have mixed feelings about this. But I am genuinely grateful for our son. Our son. When I threatened to have your grandmother executed, you begged for her life. I let it go. You wouldn't have Torren behind my back. Not unless you had some assurance. Which you think I got from someone. Tell me, Rob, who do you think it is? Margaery finished with a giggle as she stroked Rob's arms. Rob could think of a few names, but he was focused on his little adventure. Know this, Margaery. Rob exclaimed, if anything bad happens to Nir's, I hold you and the Freys responsible. What about Torren? Surely you care about him. Margaery retorted as she huffed at Rob. Rob merely turned around. Torren has his mother, her handmaidens and a few guards to protect him. As far as I can tell, he's more secure than Nir's. Is he? That blonde woman looks like Queen Cersei. I thought you despise all Lannisters, or maybe she is just another one between the sheets. Rob ignored Margaery's comment as he headed to the entrance of Riverrun. His horse was fully saddled, and Oliver stood alongside it. Preparation is done, my lord. I hope it's to your approval. Quickly double-checking all his work, Rob looked at his nervous squire, who pursed his lips in anticipation of any mistakes he made. You did well, Oliver. Nicely done. Just one thing. Oliver gulped in disappointment. What have I done wrong, my lord? I didn't ask you to do my horse. Rob looked to see Oliver embarrassed. I'm sorry, but I thought as your squire, Rob raised his hand. It's done now. But next time, saddle my horse if I order you to. I guess you haven't done yours yet. No, my lord. Then tend to your horse, Rob said as his squire rushed at once to do it. Rob saw Sir Desmond Grille, Steward Wayne, Mester Vimmon, and Septon Chale slowly approaching, waiting for any last-minute changes. Sir Desmond, keep training the men. While I am away, keep patrolling the countryside and help those in need. Rob ordered the Castellan of Riverrun first. Understood, my lord. Hopefully, Sir Robin Roger will be waiting for you in Stony September. Fair warning, the Peach has beautiful women. Sir Desmond Grille said with a laugh. My lord. I beg you not to delay choosing a wife to bear your children after this. Steward Wayne warned Rob as the lords of the Riverlands hoped that the next Lady of Riverlands would be from their house. Don't worry, I'm sure you can give an insight into a potential wife. I met quite a few over the last month. Surely, you have a good choice for me. I offer a suggestion, my lord. Mester Vimmon said as he took a deep breath. You have another boon, I believe. Maybe having Torren legitimize would be for the best. After all, a son of Lord Paramount and grandson of two Lord Paramount will undoubtedly be. Rob interrupted bluntly, a grand prize. Far more than what I was. No. And there's a downside to it. Torren would be heir to Riverrun and Winterfell, and should Margaery's brothers fail to sire any sons, then Highgarden as well. And many will see him dead before that happens. Rob clutched his fist at the thought of someone harming an innocent child, especially his own. Then renounce Torren's claim to Highgarden. It is something to consider at least. That's one possibility. Yet things could be tense between me and Torren's mother. Plus I might have other bastards on the way. Rob began to picture Arianne Martell and Daenerys arriving in Riverrun, each presenting a baby. Mester Vimmon. I think about it and hopefully, me and Margaery can discuss what's best for Torren. Septon Chale was the last to speak with Rob. Maybe the Seven bless you, my lord. There's one thing you can do for me, Chale. What's that, my lord? Pray. Pray that I'm a better father than Aegon the Unworthy. Notes. I hope this chapter was good, for I had a few ideas about progressing this story. The Wolf King would probably have a new chapter soon. I'm doing a one-shot story involving Star Wars The Force Unleashed because Days Gone Remastered is coming out this Friday, and I'm looking forward to that. And happy Easter to you all. Chapter 27, 3 Princesses, same issue. Notes. Apologies for the long delay. But always have writer's block. Get a few paragraphs or even a section before hating it and starting over. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Daenerys gazed at herself in the mirror, tracing her naked, slender body and examining the tiny stretch marks, visible proof that she had carried a child. Soon, Naerys. Soon. I'll hold you again, and Rob will be mine. His seed quickened in my womb. Daenerys began to picture Rob fully naked, standing beside her, whispering sweet nothings into her ear, his cock pressing against her ass. You are beautiful, my princess. No woman is superior. I want you, I need you, he begs, his sultry kiss sending shivers down her spine. I know. Daenerys moaned as she began to pinch her right nipple and placed a finger inside her pussy. And I need you inside me. I want you to fill me with your seed, to bear our children. Collapsing to her knees, Daenerys began to imagine how Rob would carry her in his arms like she was his bride, throwing her onto a bed of pelts, his tongue licking all over her body, making her beg for more. Eventually, the teasing stopped as he began to kiss her passionately before he inserted his hardened cock inside her, causing her to wrap her legs around him, her fingernails sinking into his back as he began thrusting in and out. Ah! Don't stop, wolf! She screams, feeling her climax getting close as she puts another finger in, her other hand caressing her right breast. Princess! Is everything all right? A voice from outside her door interrupted her before several knocks truly ended her arousal. Groaning disappointingly, Daenerys yelled, "Not now. Go away." Her anger flared as reality sank in. Rob wasn't here, he was with their daughter in Riverrun. "Sorry, princess. Aye. The guard stuttered before Daenerys ordered, "Leave before I have you cleaning the stables." The sound of the guard moving as fast as he could calmed Daenerys slightly, and her purple eyes turned back to the mirror. In it, she saw Robb, his face filled with happiness, his blue eyes warm, as he wrapped his arms around a young girl, her hair as red as roses, her eyes purple like amethyst. "Papa, let me go. I'm trying to shoot an arrow," she said, clutching a bow. Behind Robb, a younger child tugged on Robb's trousers. "Papa." His blue eyes and silver hair were the perfect combination of his parents. "Yes, Brandon. Do you want to ride your donkey?" Robb asked childishly before picking up the boy and carrying him onto his back. Daenerys reached out to her family, only to touch the mirror. "I will come to you, Robb. I am a dragon and take what I want through fire and blood." Knights' encampment. Arianne Martell looked around as she saw the hot-headed knights and their young squire staring at her. "Men, they see a pair of tits and ass," she thought, raising her dress slightly to expose a bit of her thighs. One blacksmith was distracted by her, causing him to hit his hand with a hammer, screaming in pain and anger. Suddenly, a young knight knelt before her, offering a flower. "My lady, you are the most beautiful person I've ever seen. I will sing to the heavens for your favor." Arianne laughed on the inside. Desperate men. Such amusement if they wish to bed me. Just go for it. "You overstep yourself, sir." Arianne showed a face of false anger. "I am no lady, I am Princess Arianne Martell of Dorne. So use my proper title, and I will consider giving my favor." The knight rose in fear, bowing repeatedly to avoid angering her further. "So sorry, princess, forgive me, princess." Fleeing as he apologized. Robb Stark wouldn't have acted pathetically. He would have asked if I needed something. A bit of flirting from me and an offer to join my bed, and he would refuse. And the game would become interesting. Arianne wouldn't admit to anyone that she found interest in someone, but Robb was a man who resisted her charms and used them against her. Reaching an orange tent, she can see a banner with the sun and spear through it and the words "unbowed, unbent, unbroken" flying so proudly. Entering it, she saw the familiar face of her uncle Oberyn. "Niece, how lovely to see you." Oberyn seemed to have been busy, his arms wrapped around the waist of his paramour, Ellaria Sand. "It's good to see you, Arianne." Ellaria spoke as she rubbed her hands over Oberyn's naked chest. "Our children miss you." "And I miss them, but why are you here, uncle? You know that the winner becomes a member of the Kingsguard, and you are not willing to go celibate." "But I am." Arianne turned to see her brother Quentyn Martell dressed in light armor. "Hello, sister. I see you are doing well." Oberyn Martell laughed. "She should be. All of Dorne now hears how she let a wolf into her bed. And that's why I'm here." Quentyn folded his arms as he explained, "Father is not happy. Aunt Elia informed us that your influence has caused issues along the way here. Whispered spread about the whore of Dorne corrupting the royal princess. And why should it be my fault? I came at our crown prince's request and—" Quentyn interrupted his sister. "Our cousin Aegon should have told us his plans regarding you. Now, father demands your return immediately." Before Arianne could respond, she felt queasy, and in an instant, she fell to her knees and spewed on the floor. Ellaria immediately jumped off Oberyn to rub her hand in a circular motion over Arianne's back, comforting her as another wave of nausea hit Arianne. "That's another reason. Father won't start a war with Robb Stark. But now he will negotiate hard if you decide to have his child." Quentyn finished by helping Arianne to her feet. "I, a mother. I have been too busy playing games with men's hearts and desires. Father won't be angry. He'll be disappointed." Arianne started to touch her stomach, to which Oberyn smirked. "I have seen that look many times with Ellaria. You will soon be glowing." Rhaenys' room. Rhaenys paced around her room, her mind conflicted as she debated what she was about to do. Her mother had prepared moon tea after discreetly acquiring its ingredients. "It's nearly ready." Elia expressed sadness at the thought of doing this. She knew it was the right thing to do for her daughter, yet it was also the wrong thing, for she was killing an innocent. Rhaenys began to picture a little boy running about, her little prince, his red hair blowing against the wind as he swung his wooden sword. Slaying a monster instead of attending his lesson. "Should I do this, Mama?" Rhaenys asked, feeling like a little girl again, asking her for forgiveness. Elia sighed as she went towards Rhaenys, arms wide open, before closing them in a tense hug. I can't say. It's too painful for me to answer. Elia looked into her daughter's sad eyes. I love you, my son dragon, from the moment I brought you into this world. I only wanted your happiness. Maybe you would have married for love if your father weren't obsessed. I love him. I know. I know he may not have been of my womb, but I loved Robb just as I love you and Aegon. Both women headed towards the pot of moon tea. Elia poured it into the cup before handing it to Rhaenys. I've made this. But you must decide for yourself. With one hand on her daughter's shoulders, Elia left her to decide. Rhaenys looked at the tea, the hot steam rising as a tear dropped from her eyes, her hand shaking as she tried to find the courage to decide. Rhaenys remembers Robb's last words to her, Daenerys and Arianne, I recommend you drink moon tea if you decide to have my children. I will ask that they come live with me in Riverrun. For I would not have stayed in this cursed place. For my child, the person will have to rip it away from my bare breast. Rhaenys cursed angrily, throwing the cup at the nearest wall, watching as it shattered into pieces. You decided your fate, Robb. I decide mine. Collapsing to her knees, Rhaenys began to stroke her stomach, knowing and damning the consequences. Mother will protect you, little one, until my last breath and 1,000 painful deaths to anyone who takes you from me. Rhaenys then sobbed as she curled into a fetal position, her hand placed in a defensive position. Through a peek in the door, Elia Martell shed a tear, my babies. We'll get through this. I swear it on my life. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Notes. Hope you all enjoy this chapter. I hope I did Quentyn Martell well. I figure that with no need for vengeance, Doran Martell would be more supportive of Arianne Martell as long as she didn't cause trouble. Chapter 28, Squire, Whores and Dreams. Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. I felt inspired to do this chapter with Robb again because I tried to do a chapter with other characters, but I didn't like how it went. So I hope after the next chapter to feature Tywin Lannister, Eddard Stark and back to King's Landing to do a Tyrion, Aegon / Jon or the Three Princess. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The whores were clinging as they tried to entice men to join them for some fun in return for their coin. We shouldn't be here. This is no place for us. A hooded, anxious man said as a whore tried to tempt him, come, love. You can play with these, exposing herself to reveal her big breasts. Suddenly, a drunken patron came behind and grabbed her, I'll show you a good time. Bella, get your ass. The whore pushed him away, fuck off. I know you got nothing. Even if you did, your wife takes it off you. A loud smack was heard as the man smacked his hand across her face, knocking Bella to the ground. Before anything else happened, the hooded man's companion spoke abruptly, leave her. Or you'll regret it. Drinking a bit from his mug, he waited for his response. What's it to you? You poxy son of a whore. Too ugly, you have to hide your face. The drunk man laughed as he knocked the drink out of the man's hands before grabbing Bella by the hair and lifting her dress. His trousers were halfway down before a blade was at his throat. He looked to see the stranger's blue eyes, full of anger and disgust, as two men grabbed the drunk man's arms. I hate a few things. But the thing I hate the most is those who rape women and kill innocent children. Take him to Sir Walbert. He is the only authority here. The drunk man kicked and screamed as he was dragged out of the Peach, a brothel where Robert Baratheon hid during the Battle of the Bells. Having arrived yesterday, Robb could see the allure of women and remembered Sir Desmond Grill's warning about the ladies inside. Thank you, handsome. Bella, named after the battle. Sure, I can ring your bell. The whole black hair and blue eyes remind Robb of Maya. Ignoring her, Robb sat back down alongside his squire, Oliver Free, with a group of men that included Sir Robin Roger and a few men from the Riverrun household. Not very subtle, Lord Robb Robin said as they watched for any sign of suspicion. A big-breasted redhead approached the group. I thank you for doing that. Most men cheer for that sort of action. A few moments later, she returned with pints of ale, on the house, lads. For your brave friend here. Placing her hand on Robb's shoulder, she whispered, Bella is willing to let you have a free fuck. Rob looked to see Bella sitting beside him, exposing herself. Sure, I can't tempt you. She spoke as she played with her tits. Begone, harlot. This is my lord, Rob, Oliver said as Rob pushed Bella off and grabbed him. Come with me. Now Rob angrily said as he led him to the room he had booked when he was there in Stony September. Rob slammed the door open and shut quickly. My lord. I. Oliver said as Rob shouted, not a word. Rob took a deep breath. Stay, he ordered Oliver. Oliver sulked as Rob left, feeling like he had failed his duty. You stupid idiot. Lord Rob expects you to be respectful to women, regardless of their profession. After composing himself and sitting on the bed, Oliver put his hands together, praying, the Father, please let Lord Rob forgive me for my actions. I should be. The door opened, revealing Bella, holding 2 jugs. Oh, rude boy. You've been a naughty boy. Dropping them by Oliver's feet, she exposed her breast. Just think. You could have fun with these. Rob entered next, holding 2 jugs and placing them on a table before carrying the chair to bed in the opposite direction of Oliver. Pick up a jug, Oliver. Now. Rob finished roughly as he spoke calmly to Bella, can you please bring me the jugs I brought in? Bella bowed slightly, smiling at Rob. Yes, my lord. She grabbed the 2 and brought them to Rob. I'm happy to serve you both. Or the naughty boy can watch us. I don't care. Bella tried to arouse Rob. Only for Rob to say politely, sorry, my lady. Maybe later. Maybe. Bella sighed, yes, my lord. Leaving the room, Rob ordered Oliver, drink a big gulp of wine. Oliver did that immediately, and his face turned sour. Oh. Stranger. That's awful. Rob did the same thing, not giving any expression on his face. Tell me, Oliver. What are you hoping to gain from being my squire? Oliver Free felt his chest tighten as he never expected to be asked such a question. He strutted, and he responded, my lord, I. Rob interrupted, no, my lord. Just Rob. Answer. Oliver spoke more clearly, I hope to serve you well. Milo Rob. And I shall. Rob frowned in frustration. For goodness sake. Tell me, what do you hope to gain? He said hastily as he stood up tall to glance at Oliver. The squire spoke fast, his eyes trying to hold back tears. I hope to gain a name for myself, like Eamon the Dragon Knight, Sir Barristan Selmy, and many noble heroes. Rob sat back down calmly. Ask me something. Anything. Rob watched as Oliver hesitated, unsure of his limits. Eventually, he asked, what was it like? Living in King's Landing. Besides the royal family and the Kingsguard. Not bold to ask anything serious. Rob thought as he answered, it was the only home I ever knew. John, Egon and I were brothers in our hearts. The Kingsguard are some of the best men I've ever known. Rob ordered, again, Oliver. Rob drank a big gulp and watched as Oliver did the same. Tell me, do you think that Bella is terrible? Oliver blushed, no. She's beautiful, but it's not honorable to sleep with them. Rob laughed, honorable. Smacking his left knee, you live in a castle, like me. Having people tend to your needs. What about people like Bella? She does this for a living. Why? Because what else is there for her? I probably fuck her, but at least I'll treat her with respect and not force her like you saw earlier with that drunk. Now, your turn, Rob said, to which Oliver asked, you saw the women my father offered as brides. Would you sleep with other women even after you wed? Rob was suddenly intrigued by Oliver. Are you feeling bold now, or is the wine getting to you all right? I intend to be faithful. Even if I marry someone whom I despise. But I am a man, and I have faults. If I did, then I pray that my wife forgives me. And should a bastard come, I demand that she hates me and not an innocent child. Both men drank a big gulp at the same time. Oliver was feeling a bit funny, while Rob looked fine. If you had to choose between fighting your liege or your family, who would it be? My lord. I. Oliver stuttered before Rob interrupted, it doesn't matter. If there comes a time to decide, only you can make that choice and bear the consequences. Alone. Rob ordered Oliver to drink the entire jug of wine without stopping, but, Rob. I can't. It's too much. Rob stood up, and Oliver immediately caved and did as he was told. Rob was about to drink from the jug when he stopped and laughed. He raised the jug and poured the liquid on the floor. The clear contents shocked Oliver free. Water. Oliver. This is like when one gives another an order. You can't say that I did as I was told by my lord. Only you can decide your own actions, be they good or bad. Rob pushed Oliver free onto the bed. You'll feel rough for the next few hours. Rest. After we're done here, I'll teach you more when we're back at Riverrun. Oliver tried to rise. I'm fine, my hiccuping before giving into a drunken sleep. Leaving the room, Sir Robin greeted Rob, my lord. They are closing for the night, and the men are tired. Rob was surprised by the time of day, realizing it was dark outside. All right, I'll sort out rooms for the night. Oliver is resting, so try not to disturb him. After speaking with the redhead and negotiating a fair deal, Rob entered his own room and immediately lay on his bed, looking up at the ceiling before he closed his eyes. Rob dream. My lord. Tywine and Walder Free have attacked Riverrun. The sound of a messenger shouting before an arrow hit him in the throat. Looking to see the drawbridge of Riverrun, which has been pulled down to ground level, and Lannister soldiers have breached the gates. Rally to me, men, Rob yelled, only to see every fighting men were dead and he saw women being forced upon, screaming and praying for a savior. Fleeing to the Godswoods, Rob shouted out, Nere's. Torrhen. Reaching it, he looked in shock as he saw the dead corpses of his children. No. Looking up at the weirwood tree, he saw the hanging corpses of all those he cared about, Rhaenys, Aegon, Jon, Mya, Visenya, Aemon, Daenerys, Queen Elia, Rolla, Jon Arryn, Arianne, Lana and Margaery. No, no, no. No. Rob turned to see Tywine Lannister standing, his hand holding the severed head of Sir Brynden. Chucking it at Rob's feet, Rob need to pick it up, frozen in sadness. He could hear Daemon gloating behind him. I was right, father. We should have killed him long ago. Now, I fixed that mistake, Rhaegar said cruelly as he brought his sword down to decapitate Rob's head. I've failed you all. These were Rob's last thoughts as he took one last look at his children. SSSSHHHHH, relax, my love. Rob woke to a heavenly voice. You were having a nightmare. But now, this is a beautiful dream. Rob looked to see Rhaenys lying on top of him, leaning forward. She kissed him lovingly as he embraced her willingly. Moving his hands over her body, she felt different from before. He broke off his kiss to see that their child was growing inside her, and a radiant glow from Rhaenys made Rob the happiest man in the world. I love you, Rhaenys. My wife. My princess. Rob spoke affectionately, placing his hand on her belly and waiting before he felt the baby's slight kick. The door opened, interrupting the couple, and a small red-headed boy who looked most like Rob came charging ahead of the other children. Rhaenys laughed as they begged for their father's attention. Papa, come play. A red-headed girl with purple eyes pleaded. Rob moaned annoyingly, looking to Rhaenys for help. Torrhen, can you take all your siblings to the kitchen? Tell the cook that I gave you permission to have some treats. Torrhen nodded as he said, yes, Mama Rhaenys. Watching as they left, Rob smirked. You think they plan moments like this, just to get treats? As Rhaenys tried to respond, Rob immediately began to crash around her breast. I thought we had enough fun last night, Rob. There's never enough. You know I can't resist you. Rhaenys starts undoing Rob's trousers, unsurprisingly to see Rob harden cock, someone happy. She seductively said as she stripped naked and placed it inside her cunt. Rob was in moments of absolute bliss and a few minutes later, he started to feel his seed about to burst. Rhaenys whispered, that's right. Put a bastard in my belly. End of dreams. Rob opened his eyes hastily to see that Bella was riding on his cock, her tits bouncing up and down, moaning as she could feel Rob coming inside her. I did promise you a free fuck. Bella sighed in exhaustion as she fell backwards to reveal to Rob her cunt and his seed inside her. I heard you shouting something about Neres and Torrhen, so I soothe you with my voice while you craze my body and then I felt your cock. Bella explained to Rob before she started pleasuring herself, quite a beast. Rob could only think about his children, My children, I hate to dream about failing to protect them. Bella spread her legs open, nearly doing a split. You are here for Bronn, one of the leaders of the bandits. Robb immediately climbed over, his blue eyes full of anger and desperation. How do you know him? Where is he? Bella wrapped her legs around Robb's waist. He'll come here soon. I can help you. For a price. A grin appeared on her face. Tell me. Bella started to list her demands. I come back with you to Riverrun as your mistress. I know that I can't be Lady Stark. But, at least, from what I heard, you care for all your children. Robb hesitates a bit before responding, thinking that Maya might kill him for abandoning Bella in a whorehouse than the fact he just fucked her done. Bella started moving her pussy up and down Robb's cock, which he thought was a bit weird and yet exciting as he felt some of his seed slipping from between Bella's legs and smearing over his cock. Second, you fuck me hard and good every day. Done. Anything else? Yes. I have a twin brother, Gendry Rivers. He's a blacksmith. I hope you let him stay with us. Robb began to insert his cock into Bella's already filled pussy. Okay, I haven't got a blacksmith or forge, but I hope to receive a huge amount of coin soon. I get what he needs, but I won't tolerate him lying to me. Bella smiled. He's a hard, honest worker. I'm sure we won't disappoint you. Now, are ready for another go? I'm sure that your children would like another siblings to play with. All she could feel next was the hard thrust of Robb's cock inside her. Notes. I'm sorry if it's a bit rushed at the end. But apparently after a bit, my Grammarly app goes a bit funny. Please leave a comment, it's nice to hear feedback. Chapter 29, A Bandit Folly. Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. I've been glad to get it moving again after a tough year last year, but I'm in a better place now. Read the note at the end. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Robb's eyes focused on the front door, waiting patiently for the bandit leader, Bronn. Bella sat next to him, trying to arouse him by rubbing her hand in circular motions over his genitals. Come on, lover. He's probably not coming today. Robb ignored her, feeling agitated as he pictured that every moment he was here, an innocent family was suffering from an attack. Oliver asked curiously, My lord, how can we trust this? Who, pausing to see Robb staring at him, this lovely woman, to know who a bandit leader is? I agree with the weasel. We wait for Robb, interrupted the man-at-arms. He's not a weasel. His name is Oliver, and I expect you all to use it. It's been 2 days since Robb was informed about Bronn, and all he wanted was to capture, interrogate, and destroy the evil plaguing his land, and return to his children. He wanted to know Torrhen better and see Nerys learn to crawl and then walk. As he was about to be lost in his happy thoughts, the door opened to the sound of a group of men, jeering and laughing as one or two downed a pint. Bella immediately jumped up and approached a tall man. Bronn. I knew you would come back to see me. She touches his dark hair before delicately stroking his jawline, where his stubble beard brushes against her finger. You know who the best is. Do you have a friend who can join us? You know I can handle more than you. A wolfish smile appeared as he cupped a handful of her ass, making Bella jump slightly. I've got a new friend who's dying to meet you. Told them that you're our best customer. Bella took Bronn by the hand and led him to the stairs. Wants you tied down, but I'm sure you have no trouble with it. Ugly, is she? So I can't run away. I can bear it, as long as I have your tight cunt or big breasts in my face. Bella laughed as Bronn told his group, treat yourself, lads. I'm sure that I will be. The group were drunk as some staggered onto the floor while others started to get handsy with the ladies. Robb watched Bella take Bronn while his ears heard things that made his blood boil. All right, listen, Robb whispered to the group, courtesy of Mester Vimen, we have this. Revealing a few vials in his hand, Robb explained his plan. First, the vials contain milk of the poppy, and the group would offer a round of drinks to them, and after they fell deeply asleep, they were to be detained and caged for the trip to Riverrun. Robb would take Oliver with him and interrogate the leader for information. We'll move back after it gets dark. No one must know what happened here. Is that understood? The group around Robb nodded, leaving the vials behind. Robb watched as his group got up and went to work with his plan. Do you think we can pull this off, Robb? Oliver asked quietly, to which Rob responded, if we don't, we'll be lucky not to cause a bloodbath. Approaching the rooms, Rob can hear Bella's laughter, patience, love. This will be a night to remember. Rob looked through a small gap in the door and saw that Bella had tightly tied Bron to the bed. I hope you're comfortable. Because the fun is about to begin, Bella said as she started undressing. Rob entered immediately, surprised the tied-down man. This is your friend. He got the wrong parts. Rob drew a knife and held it to Bron's neck. Actually, I think you got the wrong part. When deciding to attack innocent people, burning homes and stealing. Bron showed no fear in his eyes. Who the fuck are you? If you're here to capture and kill me, get on with it. At least I didn't die bored. He finished by giving a smile to Bella, who giggled slightly. Rob moved the knife to Bron's trousers, threatening, you could die with no cock and balls. Still, Bron showed no fear. So, you must be this Lord Robb Stark. Yeah, I know you. Last time the boss spoke, he wasn't happy with you interfering in his plans. Then you know what I want. Where are all the soulless bastards hiding? What's the purpose of? Rob's question was interrupted by Bron spitting in his face. Threats don't work, only payment. If you want all the bandits dead, I can give you all of them, for a price. Rob laughed slightly, wiping away the spit from his face. You know, I respect you a bit for your honesty, but at the same time, I despise you a lot for your willingness to sell out. Yeah, you see me as a villain and yourself as a hero. Well, maybe I could be a hero too. If I lived in a castle with servants to wipe my ass. Rob knew it sounded like the lecture he gave Oliver days ago, and as much as he wanted to disagree, Bron had a point. My offer is your life. If you help me destroy every single bandit group in the Riverlands. Rob offered, to which Bron laughed at the offer. Might as well slit my throat because that's a shit offer. Here's my counter-offer, I'm thinking some land and a castle with peasants to do what fuck I tell them to, 500 gold dragons and a beautiful woman to fuck and breed. Bron finished with a wrinkle at Bella. Sorry, Bron. But I probably have already been bred with Lord Robb's seed. Bella responded as she grabbed Rob by the crotch, making him moan slightly. Can't compete with that, Bella. Probably done the same thing. Rob removed Bella's hand. Bella. Get your stuff. Now. Oliver, help her. Bella huffed, okay. But I expect a good fuck soon. Oliver nodded, yes, my lord. After both left, Rob withdrew his blade. Raising his left hand first. Okay, Bron. Here is the first part of my counter-offer. I clear you of all crimes. A pay of 20 silver stags. If you answer 2 questions honestly. Bron huffed, make it quick so I can decide if it's worth it. I'm getting bored and uncomfortable here. Rob's eyes searched hard for any sign of deception from Bron as he asked, what have you done as the leader of your group? I robbed a few people. Killed a lord who tried to destroy us, so it was him or us. Then we tried to attack some pretty blonde before some guy in black chainmail armor stopped us, so we were told by the boss to lie low for now. Rob knew that it matched the event of his great-uncle Brynden saving Lana before she arrived at Riverrun. And, also, that Bron Group killed Lord Carl Vance's father. Killing Bron could earn him House Vance's loyalty, but he kept that in mind. Second. I want full details of all bandits in the Riverlands. Who's your boss? What's the purpose of all this death and destruction? Next room. Bella watched as Oliver helped pack 1 or 2 dresses as she undressed herself, exposing herself to the squire, and his face went bright red upon looking at her. Have you had any women, naughty boy? She asked him, twirling so quickly that Oliver dropped the dress, his mouth opened slightly before composing himself. No, my lady. Bella laughed. Lady, you called me a harlot. Now, you're the second person to call me that. It was wrong of me to call you names, Lady Bella. I pray that you'll forgive me. Oliver said as he picked up the dropped dresses. Is this everything? Bella immediately redressed. A sense of triumph was building inside. Just one more thing. My brother. I hope that he will be here soon. A panting man came bursting in, his breath heavy with exhaustion. Under his arm, he had a helmet shaped like a bull's head. Sister, I saw a bunch of armed men arresting thugs downstairs, and I feared the worst. Relax, brother. I'm fine. No, more than fine. We're leaving this place for a better life than Mom imagined. The tall, black-haired man saw Oliver and bowed slightly. Forgive me, my lord. I am Gendry Rivers, Bella's brother, and I hope she makes you happy. I, am Lord Robb's squire Oliver Free. Gendry looked at him and said, Sorry, my lord. I don't know how to address you. Oliver will do. Lord Robb said that you will be the castle's blacksmith, and so far, I think Robb would want me to address you as an equal. So Gendry, please call me Oliver. Both men raised a hand very slowly and shook each other's hands nervously before Oliver spoke to Bella. So, Lady Bella. Your brother here. Do you wish me to take your stuff downstairs? Turning to Gendry, Oliver asked, Do you need anything to help you pack, Gendry? Do we have to go to the blacksmith and pick anything up? Gendry responded calmly, No. Just this helmet. Both men carried Bella's stuff and left the room to see Robb with a freed Bronn. Now, you're forgiven. I accepted you into my services, Bronn. If you try anything, I will kill you with my own sword. In the north, the man who passed the sentence must be the one to swing the sword. My lord. You're letting him go? Oliver Free asked, confused. He probably, Robb Stark gave a look that made Oliver cower a bit. I'm putting faith into Bronn to redeem himself. If I didn't have faith, Oliver, you would be back at the twins. Robb noticed Gendry, slapping his arms. Robb spoke calmly as he studied the blacksmith, muscular, tall, with the same black hair and blue eyes as Bella. You are Robert Baratheon's bastard. Same as Maya. Gendry looked confused. Who is Maya? I'll tell you, Gendry. Maya is your older half-sister. She is married to my cousin, Prince Jon. Bella may be my mistress for now, but I care for her and you because Maya is family, so if you need anything in Riverrun, ask, and I will do my best to help. Looking down at the bull helmet, Robb was impressed by the craftsmanship. Nice helmet. If this is your work, I would like one in the shape of a wolf's head. He finished with a slight laugh. Walking away from the group, Robb began to plan his next move, a small gain. But now, I have only begun. Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister had to endure a few disappointments in his life. First, his father, Tytos Lannister, was weak and always eager to please everyone. Second, he hoped to have Cersei wed to Rhaegar Targaryen. Instead Aerys Targaryen called him a servant and wed Rhaegar to Elia Martell, mainly to spite Tywin. Lastly was his dwarf of a son Tyrion. He had been his shame, his curse. He wished that he had thrown him into the sea the day he was born and the day he lost his wife. But now, he just received his sister who told him something surprising and he can't help but feel like another disappointment growing. Looking out of the window, even with his back turned to his two last breathing siblings Kevan and Jenna, there was an aura of superiority about him. You are certain about this, Jenna? His sister replied, Why would I lie? Brother. I remember the woman who used to make you smile. I remember how Cersei used to look at that age. Tywin merely spoke harshly, I'm to understand that a possible Lannister is serving Robb Stark. Yet I'm hearing about this now. If anyone is to make plans regarding House Lannister, it's me. Kevan spoke up, could be that Geryon had another bastard and didn't know about her. Tywin looked towards his siblings. Geryon acted like a fool, just to mock me. But if this woman was his, we would have known about her for years. Jenna leaned forward in her seat. Jaime, a member of the Kingsguard. Forbidden, but not possible to father bastards. Cersei would never be wed to King Rhaegar if she had any. Tyrion is. Tyrion is a fool. Tywin interrupted harshly at the mention of his son name. He wed a whore, but I managed to end it. And he knows the price for shaming the family. But brother, Tyrion is well capable man, you never give him any credit. I recognize his intellectual at a young age and said that he truly is your son. And for that, you refused to speak to me for a year. Kevan spoke as well. I don't know much about Tyrion. But from what I understand, he doesn't care much for you and you alone. Maybe you should summon him here. Tywin hates to admit it, but he knew that Kevan and Jenna have a point. Sitting down in his chair, he orders Kevan, send word to King's Landing. Tell Jaime to get Tyrion here. Willing or unwilling. Kevan rose and bowing respectfully, yes, my lord. Leaving with a quick pace as Tywin told Jenna, you will go to Riverrun and keep an eye on House Free and this woman. I know, that old weasel would do anything. Even trying to please the boy we tried to kill. Now go. Yes, brother. Why father thought to marry me to a Free was a good idea. All alone in his study, Tywin began to think about the possibility regarding his legacy. What do I have to do to rid myself of this wolf pup? Notes. So Robb Stark finished his business in Stony in September and took Bronn into service. If you're wondering about Robb's second question to Bronn, I decide not to reveal who is behind it yet. All I can say is that it's not the late Walder Free or Tywin Lannister, although one of them knows. Now I plan to focus on other characters and end Robb's war with the bandits before the end of the year. Chapter 30, A Hatchling Leaves the Dragon's Pits. Summary. Daenerys' attempt to escape King's Landing with the help of her mother and an unexpected protector. Notes. In this chapter, I decided to try an experiment to see if the writing is better or not. Also, I apologize for the long waits. I have issues with free time and completing chapters on this and other stories, only to not like where they were going. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Daenerys ensured her face was well concealed beneath the hood of her cloak as she quietly observed the bustling Riverlanders. They labored with heavy chests, their muscles straining as they hoisted the precious cargo onto a weathered wagon destined for Riverrun, the ancestral seat of House Tully. With meticulous care, she selected the colors of a Tully guard and expertly draped them over the padded garments that clung to her form. Right. That's everything. Now back home, Sir Brynden commanded the men with a stern glance, his eyes narrowing as they settled on a nearby Free. If even a single item goes missing, Lord Robb will believe you weasels have stolen from him and the crown. Tension crackled in the air, igniting an argument among the guards. Seizing the moment, Daenerys was about to slip away when a sturdy, armored hand landed gently on her shoulder. Startled, she turned to find Sir Barristan, his expression resolute yet kind. It's not seemly for a princess to hide, he declared, his voice firm yet filled with warmth. Tears welled in Daenerys' eyes. You don't understand, Sir Barristan. I must go to Riverrun. My daughter. Just then, the regal figure of Queen Mother R'hllor emerged from the shadows, her presence commanding yet tender. We are not here to stop you. Sir Barristan is here to accompany you. With a gentle hand, R'hllor wiped away the tear tracing down Daenerys' cheek, assessing the ridiculousness of her disguise with a discerning eye. You won't get far dressed like that. Now quickly, change into something more fitting. R'hllor produced a gown that flowed elegantly, one side dyed a rich blue and the other a somber grey. I thought Robb would appreciate the colors of both Tully and Stark. Sir Barristan respectfully draped his white cloak around Daenerys, shielding her view as she swiftly undressed and donned the new attire, facing away from the two women. Do you think Nyaes remembers me? Daenerys asked, her voice filled with both hope and fear as she adjusted the fabric around her waist. R'hllor chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with maternal affection. I'm sure she will. Robb may be at odds with us, but he cares for us all. Just don't rush straight to his bed, especially with this little one on the way. You know. Daenerys mused as her mother pressed a kiss to her forehead. A mother knows. The touching moment was abruptly interrupted by Sir Barristan's solemn voice, my queen. Both women turned to see Sir Brynden Tully approaching, his brow furrowed with concern. I didn't know if anyone was accompanying you, your grace, princess, he said, bowing with respect. Daenerys had plans, but I won't let her appear unpresentable. You don't mind escorting her and Sir Barristan to Riverrun, do you? R'hllor asked, her tone carrying authority. Sir Brynden glanced at the legendary knight, a man he had fought alongside during the tumult of the War of the Ninepenny Kings. I thought you were busy protecting the king, he replied, curiosity piquing. My duty is to protect and serve the royal family. The Queen Mother has requested my escort for Princess Daenerys to Riverrun. After that, I return to King's Landing, Sir Barristan stated, his resolve unwavering. At least I have a man of honor for the journey back. Sir Brynden smiled briefly before his expression darkened as he regarded Daenerys. Taking a deep breath, Sir Brynden began to explain the turmoil in the Riverlands and the brewing disputes at Riverrun surrounding Robb Stark, particularly concerning his recently discovered bastard son with Margaery Tyrell, alongside the various lords vying to marry their daughters to him. "What about my daughter, Sir Brynden?" Daenerys asked, a surge of protectiveness boiling within her at the thought of Robb taking a wife while Nyaes remained in uncertainty. "Nyaes is well, Princess Daenerys." "She's spoken her first word," Sir Brynden responded, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I could deny it, but I fear she's already wrapped me around her little finger. What can I say? I know when I've lost. Her first word. I've missed it." "You won't keep my daughter from me," Robb Daenerys thought bitterly, envisioning Nyaes calling out Mama upon her arrival. "Well, we should be on our way before darkness falls. Princess Daenerys, while we don't have a carriage, you're welcome to sit at the front of the cart. Riding a horse may not suit your condition," Sir Brynden advised, turning to organize the men for their departure. "I'll ready my horse to ride alongside you, Princess Daenerys," Sir Barristan said with a respectful bow, leaving Rolla and Daenerys alone. "What should I do about Margaery Tyrell? That woman uses her allure for power. If I had a son, what would stop her from endangering him?" Daenerys spoke with raw emotion, her heart prepared for battle for Robb's affections. "Then trust in Robb. If you think he would leave his children vulnerable, don't. He'll protect those he loves with every ounce of his being." Rolla wrapped her daughter in a warm embrace, whispering words of wisdom. "Remember how Jon treated you. Robb's son is innocent. Care for him as you would for Nyaes." As Daenerys stepped back from her mother's protective hold, her mind raced, filled with uncertainty. But what if he isn't? What if Margaery Tyrell convinces him to harm Nyaes? Her thoughts spiraled into dark imaginings of Robb's son posing a threat to her children, spurred on by his mother's ambition to rule the North and the Riverlands. Turning towards the cart, she saw that Sir Brynden had prepared as best he could, ensuring her journey would be secure and as comfortable as possible. With renewed determination, Daenerys hugged her mother tightly. "Maybe if you come to Riverrun, Robb would be more open to negotiation." Rolla pulled away, taking a step back to process. "I'm sorry, my little dragon. My husband needs me. Is there anything you wish to convey to him? Tell him I love him. Tell him I hope he feels better." With those heartfelt words, Daenerys stepped toward the waiting cart, her heart set toward Riverrun, where hope and fear awaited her. "If only you knew," Rolla thought sadly as she looked towards the Tower of the Hand. She watched as Sir Barristan took up his position alongside Daenerys upon top of a horse, ready to take a fatal blow intended for the princess. The convey started moving through the gates towards the city. Daenerys felt her knees weaken as excitement built inside her. "Don't worry, my daughter. Mother is coming to protect you. I will burn the world if necessary." Notes. Hope you enjoy this chapter. The next one is going to feature a character death, then after that, hope to show the tourney that will show someone rise to the position of the Kingsguard and escalate hostility between Aegon and Demon Build. Chapter 31, A Falcon End. Summary. A family mourns the loss of a great man. Notes. This one was tough to do. Being really emotional to do this. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Tower of the Hand ***. The room was dimly lit by flickering candles, casting a warm glow where Jon Arryn lay at the edge of life. He was steadfast in his resolve, hoping to keep his emotions in check as his beloved grandchildren entered, two by two, seeking to find solace in their presence. First to step forward were the two youngest children he had cherished and nurtured. Aemon dashed to Jon Arryn's side, tears streaming down his face. "Don't die, Grandfather Jon. Please," he pleaded, his voice trembling with anguish. Jon Arryn embraced Aemon tenderly, his heart aching at the boy's pain. "Oh Aemon, my sweet golden boy, I wish I could see you grow into the greatest Targaryen knight since Aemon the Dragon Knight," he whispered, gently stroking the boy's head as Aemon's sobs muffled his words. The young boy looked up, hands shaking as he spoke through his tears. "I promise, I'll protect the weak, Grandfather. But I'm so afraid." Jon pressed a kiss to Aemon's small hands, filled with love and pride. Then, his gaze turned to sweet Visnya, whose sorrowful expression mirrored that of her brother. "Ah, dear Visnya. You remind me so much of your mother, Circea, yet you possess your grandmother's kindness and noble spirit. I know you will grow to be a wonderful queen beside Egon and Rhaenys. I wish I could witness your wedding when you turn 16," he said softly. Visnya buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by grief. "I wish you could stay with us forever," she sobbed. Watching these innocent children mourn for him, even while still alive, brought tears to Jon Arryn's eyes. "Please, don't weep for me," he implored, trying to bring them some comfort. "You have made my life so rich and full, knowing you both. Remember, I believe in you, you will make me immensely proud." With that, both children wrapped their arms around him, squeezing tightly, before they reluctantly left the room, their hearts heavy. Jon Arryn waved goodbye as they turned to join Rhaenys and Egon, who would offer them comfort. As Jon Arryn watched them go, Jon Stark and Mya entered, embracing the sorrowing children. Jon hurried to move a chair closer to the bed, despite Mya's playful protests. "I told you yesterday, I feel some discomfort in my back, and yet here you are, fussing over me like I'm a delicate flower." A soft laugh escaped Jon Arryn, pulling him momentarily from his ailing state as memories flooded back, the joy and the heartache of watching his wife's bare children, the deep love that intertwined with grief. Jon Stark flashed a teasing grin. "I treat you like a goddess, Mya, and this is the gratitude I receive." Mya, still emotional, playfully retaliated, "Are you saying I'm ungrateful? I'm carrying your child." She playfully struck his chest, earning a warm embrace in return. "But my dear, they warned me that pregnant women hold on to grudges," he replied with a chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. Mya gave him a bemused look. "Is that so? Then you'd best make up for it." "Of course, my lady. I live to serve," he said, bowing slightly, bringing a laugh from Jon Arryn, though it ended in a soft cough. "Mya, I'll always cherish the moment Rhaegar offered me to marry Queen R'hllor. It felt like a prison at first. But I thought of your father and asked Rhaegar to legitimate you as a wedding gift, because he meant the world to me." As a son, Jon Arryn revealed, his words layered with affection and nostalgia. Mya leaned down, touching Jon Arryn's forehead with a gentle kiss. "I will carry your kindness with me forever, grandfather. If we have another child, I would love to name him Jon, in your honor." "Let's take this one step at a time," Jon Stark fretted, overwhelmed at the thought of multiple little ones. Jon Arryn chuckled softly. "Once you hold your own child, you'll find yourself yearning for more, my boy. Now come here." Jon Stark stepped closer, and Jon Arryn leaned in to share a secret. "When I'm gone, take Mya and flee to Riverrun. You'll be safe there. Aemon, Visenya, and Rhaenys may have their safety for now. Should the need arise, come back and get all three of them out of here." He looked deeply into Jon Stark's eyes, recognizing the qualities that reminded him of Eddard Stark at that age: honorable, brave, and sincere. "I'm proud of you, Jon. You embody so many noble virtues." With heartfelt emotion, Jon Stark kissed Jon Arryn's hands. "Grandfather, I will do everything I can for you. If I've ever disappointed you, I hope you can forgive me." Taking Mya's hand, they prepared to leave the room. "We love you," they said in unison, their voices heavy with emotion. As they reached the door, Jon Arryn called out, his voice cracking with emotion, "Jon." The couple turned, and his eyes brimmed with tears. "You, Aemon, Egon, and Robb, no grandfather could wish for better grandsons than you." As they stepped into the hallway, Jon Arryn was met by Rhaenys and Egon, who beckoned them into their embrace, sharing the warmth of family love. Jon Arryn felt fatigue wash over him. He closed his eyes momentarily, hoping to hold on to the memories of all the love surrounding him. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. He opened his eyes to see Rhaenys gazing down at him, her purplish eyes shimmering with innocence and love, filling the room with a light that momentarily eased his weary heart. "I remember the first time I laid eyes on you, Rhaenys. I was strolling through the gardens before marrying your grandmother when a black cat suddenly dashed past and leapt onto me. You appeared from behind a bush, looking so earnest as you begged me to return him to you." Rhaenys chuckled softly, her eyes lighting up at the memory. "Balerion. He was my favorite cat, long before Daemon came and frightened him away." Jon Arryn felt a pang of sorrow as he recalled the heartbreak on Rhaenys's face when she realized Balerion was missing. Yes, I remember the pain you felt that day, he said gently, his voice tinged with sadness. Rhaenys nodded, understanding the weight of those memories. I know what happened to him, she replied, her voice steady. I couldn't bear to tell you the truth back then. But Daemon, oh, if there ever was a moment for Rhaegar to discipline that boy, it was then, Jon Arryn lamented, wishing he could have shielded her from the harsh realities of that day. Rhaenys intertwined her fingers with Jon Arryn's, her gaze heartfelt. You cared for us deeply, even without sharing our blood. That made you one of the finest souls in all of Westeros. Jon Arryn kissed her hand, a bittersweet smile on his lips. I did care, Rhaenys. I serve your father with loyalty, even if our past was fraught with conflict. It was you and your siblings that I could not bear to leave vulnerable to those who might take advantage of your innocence. Turning, Jon noticed Aegon's downcast expression, and his heart ached for the boy. What weighs on your heart, my boy? Aegon let out a weary sigh, his voice heavy with regret. You were my greatest teacher, grandfather. You showed me what it means to take responsibility during the Greyjoy Rebellion. It hurts to think what you might wish for now, Robb and Daenerys by our side. Jon Arryn recognized how the past had intertwined their lives, especially as Robb had been caught in a web woven by Aegon and Queen Elia during a tumultuous time. Tell me, Aegon, why did you choose the path you did? Robb looked up to you like a brother. He cared for you, he prompted, hoping to guide the boy toward reflection. I truly don't know, grandfather. I see now that while my heart meant well, my actions hurt Robb deeply, Aegon admitted, his voice thick with emotion. Jon Arryn regarded him thoughtfully, a gentle frown on his face. Your honesty is a good start. But remember, Aegon, the heart and mind can often pull us in different directions. You had your intentions, but did you ever stop to think about how they might affect others? Aegon felt a wave of remorse wash over him. No, I was so focused on securing my own standing that I neglected to truly support Robb when he needed me most. A warm touch on Aegon's hand pulled him back to the moment as Jon Arryn smiled at him with compassion. I'm not just a dying hand of the king. I'm a grandfather who wishes to see his family come together before I take my leave. I thought it would do well to encourage Daenerys to go to Riverrun. It could be a small but meaningful step toward healing. Aegon's eyes widened, a mix of disbelief and admiration flooding his face. That's actually a brilliant idea, grandfather. With a renewed sense of purpose, Jon urged, please, bring everyone in. Rhaenys obeyed, opening the door to usher in the others, who entered slowly, their expressions heavy with emotion. Jon surveyed the room with a bittersweet look. You know, I've fought countless battles and endured losses throughout my life. Yet the greatest treasure I've ever had is the love that all of you have given me. As Jon Arryn's eyelids began to close gently, his breathing slowed, and his head tilted ever so slightly. The room fell silent, hearts breaking as they watched the light fade from his eyes and mournfully realized they had lost a truly remarkable man. Notes. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Poor Jon Arryn, to see so many sad faces on his last day, while wishing to see 2 or more faces. While working on this chapter, something occurred to me. I had forgotten about ages of some of the characters at this point. Rhaenys /Maya 22. Aegon 20. Robb /Jon 19. Daenerys 18. Daemon 17. Visenya 15. Aemon 11. Chapter 32, Family Divided. Notes. I'm sorry for the lack of progress. Got a new puppy, and as much as I tried to do a Tony thing, it proved to be too difficult for me to do. Plus, I was a bit shaken when someone called Zarkseberb left a comment telling people not to read my stories, claiming he had dug into my life and thinks he knows my views and beliefs. I tolerate criticism about my stories, but I won't tolerate things like that. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. September of Baelor. The still body of Jon Arryn faced upwards as Rhaenyra Targaryen could only imagine her husband was in a better place. I love you, she said, placing her hand on his chest. When my time comes, I wish to be buried with you. After Jon's death, his will expressed that his body be buried back in the Vale, in the Eyrie. Standing behind Rhaenyra was Jon Stark, who looked conflicted as he remembered his grandfather's last words to him. Maya was crying into his shoulder as she looked at the patriarch of the unlikely family. He sired no living children, but Jon Arryn raised Baratheon, Stark and Targaryen children as if they were his own flesh and blood. Grandmother, I need your guidance, Jon asked as he comforted his crying wife. Grandfather Jon. R'hllor interrupted Jon, her eyes fixed on her husband. I let Daenerys go. Robb left to save Daenerys. So, save Mya, your child and yourself. I failed Rhaegar, Viserys and Daemon. Please don't let me hear the words no grandmother can bear to hear. Go. Jon shook R'hllor's shoulders. She shrugged him off. Leave. Jon took Mya and left R'hllor alone. The Queen Mother can hear Jon and Mya contemplating their choices, but she is only consumed by the thought that her family is slowly being destroyed. That damn chair. I recall how Aerys began. Long before his madness took hold, I remember hoping Rhaegar would prove to be a great king. He is a good king, but a terrible father. Now I'm not sure about Aegon. Perhaps the Iron Throne was the cause of our family's madness. Wouldn't it be better to destroy it? Tony grounds. The crowd watched as the final two men fought in the melee. One wielded a sword and a shield displaying a golden rose, while the other had only a spear. Do you know why I want to be part of the Kingsguard, Sir Loras? The armored knight responded, for your family's prestige. Slippery snake. Name calling. Are you a knight or a child? The Dornish prince questioned as he did a series of acrobatics to entertain the crowd, who applauded him. No, I, Quentyn Martell, want to be in the Kingsguard so I can help my cousins Rhaenys and Aegon when they rule. Using his agility, Quentyn performs several forward side steps before thrusting his spear at Loras's upper chest. Loras dodged the thrust before swinging his sword. Quentyn flexes backwards to avoid the blade. You Reachmen speak of honor, chivalry and duty. Quentyn quietly taunted Loras Tyrell before chuckling, how is your sister? Heard a small rumor about something. Loras began to feel anger at the mention of his sister, and he started swinging his blade at Quentyn, slowly imagining Robb Stark instead. Looks like I hit a nerve. Sir Loras. I did more with Margaery. And what did it get her? Loras shouted, you know nothing. With a well-timed swing, Loras managed to lob off the tip of Quentyn's spear. As he swings downward, Quentyn sidesteps before grabbing a different spear from his squire. Performing some more skills to delight the crowd. Loras tried to maintain a steady approach as Quentyn thrust the spear, dropping his sword. Loras quickly grabbed below the spear tip and pulled with all his might, sending Quentyn forward. Loras quickly spin, swinging his shield, which catches Quentyn in the face, knocking him to the ground. Loras puts one foot on his opponent's chest and picks up his sword. With a blade to Quentyn's throat, all the Dornish prince could do was submit to defeat. Well done. Well done. Rhaegar yelled as he rose to his feet, and the court did as well. Daemon was clapping slowly without caring. Well done, Aegon. You get what you want. You always do, sword shallower. Daemon insulted Aegon, who merely turned and flashed a smile. The gods decided. Not father nor I. The crowd watched as Rhaegar Targaryen approached a kneeling Loras. You have to prove yourself this day, Sir Loras. Will you do me the honor of joining the Kingsguard? Loras looked towards Aegon and Renly, who smiled proudly at him before seeing his father encouraging him, mouthing, go on, son. Make us proud. Yes. Your Grace. Allow me this honor, and I promise to serve you and your heirs faithfully. Rhaegar felt pleased by the young man's words. Do you swear to protect me and my family? To act honorably in peace and war? To offer me fair counsel? For as long as you live. Loras responded firmly, I will, your grace, and may I never fail you. Rhaegar ordered a servant to bring forth a suit of armor, mostly white with silver fastening. This suit is rare, only a few are made like this, but only 7 great men can wear this as well at the same time. Lord Commander Gerald Hightower presents a white cloak. With this, you forsake all familiar ties. You will not marry nor sire any children. Do you accept this honor? I will. Later. The hall was alive with musicians playing their instruments while the nobility feasted on the food. Aegon was dancing with Visenya. The girl was blushing as her brother gave her the pleasure of the first dance. Usually, Rhaenys would have the first dance, but she feigned tiredness in an attempt to avoid any attention. Do you think our wedding feast will be like this? Egon hesitated as he saw Renly speaking to his uncle Oberyn, who appeared to be enticing Renly with promises of fun with Ellaria and him. Brother. Egon snapped to Visnya's concern, responding quickly, yes. Yes. It would be everything a princess deserved. Visnya huffed, I know I'm not your favorite, but could you at least give me some attention since you asked first? Egon looked to see Loras standing guard by King Rhaegar's side, looking a bit jealous. Believe me, Loras. If I could, you would be dancing with me. Sorry to intrude, brother. But may I dance with our sister? Egon looked to see Demon gazing at Visnya with a sinister look on his face. No, Demon. Father. Can a man have one innocent dance with his sister? Demon asked Rhaegar, the king, who looked unconcerned. I see no harm. Egon, come sit back down. Egon begrudgingly obey, sitting beside Rhaenys. Egon. Have you seen Jon? Maya. Egon ignored the question as he watched Demon dancing with Visnya. Demon was moving his hands around Visnya's body, her eyes screaming for help. Eventually, the song ended, and Visnya tried to leave the dance floor, only to feel Demon's grip on her wrist. Soon. Sister, you are wed to Egon, and then you have a little baby. But with Egon's preferences, it shouldn't matter who puts the baby in you. Demon's eyes are filled with lust as he begins to lower his free hand to Visnya's lower back. You're hurting me. Let go, Demon. She struggles to break his hold on her without resorting to smacking his chest. I'm pretty sure that we can make the prefect golden dragon. Maybe after I had my fun, some men would love to fuck your cunt. Like the little whore I know you are. Visnya immediately smacked Demon's face. The golden-haired prince fumed before striking back, you little wrench. Egon immediately rushed up to punch Demon in the face, knocking him to the floor. Sitting on Demon's chest, Egon started punching him before strangling him. Say sorry. You little golden shit. Sir Gerald and Sir Arthur pulled Egon away and restrained him. Prince Egon. I know that Demon acted dishonorably, but we hoped you would be better than him. Arthur pleaded as Egon was desperate to break free. You dare harm my son, Cersei said venomously as she helped Demon to his feet. The whole room debated. Some supported Egon's actions for defending his future wife, while others feared he had overreacted. Father. I think you should send Demon away. He has dishonored me, Visnya and our house. The king didn't move an inch as he looked disappointed at Egon and Demon. Inside his head, he could hear his father taunting him. You're weak. Can't control two rude boys. Maybe you should show them what a true dragon could do. Kill the weak one like I should have done with you. Rhaegar shouted, don't you have better things to do than torment me? But he hit Visnya. Surely you wouldn't tolerate this. Egon said as he struggled to break free. Oh. Would father tolerate it if he knew that Rhaenys was with child? Robb Stark's child. Or that you fuck men? Egon yelled loudly, lies. Rhaegar finally snapped furiously, that's enough. Everyone looked to see the king looking around the hall. The feast is over. Clear the hall. You too, my studies. He spoke authoritatively to Egon and Demon before looking to see Rhaenys crying and looking down at herself, and you as well. By the gods, for once. Jon is not the one who disappointed me. Where is he? Rhaegar questioned upon realizing he hadn't seen Jon or Maya Baratheon. Rosby Road. As the horse strolled along the route, Maya asked her husband, do you think we'll be safe traveling? No more than staying in that damn place. Jon thought as he knew that with King's Landing busy with the tourney and feast afterwards, Rhaegar wouldn't know about Jon's whereabouts until it's too late. I'm sure in a day or two. Robb will be surprised to see us. Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. Chapter 33, A King's Disappointment. Notes. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Please leave a comment, it's good to hear feedback. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Tension built inside the room as King Rhaegar glared at Egon and Demon. Why must I endure such disrespectful sons? Father, I. Rhaegar interrupted Egon, pointing at his eldest son, not a word. Rhaegar saw a smirk on Demon's battered face, and you. Wipe that grin off your face. You must have said something really horrible for Visenya to smack you. I merely spoke about her upcoming wedding to Egon. Demon quickly explained, only that Demon stopped when he could see Roriger angrily gazing at him. Not a word from you as well. Roriger sat in his chair and took a deep breath, rubbing his forehead to calm a headache he could feel building inside. I had to endure my father's madness and paranoia when I was the crown prince. I worked hard to keep the Seven Kingdoms together during peace and the Greyjoy rebellion. Now, today, your actions will be tomorrow's talk. Next week, lords could question our right to rule. Demon burst forward. If they questioned us, then we should destroy them. Roriger pointed his finger at the chair. Sit down. He shouted in a display of authority, and Demon stood his ground briefly before obeying. Egon the Conqueror didn't conquer Westeros by killing everyone. He did it because of dragons. There are none now. So we need the support of the lords. Roriger stood up, pulled out a scroll from a shelf, and laid it on his desk. Behold, Westeros. 7 kingdoms, yet 9 regions. Tell me, Demon, which is a better number? 9 or 1? 9. Roriger shook his head. 1. One realm. One army united under a common cause. My actions led to the unification of 4 regions in rebellion. A wrong move can cause it to happen again. Demon refused to see it. We can put faithful men. Egon bluntly interrupted. You think like Aerys the Mad King. If you rule with fear, people will rise. And we know who was loyal last time. Next time, who will stay loyal? The 2 princes were back to being at each other's throats, and Roriger couldn't help but feel responsible. You can end this. Right now. Kill them. A dragon never cares for the weak. The sound of Aerys inside Roriger's head was pounding him like a blunt object. Suddenly, a different voice came. You should do the right thing. Demon is a monster. Exile him and give up your desires for Egon Song. Rhaenys should marry Robb and Visenya to a loyal house. Roriger knew that Lyanna was attempting to help him, but he couldn't. No lya. I must ensure Egon's song comes true. Outside Roriger's study, Rhaenys was shaking slightly as she could hear shouting from beyond the door, Visenya rubbing her shoulders to calm her. Relax, Rhaenys. Everything would be alright. Rhaenys knew that Visenya was lying, but it was to help her. I hope so. Little sister. Visenya's hand interlocks Rhaenys's own hand. If anything happens to you, I take care of my niece and nephews. Like I know you'll take care of mine. Visenya whispered to Rhaenys' stomach. Hello. I'm your Aunt Visenya. She chuckled, much to Rhaenys's dread. You're so innocent, Visenya. If only you could see the reality of my situation. Father will force me to drink moon tea. He killed my baby. Robb baby. Rhaenys looked to see her mother, Queen Elia, joining them. Roriger may be furious, but he won't call for Robb's head. I hope. His Grace should be fuming. I told him that the traitor should be chained to the Black Cell, castrated and sent to the wall, Cersei said from a distance as she began to imagine that Demon should be declared the rightful heir. Roriger would have to kill me if he dares harm one hair on my children. You and your father have ruined an innocent boy's life. Why? Because he had hidden himself under Casterly Rock while my family fought at the Trident. The door opened just before Cersei could raise her hand in a slap position, and Roriger noticed it. Enough, both of you. I don't know who's worse, these 2 or you 2. With Egon and Demon eyeing each other, only Sir Arthur stood between them. You're weak, Egon. Who Roriger smacked Demon on the back of the head, escorted them separately to their room. Sir Arthur took Egon while Sir Jaime took Demon. Roriger looked at Rhaenys. Rhaenys followed her father, stopping at the door to see Visenya giving her a confident smile and her mother mouthing a prayer to the mother. Rhaenys entered the room and sat on the chair to face her father. After a few moments, Roriger broke the silence between them. Nothing to say. I never demanded much from you. Only be respectful, treat others with respect. Roriger took a pause before speaking loudly. Oh. And don't fuck with anyone but your husband. Rhaenys began to break down in tears. I. You what? Betrayed everything I've done for Egon, Visenya and you. Tell me, what caused you to fuck Robb Stark? Pity, pleasure, or to commit treason? Rhaenys looked up at her father. I gave Robb my maidenhead because I love him. How about you? What had Aerys demanded from you? Rhaegar heard his father's voice again, such an obedient daughter. I remember saying upon seeing her for the first time. She smells a bit doish. Maybe I was right. Doish are traitorous cowards and sexual deviants. Rhaegar shuddered a bit as he shook his head sideways. He looked to see that Rhaenys was no longer crying and began to show a bit of defiance. I saw that, just now. You are probably starting to lose your mind. Aren't you? Rhaenys questioned her father, who looked conflicted. Mad. Ha. They say I was mad. Who does she think she is to talk to a dragon? A woman who knows better than her father. Tell me, Rhaegar, would you continue to try to control her? Rhaegar ignored the conflict inside his head to answer his daughter. No, I not. I want the truth, Rhaenys. Are you with child? Rhaenys took a deep breath before exhaling and putting a hand on her stomach. There's no denying it. Because I can see the look on your face. You already knew before today. Didn't you? Yes. Because Robb Stark told me the day he left King's Landing. Rhaenys was surprised by this revelation. He told you. Notes. I wanted to include a flashback between Robb and Rhaegar, but the chapter grew too long that my spelling app went funny. The next chapter will feature that. Chapter 34, The Secret Deal. Notes. I'm sorry for deleting this chapter the other day. I just instantly regretted posting it the other day. Feel better with this version. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. He told you, Rhaenys asked confusedly, her hand resting on her chin as she tried to process this unexpected revelation. Pouring a drink of water, Rhaegar nods in disappointment. Yes. I wanted to kill him for this dishonor. But I knew it would unite House Stark, House Tully, and so many others against me. All of my children, except Daemon, will fight against me. Well, you're right about that, but there's more to it. Rhaenys thought as she rubbed her small bump, feeling slightly relieved that Robb must be lucky to avoid death or the wall. I know that look on your face, Rhaenys. If you've got something to say, then say it. Leaning forward, Rhaenys stared directly into Rhaegar's eyes. As a little girl, I thought you were the most incredible man in the world. Then you become obsessed with this prophecy, and I feared you would kill Robb. But you let him live. Why? Rhaegar scoffed. Most rulers would have executed people for less. But I am not most rulers. Robb Stark and I discussed many things. He told me without fear about his troubles. Flashback. Robb watched as Rhaegar Targaryen finished writing on a parchment. With this, your daughter Nyaes Sand is now Nyaes Stark. Before Robb could grab it, Nyaes started squirming in his arms, whining as she tried to reach out for her father's attention. Sir Barristan, I hope you can hold my daughter for a bit. Robb requested the honorable knight, who picked up the baby gently like a baby bird. Of course, my lord. The old knight looked down at the young baby, who babbled as she patted on his chest plates. Thank you, your grace. I will never forget this kindness. Robb respectfully expressed his gratitude. Rhaegar sighed sadly. You saved 3 women from Viserys. I didn't want to say he was capable of such evil. But I knew he was more than willing. Rhaegar looked to see that Robb was deep in thought, his hands shaking as he gripped the parchment. Something troubling you, Robb Stark? Rhaegar asked. If it's about your decision to leave, then. Robb interrupted Rhaegar. I've been deceived by those I thought closest to me. Robb explained how Elia Martell tried to arrange a match for Robb behind Rhaegar's back, only for Cersei Lannister to interfere and cause trouble. By the end, Robb got emotional as he confessed to having sex with Princess Arianne Martell, Daenerys Targaryen, before pausing to whisper, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen. Rhaegar grew furious at the mention of his eldest daughter. You dare! He shouted before drawing a dagger and trying to slash at Robb. The Kingsguard paused slightly as the king swung at the young man, Sir Barristan covering Nyaes with his white cloak to protect her from seeing this. In an instant, Sir Jaime stepped between Robb and the king. Enough, your grace. I endured many tough decisions during your father's reign. Let Robb speak before passing judgment. Rhaegar was surprised to see Jaime defend the man that his father, Tywin Lannister, tried to kill. My Kingsguard wouldn't defend a traitor. I think you should kill both the wolf pup and the lion pride. Aes's voice encouraged Roriger, a dragon cares not for servants whining. I protected you from the wolves. Suddenly, Lionel's voice was heard inside Roriger's head. Roriger, if you do this, then I shall leave you and your father's madness, never to come back. No. Lya. Don't leave me. Roriger shouted to the surprise of the Kingsguard and Robb Stark. The only sound made now was Nyaes crying and screaming. Roriger started collapsing, Sir Gerald Hightower catching him before he hit the floor. Your Grace. Roriger regained his bearing as he looked at Robb. Tell me. Robb Stark. Why shouldn't I kill you where you stand? Robb retorted angrily, because if you did, then most of Westeros and your family will rise against you. Plus, if you had planned better for my future as you did for your 3 favorite children, this wouldn't have happened. Roriger knew Robb was right. Maybe I should have wed you to a house. But I didn't. Roriger sat back in his chair. Forgive me, Robb Stark. My emotions got the better of me, he said, before sighing. At least you're willing to confess something that could cost you your life. Robb sat back down cautiously, quickly looking to see Sir Barristan showing Nyaes. Should I take her back? He asked Sir Barristan, who started calmly rocking the whimpering baby, trying to fight off sleep. No need. Young Stark. The 2 men were eyeing each other with tension. Robb Stark spoke first to break the ice. I've guessed on your terms regarding my leave for Riverrun. You want me to forsake my justice against House Free? Roriger Targaryen nodded. Yes. I know that Sir Brynden has made you obsessed with avenging your mother and her siblings. A dishonorable act, I know. But. Robb interrupted, but nothing. What was the price for justice? You executed the Mountain and Amory Lorque, yet the main ones responsible for who sacked Riverrun and murdered my grandfather's children still live. Sir Gerald stepped in. Watch yourself, young Stark. The king decided on the matter. End of. Roriger ordered, leave us. Sir Arthur spoke concernedly, but your grace. Leave us, Roriger ordered loudly. The Kingsguard obeyed this time, most casting their eyes on Robb Stark. Jaime Lannister said to Robb Stark on the way out, I admit this, young Stark. You impress me. And I'm not easily impressed. Robb responded, I despise your father. But I hope we never fight each other on a battlefield, Sir Jaime. I owe your brother a kindness. Jaime's face saddened at the mention of his brother. He's a better man than me. He left in a hurry. With everyone gone, Roriger stood up and poured a cup of wine. I don't drink wine. It makes men do stupid things. But in some way, it makes them a bit more honest. Roriger offered Robb one, but he refused. No, thank you. I want to leave today. Roriger poured the wine back into the jug and poured himself some water. All right, then, young Stark. Tell me. Robb took a deep breath. I won't say, imagine if you were me. You want me to make peace with Frizz. There is one price I accept. And that depends on you. Roriger was back in his chair. I'm listening. Immediately, Robb demanded, 500,000 gold dragons. King Roriger Targaryen. Roriger spat out some water. 500,000. Robb nodded, yes. I felt tempted to ask for Daenerys or even Rhaenys's hand. However, I know that with your obsession, it won't happen. So either you give me 500,000 gold dragons or a princess. And I'll renounce my vengeance on House Free and Lannister. Roriger clenched his fist as he tried to resist the urge he just had to kill Robb Stark. I can kill you with a clear conscience. Yet Roriger knew that doing that could start another war. If I agreed to this, you would never come back to King's Landing. Ever. Robb immediately responds, done. I won't lie. This morning, I was saddened to leave the only family I've ever known. But after today, I'm done with the family's squabble. Present. Roriger Targaryen finished his story with annoyance as he looked at his daughter's sad face. So, my daughter. What I agreed on that day was the best thing I could possibly achieve that day. You tried to kill Robb. Rhaenys said angrily as she rubbed her small bump, all because he was honorable to admit that he slept with me. Roriger spoke honestly, yes. I did. But the important question is, what to do with the bastard you carry? Rhaenys saw Rhaegar pick up his dagger, her breathing heavily and quickly with each passing breath as she feared for her unborn child's life. "Personally, I want to force you to drink moon tea and hope this will all fade away," Rhaegar said sinisterly before putting the dagger back on the table. "But Rob's second boon was that you decide whether or not to keep the bastard. I said no at first, but he reminded me that I said I would grant him anything with his boon. As well as reminding me that Aegon the Unlikely had to prove the word of the Iron Throne wasn't worthless. So if I refuse, then how can the lords trust the throne again?" Rhaenys remembered Rob's last words to her: "If you decided to have my children, I would ask that they come live with me in Riverrun." Rhaegar pointed to the door. "Now, leave. And pray I don't lock you in your room for the rest of your life." Rhaenys stood up. "You know, I wonder if you are mad or cruel. Either way, you are obsessed with this Song of Ice and Fire." Rhaegar tried to justify his actions. "Everything I've done it for the realm. Everything you've done has been for your selfish fantasy." Rhaenys thought as she started crying while leaving the room. Later, Rhaenys lay down on her bed and stared up at the ceiling ever since she left her father's study. The only comfort she had was the knowledge that Robb was fortunate enough to be alive and that her unborn child would be allowed to live. Although it saddened her, she wouldn't see the baby grow into a child. Her eyes closed as she imagined the possibilities. "Rhaenys. Rhaenys. Come quick." Rhaenys knew that voice. It was Aemon, and she knew he wouldn't shout unless it was something serious. Notes. "I'm glad I finished this. I'm planning one more chapter in King's Landing and back to Robb in the Riverlands. I wish you all a Merry Christmas or whatever religious holiday you celebrate. And Happy New Year to you all." Chapter 35, The Grandmother of Westeros. Notes. I'm sorry for the long wait. This chapter was hard. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Rhaella Targaryen's eyes filled with tears as she grasped a quill, her hand trembling slightly as she began to write fervently. "To my son Rhaegar. I have always been a good person. Yet I have suffered most of my life. Why? Is it because my ancestors practice keeping bloodlines pure? The Seven say incest is bad, yet Septons, even the High Septons, marry my ancestors regardless of familiar ties or relations, even after the dragons were dead." Rhaella recalled the misery she and her brother had experienced on their wedding day. The sole source of happiness in the marriage was her firstborn son, Rhaegar. "Rhaegar. You were such a quiet child, obsessed with reading. Perhaps I should have taken it as a warning sign, but as a mother, I was relieved that you wouldn't be in any danger. With each child that died in my womb or didn't survive their first breath, your father accused me of breaking my vows. Then, after the last stillbirth, he blamed innocent people, and I was afraid to stop him out of fear or grief. He went to Duskendale, all because he wanted to prove that he didn't need Tywin Lannister. When he came back, he was a demon, sent by the Seven to punish Westeros for its unknown sin. I tried to protect you and Viserys from him. Wherever I suffered at Aerys' hands, I just knew it was a sacrifice I was willing to make for both of you. After so many years and a rebellion, I heard that your father is dead and you have been crowned king. I felt relieved. When I came back, you were majestic, and I was sure you would be the king Westeros needed and deserved." Rhaella paused her writing, her gaze drifting to the bookshelf teeming with a myriad of books, among them the elusive and treasured lives of 4 kings. Jon Arryn gently read to Rhaella Targaryen after their wedding, softly explaining how we can connect with the past, both our mistakes and our moments of glory. Initially, she found them somewhat tiresome, but gradually, she grew fond of him as he shared stories of distant places she might never visit but could vividly imagine, which brought a gentle smile to her face. With Jon's passing, she would gladly give anything to hear him reading to her again and to sleep peacefully through the night. Rhaella shed a tear, which dripped down her face and onto the parchment. She looked down as she finished the final bit. "Then I was disappointed in how you act as a father. You cared about Rhaenys, Aegon and Visenya greatly while viewing Jon, Daemon and Aemon as if they were vermin. I hope in the end, you'll see the folly of your obsession with Aegon being the prince who was promised before it's too late." Rhaella heard loud shouting. She approached her door and slightly opened it to observe Sir Jaime holding Daemon. "Let me go, uncle. I am the rightful heir, not that pathetic sword shallower," he asserted. Jaime seized Daemon by the shoulder and stated, "And praise the gods, that you shall never succeed your father as ruler. Aegon is not my nephew, but he is superior to you." Daemon spat in Jaime's face. "Like I care what you think. Only my mother cares for me. I feel hated. Grandmother never loved me. So I must be strong." Jaime slapped him. "Oh. People will gladly harm you. Why? Because you will be a tyrant, not a king. Your disrespectful actions and cruelty will be your ruin." Rolla cried at the exchange between uncle and nephew. She shut the door quietly, turned to see the light fade, and realized that the sun would set soon. She began writing a series of letters, and by the time she finished, it was getting dark. She looked out her window to gaze down at the city below as she thought deeply about her life. "You are a weak woman." Rolla was suddenly interrupted by Aerys Targaryen's voice echoing firmly in her mind. "You've always been weak. Weak and treacherous." "Everything all right, Your Grace?" Rolla Targaryen smelled rose water and knew who it was. "I'm fine." "Lord Varys." Varys gently noticed the concern in your voice and said, "A blind man can see you are not fine. You've been through much lately. Maybe get some rest." Before approaching Rolla's desk, he kindly asked, a few words of thought, as he looked over the letters Rolla had written. "Yes, for everyone I hold dear. Could you please ensure it reaches them?" Rolla asked softly, her mind haunted by dark thoughts. "Of course. Is there anything else you require?" the Master of Whispers asked politely. "No," Rolla responded. "I remember the days when all my little ones were playing. Such a colorful bunch in looks and personality." Rolla remembered how much she loved it when Jon Arryn would visit the market and bring sweeties for all the children. Their sweet smiles, the joy in their eyes, and how adorable they looked when we reminded them to say please and thank you. Varys, Rolla said softly as the Master of Whispers paused by the door. He glanced at her gently before she asked with a hint of curiosity, "Tell me, is it true that you played a part in feeding my first husband's growing paranoia?" Varys heard that question whispered among nobles, with the odd few demanding that he be exiled or executed after the Mad King's death. "If you must know the truth, I only did my work and found traitors where King Aerys missed, and I would do it again. I was a nobody from Essos, with no friends, serving a man who was fond of burning anyone he suspected of treason. When you look at me, do you see a hero?" Rolla immediately said loudly, "No, but I understand." Varys bowed humbly before the Queen Mother. Closing her eyes, she imagined Jon Arryn standing beside her. "You shouldn't be sad, my love. It saddened me to see you unhappy," Jon Arryn said as he placed his right hand over Rolla. Suddenly, Aerys interrupted the couple, "So you whore." Rolla looked back at her brother husband with determination. "Your anger no longer frightens me. I loved you once, brother. I'm only sorry that you lost your mind." Rolla ignored Aerys' ranting, and slowly he faded away, leaving her to enjoy Jon Arryn's company. "In another life, maybe we could have wed. You would be Rolla Targaryen Arryn, the light of the East, the jewel of the Vale and grandmother of Westeros." Rolla smiled at the thought of being known as Lady Rolla Targaryen Arryn of the Vale rather than Queen Rolla, wife to Aerys the Mad King. "But what happened in this life is the whims of men. You had endured much of your life with Aerys. Know that I wait for you. Farewell, my love." Rolla cried as she imagined Jon kissing her cheeks. Rolla looked up to see the stars and imagined her husband was one of them, watching over everyone he knew. Suddenly, a wave of flashbacks came to her. First, she remembered the tragedy of Summerhall. Her grandfather tried to bring back dragons, and from the ashes, Rhaegar was born. Aerys comforted her after their stillborn daughter, Shaera. Viserys' birth and the days when Aerys left for a tourney at Lannisport. Rhaegar's wedding to Elia Martell was a joyous day for her, despite Aerys' disrespectful mutters. The day Rhaegar and Elia brought Rhaenys to the capital. Rolla cradled her in her arms while Aerys only ever said, "She smells doish." Returning to King's Landing and holding Aegon and Rhaenys again. Watching over Robb and Jon as they slept peacefully. Daenerys's birth, the daughter she always wanted. Her wedding night with Jon Arryn and the start of a proper loving relationship she never had with Aerys. The only time she got to Daemon as a baby, Cersei refused to let Rolla hold him out of fear of Targaryen madness touching him. Maya and Ryan is asking Rolla to brush their hair and buy them lovely dresses. Watching the boys as they played in the gardens, swinging their wooden swords like they were great heroes. Visnya with her dolls, having a small court discussing with them on how to behave like a proper princess. Eamon holding his first kitten and begging to let the whole litter sleep in his room. Lastly, holding Nyes when she had silver hair dye, wanting to turn back time to when Daenerys was a baby. Rolla took a deep breath before climbing over the balcony, feeling the breeze as she looked down. I endured so much because of my family's decisions. Now the time has come for me to decide on my terms. With these thoughts, Rolla decided the time had come. I'm coming, my falcon. I'm coming. Rolla Targaryen began to fall forward, and off the balcony. The last thing she said was, "Now, I won't have to endure the worst." Notes. This chapter was a hard one because I had personal experience with things like depression and suicidal thoughts. Plus, if there was a tragic character in Asoyaf, Rolla Targaryen is one, enduring a horrible marriage to Aerys, and the last year of her life, she had to experience the death of her son, then her grandchildren, before dying in childbirth on Dragonstone. If there's anyone who struggles with mental health, I advise you to seek help from a friend or loved one, or see a doctor or support group. Chapter 36. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. The river Undrawbridge gently descends as the Lord makes his way back from his journey, leading his men and captives. Welcome back, Lord Robb. I see your efforts were successful on your travels, Sir Desmond Grell said warmly as Robb dismounted from his horse. You could say that. I've captured a sizable contingent of bandits and brought them in chains. However, their leader, Bronn, outwitted me and slipped away during the cover of night, vanishing into the shadows of the surrounding woods with some of his men. Desmond's face visibly darkened, a hint of concern crossing his brow. Should we dispatch a few men to track this vagabond? Blackfish might stumble upon him if he's still nearby. Robb shook his head slowly. No. For now, our priority is the safety of our people. Uncle Brynden is one of the most skilled fighters in Westeros, on par with the Kingsguard, if not better. We must rely on his strength in this turbulent time. As Robb's words settled, Bella stepped forward loudly, catching everyone's attention. She paused dramatically, revealing a generous amount of cleavage in an ostentatious attempt to ensnare Robb's gaze. This is Bella Rivers, Robb introduced, turning to Sir Desmond. Her father is Robert Baratheon. I am taking her as a mistress because her half-sister is married to my cousin, Prince Jon Targaryen. Sir Desmond regarded the woman critically. Forgive me, my lord, but the lords of the Riverlands would be displeased to see you taking a mistress so openly, especially one of such dubious reputation. Robb sighed, his expression pensive. Yes. But I have yet to marry her formally. As long as that remains, the lords still have a reason to stay loyal. Gendry stood beside Robb, his posture demonstrating his willingness. Do you wish me to start working in the forge? Sir Desmond Grell's eyes widen. Seven hells. It's like Robert Baratheon has come back from the dead. Robb introduced the next important person. This is Bella's twin brother, Gendry. He's to be our new blacksmith. Tell Steward Vayne to come here and show them the castle. They are under our protection. I expect everyone to treat them with respect. Robb looked towards Gendry. We've traveled a while. Get some rest. If you need anything, then tell me. And we'll see what needs to be done. Oliver Free bowed slightly, his voice gentle but earnest. Is there anything you need, Robb? His body tensed subtly, a physical sign of his desire not to disappoint him. No. Oliver. Please rest now. You are dismissed, Robb commanded as he prepared to proceed to the Godswoods for prayer. As he approached, the sound of a crying baby pierced the air, triggering his parental instincts as he hurried forward. He saw that Lana was soothing Nyes by rubbing her back, while Torrhen was crying into his mother's skirts. What happened here? Robb asked angrily, as his first instinct was to see Nyes first. He looked to see his daughter crying. Papa. Robb took his daughter from Lana after asking what caused this. I'm sorry, Papa. I'm sorry. He heard Torrhen scream as tears poured from his face. Robb could see him holding a little toy dog. Walking over to the crying boy, Robb knelt down. What happened? he asked firmly, and the boy immediately cowered, apologizing as he hid his face. It was merely children engaged in play. Rob, there is always some bickering and a minor altercation, stated Margaery Tyrell defensively as she endeavored to divert Rob's focus from the issue. Rob called out, Joanna. Tell me what happened. Lana stepped deftly between Rob and Torrhen, her gaze fixed on Rob as she shielded Torrhen from his view. Torrhen was playing with his toy and left it unattended before Nyaes wanted to have a turn. I knelt down, handed it to her, and Torrhen immediately tried to snatch it back. Nyaes clung tightly, and in frustration, Torrhen smacked her on the top. Rob was fuming at Torrhen's actions. Torrhen, come here. He shouted. Nyaes let out a loud wailing. The boy appeared in front of Rob, his eyes were red from crying as he said, she took my... Rob interrupted, doesn't matter, did you hit your sister? Tell me. The boy nodded as fresh tears burst. Rob felt the urge to punish Torrhen harshly for this. He remembered when Jon was smacked by Rhaegar for shouting back at him. He raised his hand gently just as Lana stepped forward to Torrhen. Please, my lord, let us not be hasty. He's still a child, she said softly. Margaery then appeared beside Lana. Allow me to handle this. I believe Torrhen is perhaps remorseful for his actions, she suggested calmly. Rob inhaled a deep breath as he tried to calm himself. With his eyes closed, he began imagining his children fleeing in terror from him. Joanna, can you take Nyaes, please? Rob asked, and the blonde woman took the girl from her father as he walked past them, picked up Torrhen, and cradled the crying boy. After a moment of calm, Rob composed himself and stated, Torrhen, it is unacceptable to strike a girl, especially your sister. She may not understand this yet. If your toy is valuable, it should be kept out of reach or shared with Nyaes. Rob showed Torrhen his necklace. This is the only thing I have left of my mother. So it's precious to me. Lana walked up to Rob and presented Nyaes to father and son. Now, say sorry to Nyaes. And promise that you wouldn't hit her ever again. Torrhen glanced at his half-sister with a gentle smile. Sorry, Nyaes, he said softly. The baby watched the toy intently and pointed at it, saying, Toyen. Hearing this, the boy carefully handed it to her. Nyaes looked at it with innocent curiosity before gently throwing it onto the ground. Rob gently hushed Torrhen before picking up a toy and imitating a barking noise, prompting Torrhen to clap excitedly. He then repeated the playful act for Nyaes, making her coo with delight. The brief scene of family playful chaos was instantly replaced by bursts of joyful laughter and screams of pure happiness. King's Landing. Tyrion Lannister was moaning in pleasure as the latest recruit, Ros, was sucking on his cock. That's right. Use your tongue more. After a minute, he felt his seed bursting from his loins into the woman's mouth. He looked as she opened her mouth to show him that she swallowed his seed. It's true what they say about northern girls, Tyrion said as he collapsed back onto his bed, you will be a fine addition. Ros. The Ruby of the North. Ros huddles up to Tyrion, I'm sure that we can go again. Gripping Tyrion's balls, the dwarf laughed heartily, I'm sure that. Tyrion. You have a visitor. Shiala said as she entered to interrupt lovemaking, I wouldn't interrupt this sacred act unless it was important. Tyrion let out a sigh as he gently told Ros, go get ready. I have no doubt the men would love the chance to experience your company, my dear. He ended with a charming, playful mimic of opening and closing his mouth right in front of Ros. The woman shifted her hips playfully to catch Tyrion's eye, offering a sultry smile. If you need anything, milord, just ask, she added with a provocative wink. Tyrion rose to pour 2 cups of wine for himself and his guest. His curiosity about this guest quickly shifted to anger upon seeing the man he once cared for. You really have some nerve showing up here, Kingslayer, Tyrion said sharply, gripping his cup tightly as he prepared to drink the alluring contents. Brother. Jaime stated prior to Tyrion throwing the cup at his face, no. You have forfeited the right to address me in that manner. Tyrion responded as he seized the other cup. Fine. I deserve that. Anyway, father wants. The second cup was thrown at him, and Jaime avoided it this time. Your father. Not mine. You turn around and never come back. Kingslayer. Tyrion finished with a spat on the floor, Sir Jaime. What a joke. Jaime charged forward and grabbed Tyrion violently and looked into his eyes. "Father demands your presence." Aunt Gemma saw a woman in Riverrun who looked like Cersei and our mother. Tyrion laughed slightly. "If Gemma Lannister sees a dwarf, does she think that's me?" Jaime sees the defiance in Tyrion's eyes. "Who is she? Tell me, Tyrion." Tyrion replied softly, "Once I loved my brother dearly." The Seven Kingdoms see him in many ways, some as a hero, others as a traitor. A tear welled up in Tyrion's eye as he whispered, "Me. I truly believed he was the greatest man I had ever known. But his greatest love was to wed the king. I took him on a journey through Westerland, hoping he would return as Tywin's heir. We also saved a maiden, and I married her. Yet, in the end, he betrayed me. I didn't want to but—" Tyrion interrupted his brother, "But nothing. And do you know what hurt the most? When I demanded why you did it. You said, father ordered you. So tell me, Kingslayer. Do you love your father more than me, or do you fear him more than me?" Jaime released his hold on Tyrion. "I don't like to do this, Tyrion. But it's either Cersei or me. Who would you rather deal with?" After tension had built inside him, Tyrion said, "She's my daughter with Tisha. Joanna. Tell father I'm coming home. But not a word to Cersei. Please." He finished pleading with his hands together. Jaime stormed off in a hurry towards the door. As he gripped the door, he stopped to look back at Tyrion. "When Cersei married Rhaegar, father asked that I be allowed to leave the Kingsguard. Rhaegar asked if I wanted to do this. All I could think of at that moment was father telling me after Tisha. You have to do what's best for the family as Lord of Casterly Rock and head of House Lannister. So I decided to stay in Kingsguard with the shame I rightfully deserve. Because I once betrayed my brother for my father. I will tell father about this, but if anyone can protect your daughter from him, it's you." Jaime quickly ran back to Tyrion and kissed his forehead. "I don't blame you for hating me, but of all the people in this world, you're the one I respect the most. Because you are not afraid of Tywin Lannister." Notes. Hope you enjoy this. I had always wanted to have a dialogue between Tyrion and Jaime. I'm now on holiday for 2 weeks and hope to do more work on this because I'm making it my target to finish the Bandits. Chapter 37. Notes. I hope you enjoy this. Recently, I was informed by admins that this work was deemed to be in the wrong category. They told me to put this up to mature or explicit. To the person who reported me, you did the right thing, but please, in the future, if my work demands a higher age rating, please let me know. So here on now, most of my work will be either mature or explicit. Chapter text. Robb eagerly studied the map of the Riverlands as he walked, his eyes searching for Bryndon's possible whereabouts. As he approached his room, he noticed Torrhen waiting by the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes and glancing anxiously at the doorway. "Torrhen, what are you doing? You should be in bed," he asked, his brow furrowing as he wondered where Margaery was. "I had a bad dream. Can I sleep with you and protect Nyrse?" His tired face showed he was both exhausted and worried, probably from what happened earlier when he hit her. Robb gently sighed as he drew closer to the boy. "Where's your mother?" he asked softly. The boy hesitated, lowering his gaze to his feet before whispering, "I don't know." Robb could tell Torrhen was lying because he remembered doing the same when he was a boy, glancing down at his own feet first. "I swear he's truly my son." Robb gently urged, "Come on, let's head back to your room." Torrhen's face loosened as he started to cry, asking in a shaky voice, "Papa doesn't love me." His cries grew more heartfelt, tears flowing freely as he repeated, "Papa doesn't love me." Robb tried to quiet Torrhen, but the boy immediately threw a tantrum, sobbing loudly. Robb repeatedly said, Torrhen picked him up, and took him inside his room, whispering, "Quiet or you'll wake up Nyrse." After a few minutes of soothing down the crying child, Robb calmly said, "Torrhen, listen to me." The boy's tears broke Robb more than anything he had endured. Robb explained to Torrhen about the circumstances surrounding Nyrse and the issues he had because of Amester treachery, his grandfather's suffering and his last days, then finding out about Torrhen's existence in the space of a few months. "I'm not perfect, Torrhen. I know that, pup. Your mother and I need to decide what is best for you. But know that I love you. And Nils as well. The boy finally looked to Rob. Papa loves me? He asked as he patted Rob's face. Rob immediately wrapped Torren in a firm hug. Yes. Papa loves you. Rob looked towards his bed, carrying Torren to it and lying him down by the side where Nils' crib was. Now, let's go to sleep. Rob removed his shirt before tucking Torren underneath the cover. You and I can now watch over Nils, protecting her from any bad things. Torren turned towards Nils. Love you, baby sister, he said gently, his eyes growing weary. Papa. Torren looked at Rob. What's a war? Mama said you return with some black-haired war. Rob suspected that Margaery meant whore, and she was referring to Bella, causing Rob to feel a bit of anger. Rob maintains a fake smile. I don't know. Suddenly, Rob thought of something that might make Torren forget. But you know that you want a brother. You could have a few of them. Torren's eyes widen as he tries to contain his excitement. When, Papa? Soon, but for now, go to sleep. Rob stroked Torren's hair affectionately as he tried to get the boy off to sleep. Eventually, the soft breathing gave way, and Rob looked on as Torren's chest slowly rose up and down, and he looked peaceful. Rob looked over to Nils to see her sleeping as well, then left the room. Walking down the hall, Rob stopped at the nearest door and knocked gently. He waited a few moments before knocking a bit again. The door opened, and Rob saw Lana in a silk white gown, her cleavage showing slightly as she held a book. Yes, my lord, she said, her green eyes still reading the page. I need a sharp word with Margaery. She spoke about Bella in front of Torren. He said quickly. Lana looked back, annoyed. And is that why you disturb my reading? I need you to watch the children in my room. I found Torren outside my door, and he said. Lana slammed the book shut, stopping Rob from talking. You could have said that to begin with. Rob watched as Lana moved past him in a hurry towards his room. Wait, he asked, to which Lana did exactly that before facing him. Yes. Today, you stood in front of Torren, as if to protect him from me. Do you think I am capable of harming him? Lana responded firmly. I don't know. But I've seen the worst of people. Believe me. Now, go. She ordered Rob, reaching Rob's room and gently opening the door to avoid waking anyone. Rob walked on towards Margaery's room, which was just down the hallway. He walked in a frenzy and opened the door to see that Margaery was waiting for him. Ah, I can guess that you aren't happy with me. Is it because our son wanted to be with his father? She said, approaching Rob, or were you hoping for something else? Rob should have suspected Margaery's motives. Torren was bait, and now Rob was hooked like a fish. I want to talk alone. Sitting on her bed, Margaery patted for Rob to sit beside her. No tricks. Rob walked slowly as he approached the bed. Why was Torren waiting outside my room alone? I went to get something from the study, and he was there. Waiting. I had Myra and Saya watching Torren from a corner. I might plan things, but I won't leave him unwatched. Margaery explained as her fingers lightly touched Rob's bare chest. It's a miracle that he didn't wake up Nils with that loud cry. But now, let me ask you something. Rob looked down at Margaery as she stared back. If you legitimize Torren, what's to become of me? That's up to Torren. I won't deny that I felt guilty about taking Nils away from King's Landing. But it was the right choice. Margaery asked next. If Torren decided to come back with me, would you let him go? Rob sat down next to Margaery. I don't know. I thought coming here to the Riverlands, I would find peace and safety for Nils. Looking towards Margaery's brown eyes, Rob could see she was studying him. I want to see my children grow. Margaery stood up, saying her mother was worried about her going to King's Landing, fearing she'd find someone to take her far away. When she returned pregnant with Torren, her mother was disappointed and, after his birth, reluctant to let him go. Now, she fears losing her little red boy. Has Torren ever been mistreated? Rob asked. Margaery sighed. My brothers never let anyone insult Torren. One time, Lord Florent called Torren a northern abomination. Willers ordered Garland to chuck him out of Highgarden. Rob looked as Margaery sat on his lap, his face so close to her cleavage that he could feel the wolf in him raging to take her and make another child, yet he remembered this woman had once tried to exile him. You know, there's one thing bugging me about Torren. You have hidden him from your father and me. Now that I'm here in Riverrun, you decide to bring him here. Margaery looked unimpressed. I didn't want you to demand. Robb interrupted, yeah, I would believe that. But the fact that you decided to have Torren. Risking your grandmother. No. You wouldn't do this. Robb lifted Margaery off his lap and onto her bed. Robb tried to leave, only for a pair of hands to drag him down. Margaery was on top of him, refusing to let him go. We were having a nice talk. So please, let's continue. In the last couple of weeks, have you ever considered asking for help from another house? Robb immediately answered, no. The Riverlands and its people are my responsibility, my duty. Margaery exposed her breast. If it's duty, then you need to do things that are in the best interests of your house and, by extension, the people. You could have my family backing. We can field and feed the biggest army in Westeros while having enough wealth to help rebuild the Riverlands 5 times over. Margaery pulled Robb's trousers down slightly and started to play with his cock. All you have to do is take me to the Godswoods. Say our marriage vows. Legitimize Torren and put another son in my belly. Robb couldn't resist as Margaery started to make him hard. If you're concerned for your other children or lovers, I'm willing to tolerate their presence, as long as you remember who your rightful heirs are. Margaery began to undress completely, leaving her naked. The 3 princesses could give you daughters. Margaery said before Robb immediately turned Margaery on her back. You really are something. My rose. He was about to fuck Margaery when he said directly, tell me. What did Aegon offer you? Margaery's excitement turned to shock as Robb laughed. I never heard someone here tell you about that. How could you know that? Not unless Loras told you. But then again, he doesn't have the power or authority to offer help and protection for your grandmother. So what did Aegon offer you to have Torren? Before Margaery answered, a loud knock on the door interrupted, my lord. A few riders have arrived. Come quick. Robb pulled his trousers up and looked at Margaery. I will discuss this later. But for now, Sir Brynden returns. Great Hall. Robb Stark was trying to look presentable as the door opened, and a feminine voice shouted, Robb. The look on Robb's face was truly shocking as he saw Daenerys Targaryen and Maya Baratheon enter, followed by Sir Barristan carrying someone, 2 arrows sticking out from the back. Prince Jon is hurt. We need your help, Lord Stark. Robb immediately ran towards the group, ordering a servant to get the maester, his heart beating as he cradled Jon in his arms. Hey, brother. Don't leave us yet. Robb said as Jon could only smile, never. Someone got to remind you of something important every now and again. Maester Vimen entered and ordered, bring him to a room. I would do what I can. Robb looked around and asked, what happened? Is Sir Brynden with you? Chapter 38, Family Duty Honor. Summary. A final end for a worthy warrior. Notes. I tried to get this done before Easter, but a few things distracted me. I hope you all had a good Easter or whichever holiday you celebrate. Enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The Inn of the Kneeling Man. Daenerys was twitching with excitement as she eagerly anticipated tomorrow. She couldn't wait to be in Riverrun and hold her daughter in her arms for the very first time in months. Princess, it's a good idea to eat something. Sir Barristan gently said as he brought her a warm stew, mentioning, I was told rabbit. He sat across from her, looking at the patrons who were all eyeing the legendary knight and princess with admiration. Sir Brynden sat beside Daenerys with a warm smile and said, take no heed, Sir Barristan. It's not often you get the chance to see royalty up close like this. Sir Brynden, do you think Nyaes wouldn't recognize me? Daenerys asked, worriedly picturing her daughter looking at her and crying for her father. Of course not, princess. Brynden said calmly, Nyaes would simply look at you and smile, unless she was tired. He finished with a giggle, that's something she inherited from her father. Always moody when she doesn't have a nap. Just like Cat. Brynden's laughter turned to sadness at the thought of his niece. It still hurts, old friend. Sir Barristan said sadly, I haven't said yet. Sorry for your brother. I met him a few times during Lord Robb's Name days. He showed happiness and joy on the outside. Yet, he was a sad, broken man on the inside. Both men raised their cups. Sir Bryndon said first, family, duty, honor. Sir Barristan was about to reply when the front door opened. Everyone looked to see two new arrivals, a man and a pregnant woman. The innkeeper greeted them, I'm sorry, lad. But the inn is full. I would recommend another inn. But they have mostly been destroyed or used on Lord Stark's orders to shelter the unfortunate. Sir Barristan immediately stood up and approached them, Prince John, Lady Maya. He finished before bowing his head, his face filled with worry, what are you doing here? The roads aren't safe for traveling alone, especially in her condition. The innkeeper dropped to his knees, forgive me, my lord. I didn't know that. John pulled him back, interrupting him, have no fear. I'm more than happy to sleep in the stables. Have my room. It's next to Princess Daenerys. Sir Barristan offered, I'll stand outside. Leading the couple towards their table, Maya saw Daenerys and the two women hugged each other before Sir Bryndon offered his seat. Sir Barristan. I'm going to secure the wagons. Make sure the weasels don't try anything. He said angrily as he looked like he was waiting for an excuse to fight the Free. A soldier burst in, bandit. The man's warning was cut as arrows struck him in the back, causing him to kneel before collapsing on the floor. Steel clashing and men screaming could be heard outside as Sir Bryndon watched men attack the guards around the wagons. Save the wagons, men. Sir Bryndon yelled as the Riverlander went charging outside. Sir Bryndon charged to the front of the wagon as he saw the driver begging for mercy before a sword ran through his heart. Bryndon grabbed the man as he was climbing, dragging him to the floor before stabbing him in anger. Sir Bryndon grabbed a spear, climbed onto the wagon and waited as a bandit approached before thrusting the spear into him. Stephen Free. Bryndon shouted, and he saw the Freys taking the horses, what are you doing, Walder Free? Black Walder Free climbed onto a horse, Stephen Free is dead. We'll not die for Robb Stark. Fuck Robb Stark. All the Free horses gallop off. You fucking weasels and cowards. Bryndon cruised as he pointed at Black Walder. Sir Barristan was standing by the entrance door, dispatching 3 bandits like a hot knife through butter. John was protecting the center of the wagon, facing off against a bandit. The bandit swung his blade wildly. John dodged it before swinging his blade, cutting the man's throat. John froze as he had just killed his first opponent and felt unsure about this, boy. Stay focused, it's you or them. He heard Sir Bryndon speak, but he looked at the now dead man. An arrow grazed Bryndon's left shoulder, causing him to look to see that more bandits were approaching. He could see that a leader was giving orders. Arrows flew through the sky, and a few men on both sides were hit and killed instantly, while others screamed in pain. Bryndon saw that John was one of them, and now he was forced to choose between his duty to his lord and his honor to protect the prince, but it was an easy choice. John was Robb's cousin and therefore made him family. On me, men, Bryndon ordered as he rushed towards John and helped him to his feet. Come on, boy. I got you. Sir Barristan came to help Bryndon bring John inside. The few bandits outside were beginning to run before a horn sound drew Sir Bryndon's attention. He could see a tall man in the distance, and suddenly, a large group began to converse at the inn. Inside men, we can't hold that many in the open. The wagons will slow them. Sir Bryndon watched as all remaining Tully men fell back inside. He regretted abandoning the wagons, Robb Boone. But inside was Robb's family, and that was more precious than anything else. Being the last one in, Sir Bryndon began ordering tables to be turned over to make barricades as he slammed a bench seat against the door. Chairs were laid down as makeshift obstacles to slow down anyone foolish enough to rush straight through. He looked to see the bandits taking the wagons while others were surrounding the inn. We need to stay together, Riverlanders. You are all good men. We protect something more important than gold. Sir Bryndon shouted as the men cheered. They will kill us without mercy, so don't waste it begging. I will fight to the end, for family, duty, honor. Will you stand with me? The men yelled as they waited for the bandits to enter. Sir Bryndon whispered to Sir Barristan, head to the top of the stairs. Protect John, Maya and Daenerys. I hope to kill as many as I can before pulling back to you. Daenerys's room has a window. When I come back to you, Check if you can climb out and escape. Sabaristan objected, we have a better chance if I stay. Surely my presence will inspire the men. What about them? With Jon hurt? Can Daenerys pick up a sword? Can Maya swing a blade in her condition? Barristan begrudgingly obeyed, fine. But they won't leave without you. You know that. Tension is building as the 15 Tully men wait for who knows how many are outside, and 2 of them have loaded their bows before aiming at the door. With axes breaking the door, the men of House Tully were preparing for their impending doom. Let House Tully's final end be as it words, family, duty, honor. The door broke in pieces as the first one entered, to receive an arrow in his eye, screaming in pain as he collapsed, while a second entered to block the arrow with his shield. As more entered like a flood breaking a dam, the Tully men held their ground as the fighting began, with Sir Brynden thrusting his blade into a bandit's gut while blocking an incoming strike with his shield. One bandit fell over a chair before a Tully soldier stabbed him with a spear. The small battle was a free-for-all melee as the Tully men tried to prevent anyone from getting behind them, conserving their energy and avoiding being aggressive in the chance of being suckled in. Brynden held his nerve as he continued to fight anyone within reach, but he knew it was inevitably a losing battle. There were too many, and as he lost a man every time, he took a step back from the barricade towards the stairs. Upstairs. Did he have a wife? Were his children starving, causing him to choose this line of work? Jon thought as his wife and Daenerys tied some bed sheets together to escape. Sabaristan informed them of Brynden's attempt to buy them time and opportunity, but they knew it was hopeless to pray for help and mercy. Jon. We need your help. Daenerys asked him as she panicked. Maya Baratheon stood before her husband, you did what you had to do. Doesn't it make you evil? No. But would you look at yourself if you let those men butcher me, Dany or our child? With a gentle kiss, Maya instructed Jon to help, but he merely looked out the window and noticed a small boat on the private dock. He walked out to see Sabaristan standing ready. Sabaristan. Jon called him, making the Kingsguard look at him, my prince. You should be in. Jon interrupted with a serious look that reminded Barristan of King Rhaegar in his youth. Dutiful, brave and concerned for others. You are sworn to defend and obey the royal family, are you not? Without question. My prince. Sabaristan replied quickly. Both looked to see Sir Brynden running up the stairs, his hand covering his side. Have you two been talking? He halted as he turned to see the last Tully man fighting by the bottom of the stairs. Get to the room. I found a way to save us all. Jon said as he led the old knights to Daenerys' room, closing the door behind him and locking it. Moving to the window, Jon pointed out the means of salvation. If we climb down, then we could just escape before they notice. Sabaristan, take Maya, I can't carry anyone with these. Sabaristan looked to Maya Baratheon, when I climb out, wrap your arms around my neck and your legs tightly around my waist. And hang on like never before. Maya cried as she worried about Jon, you better be behind me, or I swear I will kill you in the next life. Mark my words. She finished before kissing him passionately. Sir Brynden grabbed the giant wardrobe and tried to barricade the door. If we're going to do this, it's now or never, he warned. Jon looked to Daenerys. After they reached down, you're next. Jon helped Sir Brynden move the wardrobe before tying it around the bedpost. Sabaristan climbed through the window leg first, grappling onto the bedsheet rope and the window sill. Go, Maya. I'll be right behind you. Jon encouraged her as he and Sir Brynden gripped tightly on the rope, readying to lower it as Sabaristan descended down the building. Maya Baratheon wrapped herself around Sabaristan tightly as she was instructed, praying to the Seven for her unborn child's safety. Touching ground, Sabaristan informed the group, Princess Daenerys. Quickly. Daenerys immediately follows suit as Jon and Brynden gently lowered her. Sound of wood splitter from the door as the bandits began to break it down. Brynden said instantly, you go next, Jon. With the arrows in your back, you probably can't hold me alone. Jon argued back, I'm more rested. Surely the door nearly broke and the sound of the wardrobe stopped both of them. Don't argue, boy. Or we're both dead. Now go, I go right behind you. I promise. Sir Brynden yelled as Jon was unsure about this. Do it for your child. Your wife. Brynden's words struck John's heart more than anything else would. "Okay, you better be right behind me," John said as he headed out the window and started sliding down gently. Reaching down, he shouted, "Sir Brynden. Now you." But Sir Brynden looked down at them sadly before cutting the bed sheets. "Go. Tell Rob about this. John, you weren't my nephew by blood. But I treated you the same as Rob. Know that I'm proud of you both. Now, go." I hold them off. The group heard the sound of the door smashed and Sir Brynden turned to meet his end. "Family, duty, honor." The group turned and headed to the boat. Maya needed help getting in and they can see the room they escaped from was on fire. With steady rowing from Sir Barristan, they watched as they can only imagine Sir Brynden probably die the way he wanted to. Present. Rob listened to the tale from the group with sadness. He tried to suppress a tear but instead he actually rose from his chair, grabbed a soldier's blade and started destroying the chair with all his fury as he screamed so loud, "Sir Brynden." Notes. And so, with the death of Sir Brynden, House Tully is officially extinct. But it lives on in Robb Stark and his descendants. House Free proves what his word is worth, and many of you are thinking that Bronn was in charge. Why? Wait and find out. Chapter 39, Home Troubles. Notes. Sorry for the long wait compared to the last few chapters. My Easter holiday ended, and it's back to work. But I'm off to Magaluf this weekend and off next week, so hopefully I can truly end the bandits by the end of it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. It had been a tough few days for Rob as he sat down in the great hall, his fork barely touching his food, his tears falling over it as he wept. The tension builds as the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands sees everyone staring at him, wondering whether they should ask if he is okay. "I should have been told he was bringing people close to me here." Rob cried as he spoke. "For them and for me, Sir Brynden would have fought until the last. He died for my family." Oliver Free stood before Rob. "I'm sorry that my family abandoned Sir Brynden. If you wish to send me away, Did you know that your family would abandon him?" Rob said as he looked at Oliver, who shook his head sideways. "Then you owe me nothing." The squire went back to his seat, where the three free women sat as well. "Are we to be your prisoner now, my lord?" Roslyn Free asked as she gripped her brother's hand tightly. "No. You are still my guest," Rob assured them as he looked back at his food. His mind filled with vengeance as he wished he could undo things. "Your great-uncle was a fine warrior. An honorable man. And a good friend. But he won't want you to be miserable." Sir Barristan humbly spoke as he looked down at Rob. "Don't think I know that, Sir Barristan. He was more family to me than my own father. I loved him. Let me be a person for once." Rob looked to see Daenerys holding Nys, as if she were the most precious thing. The girl was babbling before she smiled happily at her mother. Torrhen was sitting on Margaery Tyrell's lap, eating fruit with a smile while keeping an eye on Nys. Ever since the other day when he smacked her, Torrhen has taken the role of big brother seriously, always checking if Nys is okay. Margaery was nervous as she feared that Rob would send her back to Highgarden and keep Torrhen here. Rob wanted to do exactly that, but he felt Margaery had a right to say her piece before he made a decision. Finally, he could see Maya interacting with Bella and Gendry. Yesterday, Rob introduced them to her, and she was shocked by how much Bella looked like her, a reflection of herself without a mirror. "So, sister." Bella laughed before saying, "Do you think that if we both stood naked, your husband can't tell us apart?" Gendry rebukes Bella. "Leave her." "Oh, Gendry. I'm just having fun." The sound of Torrhen yelling "Papa" and pointing at Rob was silent to him, as he could only imagine Sir Brynden was shouting family, duty, honor in his head, over and over. Maester Vimen approached Rob with a smile on his face. "My lord. You will be happy to know that Prince Jon is all right, a few more days rest," and Vimen stopped as Rob cast his eyes upon him. Rob stood up and left his food untouched. "I wish to be left alone, everyone. Septon Chayle is doing prayers for Sir Brynden." Approaching the Godswoods, Rob was surprised to see Jon praying already by the weirwood tree. "I knew you wanted to be alone. But can I at least join you? No deception, no lies. Or am I truly no longer your brother?" Jon said, moving uncomfortably to his right. Rob decided to leave, only for Jon to tell, You should know, Rob. Grandfather John is dead. Stopping abruptly, Rob looked at John to see him standing with a bit of difficulty. I know you're hurting a lot after all this. I am telling you now, we're brothers. Rob. Uncle Benjamin always said the lone wolf dies. John hugged Rob tightly, but the pack survives. Now tell me, are you the lone wolf? Rob hugged back, no. Which is why I'm asking you. Why are you here? He said calmly into John's ear. John broke off the hug and knelt before Rob. I, John Stark, son of Lyanna Stark, hereby offers you my services, should you see fit. Lord Stark. Rob immediately ordered, stand up. John did exactly as he was told, and Rob laughed slightly. Don't ever say Lord Stark again. I'm still Rob, brother. Both men again embrace each other before breaking apart. Rob said seriously, so, John. I need you to take Sir Bryndon's place as my right-hand man. If I tell you to hold, you hold. If I tell you to move, you move. John nodded his head, as you wish, Rob. Lana room. Lana was busy reading her book, The Testimony of Mushroom, really thinking about how any of this could be true or false. She couldn't remember the last time she was able to read in peace. After Princess Daenerys's arrival, she did not let Nerys out of her sight. Now, Lana was back as Robb Stark's treasurer, and she had already finished everything. She continued looking up every now and again, as if Nerys was in the same room with her. I missed her already. Lana closed her eyes, and suddenly she heard a child's laughter. Upon looking, she saw a little girl with golden hair, green eyes and a mischievous look on her face. Mama. She called. Lana smiled before reality hit her. There was no child, just a painful memory. Lana touches the area around her belly where she feels 3 scars, which remind her of 3 promises she made in her darkest of times. First, protect the innocent children. The second is to destroy all monsters disguised as men. The third and most important one, see Tywin Lannister fall. My child, my mother and my father. She said before anger filled her as she started imagining Tywin Lannister on his knees, pleading for his life as Lana started stabbing him repeatedly. Look into my eyes, Lannister. They are the eyes you see in the mirror. Courtyard. Gendry stood by the stables, trying to envision how the smithy would look. He didn't know how much he could ask for. When Gendry was a boy, he dreamt about being a great hero like Duncan the Tall, but as he grew, he knew that people would always look down on him for being a bastard. Eventually, he took up blacksmithing after his mother died, hoping it would save Bella from the peach. But she actually wanted to be a whore, saying she can bring in more coin from men's trousers than making swords for men. Gendry always worried about Bella upsetting the wrong person and being found dead somewhere. Now, he's only worried about Bella being treated badly or worse by Lord Robb Stark. So deep in his thoughts, Gendry was scared by a timid voice, Gendry. Turning around, Gendry took a few deep breaths while checking his heartbeat. It was Oliver Free who seemed to regret disturbing him. Forgive me. I was hoping we could talk. Gendry put his hands behind his back. Yes, my lord. Submitting to Oliver as his better, only for the squire to reply, I think Lord Robb would want us to address each other as equals. What do you want to say, Ol? Olea. Gendry tried to pronounce before Oliver corrected him. Oliver. And don't worry. I want to know. How do you feel about your sister being Robb's mistress? Do you worry about her? Gendry said slowly, of course I'm worried. Gendry had his hands only touching together by the fingertips. My mom whore herself so Bella and I won't be on the street begging. When she died, I hadn't slept since then. I'm always worried she will be found naked and dead. From the hands of a powerful lord, no less. You see how she speaks without thinking. Oliver nodded. In a way, I can relate. Father views Roslyn as one of his best chances to marry into the higher houses. I, too, would fear how someone would mistreat her. Gendry and Oliver stood silently before Gendry said, do you trust Lord Stark? Personally, I'm not certain about him. For now, I hope he's not using Bella for amusement or leaves her with child and casts her out. Oliver stuttered, I'm not certain myself. But from what I seem, he won't mistreat Bella nor abandon any child of his. Both men started feeling uncomfortable about their uncertainty regarding the same man. Oliver decided to break the silence. You know that I insulted Lady Bella the first time I saw her. I was wrong. But now, I kind of admire her. Gendry looked at Oliver seriously. Bella may be too much at times. But she's still my sister. Plus, shouldn't you marry some lord's daughter? I'm an 18th son. 7 hells, I won't inherit any land or titles. So I am a man with no prospect. Oliver Free sighed as he wept a bit, and because of my family. No future. Gendry patted Oliver's shoulder. Once I was like you, saying that. But that's when you decide to accept it or do something. I hope that my hard work will secure a future for Bella and me. Hall. Daenerys sat alone as she tried to encourage her daughter to say Mama. Mama. Nys. Mama, she said excitedly before hearing it. Mama. Daenerys felt overwhelming joy. My daughter knows me. Now, I truly refuse to let her go. Nys looked towards Sir Barristan and waved her hand at him, causing the man who slew Maerys the Monstrous to smile and gently shake her hand. My Lady Nys. The baby girl pointed in a direction. Toyen. Daenerys saw the boy who looked like Robb. He brought the toy dog, Woof. He said, holding it directly in front of Nys, who squealed in delight. Nys grabbed the toy and threw it. Torrhen picked it up and tried to give it again, laughing as he said, Bail or Woof. Margaery Tyrell was eyeing up Daenerys as she spoke. Torrhen. Gentle. The boy obeyed as he calmed down a bit. Love baby sister. He said as he tried to hug her. Daenerys stood up and stared directly at Torrhen. Get away from my daughter. She warned him. The boy's mother stood in front of Daenerys. Why so hostile, princess? Are you afraid of the little boy? Daenerys stares daggers at Margaery. I know you. You're like Cersei with brown hair and brown eyes. Margaery laughed. You're jealous. Well, at least my family will fight tooth and nail for my son's well-being. Yours held you back as Robb took Nys away. At least my children were made from love. While you only had the little bastard out of desire for power. The women's little war of words upset the little ones as Torrhen and Nys started crying. Notes. Hope you enjoy this. Looks like Margaery and Daenerys might disturb the peace of Riverrun, upsetting Robb Stark's pups. Oliver admits to falling for Bella while worrying about Roslyn. And Jon is now Robb's second in command. What happens next? Wait and find. Please comment. Any feedback and criticism is welcome, but I won't tolerate trolling. Also, lately, some guests have said they enjoy my work and have offered to create artwork. Well, if you're offering it for free, I might be interested. If you ask for a fee, I'll say no because I do fan fiction as a hobby and not as a job. Chapter 40. Summary. A funeral for a queen mother and the 2 Wolf's brothers have a small argument. Notes. I hope you enjoy this. I had redo a few things because I've been on holiday in Spain and been drinking a bit. But now, I want to address a few things. I felt like I've been dragging this story a bit, so I hope after the bandits to work on my other stories. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. King Rhaegar looked on sadly in the September of Baelor as he kept watching over his mother's body on a funeral pyre. 7 days had passed, and today, he would burn her body. For the first time in his life, he truly felt he had failed himself. His mother had endured so much over several months. First, the joy of a new granddaughter, then Viserys attempts a heinous crime, which breaks her heart, and she loses 3 people that day. Jon Arryn became gravely ill, and instead of supporting her, Rhaegar focused on his duties. After his death, Rhaegar focused on the tourney. After her death, Rhaegar received a letter that contained words that hurt him more than any battle wound or betrayal. I was disappointed in how you act as a father. He heard a snivel coming beside him as Aemon looked on in sadness. His eyes were red with sadness. You sound like a kitten mewling for its mother. Princes don't cry. Daemon taunted Aemon. Just for once, Daemon, could you please show some respect? Rhaegar said softly, noticing Aegon was about to argue with Daemon. Aegon, I ask you kindly not to cause a disturbance. Aegon understood and stepped back to his previous position. As the High Septon finished his prayers, Rhaegar gave the signal for the Kingsguard to light the pyre. The wood began to burn slowly, then grew and consumed Roller's body, and Eamon immediately broke down in tears as Visenya comforted her brother. "I know, it's hard, Eamon." Roriga looked on as he could smell the burning flesh of his mother. In the smoke, he saw Roller looking back at him. "Mother." He said before Roller shook her head and faded away. Reaching out in a desperate attempt, Roriga instead saw his father, Eris, pathetic. "First, you abandon your father, then your brother and now this weak woman. Now tell me, would you have anyone left in the end?" Roriga shouted at his father, "I still have more than you." Everyone looked at Roriga with confusion. Egon was first to speak. "Father. Are you all right?" Roriga fell to his knees, his hands covering his face as he wept. Night. Roriga was alone in his room. Wine jugs spilled their contents on the floor as he tried to play his harp. Each time he plucked a string, it responded briefly before fading. After a small hiccup, he talks to the harp. "Once, I could play you perfectly, bringing tears to nobles and commoners alike. But look at me now. Has all my years on the throne ruined me?" Roriga found himself moving his hands to play something for his mother, but he could only play 3 or 4 notes correctly before playing the wrong one. "Fuck," he said as he accidentally knocked the harp on the ground. "Maybe Lionel is right. I'm no longer noble Prince Roriga." Roriga looked at the letter his mother had written and pondered the end bit. "I hope in the end, you'll see the folly of your obsession with Egon being the prince who was promised before it's too late." Roriga felt conflicted about it. He's sure of Egon's destiny and fate, but what if he made a mistake? What if Egon wasn't the prince who was promised? Roriga actually thought about his other sons. Jon blood is the fire of Valerain and ice of the first men. Daemon and Eamon's blood is ice from Circe's cold heart and fire from my own. "I'm sorry, mother," he murmured softly before crumpling to the floor, reaching for the jug with trembling hands. He lifted it slowly, attempting to pour it toward his mouth. Half of the contents entered, but the rest dripped down the side. "Roriga, look at you." His mother's voice stopped him as he looked to see her kneeling beside him. "My son. I truly believed in you, even in the end. But now, I hope you start making the changes grandfather wanted to do." "Mother, please, tell me, what should I do?" Roriga asked earnestly, his eyelids growing heavy as his breathing became ragged, bordering on snoring. Roriga could only hear Roller say, "You should know." Next thing he knew, the sun was shining brightly as morning came, and the bells rang to cause him a major headache. Roriga groaned as he tried to rise to his feet before giving up and looking at the cast of his long shadow. "What should I know? Why do the dead people I see confuse me?" he said as he fell asleep again. Riverrun. Rob waited as Jon entered his study. "Rob, you summon me?" "Yes. I have something important to discuss." Jon sat down as Rob looked towards the fireplace. "Can I truly trust you, Jon?" Rob asked, to which Jon said, "Of course, Rob. I'm going to confess something that only one other person knows." Jon looked as Rob held a letter. "When Sir Brynden left, I went to Stony September and found a bandit leader, Bronn. During the journey back, he escaped, but that was a lie." Jon began to look at Rob in shock. "Surprise. I expect that. I actually let him escape. I told him that Sir Brynden would be arriving with chests of gold dragons. Bronn would inform the other bandits while following my direct order to only observe the attack." Jon immediately raised up. You caused so many good men to die. To get revenge on the Free." Rob looked furiously at Jon before grabbing him by the scruff of his clothes. "No, the purpose of this was that all the bandits would hear about this and their greed would bring them all in one place." Releasing him, Rob gave the letter to Jon, who read it. "Well, you were right, all the lads want their share. More importantly, the boss is coming to the Peach in a few days. Bronn." Jon looked at Rob. "What was the point of this? Why are you telling me?" Rob sighed. "On my 14th name day, grandfather took me fishing. I tried to catch the biggest fish using the biggest worm. All I got were small ones, and I grew frustrated. Grandfather took the small bait." Rob smiled as he continued, "Do you know what he said to me? He said, 'Rob, when you do something and get disappointed, you have 2 choices. Either you repeat the same thing and get the same or worse outcome, or you change something, and maybe you get lucky. John tried to think before guessing. Was it to give you just? Rob interrupted. No, I deal with House Free in time, the bandits. They're my main priority. As soon as they are dealt with, then I can focus on the houses that swore their loyalty. Rob walked over to John. Tomorrow, Sir Barristan and I will go to Stony September to deliver the king's justice. You need to recover, so for now, you stay. John said defiantly. As what, your hostage? No, you will rule Riverrun in my stead. I trust you. Completely. John stood up and prepared to leave the room. You call yourself John Stark? Rob said, stopping John in his tracks. I never asked for this. If the bandits didn't exist in the first place, Sir Brynden would be in this room here. Instead, you are, John. If you tell Sir Barristan, I would be put to death. Nerys is the Lady of Riverrun and heir to Winterfell, and Cersei Lannister will turn this into some opportunity. Would the Riverlanders support Aegon, knowing his loyal half-brother caused the death of their lord? John began to look conflicted. Rob placed his hand on John's shoulder. I know this is difficult for you. But someone must hold the Riverlands together. Right now, that's you and me. I have to do what I think is best. For the people, the realm and my family. John looked at his feet and tried to decide that honor was more important, yet if he did choose honor, he would go to his grave knowing he was responsible for his cousin's death, and that was something he would regret forever. What do you want me to do? John asked, and Rob merely responded, handle things until I get back. Protect everyone we love. Notes. I hope you all enjoy this. I want to say sorry if I cause confusion in this chapter, but I hope to hear your feedback. Chapter 41, The Trap. Notes. I hope you enjoy this chapter. I'm finally done with the whole bandits. I'm going to take a break from this story. Focus on the other stories. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The tavern was crowded with men drinking heavily and leering at the women. Bronn stood atop the stairs, flanked by two women, one under each arm, encouraging everyone, drink up, lads. As the men shared their ale, one man grabbed a wrench and began undoing the women's clothes. Bronn declared, what a haul. We can live like those rich lords. He untangled himself from the women and opened a chest. He smashed the lock and revealed its contents. Look at this, he said, tossing some coins into the room. Riches beyond imagining. The men scrambled to gather the coins. A man cheered loudly, Bronn. Bronn felt on top of the world, his name repeated by the crowd, Bronn, Bronn, Bronn. He never experienced anything like it before. But he knew that possessing great wealth was meaningless if powerful enemies were after him. Robb Stark made that clear. No matter how much gold he took, King Rhaegar would never stop hunting him, sending assassins or being betrayed by subordinates seeking pardons. A hooded, plump man with a crooked leg approached Bronn. I need to speak with you privately, he said. Bronn hesitated, then decided to have some fun. Sorry, lad, but I prefer a good woman over you. Besides, your tits aren't big enough. The man insisted, this is serious. You went beyond what I asked. Bronn laughed. Why should I care? I could kill you now, and with what I have, your body would vanish, just like this cup of bad ale. He drained the cup in one gulp. The man took a deep breath and said calmly, don't test me. Blackfish is dead, Robb Stark is angry, and the people you attacked had Princess Daenerys among them. Bronn looked worried. That means Rhaegar could bring the full might of the kingdoms against us. The man ordered, take me to your room so we can discuss this mess. Bronn muttered, fine, Lord Lame, and pointed at the man's twisted leg as he headed upstairs to his room, remembering the last time he was tied up there. As he walked upstairs, Bronn whistled as a passing woman gave him a look. You look like someone I could make howl at the moon. He entered first, mocking the man. You'd think with all this trouble, some armored guards would be wise. The lame man replied, finesse is better, less attention. A single rider is safer. Taking a seat, the man revealed himself, with dark, shoulder-length ringlet hair, sharp eyes, and a pointed beard, making Bronn laugh. With a face like that, it's no wonder you wear a hood, he teased. The man wasn't amused. Let's focus. What have you done? Bronn sat on his bed. I did nothing. I just told some lads about wagons full of gold passing through the Riverlands. I watched the attack happen because you told me to stay quiet. The man said, some of my family were there, my oldest brother was killed. All we built over the year might be lost now. Why do I care? You didn't tell me what this was about, Bronn replied, looking at the ceiling. You said attack a few places. The man looked at him sternly. Yes, so the other houses would see Hoster Tully is weak, but with one of Westeros' greatest warriors dead, if they find out about us, they could unite the Riverlands against us. Bronn smiled. Oh, your lameness, I think they're about to find out anyway. Bronn whistled sharply before the door burst open with force, revealing armed guards aiming their weapons at the mysterious man before he could reach for a dagger. Robb Stark stepped forward, calm and commanding, with Ser Barristan Selmy behind him. Greetings, stranger, Robb said warmly, seating himself with an inviting smile. You probably recognize me, but I'm curious, who are you? Robb asked eagerly, just as the man turned sharply to his right to see Robb's squire entering. Their faces paled in shock. Oliver, you traitor, the injured man exclaimed in disbelief. What did this boy offer you? The twins. Oliver collapsed to the ground, looking back in confusion. Lothar. You behind this? Robb asked his squire with suspicion. Do you know this man? Oliver's voice trembled softly. Lothar Frey, 12th son of Lord Walder Frey. I. He faltered before Robb gently cut in, you're free to go if this is too much for you, Oliver. Oliver shook his head quickly. No, but Lothar. Why? He asked, eyes pleading. Lothar Frey looked coldly at his half-brother. Because you're one of the weak ones. But it doesn't matter. Father. Without warning, Robb lashed out, slapping Lothar with a sharp, heart-rending smack. Oliver is part of my household. An insult to him is an insult to me. Watch your words, Robb warned, his voice stern but controlled. Lothar's expression remained unimpressed. You think you're lord of the Riverlands, your father and grandfather betrayed the crown. My family remembers our oaths to the king. Robb chuckled darkly. Was that before or after Rhaegar killed Robert Baratheon at the Trident? Robb seized Lothar firmly by the neck, squeezing with enough force to make him gasp. It doesn't matter if your father is involved or not, he stated quietly, face cold. Now tell me, Oliver, what should I do as Lord of the Riverlands? Oliver hesitated, then replied thoughtfully, you once said only you can decide your actions, whether good or bad. Lothar broke the king's peace, so send him to King's Landing to face justice with Ser Barristan. Robb released Lothar, who gasped for air, then turned to look at Bronn. He was involved in the attacks. Where is his punishment? Bronn responded, I did as I was told. But after the Blackfisher's death, I felt ashamed and decided to change my ways. I offered all the bandits to Lord Robb Stark in exchange for a pardon. Robb regarded Bronn with a slight smile, then looked serious. King Rhaegar would expect his lords to weigh mercy and justice carefully. So, Bronn, considering how we're ending this threat downstairs, I forgive your crimes. Bronn knelt, grateful. Thank you, my lord. I offer my service, hoping to find redemption. Robb extended his arm, offering a firm grip. You play your part well, Bronn. I accept. Betray my trust, and I won't hesitate to end you. Oliver hesitated, about to speak, but Robb looked at him with disappointment. And you, Oliver, he said coolly, are dismissed. Oliver nodded meekly. Yes, Robb. Robb then turned back to Lothar. Your brother, Stephen, came into my halls, swearing loyalty in your father's name. He reaffirmed his oath, just like your grandfather before the rebellion. Yet, your actions betray that oath. I am disappointed. He ordered, take him outside. The armored men dragged Lothar Frey out, his injured foot causing him discomfort. Oliver, bring me my sword, Robb commanded. The squire hesitated briefly but obeyed. Ser Barristan stepped in. My lord, we don't know if he actually caused this. You might start a war with House Frey. Robb looked at the proud Kingsguard. No one doubts your honor, Ser Barristan, which is why I trust you to explain to King Rhaegar what truly happened. I didn't start anything, Rest assured, I am delivering justice for the small folk. Sir Barristan pressed, he deserves a trial. Robb cut him off. You and I both know Tywin Lannister's sister is married into House Free. He sent a message to King's Landing, and Cersei will do anything to see Lothar free. Sir Barristan pressed again, King Rhaegar will. Robb responded firmly, the king will understand that I did my duty to the crown. Robb exited the peach to observe all the bandits confined within iron cages mounted on wagons. Sir Robin stood nearby alongside Lana, who appeared to be counting all the chests from the recapture wagons. My lord, based on the quick session, there are at least 492,189 gold dragons. These 112 men, Lana pointed out, spent it all on wine and tits. Robb sensed that Lana was concerned that he would demand that whores of the peach return whatever they had. Robb chuckled, better than nothing, we've got more than enough. Lana turned back toward the wagon, but Robb's keen blue eyes couldn't help but look at the curves of her ass. Robb shook his head to stay off any temptation before looking to see Lothar Free kneeling while a chopping block was placed in front of him, and two men held him down. Oliver Free seemed to tremble as he struggled between his brother and Robb. Robb walked over to his squire and took his sword, stabbing the ground as he looked down at Lothar. If you have any last words, now is the time. You can't do this. I demanded a trial by combat. Lothar demanded as if he would be saved this way. Robb laughed at that request as he raised the blade above his head and was about to swing when Lothar Free screamed, wait. Robb paused to see Lothar pleading, my father, Lord Walder, ordered this. The houses of Riverlands would have seen us as their rightful paramount, instead of your grandfather. Tears dripped from Lothar's eyes as he sobbed. Robb immediately swung down, and everyone gasped. Lothar Free looked at the blade that was directly in his face before seeing Robb smiling at him. Thank you, Lothar Free. Now you've exposed your father for who he truly is. I know someone who would want you alive. Robb looked to the surprised Kingsguard. Sir Barristan, you can go to King's Landing and explain this. Tell King Rhaegar that I must now punish Walder Free, but I swear to offer fair terms for House Free's surrender. Robb looked towards Oliver Free. Oliver, you will accompany me back to Riverrun, then go to the twins to offer my terms. Robb looked at Sir Robin. Sir Robin, ride to Wayfarer Rest, tell Lord Cale I have a gift for him. As Robb watched everyone prepping to leave, he whispered into the now gagged Lothar, I'm sure that Lord Carl Vance will give you a grand tour of his dungeon. Or kill you outright. Lothar Free attempts to shift uncomfortably as Robb holds him firmly. I was unaware of your house's involvement until Oliver pointed you out, and I have an opportunity to use this to my advantage. First, I undermine your house's influence and then power. Then, if House Free ever decides to betray me again, I will ensure the twins are destroyed, leaving your family landless and penniless. This is my solemn oath, made upon the ashes of my grandfather and Uncle Brynden. The end.